I'm not gonna go out there and be like, oh, I gotta find a replacement. I gotta find a wife, or I don't think I would even bother. I think I'd be fine with just if I gotta crank it, I'm cranking it, or if I find somebody, hey, I got somebody, but I don't need you to fulfill anything in the rest of my life. In that sort of, you know what I mean? I don't think I need that. Does that make sense? Am I rambling?
It does, because like I also wonder in the inverse. Like I know we've been kind of doing some MGTOW conversation and everything, but I would wonder what a woman would say on the other side. Like why does a woman need to have a man immediately after she breaks up with another man?
Well, yeah, I would agree with you. Here where we live in America. Well, I live in America. A woman doesn't need a man like they would, like in, like, let's say Colombia, right? Like if I meet a woman in Colombia, a lot of times, she's living like, very poor, minimum wage, right? She meets a guy like me, and she's going to be elevated, right? Her status is going to be elevated. She's going to be living a lot better. But over here, women already are kind of, they got their own thing going, right? This is why they don't really. That's why they always say they don't need a man, right? Because
They're full of
they
shit.
well, yeah, but they actually don't, though, in most cases.
You,
Well, yeah, they
you want to know something though? You want to know what my ultimate red pill moment was? So I was a paramedic. I'm not anymore, but I worked in the ER. So most of the nurses there are female, right? Most nurses are female. And my red pill moment was I was working with these two hot nurses, both young, like probably 25, 26. And this one nurse had just broken up with her fiance and had been broken up with him for like 3 months. And she's like, man, I wish I had a man in my. She tells this other nurse, right? I just happened to be sitting there listening. I kept my mouth shut so that way they would keep talking. She goes, I wish I had a man in my life. And I kind of like smirked up, but I wasn't looking, so they didn't see me smirk. And she goes, yeah, I just miss getting free food. And I was like, you fucking bitch. And that was like, at that point, that was when I realized, I'm like, dude, Alan, you got to stop simping for these women. Not even simping. Like, I'm not simping. I just like every man wants to rescue the woman, right? The damsel in distress. But like, it's just a facade these days. Like they're faking it just so that way they can get free shit.
Yeah, man. I totally agree. I think chivalry is dead for sure.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've noticed too, like a lot of women, if you ever noticed that when they leave their partner or boyfriend or whatever, they already have the next guy. He's already waiting in the wings. Like they already know a lot of times who it's gonna be.
Yeah, that's crazy. I've seen that a lot. I've experienced that actually in my dating life.
Yeah, they will jump ship so quick and
That's
on
the
a
monkey
dime.
branching that he was talking about earlier. That's
Yeah,
that monkey.
Yeah,
and
that's
the
the
next
monkey branching.
like they're telling you on Monday, oh, I love you, baby, I love you. Boom. Wednesday, she's telling another dude she loves him.
Wait,
Well, maybe
Paul,
not even that, but she, like if women in general, I would say like any woman would probably have anywhere from 3 to 5 men that they already have lined up next if the man in their life failed. And it could be your best friend.
Yeah,
You
definitely.
know what I mean? They're sizing up every guy and trying to figure out who's going to be the best provider in their life.
It could be the guy you least expect too.
Okay. And
Like
I'm
the
not
guy
trying to
you would
say
think
that to be
never, she would
deviant.
never. No, yeah.
I'm just saying that like in general, if you think you're the only one, like yeah, she chooses you. She chooses you, but that doesn't mean you're the only one. You're just number one right now.
Paul, you live in
And
America, right?
and real
Yeah.
quick, I just want to say it's one of those like uh, things that you don't like. Women aren't supposed to talk about it. Like when someone says you say the quiet thing out loud, that's what the quiet thing is. That's
Yeah.
their game. Our game is different. Our game is different. Our game is bros before hoes, and their game is, whoever whoever's the best, the best of the best. And it's the quiet part out loud, or at least that's the way society has portrayed it. And then what Kel is basically saying is, it's like, when you got what they call passport bros, where you go to another country to find a wife, to find a traditional wife.
I mean, you don't even
You
have to.
bypass
You
all
don't
that.
even have to. You don't even have to get a. You don't even have to get married. You could just have a family. Like
Mhm.
that's it.
Yeah.
And then once the
I'm actually
kids become old enough, you can bring them here or whatever.
Yeah, see, I'm okay. So right now, I'm engaged, right? And I don't want to get married though. In the
Don't.
In the
I
legal
no, I
sense,
want to. Yes,
in the law.
Don't get. Yeah,
yes.
don't get it married with law. No way, dude. That's.
I would rather us go to a lawyer and do our own agreement between the two of us, right?
It's not
Marriage
even
that way, and
that.
we can still have a mock ceremony, right? We can still have like a mock wedding. And I've been trying to figure out, how am I going to present this, because she's not going to go for it. And I've sort of hinted at it, and I've thrown it out there and planted the seed, but I just know she's not going to be able to understand the concept of why I'm doing it and why it's important and why the legal sense of marriage is fucking horseshit. It means nothing, and it's a total scam.
Well, it's going to
So
fall
yeah,
flat on its face.
Well,
It is because
that's why the whole MGTOW and the whole passport bros movement even became a thing. It's because of like divorce court and stuff like that. Like,
and the whole point of the law system is like, if you what's the word, if you it's not divorce, but if you dissolve
yeah,
the the, the marriage, then then she essentially gets, gets to take you to court over everything. Everything becomes a dispute. And it pisses me off too, because I know that there's like a lot of lawyers out there that won't even ask the woman for money, or they'll give them like a discount rate. It's weird, man. Like the whole thing is a scam. Like if you're a guy, you're gonna pay at least 10 times the money that the in a divorce court.
yeah. And see, this shit pisses me off.
I mean,
But we've been,
how's your? You got you're engaged, right? So let me ask
yeah.
you: do you make more money than she does?
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm
Okay.
That's the
pretty
only
much
reason why he's getting married.
she worked.
Are you the?
No, oh yeah, maybe. But
That's the only reason why she's getting married, I should
but
say.
that was something that we talked about before we got to this level. So I was already okay with that role, because she wants to be the stay at home raising the kids. The only reason why
Present it to
it's
her
not
this way.
fully what
Present it
All
to
right.
her this way. Say, hey, we'll get married in front of God, right? We'll do a ceremony and all of those things, but we're not going to go down to the courthouse and put it into legal documentation. I'm still going to take care of you like a husband should, do all those things. And if you choose to leave, then that's on you.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
the whole problem with marriage is the whole no fault divorce thing. That is really
Yep.
bad.
yeah.
The fact that
Well,
for no reason, yeah.
I didn't say,
I wonder if part of the
my
reason
last
why
wife,
she might go against it too, maybe it's the stigma. Like she doesn't want to have to explain it to other people she knows. But maybe I can like let her know, hey, nobody
Nobody has to know.
well,
Like,
that's
what are you
the quiet
talking about?
part.
you and
That's the
me, right?
quiet part, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the quiet
Right.
part
And I
out
wonder if
loud. Like
that's part of
she
the
goes and
problem.
she goes and tells her friends, well, this is how we did our marriage. What? You don't get half of his assets if he divorces you? Like that's the immediate conversation.
Yeah. Yeah. Fuck.
That's
Dude.
the immediate conversation.
Yeah. See.
And then here's the other thing, right? So she oh man, so that's what I'm saying. When me and my ex-wife got married, I told her, I said, we're not sharing a bank account. You're not gonna have access to my bank account, I'm not gonna have access to your bank account. And I wanted a prenup. I wanted to get a prenup. And she's like, why? You make less money than I do. I'm like, I don't care. I still want a prenup. And we ended up not going. Luckily enough, I didn't make enough money for her to want any money, but she tried to take me for 40% of my paycheck for child support. aside from that, she by the way, I got child support thrown out because I support my child. I don't need the courts dictating how much money I give to my child. I support my child. And my lawyer
Good for
felt
you.
like I was going to do the same thing. And so we were able to get it to where I don't pay child support, but I have to like pay health insurance for my child, pay dental insurance for my child, split the
Mhm.
medical bills and pay
But you
for
know,
her
I don't see
school
a
and pay
problem
for
with that.
clothes
You
and
should.
all those things. As long as I do all those things,
You should, in my
yeah,
opinion, bro.
I'm not going to pay her bills. I'm not going to give her, I'm not going to cut her a check for $400 a month and she
Yeah,
can
no,
use
fuck
it for
that.
whatever she wants to. Because I mean, if that's the case, the kid can come live with me if you're having a problem paying the bills. But so that's what I was going to say. Like that was one of the disagreements that me and my ex had was she wanted to have joint bank accounts. But no, you're not having access to my money. And the only reason why I knew about this is because I dated a woman that was like that. Her husband cheated on her, and so she drained $25,000 out of the bank account. And when the lawyer went to, or when he went to his lawyer's like, so her name's on the bank account. She can do whatever she wants with her money too.
Yeah,
And I knew right then and there, I will never share a bank account with a woman ever.
yeah. That's see. Yeah, it's so crazy to me. But
Like we could get a
I,
joint bill account where like we 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 pay the bills through a bank account that we share together, but the account my paycheck goes into will not have your name on it.
yeah, I'm fortunate enough with the woman that I'm with now. She's extremely tight with money, so I feel safe sometimes giving her access. But we don't have anything joint at the moment.
Right.
And I'm not so sure that I'm gonna go down that road either, because it just doesn't seem necessary. And also, like I said, so she wants to she says she wants to be stay at home, blah blah blah. But she, ever since I've met her, is an extremely hard worker and has a really good work ethic. So I don't even think she'll be able to do it.
You,
and
you may have found one of the good ones,
we
dude.
are, yeah. And
You may have found one of the
so
good
I
ones,
help
but
her.
she's still gonna have an American
Okay, so we
mindset,
just had
just so you know. Like you're gonna have to put up with more shit.
yeah, we have a 6 month
But
old daughter, and I've let
she's
her.
probably one of the better women.
So
Sorry, I didn't.
we have a 6 month old daughter now. No, that's all right. And so I want her to spend as much time with our daughter as possible. So I told her, I want you to really, even after maternity leave, I want you to cut your hours. And I will provide whatever uh that less income, whatever you're lacking, whatever you need. Because okay, so she bought a car, and I was against her buying this car, and I said, look, you're on your own. And this was before we were engaged. I said, that's your car. And still today, I'm like, you have to at least make enough money to make your car payment. And if you want to go out with your sister, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
I think it's important for us to have our own shit.
Well, not
However,
just
with
that,
that
dude.
lack
Like,
of income, go ahead.
go ahead.
No, okay, so this is one of the things that is great about her is I've actually given her, like I said, access to my bank account, my bank card or credit card, and I'll say, babe, go out and treat yourself, splurge, go fucking shopping, just have a day and just go. I'm not even gonna put a limit on it. Just do what, if you see something you like and you want it, get it. And she never spends a fucking dime, bro. She comes home with nothing. And she's like,
Right,
I just didn't really find anything I liked. I'm like, it's so crazy, bro. It's so crazy. And I
bro,
don't know if that's a trap.
bro, bro. I'll tell you this from my own personal experience. Everything changes 6 months after you're married. Like 3 to 6
Meaning
months.
that is all going to end. And that
If you're
she's going to come
legally
home with
married,
a, yeah.
and by the law, and they got that law certificate,
Yeah.
It's like, hey, motherfucker, if you try to say no now, I'll fucking leave your ass and take all your shit.
You know, I would hope she wouldn't be that person, but you know, do we ever really know? Like we're talking about trust again.
We don't. We
Does
don't.
does any of us really know each other
But
completely?
see, like
Right?
that's what Kel was saying about like the whole passport bros thing. Like you go to these other countries and they don't have legal marriage; they have ceremonial marriage, and then you devote your
Right.
life
So
to
that's not in
taking
their
care of that
mind,
person.
huh?
Right.
Yeah. That they don't have that mindset. Okay. Because
Like
I was gonna ask
Right.
that too. I was like, well, why? Like
the
these
most
women,
that
like,
would
how
the
do you
most that
know
could
they're not
probably happen.
fucking scamming? Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I was just gonna say the most that could probably happen is like you might, depending on the country, you might get forced to pay child support or something like that. But
Right.
it's never gonna be like an extravagant amount like here in America. And so, yeah, I mean,
Like even if the court forced you to pay like the rent for their apartment or whatever, it wouldn't even amount to what you would owe in the United States. Like you could fully support them and the child fully, just
Yeah,
you
so
alone, nobody else supporting them, and it would still be less than what you would child support in the United
the
States.
separation laws,
I don't
the
know if any of you
separation laws,
have any of you guys
the
ever been to.
separation laws in
Sorry,
Colombia.
somebody's hot micing.
Hey
Yeah, it's
Timbo,
me.
Oh,
What's up,
what's up?
Timbo?
What's up, bro?
Hey, the divorce courts in Colombia automatically give the father and the mother 50% custody each. Automatically, they don't even need to go to court to do
Oh,
it.
oh, that's
by the
great.
way,
Oh shit.
Timbo has a Colombian wife. By the way, I think you have a Colombian
I
wife, right?
do, but it's not a passport bro situation. She's from her old
Sure.
man's a doctor and stuff like that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, she's a sales executive, so she actually makes more money than I do, and I run my own business. So
Yeah, but you
yeah.
build her everything
we
that she
have
wants.
but we have like separate kids, yeah. So what our deal is, we live our life together, quite comfortably. I pay for my kids, she pays for her kids, yeah. Her kids have got their own dad too, yeah. So you know, they're like he pays for everything for them, and then we have a joint account or bank account for bills, and then we keep everything else separate. And if she's a bit short, sometimes I give her money. If I'm a bit short, sometimes she gives me money. Like it's
Sounds like a
it's
50-50 thing. Sounds good.
it's perfect, man. Yeah, it's good. It is good,
Yeah,
So
but
let me
well,
she
ask you.
has she's from that
Let me ask you
same
guys this.
mentality. She's a traditional. She
but that's not. But
doesn't
that's
want
not
to go out
traditional,
with
Timbo.
him. No, I know, but she doesn't. She doesn't want to go out with him.
Hey, Timbo, I'm a little bit short this month. Can you help me out?
My Australian dollars don't work that well in your country, mate.
I mean, it sounds like
But
you
yeah,
want to give money away, Timbo. I'll take some. Come on, Timbo.
I get that, Cal. That's not a traditional relationship, but it's the way that she treats me is a traditional way. She makes sure I'm happy before she does anything else. Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
and I'm glad you found somebody like that. But
you know, and she
that's not
works
the
more
norm.
hours, so that's the difference. Everything else that needs doing from a man's point of view, I do, and then everything that from a woman's point of view, she does. So it's we have our roles at home, and it works really well. The Australian women are worse than Americans, I reckon. They're fucking demanding, they're argumentative, they're aggressive, entitled. It's really sad the way it's gone. No one here wants to marry an Australian chick either.
Wow.
Yeah, and the laws are probably destructive towards men if you do get married with one.
Bad man. I had
She ends up
to,
leaving you.
I went to court. I fought for 4 years in court to just have simple custody of my kids. And it's bullshit that automatically goes to the women, and then I have to fight to be able to see them. So I won. I beat 2 lawyers by myself without any lawyer. I did the homework, went to court, won the case, got everything back to normal without any lawyers. So it's pretty harsh here, man. For men, anyway. No one
No,
wants to get married here anymore.
depending on the state in America, it's practically the same as Australia. No one
It's
wants to
rough,
get
man.
married.
I was
Oh my!
like Paul was saying before, you'd be happily single. I was like that. I would have been happily single for the rest of my life. And then with myself, I ended up meeting someone who was exactly the same as me. Same. She was happily single. She would have been for the rest of her life. She had a good job, didn't need a man. And then we met and we were both on the same level. It worked out really well. No demands on each other. Anyway,
No, that's how it's supposed
just
to
thought
be.
I'd let you know.
That's how it's supposed to be, bro.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you jumping in,
I
Timbo,
could
because
go the Colombians, man.
we've been out in the weeds now for probably about an hour and a half or so, 2 hours. And but I appreciate your insight, because you do have a very special relationship.
I've been paying attention to
Yeah,
people coming in and out too. If there was somebody new in here, we would jump right back into it. But there's
I appreciate
moderators
that,
and
Paul.
stuff here, right? So I would think that if it was that big of a deal, I think somebody would come and say, "Hey, guys."
Yeah.
So I think we're okay.
No, I agree, and I appreciate you keeping an eye out too, because that's important. I haven't been keeping an eye out. I've been at the gym, so appreciate that.
I hate that thing that they've done too with American women is for some reason they've really adopted like all these guy activities that we like to do together as men, and they're adopting it and they want to be a part of it.
Like
Like
watching
they want
sports.
to. Yeah, I fucking hate that, dude. I
You know what the worst thing
fucking
that they
hate
did?
that shit.
The worst thing that they did here is that they ruined. As a kid, you could go into fuck, dude. It's like slipping my mind right now. They used to, when the boys go out camping and surviving outdoor stuff. What's that called
Boy
again?
Scout, Boy Scout,
Yeah, the Boy Scouts. Yeah. So this used to be a thing, right? Like we used to have Boy Scouts, right? And then
Eagle
they did
Scout.
they did all that stuff, and then they had the Girl Scouts later on, right? That's cool. But now they have it to where like the Boy Scouts doesn't even exist anymore. Like it's just all.
Well, you know why, right?
They just all the women just they
No,
they're destroying all male only activities. That's what they're doing.
there was a large portion of the leadership, the male leadership in Boy Scouts that were sexually abusing kids.
It was the gay scouts.
Right, Sonny?
Well,
No,
I
it's a
don't know.
true
I don't know
thing.
anything. I don't know anything about that. But
There's a lot. So I'll even tell you this. So I worked with a doctor, right? Who he was a Boy Scout and an Eagle Scout growing up. Two of them were. And when Boy Scouts went bankrupt and they no longer had the Boy Scouts, they continued with their group of men. They created their own little organization to basically teach young boys how to be men and how to survive in a natural environment type thing. How to not only survive but thrive in an environment like that.
Well, that sounds good, but I mean, that sounds good.
I mean,
Sounds like
it's just their own little community. It's like a local thing with like 30 or 40 kids, and every year, a group graduates, and then some doctor or wealthy person moves in, and then there's some new kids that follow suit through that and everything like that. It's their own little group. Like it's self-funded is the thing, and that's why I say it's like they're rich, they're wealthy, they're well off because they fund it themselves. They don't receive any kind of like outside influence or anything like that. It's just their own group of like 8 or 10 men. And they all take turns taking the kids out to go camping and do charity and all that stuff.
Well, I think that's anything that provides guidance, because I didn't have much guidance as an adolescent, so we just freaking made our own way, and I'm sure a lot of you understand that. But I liked hearing about Timbo's relationship, because it is pretty rare and it takes a lot of dedication and it's hard work, but it's worthwhile. Like, I've experienced short-term bliss or happiness in relationships, but for me it was never really long lasting, and that's enough out of me.
No, yeah, I think every man should preach passport bros, and and put it into the way they pick mates, and date. Like,
Yeah, maybe the women will wake up then, and
nah, it
is that the
doesn't matter.
philosophy? Like,
I honestly, I don't care what the women do. I just
Yeah.
go where, like, the most attractive, right? The most,
well, that's I mean, shit, dude. There's beautiful women
no,
everywhere.
let me
Yeah,
tell
there
you. No. In America, the women are not as attractive as, like, I would say in Colombia. No way.
Beauty's in the eye of the beholder. So
it
Ew.
is, and it's all about how you carry yourself.
But
Yeah.
I think there. No. Wait. Eye of the beholder. I think that's bullshit. I think there is a standard. There's a
That's true.
world standard, right? And I think
Well,
places like
yeah,
Colombia
Like
fill
who
that
here
that's
is going
role.
to
forced
speak?
upon
Who
us,
here?
though, right? That there is an actual biological attractive, certain things that we aren't conscious of that
Right.
we find attractive in females that we're not quite aware of. But the other thing you were talking about is given to us, right? Because I used to have the standard of beauty when I was young. Because my first early experiences was like the women in Playboys, and I was like, wow, and I was really attracted to them. So then, as I was growing up and going through high school, like, that was my standard, and I thought, like, I didn't want to date anybody that didn't look like these girls, and I missed out on some probably wonderful ladies. And now I'm totally different. I don't even find that attractive anymore.
No, I agree with you. I was talking about something different, though.
But like my thing is that as a female, if you're looking for an alpha male, then you should really work on like looking at the guy in front of you, and can you treat him like an alpha male? Can you promote him to be an alpha male? So that way he'll be more alpha for you.
Yes, absolutely, dude. Yeah, a woman could easily turn a
Bro,
beta into an alpha.
I'm telling
That's
you,
There's a whole
like
bunch of
a female's
there's a
touch.
whole sorry.
I was just gonna say real quick, a female's touch is like truly magical. Like if a woman touches you in a loving way, the feeling that a man gets going through his whole body, not just his penis, but through his whole body, is a truly wonderful experience.
Yeah, it's like Superman. You feel like Superman.
Fuck yeah, you do.
You really do, dude.
You really do.
And then she
Like you know you're not
somebody else
bulletproof,
and
but
it's shattered.
you know you're not bulletproof, but you'll do anything you can to stop the bullet.
And unfortunately, you won't find that feeling in the West, at least not.
Well, see, part of the problem with that is is I think a lot of when we're young men, we try to force a lot of we're always in the wrong places looking for that partner, and that's just I don't believe that's how it's done. I think it's supposed to be more organic and natural, and it's if you're in the right place at the right time where you're supposed to be focusing on yourself and building yourself up, that all is going to come and you're going to meet that match. But we don't do that. We're
you get the energy
trying
put out.
Yeah, but you built that, right? Like, you built that whole all that stuff before you find that person. You had to build yourself, right?
Oh, you could say that, dude, but I've been waiting for 6 years for that right woman to come along and just go and
You just been looking in the wrong place, bro.
I guess I don't know. I'm like, she'll find me. I'm not going to find her. But I'm just gonna let y'all know I'm gonna mute up if I'm not part of the conversation, or if you guys are waiting for me to say something insightful. I apologize. I'm in the sauna.
Yeah, you watch the those podcasts, the Fresh and Fit podcast, right? And they got the girls there, and they always say that. They always say like, "Oh, he'll come to me. Like I don't have to do anything. I don't have to change. I don't. He'll
Nope.
like me for who I am, and if he doesn't, that's too bad." And it's like, and these people have like
Oh,
these
yeah.
terrible, yeah, they have like these terrible personalities, and so I'm
They
like,
don't have
I
a
mean,
personality.
well,
That's
yeah,
the
yeah,
I
Oh,
mean,
yeah.
wait a
that too.
minute. All I can think about is that it's like, who are you going to talk to afterwards?
Right.
right. Yes, exactly.
I'm like, I don't need anybody. Like, I got enough air in my own head. Like, I don't need yours too. Like, please, like, come on. I just don't know what they want, and there's a lot of ageism, and I'll say that because like, once I became like 45 or 50, it didn't matter what you had at that point anymore, because
Right.
as soon as they find out your age, that's not the status they're looking for someone that age. So after a while, I'm just like, well, okay, I guess I'm just like uh, out of the loop or whatever. Like, that's what it felt like. But I don't really care because I just have to develop myself. That's really all I have to go by. And so it's fine. I have two grown male children, boys. I'm glad I had two children. They're doing quite well, actually. They're doing much better than either one of their parents. So that's a good thing.
That is a good thing.
But I'm
Um,
not doing so bad, I guess.
I was also going to say that, like, I kind of was funny with that, was elaborating on, but, no, like, the right woman will find me or whatever. It's not necessarily that. It's like, I know that our paths are going to intersect, and she's going to find me interesting. She's going to want to be around me. And that's how
Yeah,
I'll
she's not going to
know.
care about how much money you make. That's
Well, I
that's,
mean,
that's not going to
obviously,
be.
there's going to be a portion of it because
Yeah, that's the
women
truth.
they seek
Security, yeah,
security. Yeah, they seek security. So, like,
Security, yeah.
even with the passport bros, right? Even with the passport bros, the woman is seeking some kind of financial security because they got to have a place to live too, And so, a woman wants to know that not only can you take care of yourself, but could you take care of a household with it and still have money to do all the fun things that we want to go do together. That's kind of basically what a woman is looking for in a man in a relationship and
yeah,
everything like that.
yeah.
But
When I tell guys to go to the passport bro route, right? I totally agree. The women are, as far as the hypergamy, they're still the same, right? It's just the difference is the culture's different, the mindset's different, right? And that's what's a lot
yeah,
more attractive.
well, and see, those women aren't going to go out and find a job to get away from you. Where
Yeah,
that's the problem that we have in places like Australia and America and Great Britain is all these first world countries. These women, they have the ability to go out and make their own money, which is fine. Go out and make your own money, but don't use that as an excuse to hold over a guy's head and say, "Well, I'm just going to leave you." Like, what the fuck, man? Like, the whole point was to be a team, and now you're going to sit there and want to be solo just because you got your foundation with me, and now that you can
Yeah,
stand on your own 2 feet, you're going to go
they
off
got
and
it. Yeah, like they
it's
got their
kind of
quota,
backwards.
like they got a quota going on or something, man. You're like, what the fuck? You mean I was just like, that's all I was to you? Like, it really was strange for me,
Because,
man, because I guess I was naive in some respects, and women are very smart and, let's say, cunning, can be very cunning, and
and
well,
so
they have to
exactly
be because they can't compete in the physical field, so they have to be
right,
smart. They
because
have to be cunning.
right,
so here's the
and
thing. So just as a male, just being a cunning linguist doesn't mean you're going to swing it.
and 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 I just want to say this too, like it goes both ways, right? Like, yes, once you're making your own money, you can go off and live on your own and be your own woman. But I mean, like, you're also giving the guy an excuse to when he cheats on you and he's dating three women at the same time and he's banging all three of them, like you deserve that if that's what you think, because obviously he can support all three women, women, and you can support yourself on your own, so you can leave whenever you want. So why should he care? And that kind of goes with what you were saying, Kel, about the whole Andrew Tate thing. Like, just being your own man.
Yeah, I mean,
I hate to say it.
look, I agree with everything. Like, I think men should be the providers, right? I think men should be the protectors, the providers. You know, I don't need a woman to protect me, right? I want to protect her. I want to protect her. You know, like, it's in my nature. That's just the type of person I am. And I
But
feel
if
like,
she's not looking back at me, then why should I have her around?
but here's the thing, right? My nature, right? No matter if it's in the West or if it's in Colombia, in Thailand, you know, wherever I decide to go, it's always going to be the same. The only difference is the way they treat you for how you act, right? Or they appreciate you, right? And so I feel like I don't get that same appreciation for being the man as I would like in, you know, somewhere else.
Damn, I'm disappointed, man. I feel like I kind of missed out on something that wasn't going on when I was younger. I wish I could have experienced what you guys are talking about. That sounds really interesting.
Oh, well, I grew up uh, in a more traditional, I'm 39. So when I was in school, in high school, it was a lot different.
It's cool.
It was way different.
Yeah, I'm talking about like this passport thing, like
This
that.
is,
It
it's
seems
always been a
pretty
thing.
new. No,
No. It's always
well,
been
yeah,
there.
like mail order, like
Yeah.
mail order, sure, but I've heard a lot of stories too where that's a total scam.
Nah, they try to scare you out of it. A lot of times I notice that they don't want they don't want men to go to another country, right? And put their money there, right? Obviously, that's a bad thing. There's a lot of
Yeah,
reasons
they don't
why
want
they
us to
would.
prosper at all, really.
Yeah, there's a lot of reasons why they wouldn't want men to do that, right? So
Yeah.
it's not only about women.
Can we all agree too that this whole idea of men and women having platonic relationships and being best friends is complete fucking horseshit?
Yeah, no, it's horseshit.
I'm sorry. I've had friends before that were girls, and if I'm 100% honest with myself, I would have banged every one of them.
It's always in the back of your mind, right? Like, it's always there.
Yes.
I know. I have
Yes.
the same feeling. Because here's the thing, I wouldn't be friends with a girl who I found absolutely not attracted to, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Well, actually, yeah, I guess depending on the
mhm.
quote, yeah, because I did have friends that were girls that I was not physically attracted to, and I liked spending time with. But yeah, I would not. Yeah, I wouldn't be calling her and be like, "Hey, let's go." Yeah, yeah, dude. Unless she was like super hot, and that idea is in my brain. Like, yeah, maybe. I don't know, man. I mean, we have to be honest. I'm being completely honest, and I don't think that. Yeah, women, I think, aren't completely honest when we discuss this idea. And they believe that it's totally possible. And yeah, but honestly too, any relationship like that I've been in with a woman, it's not it's different. It's so bizarre. It's different than like with your your bros. It's not. I don't know.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Somebody.
you just said it earlier. I mean,
Yeah.
there's always that idea of, being a little bit more than just friends, because there always is going to be some kind of attraction, especially if you like her as a person, right? Like, she's a really cool
Yes.
girl. Oh my god, you
Yeah.
find that it's even harder for you not to be intimately attracted to her as well. And so,
Well, and that
yeah.
actually happened to me when I was super young. When I was like a freshman in high school, I met a girl that I really liked, but I wasn't at the time physically attracted to her at all. But as time went by, I slowly started building that attraction to the point where I was totally in love with her.
There's a saying,
But
hey,
yeah.
listen to this. There's a saying in Red Pill, right? Just say it real quick, right? There's the saying that women women will date a man and try to find a reason not to like them, right? And men,
Mhm.
when they date women, they try to find a reason to like them,
Hey
Yeah,
Paul,
that's
which is basically what you said.
hey Paul,
yeah.
when you were in high school, a freshman, was that your English teacher or your science teacher?
That's funny.
Oh yeah,
Hey,
yeah,
You know, it's always the English teacher that is the prettiest.
yeah.
you
Well,
remember
he's
that movie with Billy Crystal where when he took Meg Ryan cross country to New York City, and he gave that little spiel about you can't be friends with women. You remember that little
yeah.
spiel? That was pretty funny.
You know what ended up happening too is I finally came out to her and I told her how I felt, and I waited too long. She actually told me that if we would have had this conversation earlier on when we first met, yeah, that sure it could have been we could have had a relationship, but I stayed in the friend zone so long that she wasn't attracted at all to me.
She
And so
was
the
fine with
friendship
it being friends.
completely yeah, the friendship completely dissolved and I couldn't even be her friend anymore.
Did you
So
start?
here's the thing. Here's the thing. As far as like guys being friends with women, I think a guy can have a certain standard of friendship with a woman because honestly, like it almost becomes like a sister thing, right? Except you look across the table and you see someone attractive that you could possibly, like you said, could possibly be more with, and so there's that whole comfort of like you're not alone, right? You're with somebody. At least you're not alone. So
Mhm.
there's always that level of insight or whatever. But yeah, like if you're exclusively in a relationship with somebody else, like you're engaged, you're going to get married. Men cannot be friends with women. Women cannot be friends with men. Um, if a man is friends with a woman, he's engaged to a woman, he's friends with other women. That woman is going to be immediately jealous.
Yeah.
Immediately, and the same thing goes for women if they're friends with men. So
Yeah, because I would
yeah,
not be marrying my fiance right now. One of the reasons why I proposed to her is because of our friendship. Like she is really in a sense my best friend. Now, that doesn't mean that I don't still want to hang out with my guy friends. It's
right.
different, right? And I don't
Oh.
need there is no need for me to have a relationship with any other woman at all.
Have
None.
you ever seen the video of Barbara Walters and Sean Connery?
One headache is enough, I guess.
Have you ever seen that video? The interview of Sean Connery by Barbara Walters?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Where he's talking
You
about slapping
yes.
women.
Well, I mean
Yeah.
that was what the whole thing was centered around.
Right.
And but like if you actually listen to the whole conversation and then when he's presented the question, because he's blackballed for it, right? You can tell
Yes.
that she had the whole interview just to ask that one question. And
Yeah. He was trying
but
to
if you
make a
listen to his
point. Yeah.
answer, if you listen
Yeah.
to his answer, he's not wrong. He's I've never hit a woman, but she always knows when to quit too.
Exactly.
Like she doesn't take it on and on. Like if he concedes the argument's over. You win. Why would you continue to beat me for
I am Baba Wawa.
it?
They did the
Baba
same thing with
Wawa.
I recommend
that
anybody
Trump
watching that interview. By
nonsense.
the way.
With what he said to that guy that conversation that was recorded about grabbing him
In
in
the
the
locker room.
pussy. Like they
Yeah.
totally took that out of context because
Well,
he
and not only
wasn't
that.
wrong either.
Well, right, and not only that, but like every man has had that conversation. So if a woman's going to get upset about that, then she might as well be upset at every man for having this conversation.
Yeah, for real.
Every man has had that conversation.
Yep.
I mean, the fact that you can
It-
be demonized for having like locker room conversations between guys is fucking crazy.
Right.
yeah,
Right.
and you're
That was
telling
the whole
me that
point.
women don't sit around and have the same conversations about us?
Yep. My favorite beats working around women in the nursing environment is when you got that one queen bee that brags about how great her husband is because he does all these things for her, and then all the other women try to outmatch her. Oh well, my husband does this. Oh well, my husband does this. Oh well, we do this. Oh well, we do this, and that's all it ever is. It's just women. Like for guys, it's the same thing with guys. It's like what can
It's
you
a
get away with as a man, but for a
it's a
woman, it's the same thing.
it's one big tit for tat.
Yeah.
Like sometimes
I don't think
I'm
guys
not
do
saying
that
for
that way
all.
though.
I'm not saying for
What?
all, but sometimes it is because, like, I was in two very long relationships. Both of them were 9 years each. Now, that's two women I was with
No.
18 years. Think about 18 years of my life. After that, I was like, so what it was is I didn't realize the first one was like sitting, like I started getting this feeling about halfway through, like 4 to 5 years. I wasn't happy anymore. She wasn't either. We both sort of knew it, but I could tell she was like taking a tally in the background. And then,
But
like, I wouldn't really normally think that about someone I love. But then afterwards, she showed it to be true. And she just tried to, like, clobber me with, like, really. But, but so we just split everything half and half down, including, I mean, every single thing, half and half. That was excruciating. So,
but
like,
but Kel,
I basically lose everything because of that one. Like, when you lose half of everything all the way down to your coin collection, like, tell me, there was nothing left. And then so the second one, then I wasn't any smarter, and just to keep things in general, you know, it was the worst relationship I ever had in my life. But there was some fiery spark there because of our chemistry. But the getting along part was not there at all. The working together part was not there at all, man. It was just like barely, it could barely get off the ground, you know. So it was like Wilbur and Orville Wright, and Orville's got a freaking lead balloon on top of the aircraft or something, so it couldn't get started.
but
But you know,
Kel,
it's not to say who's like any. It's not to say anybody is at fault because none of us had a manual. But the thing is, I think our Lord, the the Most High, had a plan for us even if we didn't, and two beautiful children came out of it. Actually three. She had one of her own, and that girl turned out to be just awesome, man. Sails the high waters, had been to like almost every foreign country, been to Asia, been on the Mercy ship, been like all over. She goes to Vietnam for vacation. Like, she's like doing all kinds of stuff. She went to maritime school, and anyway, so my sons are both doing pretty well. Like, they're like me, so they're very empathic. So they'll find their way. It's just probably going to be a different path than they would have expected. They have a highly intuitive, like I do.
that's all.
So it's a different kind of
What
journey. But
what 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 you were saying, Kel, when you said that you don't think men are the same way as far as like bragging rights and everything like that, you mean to tell me if you were dating like 6 or 8 women at the same time and you were managing the relationship to where you were basically seeing one or the other every night of the week for several months, you tell me you wouldn't be bragging to your friends about that shit?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not that type of person. Like I'm
Well,
honest.
then you're not
I'll be
Midtel, bro.
honest.
I would only brag about that if all the women knew about each other.
You know, when I
Well,
was
that
young,
yeah,
I'll be honest with you. When I was young in my
that's what
twenties,
Andrew Tate says.
I would have, right? But
Every
as an adult, I think differently now.
check
every
this
woman.
out.
Hold
So
on,
check
hold on.
this out.
Just
I'm
real
sorry.
quick. Every
Sorry.
woman dating Andrew Tate knows there's another woman.
Yeah, and there's a difference between locker room. There's a difference between locker room banter, right? And then
Mhm.
locker room talking about your wife
Yeah,
or your spouse or something like
yeah,
that.
Right.
yeah,
I'm not
yeah,
saying you have to
exactly.
say that
You know
Yeah,
what I
about
mean?
your wife.
Check this out, though. Check this
yeah.
out. Like, my father went to my sister's graduation, and three of his ex-wives were there, including my own mother. So he had four. He had four. There was actually four of them. One he was currently married to, and the other were three were still there too. So they were all there at the same time. Rest in peace, Dad. Four. I had three. I had three stepmoms. But there's that.
Yeah, you see, I
I
can
don't.
see the appeal of why some men would want to have, like, multiple women and stuff like that, polygamy. But I can't do it. Like, I can only, I don't know, I can only manage so much in my life, right? And it's too hard for me for more than just one.
Yeah.
I could do it. Yeah, I could do it if it was, yeah,
Yeah, you could
the
do it
whole
if you were
actual
20.
aspect of a relationship and all that,
Yeah.
all that comes with it, the friendship and that probably wouldn't be sustainable. But just sexual relationships,
Yeah, but listen, you could do that. Yeah, like when you're 25 to 30. Yeah.
yeah. Well, yeah, and the
That's
older you get, the less like
Well, let me tell you guys something. That's not totally true, because if you can keep your testosterone up, if you notice that your testosterone levels are going down and you can keep it up, um, it I don't know, man. It's you don't really lose that sexual drive too
I
much.
think I ever will. I
No,
probably
it's
still
not.
have. I think I
ERT
still
is a great space.
I think I still have a nice big heart on, even on the last fucking day. I'm working on the fields. Like, what's wrong with that? Like, I'm still going strong, man. That shut up.
Well,
You
your
girls,
testosterone levels
like,
must be at a good level then.
ladies, you don't know what you're missing. So over here, so I guess you're just gonna
Um,
have to keep on guessing.
but yeah,
I think you could do it, Kale, if all those women, let's like say you lived with 6 women, and if they for the most part left you the hell alone and they just dealt with each other and sort of did it that way and didn't bring all the bullshit to you, yeah, you might be
well,
able to do it.
Well, that's
well,
what
that's
I
what
just
Mormonism is.
that's yeah. I was listening to a podcast yesterday with a red pillar, and he was interviewing this guy who has like a harem of women in Thailand, and he said the only reason why it works is because they're all together. I have to make sure they all like each other, right? I have to make sure
Yeah,
that they all get along, and because I can't manage all of them, right? Like, he's like, I can't do it, right? I have to let them like each other, and then they manage each other while I'm
That
just
sounds pretty
there,
good. That
and
sounds
that's
pretty good. The
and that's
guy's got the
how.
best.
Yeah.
He's got the best of all situations. It's like he's got like it's almost like a used car lot. He could just I'll trade this one out for you. You can lease or rent. I don't know. I'm just
that's
guessing.
interesting. I don't know. Is that morally wrong too? Who am I to judge? I don't know.
I mean, they're
I you
all.
know I,
It's not morally wrong because they're all participating in it, and they're not being forced to. So if they want to
Right.
live,
yeah.
if it's if they want to do it, like, they know what they're getting into. So it's just how it is.
Man, yeah. We live in a fascinating fucking world,
World,
man.
Yeah,
flat Earth.
it's just
So
it's
much
just
Fascinating
about
flat Earth.
there's so much shit going on, dude.
yeah. I mean, think about that. That's culturally based, so that people can different cultures say like, who's to say that they're not part of nature as well and actually performing whatever that humans are doing. That part of the lie that's been told to us is that of who we are. So they're the ones that presented us and interjected those thoughts in our mind as far as what we're supposed to be ashamed of, what we're not. Like, I know a lot of that has been written and is written in our hearts. So we already know those laws. But all different kinds of cultures are happening. Those things I believe are happening naturally in the natural world, like as humans, like whatever we are, we have this, like, so they're in a different culture where they have a family of women and one man. Like, so that doesn't sound much different than anything else that has ever happened on this earth. That's happened quite a bit in different cultures. We hear about them all the time, right? In the
Yeah.
Roman times, the Greek times, and modern times as well, you know? So,
Well, they say like the only true monogamy is actually just certain birds are the only true monogamous in the world.
That's not true. Elephants.
hmm.
Yeah.
No, elephants are not monogamous. I don't know what you're
Yeah.
talking.
That's a weird thought. Wow.
Have you ever seen a
Yeah.
bull? Have you ever seen a bull elephant, dude?
Oh
Like,
man.
don't tell me that.
There. What's the other one?
Hold on. Let me do.
Sugar gliders. Sugar
Let me
gliders
do.
are.
Let me do an elephant call. Hold on.
Sugar gliders are monogamous.
Yeah, sugar gliders. There are monogamous animals out there, but it's extremely rare.
No. I mean, like the most monogamous, like to the point where, like, if the mate dies, that's it. They don't find another mate.
That's a sugar glider.
Certain birds are like that. Where if
Right.
like, the mate will die, that's it. They don't even try to find another mate. They just live the rest of their lives, and then
They
they
say
just die.
wolves. They say wolves are like that, and what other? There's a lot of other animals that are like that. A
Well,
lot of birds
wolves
are
are
like that.
pack animals, so wolves aren't really like that. Because
Yeah, I don't know.
So
Maybe they
check
have
this
like
out.
a harem. They probably have like a harem, like.
yeah, they're more like a
situation.
harem. Yeah.
I think it is totally possible, right, for a man to actually equally probably love all those women, right? But let's do it the other way. Is it possible to do the inverse of that and have one woman and 6 dudes? And can she actually love all of them in the
Have you
same
never
way
seen a
that a
porno?
woman
You're talking about.
You know why it
You're
doesn't
talking
work?
about. You're
It's
talking
because you
about a good
can't.
week. I'm sorry. You're talking about a good weekend for some women. Just kidding.
isn't
Bro,
at least one of those men in that relationship going to feel inferior? Maybe not. I don't know. I'm
maybe
not so
so.
sure if that's possible.
Well, you can't assure
That's why they
maternity when
left.
you do that. You know. So like if you have one guy with like if you have one guy with 6 women, you know who the
Why
father
would?
is, right? But if it's
Why
the other way
would
around,
she?
you don't know.
Why would she
Guys,
lie? So why would she lie, man? So she wouldn't. That's why you
guys,
don't tell. That's why she doesn't tell the truth.
guys, this isn't the relationship channel. Away down
I
to
thought
chill
it was.
chat and
I'm
talk about
sorry. I
whatever you
woke
want
up.
down there. This is a flat earth channel. You know better. I asked you a little while ago in text. Bring it back to the topic or be removed.
I'm
Thanks.
sorry, I didn't see. I wasn't paying attention to the text, but I have been paying attention to people coming in and out. I've been looking for newbies and stuff. So, we'll enough said. Thank you. I appreciate you.
My apologies.
I love him.
Anyway, back to flat Earth. I know, we'll do such a nice time.
Boring. No, I'm kidding.
Boring. We talking about boring. Hey, did you know that when you
No,
look
that was
eastward,
that, that,
when, when when you look eastward, right? When you're looking east and you're watching the sunrise, did you know you're doing the most epic face plant ever?
A face plant on the horizontal plane.
I
Oh, I
know, bro.
and so you know what? The guy was talking about tectonic plates the other day, how it's supposed to relate to the the globe, right? And so it's like plates. What do plates look like? Oh, if plates are sliding, thanks. Welcome to flat Earth. That's the answer for that. Anyway, we're moving along. Plates. Plates are supposed to be curved. What curved plates have you ever seen? Why would they call them plates and planes, like the abyssal planes under the ocean, the flattest parts of this world that we could possibly know of, with all that water on top that's completely horizontal, all the way
Hey,
out as far as the eye, as far as you could sail or the eye could see.
maybe, hey, Sonny, maybe it's a tectonic bowl.
That's because they're
What do you
changing
think?
the language, and they don't know what these words actually mean, and they just make believe and just put it. They just use it to their own.
yeah, like planet.
Yeah,
Well,
like
all the other
planet.
planets are spheres. Why wouldn't
I
the
know
Earth be?
all the other planets are spheres, right? So it's just like somebody saying, "Well, I do look up at my ceiling lamp; it is round." And if I keep looking up, I can imagine where I'm laying down is round or curved. That's what they're doing. They're like laying on their back. They refuse to look at what they're laying on or talk about that x axis. It's hilarious. Catch him doing it every time.
Hey, Sonny, we had two guys in here today that we were talking about flat Earth with who were either skeptics or whatever, and they both said, and they didn't come in together. This happened separately. They both said that it didn't matter to them because it doesn't affect their daily life what the shape of the Earth is.
Really? Well, they're missing the whole point then, because
Right.
they
Yeah, right.
they don't know what the hell they're talking about. Like, how would they know? How would they
Exactly.
know
I thought that
what
was so
would
funny
change?
that it
How would
happened
they
to
know?
two
Yeah.
people today.
The problem
I'm
that I
sorry.
see
Yeah.
with that is
It
like,
really
why are
matters.
they even here? Like, if they don't
Yeah,
care,
right.
why are they even here?
Yeah. It's like a nice way of saying we're here just to ridicule you, but we're going to be nice talking when we do it. So that's an interesting thing to talk about. But you know, the facts are the facts. Get the fact out with your jive. Get the fact out. That's my new term.
Yeah, I don't go to places where
And I
I don't want to.
think they say that they're saying they're saying that
Yeah, you roboted out. I'm sure you'll be back. When you come flying around, it's not like the satellites. And when you come flying around the sun, like you get to the right angle, you'll get that perfect shot to that satellite. I just know it. I feel it in my bones.
They were talking about today about you could put a level on a ball and you could find the level of on a ball.
Yeah, and
They
then
always say that.
yeah, you can find a level on the ball. Then the millisecond later that you move to any other position, different angle. Different elevation too. Oh, so sorry. Any location is going to have a different one, and each one of those locations will have multiple different angles. So it's not only just one problem, it's multiplied magnitudes upon itself, because you could do every possible place that you could set, let's say a straight edge on a curved surface. Every single place is going to be different angle and different elevation. Every single place. So
Yeah.
that's what you tell them. Show me the infinite amount of possibilities on your curved surface that you could supposedly get level. Yeah, you could get it at any single angle. You could swivel it around. I mean, you could move it to any place. It's all going to be different. That's why you can't navigate like that. You'll never be able to find your location because you can't. The whole purpose of celestial navigation with the triangles is to achieve the GPs. The GPs all have a circle around them. Where those circles intersect is exactly where you adjust your dead reckoning to. That in the middle of all those three places where they crisscross, three circles. Then you know you're dead on within just like very small amount of distance, within a few miles probably, and that just depends on how far away you are from your destination. So it has to be equal elevation. It's not only just the triangles, remember that. So they have to be lined up and the circles have to be drawn. They all have to be the same elevation. You cannot possibly do it. Just imagine the floppy pizza. Throw a pizza up on a basketball and then see how you're going to make three circles that intersect each other. How? Where? Up in space? Because they would have to, right?
I just find it fascinating how water is always leveled, no matter where it's in, no matter if you're holding it up in the air, no matter the altitude. It's always leveled. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah, like think about
shit,
this,
guys.
like a
I gotta hold on
container.
one second.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I gotta
Go
okay.
ahead.
I'm going back, but I have to say this for you guys telling me about Andrew Tate, and I was like, and now you guys are telling me, hey, you kind of sound like him, and I just realized, you know what? That's okay, and it just proves to me that I don't need him. You know what I mean? I don't need to listen to anything he says. You know what I mean? I'm already sort of on the same way. You know what I mean? I don't need him. What do I need him for? What's he gonna
Gotcha.
tell me that I don't already know? All right,
I
I'm
guess.
sorry.
No, it's okay. I was just going to say, because he was on something, a hot topic with the liquid. So, yeah, the container. Check it out. So the surface is level no matter, like, even if I take a container like a beer bottle and have liquid in it, turn it to the side, then turn it completely upside down. Like, it has nothing to do with the bottom of the container or the outside of the container. Let me see the beer that's sticking on the outside of a beer bottle. That's what the Globers are trying to say. But so here's another thing. Totally shows them the example, a demonstration, and you can actually do an experiment with a can of soda pop. That's a gradient right there. You have liquid at the bottom. You have gas, you have vapor in between, and you have gas up at the top. There's your gas gradient. It's a perfect example. It can only happen inside the can, though. Boom.
Yeah. You know what I didn't like earlier, guys, is when we were having that discussion about water and it always finding level. We really kind of got stuck in that, and I wonder if we should have instead tried to go with the whole drop over distance, because man, we were just lost in that with
Well,
that
yeah.
guy for so long.
Well, because he didn't
Yeah.
understand it. Like he had. It's like the first time he probably ever heard that. It sounded like.
Yeah. Well, you have to.
Yeah,
It would. You got to explain it like if there are 4 different people at different seashores, like from the farthest reaches of the known world we live on, and they all pointed up. That they would all be pointing up, the same up. In other words, at distance, none of them would be angled away or dropping down in elevation. They wouldn't be angled away from you. Live got a ball, they would be angled away all the way over to Australia, where they're like if they were pointing straight up, supposedly on the globe, they're pointing at some angle down compared to me, right? In North America. Isn't that interesting?
and the whole what happened, Sonny, is so we were talking to this guy about water, and we asked him, what he knows about water and stuff. And he was like, the viscosity, all this shit, but he didn't say anything about level. And then when we mentioned that to him, he was like, "Oh, I never heard that. Like, you've never heard that water always finds its level?" And then later on in the conversation, I said, "Bro, have you ever heard the term sea level? Like, how could you?" And he was like, "Oh yeah, I've heard that." But he's never heard. I don't know. That just sounded crazy to me. And not to, I've never heard anybody say that. I've never heard anybody say they've never heard that water always finds level.
Or even
Yeah,
if they hadn't heard about it, they would know what you mean by it, though. Most people
Isn't
would know what you mean.
well, isn't sea level a little different though? Like it's kind of the same, but it's kind of like different, right? Because also talking about the level of the sea, right?
yeah. I
If you
think
know what I mean. Like I don't understand.
I think one thing that I was thinking about today is we have no idea of the age or the intelligence of people that come in here that believe they live on a spinning, watery, curvy, bendy ball that somebody in Australia is standing upright when they're on the bottom of a ball. We have no idea about their intelligence and their age and anything. So I don't know if and plus they probably think that we're probably stupid. So it's really tough to get somebody who, we have no idea, just somebody, maybe in their basement or in their attic or somewhere on their phone, just getting on here. It's just like, we have no idea who these
I
people
know.
are. It's just really
In their
weird.
in their prison cells, in their grandma's basement. I don't know, sniffing airplane glue. I don't, whatever.
Yeah,
Like,
or
Yeah,
high,
we actually had to boot
or drunk
somebody
or whatever.
earlier because we had to boot somebody earlier because two guys came in here, two kids. One said he was 15, and the other said he was 8, I believe. And then the other one tried to cover it for him and said, "No, bro, he's 13, I think, because there's some sort of you have to be 13 to be on Discord. Is it the minimum age? I'm not sure." So then, as soon as he said that, somebody took care of it and actually booted him.
I mean, people like Sonny and me who are about the same age, we have absolutely nothing in common with a teenager. Nothing.
oh,
Yeah, you do. You were both taught the globe lie.
Yeah, but I don't know.
That is true.
I know what you mean. Yeah,
It's
I know
just,
what you mean. And
it's a different
it's
stage of
hard.
life. So we have the phases, each phase, we have all these different phases. So like when we get to this phase, that your Gemini's age, that
Would you say you've evolved, Sonny?
adapted. I would say I've adapted. I would say that as a human being that you can evolve, but it's not like It's not evolution. It's not that there's no species. Like it's just as a being. Yeah, can you evolve as a being? I think that's the only evolving we're going to do. The biological adaptation part is just adaptation. That's
I grew,
what we do. We
I grew out
adapt.
of my tail. I had a tail when I was born, but it
I,
fell off
I
at
can
the
still
age
feel it right
35,
there.
40.
Can't you feel it? Feel your tail?
Yeah, my tail fell off at about age 40. I had one when I was born. I've evolved.
My wings
Are
fell
you the
off.
Hey
same
guys, real quick,
species as Hillary?
real quick, guys. We got Captain Caveman in here, BC verified.
All right, great.
He's been here since 2000 or 2022. So I don't know if we want to give him a chance to speak. Otherwise, let's continue this wonderful conversation.
I'll take the chance to speak and say hello, but you can continue your conversation.
Well, no,
Captain
we want to
Caveman,
talk to
are
you.
you there? Captain Caveman, are you there? Go ahead.
Yeah, he just spoke.
Captain Caveman, do you mind if we just ask you a couple questions? We like to get to know the new people that come in.
Not new.
Oh, okay. I just assumed you were new because you're just VC verified, don't have any other roles, and usually that's not the case.
Apparently, somebody got upset with the pictures of the Earth I was posting.
Oh, you get pictures of the Earth?
What kind of pictures were they? I was interested in pictures.
Yeah, me too.
I don't think anyone really gets upset about stuff like that.
Were they like naked Earth pictures or something? I don't know. I'm just saying.
Well, yeah, what does that have to do with him just being VC? Like, there's other roles that he could have been given if that was the case. So I'm just curious, Captain Caveman, because I'm not familiar with you, so I'd be interested in finding out what brings you in today, and also how did you first learn about the server and the topic that the server is about. And if you want to hear my story, I'll share it with you. But since everybody else in this room has already heard it, I don't want to bore them to death right away. So I'd like to hear from you if you don't mind. Or you can just tell me to go fuck off too. That's cool.
I don't think that's me today.
That's not you today. Okay, cool. Well,
Well, I suppose you wouldn't mind us asking just a couple questions then. Captain Caveman, do you know of any time in history that anyone has ever directly measured the curvature of Earth, namely drop over distance, and what method was used?
See, the world I live in is plumb level and square, and that don't deviate.
Okay. And how about, do you know if anybody has ever, in any time in history, detected the axial rotation of Earth or any motion of Earth at the surface?
I know if I go out here and stick a nail in the ground, it don't move.
And so that's a good answer. So therefore, your house isn't moving either. But why? But that's great. So how about the last point? Is do you know of any time anybody has ever been able to maintain gas pressure without a physical barrier or container?
No, because then it just disperses.
Okay. Welcome to Flat Earth. You answered. In my opinion, you answered honestly, authentically, and we applaud that here. So.
Yeah, welcome to my Coke can, who does the exact same thing. No, but gravity keeps it to the ground. Cool, man. I still can't get over the Newton's third law of motion, where you have no oxygen and you have nothing to push off of, but it works anyway. I just love. I can't get over that one. I can't get over that
You
one.
mean rockets in space?
Yeah, I can't get over. I still can't get over that one.
That is kind of crazy.
I mean, you know, I saw the interview 2011 with Neil Armstrong, and it's just like, hey, no problem, right? And then they had this Don Rickles thing that I was watching, a roast for Don Nichols, and they thanked one of the astronauts from Apollo 11 for Apollo 17 for landing on the moon, and everybody stood up and said he was a hero and stuff like that. And it's just like, guys, and then I saw this little cartoon animation of a rocket going off from Earth, and it just went directly into outer space and went into warp drive or whatever it did. And it's just like nobody has a clue that you can't go from some place that has a high pressure system to a no pressure system, basically, and nothing affects the engine or the air or the propulsion. I mean, it's just the most. And then they come back and say, well, you don't understand Newton's third law of motion. No, you don't understand reality. You don't understand reality. It is the most.
Right.
I mean, the mental gymnastics that these people have to go through to protect their outer space fairy tale is just unbelievable.
Right. No, like they're like, oh, well, it's pushing off the other gases. I'm like, do you think those gases have enough density to push that rocket?
Most stupid.
There's
I
no
tell you
way that
what.
that's happening.
There's no way talking to these people, man. I'm serious. There's just no way. I mean, my goodness. I mean, Newton's third law of motion is common sense, works great terrestrially. Inverse square law of light, you can actually document it here and test it here on Earth terrestrially. And the second law of thermodynamics, you can test here terrestrially. But none of them work when you get into their fairy tale. It's just unbelievable.
What? Hey, Jim, something I've always wondered about the inverse square law for light.
Yeah.
Is that within like air, right? Like the medium of air? Like if there was no gas at all, would the inverse square law still take effect? I've always wondered that.
In a vacuum like here on Earth somewhere?
Right. Like if you created a vacuum chamber and like, not that you could make one big enough, but like, it would be cool if you could. Like if you could create like a 1 mile, or not even 1 mile. Let's just make it something like simpler. Like let's say you created like a 3-acre vacuum chamber, right? Could you would the inverse square law take place? Like if you shined a light from one end, would it like be still the same going through no medium?
You'll have to ask somebody a little bit more versed on vacuum chambers, because we unfortunately we don't live in a vacuum. And
right. And if you talk about light, I'm Sorry.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
and so what you get even on reflective light, for example, you know, if you look terrestrially here on Earth, we're told our fairy tale moon is 238,000 miles away. Let's say, for example, it's 240,000 miles away. You half that to 120, it gets 4 times brighter. You half that to 60, it gets 4 times brighter. You have that to 30, it gets 4 times brighter. You have that to 15, it gets 4 times brighter. You have that to 7,500, it gets 4 times brighter. You have that to 3,750, it gets half time brighter. You have that to 1875, it gets 4 times brighter. And if you have it to a little bit under 1,000, it gets 4 times brighter. So by the time you get to under 1,000 in your fairy tale up there in the
It's pretty
sky that we
blinding.
landed on, it's 65,000 times brighter than it is terrestrially here on Earth. And take that with Saturn the other way. We're told by NASA that the end of a pinpoint is how big the sun is from Saturn. But we can look up at terrestrially in the sky and see it just fine. The fairy tale is unbelievable, man.
I love your passive aggressiveness, dude. You're always fun to listen to.
Yeah.
I mean, the fairy tale is just unbelievable, man. I can't
I
believe it.
know, I
Sonny
know. So
taught me
check it
about the
out.
fairy tale,
So,
man.
that would burn your eyes out. That would burn your retina all the way through to the back of your skull, probably. You know, that's unbelievable. Wow. I laughed really hard on that one.
You know, Jim, I wouldn't have even put two and two together on Star Trek on the moon landing if it weren't for you when we had that conversation.
What are you
It
talking
was
about?
like
They
a
got
month ago. It was like a month and a half ago, and we were all just bullshitting in here. And you had mentioned Star Trek, being a Star Trek fan and everything like that. And you said from the first episode of Star Trek was in 1966. And I'm like, when the fuck did that end? You know, it wasn't that long. And so I looked into it, and sure enough, like it ends in June of 1969, and in July of
June 3rd. I think
1969
you
we
said
landed on the
June
moon.
3rd. I think you said June 3rd.
Yeah, yeah. I'm like, oh my god, dude! Like it all makes sense now. Like they were prepping you for the moon landing from the get go. And then all those little jokes of like, I forget the name of that show. One of these days, Alice, bam, zing, straight to the moon.
You,
Like they were
you,
prepping you.
you know what's funny? You know what's funny is, you know, I was a big fan of the Andy Griffith Show, and in
Honeymooners.
2000
That's what it was.
in 2000 in 2017, my brother-in-law, we went to North Carolina, and we went up to where Mayberry RFD was filmed. You know, we actually went there. We drove up, and you know, the whole little town is, you know, completely Mayberry RFD. And so I remember when Barney left in 1968 or 69, and they went color in 1970, and they got a new deputy sheriff. They had two episodes where Opie was, you know, getting a job at the grocery store, and the three fellows, Andy and the guy at the Goober and Floyd, they were talking, and they were so proud about how proud they were of Opie, and that he was one day going to be an astronaut. And then Opie walks into the sheriff's office one time. It's color. You know, Barney's gone, and 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 Andy Taylor's telling his boy Opie, yeah, we have rockets that go to the moon. It's like, oh my goodness, man. It's like, oh my, you know, my
Reinforcement.
oh, it's like one of my favorite you know, clean shows, other than
Yeah.
Andy Taylor smoking a little bit outside of his home once in a while, and it's just like, it's one of my favorite shows. It's like, and you're brainwashing the kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing is safe from the Globe Lie. I love that show too. That's one of my favorite
I
shows.
did. I loved it. I loved it so much that my brother-in-law and I went 150 miles up to the, you know, up to the, like, the, you know, the the northwestern part of North Carolina, to you know, to go visit there. They had an awesome candy store. I bought a lot of candy.
Was it Enos that they replaced Barney with when Barney left? it was Enos, right? Was that his name?
Oh, he was kind of a corny guy, very conservative. Oh, Mount Airy, North Carolina, is where they did the Mayberry RFD, called Mount Airy, North Carolina. Look it up. It's only like 10 miles away from Virginia. Excellent candy store, man. And you know what? I got in the sheriff's car, and I got behind the bars. I put myself in jail. It was cool, man.
Like Otis?
Like
Yeah.
Otis, yeah.
Yeah, I went right in there. I got in. I got in the car. I got in the car, and I got behind the bars, man.
Did you get really drunk and go back to jail?
No drinking. Oh, I bought more candy than I should have. They had the most awesome candy store. They have little jars. You walk in, they get these jars of all the candy, all the gummies and the dark chocolate and the white chocolate and the milk chocolate, and you buy it by the pound. It's just the best thing ever, man.
But yeah, like all of our shows.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say all of our shows. I don't want to go off.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying I don't want to go off in the weeds. Like we kind of already got a warning, so I'm trying to keep this on the topic. But I was just saying, like I'm amazed at like all those shows, how they were pre-programming you and setting you up, and then afterwards, after the moon landing, it was all reinforcement.
Yeah. I would think it would be a safe wager to bet everything you have that every show that's ever aired on television, at some point in its run, they had to inject something about globe or ridiculousness of flat Earth. I would bet pretty much everything I have on that. If that was actually possible to find out, which, be impossible. But
well, any show worth its weight.
Well, yeah, any show that was
any show that ran more than 5 seasons.
Yeah.
Like they were either wanting to become an astronaut or talking about caveman and flat Earth. Yeah, I don't doubt it. But all our favorite shows reinforce space. Like who here wasn't a Power Rangers fan if you're under 40?
Sorry, guys. You just can't push off of nothing, and you got to have oxygen. You got to have oxygen, and they tell you they take it with them. You don't understand.
Yeah, liquid oxygen.
You don't understand rocket fuel, do you? I mean, rocket fuel has oxygen in it, and it can push off itself. So you don't understand Newton's third law, don't you? No, you don't understand reality. Now get out of my face. Stop bothering me. Stop bothering me with your pseudoscience, man. Oh my goodness. I mean, I'm telling you right now, I grew up, I'm old. I grew up with the Jetsons. Oh my goodness, man.
Oh yeah.
It was like I had to watch that on Saturday morning. I watched the Jetsons on Saturday morning. It's like, hey man, and at least those cars, that they had in the air was at least pushing off the air. At least they were doing that, terrestrially. But it's just like, no, you can't go into outer space, man.
I can't remember. Did the Jetsons come on after the Flintstones, or did the Flintstones come on after the Jetsons?
No, it was the Flintstones and then the Jetsons.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Isn't that funny? I'm old enough to where I watched those.
And I remember it used to be 2 episodes.
The Flintstones, they gave us
it used to be 2 episodes of the Flintstones and 2 episodes of the Jetsons for a little while.
How about Lost in Space? Anybody old enough to remember that one? Lost in Space.
No.
Oh my goodness.
I know of it, but I never saw it.
That was before James T. Kirk and Spock. It was just like, no.
They did a remake
That's
of
the
it.
one with that big robot with the claw hands.
Yeah.
And yeah.
What he used to say? I forget. I forget what he used to say when trouble was coming. What he used to say?
Danger, Will Robinson. Danger.
Oh, yeah, Danger Will
Yeah.
Robinson. Yep.
Oh, it's terrible, man. I'm telling you, it's terrible. And then I'm not old enough for this one, okay, guys. I just want you to know that. But 1915, 1920 with Universal showing that stupid globe in black and white, man.
Yeah, how they know?
Hey, we can go back farther than that, fellas. The oh shit, what's the name of the movie? Is it We Go to the Moon or We? It was
Yeah,
the first. It's a silent film. I think it was like
yeah.
1906.
One shot over the moon.
Is that what it was called?
I don't know. Are you talking about the it was made after that book by that French author. I can't remember his name. There
I'll
was a
find it.
book where they shoot a cannon at the moon.
Yeah, it's actually a bit deeper than that, but because okay, it's only 15 minutes long. It's a silent film, and it starts out with this group of men, and they're dressed like in wizard costumes, right? And then they start trying to build this rocket and whatnot, and they switch their wizard costumes for lab coats.
Oh, man, that's deep
And
right there, bro.
yeah, and then they they build this rocket ship, and they go to the moon.
I forget what it was. There was a book where this author wrote a book called it was called where they built a cannon large enough to shoot a cannonball at the moon.
Well, yeah, this is basically what it is. Yeah, it's not a rocket ship. It is more like a bullet, and it's shot of. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry, I had that totally wrong. I misremembered that.
It was a famous French author who he was an author in like the late 1800s.
Yeah,
That
that is
wrote
not.
this.
Yeah, that is exactly how they depict it
I'll
in the
I'll
movie.
see. I'll see if I can find the name of it.
So we go to the moon. We go to the moon. Damn,
No, I just want you to know
Jim, I
that.
swear you and I were just talking about this like 3 weeks ago or 2 weeks ago. We were talking about this.
I just want you to know that the universe is, instead of being 13.7 billion years old, it's now 26.7 billion years old. So that means that massless photon that can now travel 156 sextillion 996 quintillion with 18 zeros behind that miles to reach your eye. The massless photon that could.
Are they just purposely making the number so just like say fuck it, I don't care?
Yeah, I mean, after you hear that, after you hear it went from 13.7 to 26.7 billion years old, you turn around and go, I'm sure glad the NFL season's starting soon because I hope the Cowboys win the Super Bowl. Or you go, it's Saturday night, where are we going to go out for dinner? Because I don't want to hear about this 26.7 billion years. I'm going to let the scientists take care of that. But my favorite football team's starting to play next week, so hey, I'm happy, man.
That's like they got it wrong. They got like they got it wrong by like twice. Like what the fuck?
I don't know. I don't know.
What was it called? From the Earth to the Moon? Was that the silent film?
I found it and posted it. It's called A Trip to the Moon, and it
Yeah.
was 1902.
1902. Hey, you know what? You know what? That was 122 years ago. But the Earth is a little bit less than 26.7 billion years back then. I just went a little bit less, by 122 years or whatever.
And the author I was thinking of was Jules Verne.
Oh, cool, man. Oh, my goodness.
That's real science right there.
Oh, my goodness.
That reminds me of an article I found from NASA, and they were explaining the core of the Earth, and how they know what's going on, right? They and they started it out with actually quoting that fucking, is it Jules Verne's book, the
The
Journey to
journey
the
to the
Center
center.
of the Earth?
Yeah.
Yes, they start the whole thing out with talking about that book. So they basically based it off that fucking science fiction book.
I want to take everybody to what I just posted at 57 minutes after the hour.
Oh God.
I'm
Oh
going to
God.
read it. NASA,
Oh.
the NASA Aeronautics Space Administration, the largest structure in the universe. The gigantic supercluster is the largest known structure in the universe. It consists of 830 separate galaxies, which are inside of four connected galaxy clusters. The supercluster is known as BOSS. The entire structure stretches approximately 1 billion light years across. Learn more at Daily Dose Z. Credits to NASA ESO images by Science Photo Laboratory. And that's what they came up with, guys. I'm sorry.
That website
Learn
sounds like
more.
some that
Yeah,
the,
that's what I
the, the
was
website sounds like some medical shit.
Daily Dose.
And you know what? You know what's funny? You can't ask a Glober to say, do you agree with that or not? Because if they say no, party's over. So they have to say yes. They have
They
no
have to.
choice but to say yes.
That's amazing. That's called boss, right? Like because it like lords
Oh,
over your life. It's in
oh my
charge of
goodness.
everything that you think of.
That's so
It's your
bad, man.
boss.
That's so bad. I mean that picture is so bad, man. These Globers have no choice. They have to say yes because if they say no, it's like
Hey,
no. But they got to say yes. It's like no. Come on. And you know
you know
what?
what?
They can't prove it, and
Fuck no,
we
they
all
can't.
we can do is laugh.
It looks like cymatics to me.
Oh, it's stupid. I tell you, it's so stupid, man. I tell you, I don't know about this, man. I don't know. He who sits at the top and looks down upon the circle of the earth and sees us as like grasshoppers, who spreads out a tent like a canvas for us to live under. It's really simple, guys. We have a sidereal rotation of the sky. The moon is the calendar. The sun is the clock. They flip for seasons, and we have signs and wonders known as eclipses, plus the Selenian eclipse, top-down eclipse, and possible eclipse to show God's wonders in the sky, and they have to give us this.
They see more than God sees.
Oh my goodness, they got to give us this. Oh my goodness, man.
What the hell is this?
It's a galaxy cluster.
Yeah, read what they said up there. I mean, NASA put it out. It's got to be true.
Garbage. You know what's funny, Jim, is everybody that I talk to that's an anti-flat earther, like I'm like, well, you're NASA god, and they've gotten to a point now where like I can prove it without NASA, and then so they sit there and they discuss everything about NASA, but if you let them go for a little while, they can't help but talk about it. Like NASA always creeps back into their conversation because NASA is their god, NASA is their creator, NASA is their priest.
The NASA fanboys. I don't care if they're 50, 60 years old. They're NASA fanboys.
Yep.
That rocket goes up into the sky. It goes parallel to the Earth, and then everybody leaves where they launched the rocket going, hey, that was really nice, man. I hope they have a safe trip. And all they do is go into the water. Seriously.
Well, unless you're Elon Musk, then they landed back on the platform.
Oh my goodness. I mean, I just love these people. Well, I saw it leave the launch pad and I saw it go up and I saw it. They had to go into outer space. Who says? That's why they go over water. Do you think for 1 second that they would launch from Cape Canaveral in Florida and go north? I mean, or go west? I mean, if they went west, they might land in Orlando at Disney World. They can't have that. So they got to go east because it goes over water. And if we had an open system like they say we have, we can go up, 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 up until the vacuum of outer space, they wouldn't have to go parabolic or parallel to the ground. They could just go up, 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 up.
Yep.
Oh my goodness. I'm telling you. I believe
And
all
if
that.
they go too far away to be in the Earth's gravity, then all they would have to do is redirect the rocket ship back towards the Earth's orbit around the sun, and then bam, they'd fall back to Earth.
Wouldn't you like
You know what's funny? They found something here in Florida. I think it was in Doral. I don't know, where they were dumping cars into like a lake, and they found like I don't know, like 30 cars inside a lake. I'm guessing that's probably what's going to happen one day in the ocean. We're going to find like thousands of rockets.
do you think they go
I
get the
remember
rock?
in school, I learned that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, right? And then I remember
Right.
them showing us those launches, and I seen it, and I said, wait a minute, that's not going in a straight line. So then I asked, I said, why isn't it going in a straight line? And they give you that bullshit about what they're using the Earth's rotation to help propel it. Isn't that the bullshit they say? Why would you need to
You know
even?
what?
Yeah,
They make
go
up
ahead.
answers, dude. I'm just gonna say they make up answers. I never heard that
Yeah.
answer before, but that would be a logical. I don't fucking know, but I'm gonna try to explain it so they'll stop asking questions.
Yeah, somebody told me that once that they have to do that because it helps propel the fucking rocket. Okay, sure.
I just can't get over how like dramatic rocket launches, because like you get a go fast rocket and that bitch is off the ground instantly. I mean, we've all seen like a rocket dragster at
Can you repeat
the
that? Can you
racetrack,
repeat
right?
the first part about the rocket?
Like
Can you
like
repeat the first thing you said about the rocket?
like how dramatic it is for it to take off, because like when you see a go fast rocket, it launches into space, not space, but launches into the sky like instantly,
Yes,
right?
very dramatic light show, right? Smoke and fire.
Right. It's like a dramatic takeoff. Like it takes like 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 seconds just to get up into a significant amount of air. You would think that bitch would launch like instantly.
Well, it's because it's like huge, dude. It's big.
I guess.
I mean, because it's big, you don't feel it. You don't see it.
I guess. I mean, I've seen like jet dragsters and jet cars, right? Take off, and they seem to move a little bit quicker than that rocket, I guess.
Well, how many thousands of miles
That is
are
an
those
interesting
rockets
point,
supposed to
though.
go up?
Right? It is a very slow sort of ascent in the beginning, isn't it? From the pad.
Right.
It
And
is
they
very
tell
odd.
you they're going like 9 Gs or something like that. I'm like, that don't look like 9 Gs taking off.
Yeah, I remember being. They had back in the day. They used to over here. They used to have these where they would have the jet fighter shows and shit like that. And those jets were moving really fast.
Like I'll put it to you this way: I've been in an elevator that moves faster than that.
It is really fucking weird. You know, and
How
that's
are you still
funny
alive?
because I have always noticed that, but I've never really brought it up with anyone as a topic of discussion.
How am I still alive? That's me showing you how slow the rocket is when it takes off up off the ground. That's all I'm trying to say. It's just really dramatic to watch how slow it is as it takes off.
This
It's
one
almost like it's
lady,
actually CGI.
this one
I'm not saying
lady,
it's CGI. Go ahead.
this one lady on Instagram, Level Plain Poem, she posted the rocket fantasy, which I just posted. If rockets need oxygen to fly and there's no oxygen in space, you're brainwashed.
I know Sonny likes that. That's a new Sonny favorite right there.
Oh my goodness. Boats push
Yeah,
off
so
of water.
if those engines are so powerful enough to propel that big, heavy, giant fucking space shuttle, you would think, yeah, it would
I
just
mean, look at that
jet off.
tail.
Oh my goodness.
Look at that rocket tail, dude. It's like come on.
Oh my goodness. I'm dying, guy. I'm dying, guys. I'm
Are
dying.
you? Are
Oh, I'm
you?
not really dying, but it's all right now.
Yeah, I never thought about that. Like they do travel upwards really slow compared to
Yeah,
the speed that they're telling us that they're supposed to be traveling.
right. And then,
I mean,
I'm not gonna lie. I watched Artemis 1 when it took off, the whole thing, and I watched them switch over to CGI. And then, like, they were like, "Okay, we've reached 600 miles an hour. We've reached 900 miles an hour. We reached 1,300 miles an hour." They're hitting all of these little landmarks on their little like thing, checking off their list, and everything like that. But it's all during CGI. Like, there's nothing there for you to see to prove that they're going that speed.
Oh.
And I
Okay,
just thought that was so interesting.
so we have boats pushing off water. We've got submarines pushing off the the water, down underneath the water, and pushed against water. We got airplanes pushing off of air. We got cars pushing off of the ground. When you jog, you're pushing off the ground. So there's always something that is the opposite reaction to you going forward. So in outer space, what do you got? Vacuum. Okay, man. Oh my goodness.
That's funny, bro. Well, that's something I always noticed. I was like, why is it so dramatic when it takes off? Like, you'd think it would get up to speed after about a couple thousand feet or something like that, right? But it doesn't.
Oh my goodness.
but yeah, the takeoff would have to use the most fuel, right? Because that's like the most difficult stage, right? Is the
Right.
takeoff.
Yes, somebody told me, I couldn't verify it. Somebody told me that they put just enough fuel in there to get off to get where they have to go, which is into the ocean.
You're funny, dude.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm telling you, I believe this crap, man. I can't believe I believe this crap.
Hey,
I don't know, man.
Jim, you need to seriously, dude. Like, if you need someone to help you write, you should write some flat Earth comedy, dude. You'd be pretty good. Because you're just so like subtle, right? And then you just fucking nail them with the punchline instantly.
You mean
Like we
Glover?
do
You
this,
mean
this,
Glover's
this, this,
comedy?
and
Oh,
this,
hey,
and this.
hey, I did one. I did one. It was called In Your Fairy Tale. I don't know if you saw it or not, but I'll go ahead and post it if you want to see it. It's called In Your Fairy.
Absolutely, man.
It's called In Your Fairy Tale. I got it right here, man. Let's see here. I'll find it and I'll post it. It's called In Your Fairy Tale. There it is. In Your Fairy Tale. I posted it like 4 weeks ago. So here we go. 23 things that are in your fairy tale, Globers. 23. So here we go.
You got to up your number to 33. You got to get it up to 33.
Okay, so there it is. In your fairy tale, Glober's fairy tale. I even got my stationary topographical plane hat on, guys. I ever had
Can we order that hat anywhere?
if I
Why did you choose the number 23?
23 what? Oh no, that's what I came up with. It wasn't for Michael Jordan or anything like that. It's just the number I came up with. No,
23. 23 is actually like
no. Oh, I'm sorry. In your fairy tale was like 28. I'm sorry, it's 28. I have one in your belief system that's 23. Forgive me. I got in your belief system, in your fairy tale, Globers can't prove this. And then I have one that has 14 that says, you guys are insane, or something like that. It's just like, and I haven't done that one yet, but it's just like, you guys are insane, man. I'm telling you. You know, when you tell me the ever expanding universe is expanding 4 times the speed of light because at the outer edges, but you can't tell me how big the universe is because if the universe was bigger, then it will expand faster. And then you're telling me that the Andromeda galaxy is blue shifting toward the Milky Way galaxy and it will hit each other in 2 billion years. But don't worry about it. Don't worry, be happy because the universe, the galaxies are so big, nothing's going to run into each other, most likely. Cool.
Hey,
cool, man.
I think
Cool.
I think I figured out how your inverse square law got debunked then. Because if the galaxy is expanding at 4 times the speed of light, then that means like the light has to catch up to the inverse square.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Einstein said nothing can move faster than the speed of light, 186,200 miles per second, but the universe is going 4 times faster than that. Oh my goodness, man. Can you imagine? Can you imagine being out there 50, 75, 100, 200 billion light years away and you're moving at 4 times the speed of light? Man, that's I tell you what, that's a rush, man. You think that the roller coaster that goes 120 mile an hour at Cedar Point called Dragster is fast from 0 to 120 in 4 seconds? Can you imagine going 4 times the speed of light? Ooh, wow. Ooh. I want to be on that ride, man.
Imagine it. You're doing it right now.
I mean, I want to be on that ride, man. I tell you what. Oh my goodness.
You're going to be the one to purchase the first tickets to Mars.
186,200 miles per second times 4. Oh my goodness, man. That is so much better than Dragster at Cedar Point in Sandusky, Ohio. That's so much better.
Superman was pretty cool in California. Shoot you out of a tunnel, a quarter-mile tunnel. You get up to 100 miles an hour and then go up 482. That was a pretty fun ride.
Hey, did Superman, when he went into outer space, take his own oxygen with him?
Oh,
He didn't need that. He just
I got to ask. I go over that. I said Superman, when he went into outer space, take his own oxygen with him, like you take oxygen with your own rocket. That's what I want to know, man.
well, Superman doesn't have to breathe, right?
Well, he smiles into the camera and waves. So what are you gonna do, man? Oh my goodness, we've been so.
Oh, that's not true because Superman has that breath of that breath freeze where he like can blow massive amounts of air. So he breathes. He breathes.
No, yeah, he breathes, but he doesn't need to breathe as long as he has the sun.
Hey, when Superman was a baby and he went from Kryptonite to Earth, what did that spaceship push off of when it went to Earth? Oh, it's Hollywood. Who cares? Oh my goodness. I'm dying, man. I'll tell you what.
Speculation, but I think Krypton is just beyond the ice wall.
Oh my goodness. It was good, man. I am. I'm one.
So when are they doing the next trip to the moon? Did they cancel it yet, or what's going on with that?
Well, I thought since they had to, rebuild all that technology to get there, they just decided that it's easier just to go straight to Mars first.
Yeah, because the Van Allen belts and the moon is just too dangerous, so we'll go to Mars instead. No,
No, we
I
lost
think
that
they're
data.
planning. I think they're planning October for the next trip, September, October for the next trip, and this is the manned mission to go around the moon. And then next year, in May or June, I think, is supposed to be the actual landing back on the moon.
That's actually exciting because I can't wait to see how they present it and how it appears. Because is it going to look shitty again? Are they going to upgrade it and make it more like Hollywood? It's going to be fun, man.
It's gonna look like two dildos instead of one.
Okay, I got a Schwarzenegger's cat thought experiment for you. I want everybody to hang on to their seats. I just posted it 21 minutes after the hour. The Mars candy bar and the Mars planet. Which one is real?
Well, we can all see Mars in the sky, so I'm not going to deny that.
Oh, you only got one choice. Either one is real and one is one. Both can't be real. So which one is real?
I don't know. All the shit that they put in food nowadays, is it even real?
Uh,
I'm kidding.
I
What
always
about Milky
preferred the
Way?
Milky Way bars.
Yeah.
I was always a fan of the Milky Way.
I was laughing right now listening to
Your
Helios
Milky Way
respond.
galaxy.
There nobody knew. It was
Well,
Bill Heath.
I want you to know because we have a Mars candy bar and we have a fake Mars planet. We have a real Milky Way candy bar, but we have a fake Milky Way galaxy. So I came up with my own galaxy. It is called the Kit Kat Galaxy. And so I have a Kit Kat candy bar and I have the Kit Kat Galaxy. Now my galaxy is really cool, man, because it's flat, it's rectangular, and when I'm hungry, I can cut off a piece of it and eat it. That's what I want you to know. Mm. Oh yeah. India's landing on the moon. Is that what I'm hearing? Is that what they're saying? Oh my
I don't
goodness!
know. I thought China was, but I would assume India would probably want to get in on that.
Live view India landing on the moon. I gotta see this one, man. I might go away for a second. Just a second. Oh my goodness.
Can you imagine being in an Indian rocket? Oh boy.
Oh no, man.
Oh, it says hurry and share this with your friends and family so they don't miss out. They're actually
Oh,
telling us. They're actually telling us Sunday 13th at 9:24 p.m., which is like this must be Eastern time. Hurry and share this with your friends and family so you don't miss out on them landing on the moon. Cool, man. I'm telling you what. 50 people are watching right now too.
isn't that crazy too? Though, like you watch all these space missions that all these rockets supposedly go on, and you look at their counter, right, to see how many people are watching it, and you would think that like the fucking world would be watching.
This is so
Nobody gives a shit.
That's why I think whenever you watch all these videos on YouTube that have to do with like, space and all this bullshit, and you see like millions of views on it, I think that's all fake. I doubt anyone's even fucking gives a shit.
it says that they should be trying to land at the South Pole in less than 5 minutes. You mean there's a South Pole on the moon?
I don't know.
This is
Where's
so.
the video footage of this?
Oh, it's on YouTube. You go to voice text and click on the link, and it'll take you to YouTube, and you see a pretty photo of the moon as it's revolving, as it's rotating, and it's curved. I just want you to know that. But hurry and share this with family and friends so they don't miss out. So whoever you can call right now.
You know, I've been seeing that same picture floating around for like the last fucking year and a half. That shit ain't live.
See, people want this to be so true in their fairy tale, and they don't want to say no, it's fake. They want it so badly to be true because they like Matt Damon and they liked in The Martian and they like Star Trek and they like Star
Bro,
Wars that they want it
total
so
recall,
bad to
dude.
be true that they believe it.
Total recall, dude. I want to be a spy on Mars.
Could you imagine if you lived in India and you got no shoes on your feet, you don't have any plumbing in your house, probably maybe not even electricity, and then But hold on, there's a reason to rejoice. You don't have any toilet paper, but hold on, your government went to the moon. Isn't that great?
And you know what's funny is, again, you can't ask a glober and say, is this real or not real, because they can't say it's not real. They got nowhere to go, man. They got to say it's real. Just like that galaxy that's a billion years wide or whatever.
Fucking great, such a joke. Why India, I wonder? Why did they have to why did India have to do this?
Well, I want you to know China has between China and India, they have like 35% of the world's population, and India is catching up supposedly.
Yeah.
And so India has to get into the act sooner or later.
Okay, that's a good point. I was thinking perhaps maybe it's to fool me into
Didn't
thinking,
they?
hey, this shithole country, India, look, they can do it, so it's not that hard. You know what I mean? To try to
They're
make
actually
it
a pretty
seem more
wealthy
real.
country. They're actually a pretty wealthy country in the politisphere. Like they're up there with like Japan and China and Russia and us and Australia and UK and France. Like they're in the politisphere of what's going on in the world. So it doesn't surprise me that India wants to get in on it. I'm not surprised if Israel doesn't want to get in on it. Who else?
Didn't
What's another
India?
one?
Didn't India stop teaching evolution? Isn't that something they stopped teaching in public schools? That's somewhere.
Isn't it unsafe to drink the water in India if you're traveling through there?
I think it's unsafe to breathe in India.
This guy, this person who's hosting this YouTube video has 706,000 subscribers, and 62 are watching, and only 61 are watching. You know,
We're beating them.
if I had 706,000 subscribers and only 63 were watching my fairy tale, I'd be mad, man.
Yeah, that's what I said earlier. I think that's all fake.
I just want them to land. I mean, they're showing me this, this rotating, rock with a curve on it, and it says in 17 seconds they should be landing, but I don't see them landing. I'm really getting upset.
Are they showing you the Earth too?
I don't know. I thought I saw the Earth right at the beginning, but obviously with the spacecraft going around the moon, the Earth would go out of sight after a while, especially if it was at the horizon. So I think I saw the Earth, but I'm not sure. I actually saw Paul because when I first got on here, I saw the Earth and I saw Paul waving, so I waved back.
Wouldn't the Earth be like fucking huge? Why do they always show the Earth being so small?
Well, if it's a fairy tale, you can do whatever you want. It went down to 0, and then they put it back to 30 minutes. So now it's 29 minutes, 12 seconds before they land. I tell you what, I want my money back, man. I paid for this. I want my money back.
Oh, they're on a loop, man.
They are. They're on a loop. But they're down to 52. Oh, they were up to 65 people watching because they were getting close to 0. And now when they went the loop again and went back to 54, so like 10, 11 people got mad and left.
Well, what are they saying in the comments? Is there like live chat?
Oh, you know what the comments? Let's see. The Nightbot, the Nightbot, BOT, said, keep sharing this with your friends and family. Post this on Twitter or Facebook or text it to them. Cool, man. And so, this one guy, Rakesh Kumar Zing, is talking in Indian, so I can't help you with that one. And then Carry said hi.
Hey, so you know what's funny about all of this is I wonder how many Globers actually watch that shit, and then they get mad and they shut off the YouTube when it recycles. But then when you try to tell them that all the space is fake, they're like, "No, I just watched it fucking loop like 5 times before I shut it off."
Well, they didn't actually loop. They made it around the moon in a revolution, so it just looked the same as they went around the other side again. You guys don't understand the moon. If you go around it, eventually, it'll look the same when you get to the other. When you get around it, and then it'll appear like it's looping, but you're not. You've just circled it, so it looks the same on the other. When you get around it once. You guys don't understand the moon, man.
No, I do. And you know what the funny thing is like when they go around the moon, you'll always see the Earth in the background, but you never see the sun in the background, or you'll never see the sun and the Earth in the background.
I don't see any stars.
It doesn't make sense at all. There's no sensical made it.
I see no stars.
Yeah,
I'm really pissed off. I want to see stars, man. I want to see the Milky Way galaxy. That's what I want to see. If I can do a 20-minute time lapse and see the Milky Way galaxy in my backyard, I want to see the Milky Way galaxy where there's no atmosphere.
Look, I don't want all that foreplay. So you guys just let me know when they're about to get the money shot, and then I'll tune in.
I mean, it would be so bright on the moon, you wouldn't be able to see.
Well, it's supposed to be 65,000 times brighter, but they have a filter.
Oh, okay.
You guys got to get with the program, man. If it's 65,000 times brighter, obviously we can't go there, so we gotta buy a filter.
Something else I've always wondered is like the moon. They say there's no atmosphere, yet gravity is on the moon, but there's no atmosphere. Like, isn't gravity supposed to create an atmosphere?
Let's see. Let me turn to page 402 of the Moon Fairy Tale. Okay, I'm turning it right now. Do you hear me turning the pages?
Picking minute.
You hear me? It's page. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, wait a cotton picking minute. I see pictures all the time where they say Milky Way galaxy when there's, out in like eastern or western Kansas, you can see the Milky Way galaxy. How can you see the Milky Way galaxy if you're inside it?
Hey, Helio, you don't understand outer space. Get with the program.
Man, I gotta
get with the program.
Dude, I thought I was with the program, and then this flat Earth stuff came around, and I'm like, they're calling this. I call it a rift or whatever, but yeah, obviously people see it, but I wouldn't call that the Milky Way galaxy because they claim that we're just in a branch of the Milky Way galaxy. So why do they call it the Milky Way galaxy?
Helio, you have one major problem. Your football team in Arkansas has never been any good. That's your problem, man.
That's bullshit. They've been pretty good, man. They played some pretty tough bowl games. They've never won the national championship, but they're pretty good. I mean, they have been.
Okay, Helio.
Anyway, doesn't count.
Helio, I'm going to make you think back a little bit. Has Arkansas ever won 8 games in a football season?
Hell yeah. Under Houston Nutt.
You know what? Helio answered that real quick. Like, we asked a Glober, do you live on a ball? Well, hell yeah.
Well, it's just like I don't even watch a lot of football anymore, but I do keep track of the Razorbacks, because my family cares about it and they talk about it all the time. So it's just like, and I watch the games every once in a while. But yeah,
who's more?
Like I'm a Pittsburgh fan too, and so I kind of keep track of what they're doing, but I don't watch all the games or anything.
Arkansas doesn't win; they just move with the rotation of the Earth.
Hey, who's more emotionally involved? Glober with their globe or Helio with Arkansas football?
That's what I was saying, dude. This is like, well, check this out though. I mean, we have paid more attention. I pay more attention to NASA now than I did before. You know what I mean? It's just like I'm a huge fan of their fiction. I'm a huge fan of fiction,
Oh my goodness.
so I pay attention to their fiction. So I just follow their fiction story, and it's quite incredible. And
Oh
you
my
know what the
goodness.
word, by definition, the word incredible means not credible, right?
Okay. I'm really thinking about this one hard here, Helio. Who's more emotionally involved, Helio with Arkansas football or Glober with the Globe? I can't figure that one out. It might be you, man.
Uh, because you know what? The reason that I'm saying that me and you and others are more obsessed with the numbers and stats and everything of NASA and the globe idea, we know more shit about the globe than the people that come here to try to defend it.
Hey,
They're just fans. They're just fans like the football team. They're fans of NASA. They don't really know the statistics and all that kind of shit, but we do. So we know their statistics better than they do. And then once we throw it at them, then it was just like, well, you know what? Man, I gotta go. I gotta go.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
It's like, well, the Earth is so big. Well, how big is it? I mean, and then they can't answer that question. Just like, you know what? Why did you even freaking come in here and try to defend something you don't even know what it is?
I gotta figure it out. Both Helio and Globers beg the question. Helio says Arkansas has to be a good football team because it has to be a good football team. And the
Oh
Globers
no, they've
Globers
been
say
good
it
before.
has to be a
You were
Globe
saying it's
because it has
never
to be
been
a
a good
Globe.
football team. You were saying it's never been a good
I
football
mean,
team.
you guys both beg the question. I want you guys to stop begging the question, man, and sit back and honestly look at the Globe and honestly look at the Arkansas football team.
Well, they're actually according to the stats, beforehand the pre-stats are going to look good, pretty good this year. We'll see. I couldn't even name you the coach. That's how much I don't follow it anymore. My brother could
They look good
freaking
on
tell
paper.
you.
Is that what you just said? They look good on paper.
Yeah, it's like my brother could tell you, but I don't know fucking.
Yeah, the Globe looks
I'll
good on
watch a
paper
couple of
too, man.
games. I'll start watching I'll watch some of the games if they do good. It's just like the basketball team always does pretty well. I mean, they made it to the Elite Eight last year in March Madness, so basketball team does really good most of the time, and they won the national championship I think in 1998 under Nolan Richardson.
Look, just be honest, okay? Whenever you think the football team has had, say, a good year or a good game, the truth of the matter is the other team, they just didn't show up.
Yeah, that's what frustrates me about Arkansas. That's what frustrates me about the Steelers a lot, even though they won a lot of Super Bowls. It's just like when I go to one of the games, they always lose. So I just don't go to the games. This is like I was just like, yes, I'm going to go to a game and they're going to win. And every time I go to a Razorback or a Steelers game, they lose. Like I'm bad luck. I'm not going to go.
Yeah, you're putting bad juju on the team, man. If you really want to support the team, you'd stay away.
That happened to me.
That's what I do. I mean, it's just like it's rare that I even go to an NFL game. I've been to two in my life, and been to one Razorback basketball game they lost. Been to two. I went to one football game in Fayetteville, and then I went to a Liberty Bowl in Memphis. They lost that game, so it's just like, nah, I'm not going in.
That happened to me. That happened to me about 10, 15 years ago when I lived in West Lafayette, which is in Indiana, just a little north of Indianapolis. Friday night volleyball game. I saw Purdue, who was really high ranked. They played at home, and I went to that game. They lost, and then the next day, Purdue in football was like ranked 5th in the country. Michigan came in and beat them, so I lost that one. And then I went to see the Indianapolis Colts play the Jacksonville Jaguars on Sunday at the stadium in Indianapolis, and they lost too. So Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, my favorite team lost. It took me 2 weeks to get over it.
Yeah, it's just like why should I go to games when I think I'm the bad luck? When I go, it's just like, fuck. I'm just not going to go to games. I'll watch it on TV and watch them win. But if I'm there, they're going to fucking lose.
You know what I discovered? I've been to one NFL football game. I went to Lambeau and I watched the Packers play the Bengals. And when I was there, the whole mystique and all that shit that you get from the TV and how big it is and how grand it is, it all went away. I felt like I was at a high school football game.
It does.
And as I was sitting there, I was thinking, I never
Lambeau,
need to come here
Lambeau's
again.
a little bit smaller than a lot of the other stadiums, though, too. So maybe it's, or was it just the atmosphere? You mean?
Well, it's just the
kind of remote too. I mean, there's a bunch of cheeseheads up there in Green Bay.
The television makes things look and presents it in a way. It's just, I think, larger than it really is. You know what I'm saying?
I do. There's billions and billions of dollars, involved, and so they pretty much. I mean, if you really look into it, you find out they sort of they pick and choose the players, of course, but they also pick and choose who's going to be in the Super Bowl next year.
I just wasn't as impressed as I thought I was going to be by. I'm at an NFL fucking football game, Green Bay Packers.
Yeah, we
had a really good.
My two games I went to. The one was a preseason game. They played the Cowboys in Dallas. I went and watched the Steelers, and they lost that game. And then I went to Memphis. That transition period where the Oilers went to Nashville, right? So they were the Tennessee Oilers for 1 year.
I want to give you guys an update.
The Oilers beat them.
I want to give you guys an update. The Indian spaceship is now on the dark side of the moon.
Look, okay.
What?
I actually turned my TV on and I'm watching the stream on YouTube, and I wanted to ask you.
So I just got a phone call. I'll be back. I'll be back in a minute.
Are they really actually trying to present this to me as if this is a live fucking camera feed?
Yes.
From this. Fuck you.
I mean, I don't think it doesn't say this is a simulation. Or when they landed on the moon for Apollo 11, CBS back in July 20th, 1969, actually admitted it was a CBS simulation, and so at least they put it in the lower left-hand corner. But I don't see any place where it says simulation.
Jim, that's crazy that you just said that, because my grandfather said that for fucking years, and said when it first aired. That appeared on the screen. He pointed it out to my mother and the rest of her siblings that were in the room watching it at the time. And then he said from that day on, though, whenever they re-aired it, that was no longer on there. I've never heard anybody else say that.
I watched it like 4 or 5 days ago because I have no life on YouTube, and I saw Walter Cronkite take his glasses off and start crying.
Okay, let me ask a question. Why does this appear? So is the rocket? It's like slowly descending and slowing down. This looks so fucking weird.
They're gonna try to land again in 14 minutes, so be patient.
That's an Indian green screen in the back. They got the whole family eating.
It's so stupid.
How fast is this thing supposed to be going right now? Is what I want to know.
Well,
I wish somebody told me there.
If you could do math as a flirt, you'd understand that it's 2,159.1 miles in diameter. So you would do that by pi. By pi, and you get the actual circumference. And so you get the circumference, and then you realize when it's dark to it's light, then you can figure out 3.14 times blah, 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 2159.1, and then you'll be able to figure out how fast it's going from when you see it light till you see it dark. And if you were a glober, you'd understand, but you're a flurf, so you don't.
Fuck, you're right. You know, why do I even ask questions?
Hey, we didn't.
I'm sorry, guys. It's all my fault. It's my fault that the aliens haven't contacted us. And I'm sorry, guys.
Hey, if you didn't ask questions, then you would just look at Google, Chat GPT, Wikipedia, and NASA all the time, and you'd be a parrot. Quack 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 quack. Polly want a cracker?
Why? So
We
this is
landed
the
on the
dark side of the
moon.
moon.
We
Why?
landed on the
Why am I
moon.
seeing fucking light?
It's reflective off the atmosphere, which is 1/6 the atmosphere of the Earth because it's 1/6 the gravity, and so it's it's reflecting off of Saturn. I'm sorry, forgive me.
Whoa! What
Look how
happened?
bright it is now. Oh my
What the
goodness,
fuck?
man. What's this all about, man? It went from
I don't
dark to
know
light.
what happened. So apparently we weren't on the dark side of the moon.
Well, look that way.
That's just how the moon works.
I see where Apollo 12 landed. It's right there. You see what's left over from Apollo 12? The moon buggy's still there too. This is so stupid. I want them to land so I can go do something else.
They got you, man. They got you watching.
They got my attention.
They're just gonna keep looping it over.
I'm telling you, if they don't land in 11 minutes and 15 seconds, I'm turning off YouTube.
I can't fucking believe what I'm watching right now.
Let's see. Watch
This is
live.
the dumbest. This is the dumbest
Here,
thing I've ever seen.
watch live. India Space Agency launched a rocket on Friday that sent a spacecraft, however you say it, into orbit and toward a planned landing on the lunar South Pole. That is so cool, man. If the mission succeeds, India will join a group of 3 other countries that have managed a controlled moon landing, including the United States, the former Soviet Union, and China. That is so cool.
Look, I just want some tandoori chicken, some garlic naan bread, chicken tikka masala. They can keep this moon shit.
Is that the live stream now, or is that just YouTube?
I think that's the live stream.
Yeah, it says 10 minutes, 8 seconds.
We're almost there, man.
Counting down. I'm a little ashamed to admit this, but I'm getting slightly aroused, guys. I might have to jump out for a minute.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, the 4th country to land on the moon. This is historic.
Who's Diesel Boy? Hey, hello, Diesel Boy. We're witnessing history right now. Didn't know if you knew, but it says, hurry and share this with your friends and family so they don't miss out. Adam Price jumped in here with us too. Also VC verified. No other roles. I think I've seen both of you in here before, but I don't really remember ever speaking with you.
What's going on, guys? I'm not trying to broadcast Blues Clues at the same time, but I like to listen.
Cool story, bro. I got a better story. You should go to the YouTube live stream and fucking watch this history. Come on, man, be a part of history with us. I'm excited. Jim, I know you're excited.
That's so stupid. This reminds me of something that TikTok Globers would believe in. It's like, TikTok Globers and astrophysicists at universities around the world. They're going, this is cool. This is so cool, man.
Yeah, it's too bad, we're not all together. We'd be high fiving right now. Shit, man, I'm getting pumped.
In 50 people.
I probably should jump off the live. Actually, I should be calling everybody I know, right? Am I?
Well, you're not doing as you were told to do.
Yeah, I guess I'm a bad person. Hey, Kel, I think you might have tried to say a few things, but I can't. I can't. I'm having trouble hearing you, bro. I didn't catch any of the last couple times you tried to chime in. I didn't catch anything that you said. I don't know if this is me, and I'm just so
Yeah, it's because I'm
I just
riding a
can't take
bike,
my
and
eyes off this thing. Ah,
when I'm riding my bike, it doesn't let me talk while I'm riding. I have to fucking stop. But yeah, I was just asking how many people are actually watching that shit.
fuck! Why am I watching it? I should go outside and watch it outside, huh?
Well, if they don't land
I mean, I should.
they don't land in 6 minutes, 15 seconds, I'm done, man. I'm out of here. And they got 62 watching again. So everybody's getting excited. It went from 52 to 62. Everybody's getting excited out of the 706,000 subscribers.
Yeah.
700,000.
The other day I was out at night.
Go ahead, bro.
Oh, I was just gonna say the other day I was out at night and I saw these three lights up there in the sky, and I couldn't find the moon, but there was like these three lights. They looked like stars. I don't know if they're stars. They were just flashing. Yeah. Same size.
Can you imagine there's no oxygen up there and there's nothing to push off of, but they're doing it anyway?
Dude, you just don't understand science.
I don't.
You're
What do you
not a
mean?
rocket
Space
scientist.
is different.
Okay?
Space is different. It doesn't have the same laws as Earth.
Hey, space is the final frontier, man. These are the voyages of the Starship Enterprise. It's a 5-year mission to explore its strange new worlds, to boldly go where no man or imagination has gone before.
No, they don't say man anymore. They say person.
Oh.
Yeah, get with the times, Jim.
What is that freaking piece of whatever they got there? You got all the moon's contour, and all of a sudden you got this little flat piece. What is that? Where can I go see that? Look at that. That's so cool.
Where can I go see the moon? Because I can't even see it right now. It's not in my sky.
I know it's almost back to a new moon now.
Shit. Huh. Isn't that funny?
So stupid.
Oh, shit. What am I doing? I'm going to miss it. I'm going to go back.
It's so stupid.
Yeah, I was just trying to look for the moon too, and it's not. So.
Oh.
Where are you, bro?
Miami.
Miami. Oh, shit, dude. Miami, that's where all them plastic girls are.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Just,
Borderline artificial women.
bro, if you got a thing for strippers, that's the place to be, right?
I've been a few times.
We got somebody just popped in, PC verified. Other roles. Rayleigh?
The worst thing right now about Miami is it's super hot, super humid. Oh, guys, can you hear me? Or am I going
Yeah, I can
fast?
hear you. You're a bit choppy, but I can hear you.
Speculation before 2 o'clock. What do you guys think about what happened? Did you guys see that?
You're getting worse, bro. I couldn't make that out.
I said speculation Sunday. What do you guys think about what happened in Hawaii? All those fires. Those look like those don't look like normal fires, dude.
I heard a good Jin was in here the other night, and this is what he had to say about it, and I thought it was very interesting. So the chemtrails, right, that they are covering the skies with, and I guess it's really bad even in Hawaii. Well, that comes down and it's very flammable and it sticks to those trees, and during droughts it's still there and it's extremely flammable. So his idea was that, just a spark of lightning or anything to just ignite that. That's why things are blazing like they are, and then you add in winds and whatnot. And he said he was saying that it's because of those particulates that they're spraying in the air coming down and sticking to all the trees and brush and
So let me ask you
whatnot.
something then. Let me ask you this then. Why the fuck you have a house, right? And then you have the street, and then you have another house, right? And you have like the sidewalk, whatever. You had a
Why
house
did
that was
one
burnt.
house not
Wha-
get? Yeah.
No,
I know what
wait,
you're gonna
wait.
say.
You had a house. Yeah, you had a house that was burnt. Then you had the car in the street that was burnt. But then in between those two, there's the tree that still has branches, still has leaves, and you see that all the time. What the fuck is that?
Yeah. I know where you're going with this, but I always just think of it like fire, especially in winds. It can jump, right? It only takes a hot ember to go into the air and then land somewhere, and so it can easily go around and deviate. It needs fuel, right? It
Oh,
needs
it has
something.
satians. So the tree isn't fuel. The tree isn't fuel.
Well, have you ever chopped a live tree down and then tried to actually use it as firewood? It doesn't really burn. It's you can
Have you
pour
ever
gasoline
observed
on
a
it.
forest fire? Have you ever observed like a real forest fire?
Not in person. No, I have not.
All right. Well, I have here in Florida. There was one that happened about like 10 years ago. I remember driving, and I was driving through it, and all the trees were crisp. They were crisp. No leaves, no nothing. These were live trees, and the whole area was completely crisp. Okay, this fire
Yeah, I
that
mean,
they showed us in Hawaii doesn't even look like that.
those forest fires. Yeah, they are hot enough. They get enough. You know,
Oh wait, you're
they
telling me
get.
that you're telling me that these fires in Hawaii that were hot enough to burn concrete
No,
to
I'm
bring
not
down
telling you nothing. I'm just talking
uh,
shit. I'm not telling you nothing. We're just
to like.
speculating. I have no idea what's going on.
I mean, just look
But
at it.
I
It looks
would.
like somebody. Just look at the images. It looks like somebody bombed them. Like it looked like Hawaii got bombed. It doesn't look like a fire.
Yeah, I saw a video the other day where they there was some sort of camera running, and it caught, and this was in Hawaii, and it was at night. It caught a laser coming from the sky and going across, the land. And so they're trying to say, yeah, no, it's directed energy weapons, and but fuck, man, I have no idea. Is that possible? I don't know. Is that where you were kind of going with that? Is the whole directed energy weapons, or no?
Like I said, it doesn't look like an exercise. It
Yeah, I
kind of
don't know.
looks
Do
like
all like,
it,
let's say, natural occurring wildfires, do they all look the same? I don't. Yeah, no, I don't know.
We see it all the time here. When you get these high winds in hot weather, they jump things. So they can jump. The flames can jump and miss trees and stuff like that. Happens all the time.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was trying to say, but
Yeah, they
yeah,
did
but
have.
all the
They had
trees, like all the trees, though. I
anything.
don't think so.
Well, what's burning then if it was all the trees? So no trees got burnt. Is that what you're saying?
Well, like I said, I've seen trees that burn, and it didn't look like most of the trees didn't burn. And somehow there would be like a building, and then like a tree, and then like a car right next to the tree, and the car was completely burnt, and the tree was fine.
Yeah, well, a lot of the times, borderline. Those winds were, they had hurricane winds. So you got all the embers. They settle in the gutters, settle in the roof. Buildings burn. Sometimes it just misses some trees. Like it's not that hard to believe. I see it all the time here. You go up into the bush, the whole bush has been burnt, and there's a couple of random trees that didn't get burnt in the middle of the fire.
yeah, I've actually seen that here where I live too. There's a piece of the property here that I let it grow, just wild. But then I always have somebody come out and do a controlled burn and burn it down. And not everything gets burnt. There's some weeds and stuff that don't get burnt to a crisp. Some of them are still standing.
Yeah. And then you got different trees that are high in oils, and then you got other ones that are full of water. So the ones high in oils, they'll light up straight away. They've got oil in the leaves, like eucalyptus and stuff like that. I'm sure Hawaii's got a lot of eucalyptus, but I'm sure they've also got a lot of maybe boab trees and stuff as well that are just full of water. So you got your trees that are highly concentrated with water that, you know, if the flame's moving that quickly, like with 100-kilometer winds, it moves across like a carpet, yeah, and just
Yeah.
goes through. And if that tree doesn't catch a light, then that tree doesn't burn. Like if you've seen like a fire front, like it's just like a wall, and at 100-kilometer winds, like right, that thing's moving so fast, and it just burns everything and moves on. If the tree's high in concentration of water, it won't burn.
Okay, what the fuck? Okay, so I step out, have a smoke, and I come back, and I thought we're supposed to be on the moon. What's going on? The timer started. We're back at 24 minutes.
Yeah, they had to explore a little bit more of the moon before they landed.
Shit, man.
Yeah, you missed the announcement. They ran across and said, due to technical problems, we need to explore a little bit more because we won't be able to when we take off. So, forgive us.
Oh my god, you're watching that moon thing?
You're not?
Hey,
What's wrong with you?
Timbo, it's
Just clicked
history.
on it
It's history,
But
Timbo. Give it the program, man.
look at the top of the moon, you can see mountain ridges. How the fuck can you see that?
It's
Look at
history,
it.
man.
Are you not? Look, did you not see what this? It says, hurry and share this with your friends and family so they don't miss out.
It's
What the hell's
history,
wrong with you?
man. It's history,
Yeah.
man.
But isn't that strange that you can see the like bumpiness of the surface?
Hey, don't question things, Timbo. Just believe.
Yeah, I don't
How,
understand what
how
you're
are
even
they
saying
supposed
right
to
now.
be? How high are they supposed to
You ask too many questions.
be?
Will you please just get with the program and just believe when they tell you that they're going to land like next week?
Yeah, they're as high as they need to be to, safely come down and
Oh, so
have a safe
these
landing.
motherfuckers,
And
they're
they got
gonna,
it
they're
figured out.
doing, are they doing a moon landing?
Where you been?
Underneath, mate, underneath everyone.
Oh my goodness.
So
Should be trying to.
where's the moon supposed to be at the moment?
Uh, you know, in the sky. Duh.
Let me have a
Who is
look at
this
my
guy?
map.
I can't believe I'm actually watching this. This is the boringest, stupidest shit I've ever seen.
So the moon's over Australia, or over Papua New Guinea, right in line with the sun. Is it a new moon today?
They're coming in a little low.
Yeah, I've only got one speaker in, one earphone in.
Yeah.
So the moon and the sun are over Papua New Guinea. So they're landing on a new moon. Is that correct?
Look, dude, I'm not a rocket scientist, so I leave it to the experts.
Appeal to authority, eh?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not a scientist, so you know, I can't figure out, all these calculations and equations and shit. They figured it out, though. I'm watching it right now. Come on. It's beautiful. Look at those mountains. It's like a canyon. Look at that canyon. Wow. Wait a minute. What the hell is that? An odd dark spot right there. Strange. So, is it a new moon? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm fucking around, but you were saying it's
It's almost a full
over.
moon.
Who's steering this thing?
It's on cruise control. Wish you knew about rockets.
Yeah, I just don't understand. It doesn't really affect me, and it's, it doesn't really matter. So man, where's the professor? He's missing this. This is great footage.
Hey, Paul, can you buzz me? I'm going to go watch a episode of the Jetsons on YouTube. Can you give me a buzz when they decide they're going to land, because I want to see it. But in
Yeah,
the
yeah,
meantime,
absolutely.
I'm going to watch the Jetsons.
Absolutely.
And then I'm going to run over to Yabba Dabba Doo and watch the Flintstones for a while, man.
Yeah, I can't believe I'm actually still have this on. I'm
Now, if they would lie about this, if they would lie about this, I don't think there's anything they wouldn't lie about. Oh. Oh. They lie about this, but those fires in Hawaii happened just like we were told they did.
Sure.
But I'm telling you, dude, watch the videos. They're so weird because like they never actually show. They just show the aftermath. Like I haven't been able to find the actual footage of the burning.
Yeah, how'd they actually start? It's just like, no. Okay, I got one for you. Here we go. Astronomers just discovered a black hole burping out the remains of a spaghettified star years after consuming it. By Charles Novelli, October 17, 2022. So astronomers just discovered a black hole burping out the remains of a spaghettified star years after consuming it. That is so cool.
Wow.
I tell you what, guys, they just keep them lying, man. They just keep lying.
I was just thinking that this is really a moment for all of us, if you're an American, to really take pride in this moment, even though it is India, right? But could they have really done this without NASA, paving the way for everyone? I mean, this is a moment that we can all, have a sense of pride for our accomplishments.
It's so stupid.
Hello, everyone.
This is so stupid.
Who said that? Who said hello?
I did. What's up? Was that Jim talking?
This is so stupid, man. Oh my goodness. I just posted it. Astronomers just discovered a black hole burping out the remains of a spaghettified star years after consuming it. How many years?
I don't know, but it's gonna make me hungry.
I mean, come on.
2020.
Can you guys hear me?
Please make it stop.
Oh,
man.
there's a picture of it and everything. Dude, what's the problem? Holy shit. Amazing. Yeah, I can hear you. I'm not looking at... I don't know who you are, because I'm not paying attention to the...
No worries, man.
I'm on my phone. That's the reason why I say that.
That spaghetti article reminded me of when they said Uranus smells like rotten egg.
Oh my.
You ever heard that one?
They said that Uranus smells like rotten eggs. Is that what they said?
It's kind of personal.
Uranus smells like rotten egg. Can't make that up, mate.
I mean, I thought we had that, we shared that in confidence. I don't really appreciate you telling everybody that. Thought that was between you and me.
What was that?
Nothing, bro. I'm just fucking around. I was trying to make a joke, but it missed.
Sorry about that.
Oh my God.
Not a good catcher.
Oh my God.
It's funny how like when someone makes a joke and then you make a joke and they don't get the joke.
Oh my God.
I didn't hear him. What did he say?
No, I was just laughing about what you said.
I'm sorry. I can't take my eyes off this moon, man. 8 minutes. What the hell?
I have a prediction that it's gonna go back to 29 minutes after it finishes 8 minutes.
What are you talking about? Why would it do that?
I don't know. I'm just guessing. Just speculating.
You guys need to stop, man.
Oh shit! I just realized I had the volume down, and I just turned the volume up. They're playing the most beautiful music to go along with these beautiful images. I've been missing out. It really brings it all to life.
What guys do?
You know what the funniest thing about this stream is? It said it started 2 weeks ago.
They've been circling the moon for 2 weeks. My goodness. Oh my goodness. I guess. Oh, they don't have to worry about fuel. They're just, when you have a fairy tale, you don't need fuel. Guys, this is so pathetic. This is so pathetic, man. I would much rather read about Genesis 1:14 to 19 than read about their fairy tale 26.7 billion year old universe that just doubled its age in the last week.
Wait, it's older now. I thought it was like
It was 13.7 billion years, but now this guy over in, I think it's England, but I'm not real sure, said that it's 26.7 billion. And so if you look up the age of the universe, because Google will never lie to you, right? If you Google how old is the universe, you'll see that it's been changed from 13.7 billion to 26.7 billion. A woman and a guy worry about age in 10 years, and they go, "Man, look at me! I'm 10 years older. What happened to me?" The universe doubles its age, and nobody cares, man. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! I tell you what. If this isn't Ephesians 6:12, I don't know what it is, man. I tell you what. If this isn't Ephesians 6:12, I can't help it. Ephesians, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places.
Oh my goodness!
If this
You just
isn't
said. I'm sorry.
if this isn't Ephesians 6:12, I don't know what is, man.
I just wanted to tell you that as soon as you mentioned the darkness, the moon again went dark. It's dark again. As soon as you said it, bro, the moon
Oh my
went dark.
goodness,
So I
man.
guess
Oh
we're on
my
the dark side
goodness.
again. I don't
Oh
know.
my goodness. Oh my goodness.
3 minutes and 28 seconds, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my goodness. It says in 1 Thessalonians 5:21, test to prove all. It says, prove all things, hold fast that which is good. And then in Romans 1:22, it says, professing themselves to be wise, they became fools. Oh, it's cool, man. I tell you what, once you realize that Genesis 1 is right, the first 31 verses, I give the Bible a break the rest of the way.
Science denier. So, Jim, you might be interested to know that we are now up to 78 watching. Although
78.
I would like to speculate that we are the only assholes actually watching this right now, despite what this says. Or maybe, am I the only asshole still watching? Did you guys all shut it off?
No,
What are you
well,
watching?
I turned it off.
Well, you might want to tune back in, dude. 2 minutes. We're down to 2 minutes. Jim, I don't want you to miss this.
Oh my goodness, they ain't gonna
Come on.
land it.
I want to share this experience of history together.
They have been circling it for 2 weeks. They're not gonna land tonight.
Where's your faith?
Might take 2 days to land.
The only landing you'll ever see is some CGI bullshit.
If there's something circling the moon, or so, what am I missing?
Yeah, we're watching there's in the live stream text. There's a stream right now running on YouTube. That's the Indian rocket that's it's going around the moon, man. It's about to land in 1 minute. Come on, get with it.
I'm driving now, so I'm not, to say India, I'm not really interested. The
Well,
Indians are.
fuck, dude.
NASA is good. If it's the Indians, NASA is perfect. I stick to NASA, sorry.
Timmy, welcome. BC verified link. I'm sorry, what was that?
I just said, "What's
Didn't
up?"
India oh, sorry.
Well, what's up is we're about to witness history, brother. It's 40 seconds, and this rocket is about to land on the lunar surface.
Fourth
CGI
country ever. Fourth country ever.
Interestingly enough, though, we're at 20 seconds now, and the elevation doesn't seem to have changed at all. Which, I mean, maybe I shouldn't be thinking that, right? I shouldn't question.
Just be excited, man. Don't question anything. Probably
I mean,
freeze up.
shouldn't the surface be getting closer to 7 sec 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh shit!
Did it blow up?
Wait a minute. Okay, 30 more minutes, guys. 30 more minutes. What's the problem? All right, I'm done. That was fun though. Thanks for posting that. That was awesome.
And when that timer gets to 0, it's going to be 30 more minutes, and then another hour, and then a few more days, and then they're going to have some excuse why they can't go for 2 more years, and then it's just never going to end.
Well, it's your fault and my fault because see the problem is the moon right now. The aliens are on the moon, and so they're not letting it land because there's still flat earthers out here fucking everything up, and so it's probably our fault, bro.
Yeah.
They're like, no, you can't land today, not until you get rid of these flat earthers.
Yep.
I didn't know they carry in space as well.
Just waiting for that Project Bluebeam alien invasion to happen. Any day now.
Can you imagine? Can you seriously? It won't matter if it's Fox, MSNBC, CNN, PBS. They'll all report basically the exact same thing.
Well, yeah, true.
They have to. They're all controlled by the same exact entity. They all push the same bullshit. They have to broadcast the
They're all
same
just
thing.
reporting the truth. What is wrong with you guys?
And we're going to be on here talking about how stupid it is. And you're going to have Globers coming in going, I see it up in the sky. It's right there. Can't you see it too? Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness, Jim. Speak of the devil and he appears. Danny 57 Globe Earther roll. How you doing, my friend?
They're all going to pop in at the same time. See, I told you so. Look at the CGI.
Danny actually believes this crap. I can't believe it.
Yeah, Danny, are you witnessing this history with me right now? This rocket? It's gonna land in
Actually believes this
27.
garbage. My God, Danny, I thought you were Danny. Like I said, nobody who's a Glober can say no, it's not real. You have to go along with it. Danny has to go along with astronomers just discovered a black hole burping out of the remains of a spaghettified star years after consuming it, and Danny has to go along with
Uranus means not rotten egg.
Danny has to go along with the rocket fantasy because a rocket can't push off of anything in the vacuum of outer space and there's no oxygen. And Danny has to go along with the largest structure in the universe. This gigantic supercluster is the largest known structure in the universe. It consists of 830 separate galaxies, which are inside of 4 connected galaxy clusters. The supercluster is known as the boss. The entire structure stretches approximately 1 billion light years across. Danny has to go with that too. Danny, will you ever wake up? Danny, will you ever wake up?
Unmute and put this science denier in his place. Come on, help me out.
Danny, please.
Danny.
Danny, your PhD is in pseudoscience, man.
Imagine wasting 4 to 8 years of your life on that shit.
Imagine wasting his whole life. Imagine he went to Bob Jones University, which back in the day when I still believed we live on a spinning ball, I thought was a really nice conservative Christian university, but they believed in the spinning ball too. So cool, man. And so Danny went to become a PhD in pseudoscience. Danny, congratulations, Danny. Now, tell me that you don't believe in the astronomers just discovered a black hole burping out the remains of a spaghettified star years after consuming it. Danny, don't tell me you fall for that garbage. Danny, don't tell me that the largest structure in the universe, this gigantic supercluster, is the largest known structure in the universe. It consists of 830 separate galaxies, which are inside of 4 connected galaxy clusters. This supercluster is known as the boss. The entire structure stretches approximately 1 billion light years across. Danny, it says in the Bible that you read, prove all things, Danny. Prove all things, Danny. I think it's 1 Thessalonians 5:21. Danny, prove all things. Danny, you're not proving squat.
Let's simplify it for Danny a little bit, because a lot of globe believers need things to be simplified. So he believes that on a merry-go-round, when you're doing like 15 miles an hour, the centrifugal force will throw you off the merry-go-round. Like, you can barely hold on to that shit. But the Earth spinning at 1,024 or however many thousands of miles an hour, you don't feel a fucking thing. Come on.
Are you an idiot, bro? Do you not understand how big the Earth is?
Yeah.
Oh, right. I forgot about that one. Yeah.
Hey, man, you fucking flat earthers.
Didn't they say you can't feel up motion, but yet it made the earth chubbier? How does it?
Danny, Danny, you and Rob Parks and that Myers guy, pseudoscience. I can't even remember his stupid thing. His astrophysics PhD, Stephen Myers. You three are actually supposed to be somewhat Christian based, and you guys are so gone. I can't believe how far gone you guys are. It's just unbelievable.
Danny, you gotta come off mute and defend. Come on, man. You can't let him talk to you like this. I think somebody's gonna have to take away your globe earther role if you don't. I'm witnessing history with you right now, brother.
Oh my goodness.
22 minutes.
Oh my goodness, man.
Come
Hey,
on, Danny.
Danny knows that it's not scheduled to land for another 10 days, so he knows because he's on the inside, man.
Oh,
Did you see the voice text? Danny said it's not scheduled to land for another 10 days. I don't know why this YouTube channel is about. So Danny has he has the inside information, man.
he's got the inside scoop.
He's got the
Bam,
inside.
bam.
Danny's got
Nice.
the inside, man. Can you
Is
believe?
this getting
Is
more and
he
more
part of the
CGI or
Illuminati?
what? Is anyone still watching this moon thing? It's
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I am.
Well,
getting more and more cartoonish as we go.
well,
Yeah,
Timbo,
it is.
Timbo, Danny Faulkner, PhD astronomy, graced us with his presence. He said it's not supposed to land for another 10 days. He knows.
Wow. Okay. Maybe you can write a book about it.
There's some guy that has been watching for 2 weeks.
Someone knows how to regurgitate stuff they saw on TV.
Hey, Danny, Rob Parks said he'd talk to me on his YouTube channel in the next couple weeks. He's getting ready to start brainwashing his students again. At college. Do you think I should be nice to him and show him God's love that he's a nutcase, or should I not be so nice? What do you think, Danny? You got an opinion? Danny, if you and I would go one on one, someplace, should I be nice to you and show you love, or should I just kind of like go off on you because you're a nutcase? I'd show you love because God tells me to show love to those that persecute me and that are my enemies. I don't want you to think you're my enemy, but you do persecute us because I saw your book and you persecuted the truth. So I'll still show you love, Danny, even though your belief system is satanic.
I need Danny's help because I feel like I've been sucked in by this flat Earth cult, and
Yes. Yes.
I need to come on, somebody give me some truth, man, please.
Earth the ball.
There it is.
Somebody show me that fucking curvature.
It's on my Target ball that I bought a year ago for $18. It's round.
There you go. There's your proof.
Target
Oh,
would Target wouldn't lie to me.
The lights you see in the
Damn.
sky, they're all round, so the ground below us has to be round too. There's your proof.
Yeah, that's it. Man.
Damn, Jim's an agent, everybody. He just exposed himself. He just proved the fucking globe. The hell?
I did. Target sells globes, so therefore the Earth's a globe.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I'm having too much fun tonight in here.
Oh my goodness! Hey, can you imagine? Oh, let's imagine like Danny does. Can you imagine having Danny Faulkner, Rob Parks, and Stephen Myers in the same voice chat? 2 PhDs in astronomy, 1 PhD in astrophysics, all having them in the voice chat. And let's go a little bit further. Let's say they would all go on camera. All of them. 2 PhDs in pseudoscience. Excuse me, 3 PhDs in pseudoscience. One, and have them all on camera, and have us be able to ask them questions. Let's say we did a 3-on-3. Let's say we found 3 of us and had Danny, Rob Parks, and Stephen Myers on the other end on camera. That would be the most fun I've ever had in my entire life.
Whoa, Jim! I'm not into like the group thing, so like that's cool. That's you, and I don't know about the camera thing because like my girl could be watching, and I don't want to lose her.
Oh, Danny left. Okay. Bye, Danny. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you right now. I'm going to tell you right now. If we believe there's some sort of protective area around the outside of our, God's creation of a stationary plane, nobody can fall off. Oh my goodness.
What's up, CB? I see you keep jumping in and out.
Oh, he jumped out again. Grown ass man believing in Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer. Oh,
I
that is
just
so
saw that.
funny, man. I got to use that. Grown ass man believing in Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer and crew. Hey,
Yeah,
hey, hey.
I don't get it, dude. Danny's got the inside info, bro. What's wrong with you guys?
Hey, I want you to know that I met Mrs. Claus. I met Mrs. Claus and I met Rudolph's wife too, man. So it's really cool. I just find it fascinating that people believe in things that don't exist who are actually educated, supposedly.
Didn't they claim that a spoon of neutral star weigh 1,000,000 tons? Something like that. A spoon of a neutron star weighs 1,000,000 tons or some million of ton.
Oh my goodness.
I feel
This
like
is
I'm sorry, Jim. Do you have a PhD?
And you know what? You know what? The PhD just means I stayed in school too long. That's what it means. Seriously, it means I got dumber by degrees. That's what it means, man.
Yep.
So I stayed in
I'm just
school
kidding.
too. I stayed in school too long. I got dumber by degrees. Oh, the longer I stayed, the worse it got. What else is there? I forget. I think that's the only three I
What's
got.
that?
I think that's the only three I got.
Yeah. Just went to what's that? Yeah, there's a fridge on the back. That's a
Hey,
rooftop terrace.
Timbo, you're on the bottom of a ball. I can't hear you. Speak louder, please.
he's in Australia.
Yeah, he's on the bottom of the ball. He actually has a kangaroo for his.
That's funny.
Oh, I got a good one for you, Timbo. Are you there? I got a good one for you. Timbo's not there. If he's there, I'll tell you my story, Timbo.
I'll pretend to be Timbo. Tell me your story.
I was watching Heliosorcery for the 10th time tonight. I got about 45 minutes through it. And at the very beginning, where Chris Sparks is walking, talking about the Catholic Church, there's 4 kangaroos that are in front of him. Back behind him in the front. I never noticed those 4 kangaroos in the first 9 times I watched it.
No.
Seriously, watching it, I see 4 kangaroos, and I never saw them before. That's how I'm
What's
into
that got to do with the
kangaroos.
shape of the
I'm
Earth?
into kangaroos now, man.
What do kangaroos got to do with the shape of the Earth?
No,
Come on,
it's Australia, man.
stick to the topic.
I know. I'm all over the place, man.
Yeah, dude, you control yourself.
Oh my goodness. Can you imagine? Seriously. Can you imagine getting Stephen Myers, who was on John Ankelberg's show for 9 episodes or 9-part series, talking about, astrophysics, and then getting Danny Faulkner and getting Rob Parks all together? I'd be like, wow. Guys, I'm gonna tell you the truth. I don't want you to get mad at me, guys, but I'm gonna tell you all 3 of your degrees are in pseudoscience, man.
Yeah, if I actually knew who those 3 assholes were, I probably would be impressed. But I actually don't know them.
Don't be too impressed. I mean,
And
they're all
I mean, if they showed me those credentials, the PhDs, yeah, dude.
yeah. It just got it got worse the longer they stayed in school, man.
Yeah, as soon as I figured out who funded or who created public education and why, it's like anyone with a degree after that just feel like they're more stupid.
Yeah, I
Hey, Jim,
graduated.
what? How old is Danny? Is he a seasoned gentleman like you and me?
I
I assume.
think I can't tell if he's 60 or not. I can't tell.
Oh, so he's got some
I
years on me.
Well, if you look up Danny Faulkner in Wikipedia or someplace, it'll give a history of when he graduated from Bob Jones University. And so you just got to add a few, whatever.
Yeah, but sure. I
You're
don't understand math, so
You
yeah.
know, he's 21, 22 years old. So whenever he graduated, add. So I have no idea how old he is.
It's interesting though that a seasoned gentleman and as well educated as he is, you'd
As
think
well indoctrinated as he is. Yes.
you would think he would. He's an important man, Jim. Come on, the fuck, what's wrong with you? But he took the time to come here and join us, and
He
but he
took time.
didn't.
He took time to write a
He
hit
didn't.
piece on flat Earth too. Cool, man.
He didn't want to speak to us. I'm really sad. I'm disappointed. I can only imagine that he's just so busy, like doing sciencey things that I could never understand. That
I
he
think
just couldn't.
I think he's a spy, but that's just me.
Well, it's got to be super intimidating to come in here knowing we're all gonna just be destroying him. He knows his fucking model is wrong. You got to.
Well, he believes that a rocket can push off of nothing in outer space, and that oxygen isn't required. But I don't understand what's in jet fuel because both those things are in jet fuel, so it works fine, man. You guys have got to get with the program, man. I'm telling you right now. You flirts have got to get with the program. You don't have to worry about the inverse square law of light that the moon is 65,000 times brighter than it is terrestrially here on Earth. Don't worry, be happy, guys. You don't have to worry about gas pressure next to a vacuum because no problem, gravity keeps it down, man. You don't have to worry about people on the bottom of a ball not staying upright because everything goes towards the center of the ball, the center of mass. Therefore, they're standing upright no matter if they're Timbo in Australia. Don't have to worry about Newton's third law of motion. You don't have to worry about that stuff because it works itself out in the math.
A honest question. I could never get a straight answer from any globe believer on this. I would always say, where's the picture of the people in Australia standing upside down? If you can see the top of the globe and you can see the bottom of the globe at the same time, you can zoom in. Where's anything?
Yes.
Being
Yes. Yes.
Has anyone got any kind of answer on that before from a globe believer? I'm just curious.
Get that.
Yeah, they
Well,
say
that's good.
you can't
Wait.
zoom in enough to get any detail.
Wait, but we can see like solar systems, like universes, like billions and trillions of whatever miles away.
Well,
Exactly.
think about this, yeah. So your Google Maps, when you go into
They say
satellite
there's
mode,
no up or down in space. That's the answer I always get. There's no up or
you
down in space, so you
when
won't
it goes
see people in Australia upside down. Stupid
when it
answer,
goes
but
to
that's what I get.
satellite mode, so you can see trees and houses and backyards and things like that. So if they're claiming that they've got these satellites that are doing that, then yeah, why can't you zoom out a little bit than what they're getting these photos from and see it from a different perspective, being
Exactly.
upside down on the side or on a 45-degree angle?
Hey,
There's no
Timbo.
reason why they shouldn't. Yeah. Yep.
Timbo, when did you realize you lived in Australia your whole life?
Nah, I moved here in '92.
Okay, so Timbo, when did you realize that you weren't living on the bottom of a ball? What year was it?
2014.
2014. Where'd you move from
Yeah.
in 1992?
That was before here. We were in New Zealand for 5 years.
So
and then-
you just moved across. You just moved from. Yeah. Okay. So
yeah, but
you.
I was born in Canada, so
Oh, so you were on top of the ball for a while. Cool.
yeah, and then we moved to the UK, where Dad's Scottish, Mum's English, and then
Top of the ball too. Cool, man.
yeah, and then we did a bit of a world tour, went to the US and stuff like that, and then
Oh,
ended up in New Zealand, and then we moved here.
cool. Cool.
Nomads.
Man, you spent time on top, side, and bottom of the ball, man.
Everywhere.
Oh my goodness.
And it's all the same.
Oh my! You know why it is? Because once the mass or the circumference gets big enough, then gravity kicks in. You don't have to worry about it, man.
Yeah, to the center. Just takes you to the center.
That's
So you're always, you don't notice it because you're always on top of a ball. And it looks flat, so therefore, it's a ball.
So big.
Look here, but here's the important question, right? And I wish Danny would come back because I really need to know this. I need to know, is he team Kim or team Kanye? I mean, come on, guys. That's what I need to know.
that's what a question.
That's not an 8-year-old's question.
I got one for you.
I don't understand what's so funny, but
is he team Barack or team Michelle? That's what I want to know, man.
You mean
Michael?
Wait, you mean Michael? Okay. Damn it, you beat me to it, you asshole. Okay, 6 minutes. We're down to 6 minutes.
No,
it's going to go back to 20. But it's going to go back to 20, isn't it?
30.
Well, it's okay because it's edging, right? I'm getting, I'm building stamina right now because I keep getting to that moment. I'm around.
I'm going to log back in.
Is it still turning you on? Like the weight?
Well, yeah, dude. The closer the time gets ticked down, man.
Hey, they've got closer, but they've slowed down now.
Oh, it has, hasn't it?
Yeah, and the curve is exactly the same. Oh, look at it! Look at it! Oh my
wow.
God!
Wait a minute. The whole entire terrain just changed.
It just changed.
The entire.
Did you see that too?
Yeah. The moon is really weird. Yeah.
It went from craters to like smooth craters.
Wait, and you know what? We can rewind it, can't we? What the fuck? Why can't I rewind it?
They disable that because they don't want people finding out.
Fuck off! Are you serious?
Probably.
I feel sorry for that guy that's been waiting 2 weeks to see the moon. To see them land on the moon.
Seriously, I can't rewind. What the fuck?
No, it doesn't let you.
Hey, look how real this looks.
That would allow people to review the footage. They don't want that.
That looks like I was playing a video game about a few years ago. This kind of looks like that game. It was like one of those space games.
It's ridiculous. Nothing looks like that.
How do you know? How do you know?
Shut up.
Timbo, how do you know? Because you've never been there.
Yeah,
true.
Timbo, prove me wrong.
I'll prove a negative.
Hey, I don't have to disprove something that has no proof. You got to prove to me that it's real, man. So don't tell me to prove something that isn't, can't be proved. You got to prove to me. So Timbo, I have something that shows proof. You got to disprove it, man.
Timbo, what are those red dots appearing on the?
Yeah, it looks like it's like a light.
Something reflecting. Something's reflecting.
Yeah, into the lens. That's ridiculous. Is that supposed to be a reflection of the sun? Or Earth? Earthshine or something like that.
It's
or
aliens.
like a UFO, maybe? Yeah, UFO.
All right, so what are they on the back of the moon or the front of the moon? Because at the moment, the back of the moon is the light side of the moon. So what's going on? Like,
Well, it just got dark. What? Or am I watching something else?
so shouldn't we be seeing the line where it goes from day to night while it's been going around?
No, that's
Well,
not how the moon works.
Why?
well,
Because it's not real.
Oh yeah, fair
yeah.
enough. But there should be there should be, what do they call that line? Terminator line.
Yeah. Terminator. Sorry. You know,
Just looks
it's
weird.
remarkable.
I can't believe people fucking lap this shit up, man.
Yeah,
Surely they
why?
surely
Well,
they look at that and go, "Oh, that's not real."
I know it's it looks like they actually created some sort of
Oh, it
ball out
just
of paper
changed
mache.
again. You see that?
Yeah. Oh shit. Oh my god. Yeah. The entire
Yeah,
It's gone.
surface is
it
different.
got bright
It's gone
again.
back to higher elevation.
Hey,
Well,
Danny said they're not scheduled to land for another 10 days, so give it a break, guys.
Oh,
yeah. I
looks
guess
like you're gonna have to
right?
be watching.
He would know. But if he
Why
knows
is
that,
the
how come he doesn't know why the stream says what it says? I mean, he's in the inside. Huh.
curvature on the horizon still the same at different altitudes?
I'm just wondering who compiled this compilation of CGI. It's so bad. I
It
could have
is.
done better, and I've never done that before.
You
Well,
reckon
see,
if I
that's the thing, bro. That's how you know it's real, right?
Oh, that's
you reckon
right.
if I
God.
comment, do you reckon they'll kick me out or what?
We're gonna do it. We're gonna do a round
This
table
guy
here.
goes, okay. This guy goes, proud moment.
We're,
I'm gonna
we're,
say,
we're gonna do a round table here. If
what is this? I'm gonna say, what is this cartoon? What is
okay,
this cartoon?
hey, we're gonna do a round
Crap.
table. For anybody, in no particular order, we have a number of us that are online here, open talking. So if you had a chance to talk to Danny Faulkner for like 1 minute, what would be like your first one or two questions you'd ask him?
What's wrong with you?
Okay, that's
Right.
good. I like
I'm
that.
just
I like
kidding.
that.
I don't.
Hey, who's on there? Can someone like my comment?
What?
Yeah, I'm headed there now. Although, I mean, if I'm not just gonna like it because you told me to. If I like it, I will.
Oh my
You'll
But
love
god.
it. You'll love it. Then you'll
I'm not
give me a
some
love heart.
robot. What is this? Yeah.
That is really a good question to ask Danny Faulkner. What's wrong with you, man?
What's wrong with you, man?
Hey, bro. Hey, bro. What's wrong with you, bro?
Oh no, see, I think I would probably just say I'd ask him, what's wrong with me? How did I fall
What's
into
wrong
this
with
cult?
me?
What's wrong with me?
What's wrong with me? Hey, what's wrong with me that I don't get your fairy tale? What's wrong with me, man? You didn't go to school long enough, Paul.
Yeah, it's
Oh my
not
god.
educated.
This is too much. This
It's
is
not
too much
educated.
fun. This is too easy, man. This is too easy.
I mean, I don't have a long enough tape measure, right, to measure the surface, and it's just too
That's what
big.
she said.
Oh my goodness. Okay,
I don't have the tool.
I just want you to know that astronomers just discovered a black hole burping out the remains of a spaghettified star years after consuming it. I want to know how many years, man.
Am I a retard? How come I can't like your comment? What am I doing? Is that not an actual thing? Timbo.
Maybe you can't.
No,
Yeah, I don't
I
think you
think you
can.
can only comment. Look, it tells me. It just told me keep sharing this with your friends and family. Post this on
I'm gonna
Twitter
go in
or
here. I'm
Facebook.
gonna go in here and troll this idiot Timbo. Like, what is this guy talking about? Oh
Yeah, I
shit! Did I
wrote.
say that out loud? Did I say that? Ignore that. You're like, hey, look at. There's a flat earther in here. Get him.
Get him. Get him, man.
Oh my god, I'm
Careful,
scrolling
man.
up reading these comments. I don't even think
These
these people ain't fucking real. We're the only assholes watching this. It's
right?
still speculation Sunday. I speculate there is not 54 people watching this. It is just me and Timbo. And are you still
What? There
watching
was
too?
just 84. There was just like
No,
80 people
well, it's
watching.
gone back to half an hour to landing again.
Yeah, and it's back to the same footage of earlier. That looks familiar.
Wait a minute. So it only takes 30 minutes to go around the entire moon?
Yeah, looks like it.
Wait, I'm confused. Wow. I mean, I knew the moon was like way smaller than the Earth and everything, but I thought it was bigger than that. But
1/3.
yeah, I don't
Okay.
understand math. So like 1/3, like
Who is surprised with this one? Yahoo News. Yahoo News would never lie to us. Obama revealed he thought about making love to men daily. Barack Obama wrote that he made love to men every day, quote, in the imagination, unquote, in a letter to an ex-girlfriend that has surfaced 40 years later. That's pretty cool.
Oh my.
That's pretty cool, man. I gotta save this one just a second.
yeah, that's
Hey,
just fucking right wing propaganda, you idiot.
this is Yahoo News and it's the Telegraph, which is not right wing.
Well, what
Oh.
had happened was, they had a writer, I think, probably just, he got in there and got that out there, and they couldn't, he's not there anymore. They got rid of
Okay, in one letter, a 21-year-old Mr. I love that. Mr. Obama wrote, in regard to homosexuality, I must say that I believe this is an attempt to remove oneself from the present, a refusal perhaps to perpetuate the endless farce of earthly life. You see, I love men. I make love to men daily, but in the imagination. Oh my goodness.
Oh
it.
my.
Oh my goodness.
Fuck this. It,
He
wow.
went on.
That
He went on to
fucking
suggest. He went on to suggest he wanted to train his brain to become more balanced in the approach to men and women. Okay. All right.
that got me worked
Beta.
up.
Okay.
Okay, so I have a question. Can I I can drop the link for the server in this stupid chat, right?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. This stupid chat or someone else's stupid chat?
No, the stream that I'm watching.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes you got to drop a period here every now and again, but yeah. Drop that link. Why? Sometimes I just say 24/7 FE Discord, let them figure out what FE means. But it should come up, right? Let me try to search it. Yeah, it comes right up. 24/7 FE Discord. It pops up flat Earth. So I don't even say the word flat Earth. I just let them guess what the FE means, or let them Google it.
No, I want my globe back.
Oh my god.
Hey,
I gotta get away from you guys. You're bad influence.
hey,
There's something wrong with you guys.
Cipher. We got Cipher in the panel.
hey, Paul. I have my $18 Target one here. I'll send it to you. Postage included for $100.
I'm sorry, CB. You said that we got somebody new in the chat.
No, Cypher from the Matrix. You're Cypher, the guy that's like eating the
Oh
steak and stuff. Oh, ignorance is bliss.
yeah.
You know, that's you. I mean, honestly, it's not. I mean, it's not completely crazy to want to have to kind of go back. Like, you know, I used to
I
be a
just
believer. I used to love that stuff. Would I go back to that? Give up all this truther stuff and losing friends and what all that comes with it? Maybe, probably not. But I can see why people would think that.
yeah, yeah. I don't. I think there's something wrong with me.
Yeah.
Maybe I should see a therapist or something. I'm mentally unstable. I don't know.
Well,
Yeah.
they
I
say
mean,
with great
everybody.
wisdom comes great sorrow.
Make
Oh,
sure
see,
it's
So
like a
let it go.
liberal chick therapist.
Oh
maybe
my
it's
god.
my eyes. I should get
Smash.
my eyes checked because these people they see the curvature and stuff in the plane, but I,
That could be it
I
too.
can't. I
Maybe
can't
you need
see it.
glasses
Like,
to help you see it better. Yeah.
yeah, shit, man.
I think all these Glovers have like laser surgery.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they have
if
like
you need to get a
LASIK
pair of
for the
glasses to counter out the refraction too.
the flat fraction. Yeah. Clearly, reality is an illusion. So, the flat earthers think it's like they live, and they all think that, you have to have your they live glasses on to see reality, but really you need to have just like regular bifocals. And
Yeah.
they will counter the flat earth vision that you see when you go outside, and they will show you the earth is really a globe. But you do need to get surgery and trust the medical industry, and they will take care of you, and you'll be able to see the curve. So,
Well, I have a
Well,
family
that's why
member
they
who
be
got laser
telling.
surgery, and they can see better.
yeah, exactly. See?
Well, if
So do that.
tell me this right. So glasses are just um when you put on like spectacles, they're just refracting light so that you can focus, correct?
That's why it can't be flat earth.
So if you look out and there's major refraction, at some stage, if you wear glasses, you should be able to take your glasses off and see perfectly clearly.
Yeah, and if it was flat, you'd see clearly all the way to China.
I
But
don't
you
know. You're
don't.
making too much sense there. I don't know.
I went up to the river on the weekend, and well, because it's Monday for me. I'm in the future, remember? And we had to drive up through the plains, and you can see for like 50 k's. Yeah,
Why you
it's
gotta
just
rub it in,
flat,
dude?
just dead flat. You know, like where's this? How do you get 50 kilometers of flat?
Well,
How does
I
that
can
happen?
already hear the excuses now. Oh, it's just so big. Yeah, that's what your mom said. But you guys can't have it both ways. It can't be curved at 1.22 at 1 foot and also be too big to see it past 50 mile. That's nothing. 50 that's it's too small. Like, which is it? So
CB, my mom's
I'm
got
jealous though.
bro.
Got me.
Don't you love?
But dude, I just I'm jealous though. Those kinds of views I don't get where I live. I
Oh,
live in
you're
a
in the
valley.
valley, aren't you?
Yeah, Ohio Valley. So, it's the land of they call this place Cincinnati has like seven hills. There's a school called Seven Hills and like seven big mounds that are here, mountains or whatever. Not mountains, but they're more like mounds. Mounts is what they call them. So yeah, I'm in a valley, so it's hard to see that far without just some hump of tree hill in the way somewhere. So I was like, when I took my first trip to the West, when I went out to California, I was like mind blown because you could
Onto
look
the
over one
ocean.
area. Yeah, the ocean's over there. There's a mountain over there. The city's down there. Like the view all around you was incredible, but just blew my mind. So I'm jealous whenever I hear people say like, "Yeah, I went up to a little bit of my country and I could see 50 kilometers." I'm like, dude, a good view is very valuable. I think not everyone
I
gets
got to
that.
check out this. So we've got a river that runs the border of Victoria and New South Wales. That's the border of the two states, and it runs from the Great Dividing Range over to South Australia, and it goes for that must be like 500 k's or something like that. And there must be fuck all elevation in it because it's a really slow running river. I've got to check out. I'm going to check it out tonight when I get home. What the elevation change is with the river to the actual sea.
Hmm.
That would be really
What's it
interesting.
actually running from, though? What's it running away from?
Has anyone ever tested if the higher you are in elevation, do things fall at a at a slower speed or something, or at different speeds?
What made you think
No,
of
but
that?
Well, supposedly the further you get away from the Earth, the less powerful gravity is, right? Supposedly, and so something that at sea level, something that you would drop at sea level, maybe it wouldn't drop at the same speed at, like, let's say, 10,000 feet, maybe 17,000 feet. I don't know.
To be honest, my mind jumps right to, well, whatever phenomenon that may or may not be happening, the surface of the Earth can only be doing one of two things. So whether things fall at a or there or many places everywhere, surface is only doing one or two. It's either curved or it's not. So that's what I feel like I'm channeling my inner Sasha right now, but that's just what it is.
does that difference in gravity make water curve?
No. I was just asking.
I'm
Like,
joking. I'm joking, man.
I mean, it's
I
cool,
was
but I'm just asking if elevation. I mean, if anyone's ever done that experiment, or if anyone ever has heard
No, they
about
don't
it
let me
being
drop
done.
things out of my airplane, and I don't have a drone. But that's the
I
highest I've been is an airplane.
I
And
just posted a video. Some guy who just flew up in the air like 17,000 feet, and
wow.
I
I
don't
seen that
know.
video. Yeah, I got you. I see it.
Yeah, he's like,
That's scary. He's in his own little
yeah,
paramega.
crazy. He was using you
Woo!
can tell the Earth is flat though, but he was using a fisheye lens because you can
You
tell,
can
because
see it.
sometimes it like curves really hard when it
It's
reaches the
curved in the
top of the screen.
thumbnail.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny, but it's you could tell it's
Dude, that you gotta have some type of. I mean, I'm being. I don't know about you guys, but you're not gonna catch me up
no
that
way.
high on my own. Hell no. For what?
no way, man.
No,
Look at
I'm
that
good, man.
little skimpy thing that he's got. What is that thing?
Yeah,
It's like,
no, hell no, bro.
Yeah, I'm
No,
pretty
I'm
happy
good.
staying on the surface, man.
Yeah. I mean, Flat Man Can, if you're out there listening, man, shout out to you or whoever other daredevils we have in here. But no, I'm good. I don't need to be up there like that. David Blaine on a balloon type of that. No, nope.
not every
Yeah.
man was
Shit.
made to be a soldier.
I mean,
I just
soldier
thought
is a whole other thing. I'll go out. I'll go out on the earth, no, just not up that high. Hell no. Maybe that's the black in me speaking. I don't like to be up that high.
You don't like heights. What about swim? What about swimming?
I don't know. I don't like the ocean either. But
Ah,
Is
I mean,
there a?
I don't
They're
like being
making a
way out in
new
the water on
movie.
my own.
They're making a new movie. CB. Black Man Can't Fly.
No, but see, black man can jump.
well, didn't
So,
they just make a? Didn't they want to make like Black Superman? Wasn't that a thing?
oh my gosh, dude.
I thought they were gonna make the
I
Black
wouldn't be
Superman.
surprised. I'm surprised that hasn't happened already. They got Black Mermaid or what is it? Freaking
Imagine that. He goes, "Get that fucking kryptonite out of here, motherfucker."
No,
He
I
flies at a low altitude because he's scared.
hey, hey,
I'm just fucking around.
they're taking Superwoman and making him into Superman. It's going to be the first transgender outer space thing.
Super them. Super they them.
Super they them.
I
oh
want you.
fuck.
I want you to know that the race thing is real old. We're tired of that. We're tired of the gay thing. We're going to the transgender. Okay, forget it. Okay.
Gosh.
That's funny. Let's all pick on them. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Them.
So I tell you, the race thing
Long day
is so
done.
the race thing is so yesterday, man, and the gay thing is so 10 years ago, man. We're to the transgender. It's 2023. Get with the program, man.
What's it gonna be in 5 years?
I don't want to even talk about that because I know what they're
I
planning.
don't know.
I
If
know
you're
what
not
they're
mixed in 20, what
I think it has to do with
you're evil.
with underage people.
No, it's going to be CB having a relationship with an alien. That's what it's going to be. That's what it's going to be, man.
Gonna have blue babies.
Yeah, we're gonna have humans having relationships with aliens. That's 5 years from now. I got the memo yesterday.
Oh, Captain Kirk was the first one to do it. So
I watched each episode about 20 times, Timbo. I never saw that.
To boldly hoe where no one has thought before.
Oh, you guys are so behind the times. I am so progressive. You guys are so behind the times, man.
That's the real reason why a lot of these ballers get pissed when you try to take their ball away, because in their imagination land, they think that at some point they're going to go screw around with aliens. They want to go get laid by a blue chick with 3 tits. Okay, sorry, my bad. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, we got a newbie in here.
Uh-oh.
No rolls.
Uh-oh.
Need to go to VC check-in, my man Katsura.
I can get you VC verified right now, bro, if you hop up there.
Yeah, get up there.
no, Katsura, he's been around for ages. He's not.
Oh, wait, he does have roll. Oh, it must not have loaded for you, man. Yeah, it shows up 3 rolls now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's happened to me
He's one of
before.
us. He's one of us.
Hey,
oh, okay.
Katsura,
yeah.
Let these
He's
guys know that you're a flat earther, man.
I am, yes.
Yeah, that's happened to me before. I've checked somebody's roll and I'm like, this dude's gold. Why did it show up as no rolls 30 seconds ago? That's happened.
Hey,
it's still doing it.
Is Sugar brand new? We haven't said hi. We haven't said hi to Sugar yet. Is Sugar available to talk?
She ain't gonna talk to you. That's my fiance.
Are you serious?
That's my fiance.
Well, have her come on, say hi to the boys.
I don't even know if she's awake still. I'm in my little hidey hole here.
Katsura's my man from down under.
Uh-oh.
Cool.
Uh-oh.
So yeah, she listens on to you, Discord. Make sure you're not talking to other girls.
Oh,
of course,
Paul.
No, she just likes to hear that. She just likes to hear
Paul's
my
been
voice.
found out. Oh, is Sugar a fellow traveler? Paul?
Fellow traveler.
Is she a fellow traveler?
With somebody,
is she a fellow traveler in the Flat Earth Truth? Stationary Plane Truth?
Oh.
What the fuck is wrong with this thing?
We can hear you say that. I don't know if you can hear us, man.
I just want to know if she has the same belief system you have, or are you trying to coax her along, easily? Oh, he left. Probably had.
He's probably gonna hop back in. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm concerned.
Welcome back,
Paul. I'm concerned about your girlfriend, fiance, Paul. Is she along the lines of your way of thinking about this cosmology thing, or is she need a little help?
Jim's asking if you're equally yoked, Paul.
Yes, Paul.
Okay, so I've spoken to her about it, of course, and she is with me and supports me in it. However, she has not done it for herself, so it's a belief. You know what I mean? It's not. She hasn't really.
Some people take time to get to that point. Yeah,
you know what I mean.
It's okay. That's good. It's okay.
But she always grew up sort of a skeptic and not trusting of officials and government. So when I first talked to her about it, she didn't fight against it. She didn't have to hold on to the globe. Yeah, she, it made total sense to her, and she but she just doesn't, I think, have a real interest in sort of proving it to herself.
Okay.
And she doesn't need to. She's got me.
Ooh. She's
Sounds
got.
to me like you need to put the foot down.
Oh my god.
Look, well, I mean,
Is that
we
her
all know who
actual?
wears the pants. We all
Is
know
that
who wears
her?
the
Is
pants.
that her actual picture?
Well,
She's too good looking for you, Paul.
yeah, I know. I'm way above my pay grade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. She
I'm
looks like Miss Universe. So why is she with you for, Paul?
Well, I'm just an amazing person. Bro. What do you
Hey,
mean?
hey, Paul.
Maybe
You're the
not.
one that gave us the freshman story about being in love with the English teacher. That was you, wasn't it?
Listen. I don't know if she's listening right now, so come on. I don't know if I've told her that story. Come on, bro. What are you trying to do?
If you don't want her to know, don't have her come on VC because we're going to spread it, man.
Yeah, she's sleeping.
Well, this is recorded, so she can listen to it tomorrow.
Yeah, but Jim, shut up. The fuck? I'll tell her that.
So funny.
I wonder if she can hear that. Is that she's got the phone close to her head and
This is
you just
free.
implanted that in her?
This is free entertainment, man. Oh my
So yeah,
goodness.
no, she is a very gorgeous woman, and
Well, we can see that.
But I'm gonna, I'm no fucking slob. I'm no slouch.
Okay,
I'm handsome.
I'm going to ask you a direct question here. Okay, if your lady friend is a 10, maybe an 11, on the scale of 1 to 10, if she's a 10 or 11 for a lady, what would you consider yourself for a guy?
Well, are we? What are we basing it off of? Just purely eye candy?
Yes, not intellectual capacity. No, just eye candy.
Not personality. Not
No,
like
I don't want
like
to. I don't want to.
zeros in the bank.
I don't want to give you any points for personality or intelligence. Just eye candy.
Okay.
I
Are we
think Jim is
talking
interested.
like?
No,
Are we talking right this minute? Because Jim, I'm taken. I'm sorry. Like
no. I'm married.
I
I'm
like you as
married.
a friend.
I'm married 36 years. I'm married 36 years. So what can I say? I'm just asking.
No,
I'm just
no.
asking because I'm an inquisitive guy.
Yeah. So, I will be 100% honest.
Okay.
I am about currently, if I want to say, probably 30 pounds overweight.
Okay. Okay.
Uh, and so I think and I'm not a tall man. We know a lot of women, they're attracted to taller men. So that I lose some points on that, right? Um, I don't have like a dark toned skin tone. Mm, let me see. Let me see. Like, what's an ugly man? I'm trying to think of like what's ugly. I'm gonna put myself. I'm gonna say a 4. I don't think I'd fuck me
Oh my god!
currently.
Can't believe you said
Like
that.
I'm
That's
like
hilarious.
At least you're being
I'm
honest.
handsome,
Oh.
but I got a fucking like I gain all this weight and my weight constantly. I have the type of metabolism where I have to work out every day, every fucking day, and if I don't, I just balloon up.
Eat a plant-based diet, you'll never have to work out again, and you'll lose weight. I've been
Yeah,
vegan.
let's not have that conversation. I've done that.
Plant-based diet.
Hey, Paul, go out and get some grass.
Yeah,
Yeah, right.
definitely.
Go mow the lawn with your
I'm
teeth.
gonna munch.
go
But
go
no,
mow the lawn with your teeth.
honestly, yeah, dude, I have to fucking constantly be moving.
Mow the lawn with go mow the lawn with your teeth, but rake the lawn too with your teeth. Oh my goodness, this is too much,
This
man.
makes me hungry. This make me
Go and
hungry.
do it and tell to that gentleman where you're supposed to talk fucking nonsense like this. Just
I'm
the right
sorry.
time tonight. Next time I won't jump in, I won't ask. I'll just ban people. Thanks.
Anyway, the shape of the Earth is a stationary topographical plane, Paul. I want you to know that.
Yes, thank you. I you know,
Oh my
yeah,
goodness.
I was almost, you know, going back to the globe, man. You just brought me back.
Oh my goodness. That's too much free entertainment. Anyway, asteroid fantasy. Oh. See, asteroid fantasy. Since nothing can go into outer space, nothing can ever come from there. Meaning there is a zero threat of asteroids crashing to Earth, throwing tons of debris in the air. So asteroids couldn't have wiped out all of the fake dinosaurs, since neither of them existed. Fiery space rocks, not gigantic carnivores. Cool. This lady from IG is really good. She puts all this stuff up. She put the
When was the
rocket.
last time? What
Go
was the
ahead.
last time they tried to scare us with like a meteor or like an asteroid?
In the movies, what was that Bruce Willis movie?
Armageddon.
Yes. And then they did the other one. Then they did the one with it was Armageddon, and then they did another one right after that. What was the name of that one? It was they were like back to back. Can't remember.
Deep Impact.
Thank you. Deep Impact with with MSNBC. Remember that one? MSNBC put their name to it. And so yeah, it was Deep Impact and Armageddon. It was like within 1 year of each other. One copied the other.
Speaking of Deep Impact, no, I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna.
Oh my
I
goodness.
gotta talk to old dude. Did he? I'm not sure if I heard him right. Was he really angry, or was he just fucking around?
No, he wants us to keep it on the straight and narrow.
He sounded actually pissed. I thought he said something about banning somebody. I didn't think we were that naughty.
You're cool, dude, Paul.
I mean, yeah, I like to think so, but in reality, I'm just a fucking dork flat earther. Like, I don't understand science, and I don't have an education. I'm a 4, man.
You're a 4. Anyway, so you don't have to worry about it because you have no education. So it got with you. It didn't get worse longer that you stayed in school. And 2, you didn't get dumber by degrees. And 3, the longer in school you stayed, the worse it got. So you don't have to worry about those 3 things.
I fucking hated school the first day I ever stepped foot in one. I knew that there was something wrong with that fucking place. I instinctively knew that I didn't belong there. None of us, not just me. I knew there was something wrong. It's amazing that I actually even remember that.
Yeah, I don't even want to talk about my experience because definitely get banned from this Discord.
Yeah, we don't want to fucking hear it anyway. I'm sorry. I'm just playing around. I'm enjoying your guys' company way too much, and I'm getting silly.
Well, we got disappointed because they didn't land on the moon tonight. So that's the problem.
No, man. I'm so. Damn.
If they would have landed on the moon, we'd be talking about the moon landing, but they didn't. They're not going to do it for another 10 days, according to Danny. So, our bad.
Yeah, Danny, I need your help, bro. I wish you would have, taken yourself off mute and help me, understand things. Because clearly, you know, just don't understand. I guess dumb. I don't know. You're listening, Danny. I'm back.
I got an update on that. I got an update on that thing I posted 2 minutes after the hour with the lady astronaut. Here's her information because we are all about information here. Her name is Christina Koch, Koch. Her middle name is Hammock, Hammock. In April 2023, Christina Koch hit the headlines when it's reported she's part of 4 astronauts, the first humans to visit the moon in more than 50 years. Christina Koch will make history by becoming the first woman to orbit the moon. She will be the mission specialist on the spacecraft known as Orion for a trip around the moon, according to the USA Space Organization, NASA. Yep, they're sending the first woman all the way to the moon, but all she gets to do while there is orbit. She doesn't get to land; she just has to orbit. So, when you want to know the most recent update on things that we post here, just get hold of me.
Well, are there any kitchens on the moon?
Oh my god.
I'm just joking. Relax, guys.
I can't believe I still have this on. I guess I'm not really paying attention, but I've had this on for an hour and a half.
Well, what's 24 hours times 10 days? That's you got 240 hours. You've been waiting for about an hour, so you got about 23 hours more to go before it lands. At least she gives you something to do for the next 10 days.
Yeah, how am I going to get on with my life, man? I need to see this. I don't want to miss it.
No, I'm sure CNN will replay it.
Oh, we lost CB. Oh, see, I'm not paying attention to the chat. I need to be paying attention to this chat. I'm sick of looking at my phone. You guys are always sneaking comments in the chat on me.
That was weird. Whatever somebody just posted up, that was freaking weird. It
So,
got
no
taken down
stars. Are
real
you talking
quick.
about what platter? What are you talking about?
I don't know. Somebody just posted something on there, and then it just got taken off really quick. It was I think
In
it
the
was like a
live stream
T.
voice text?
Yeah, it was like a T.
What the hell?
A T person. A T person.
Oh, are those pyramids? Well.
Where do you see pyramids? Oh, on the moon?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, yeah.
That's so stupid.
Hey, who's this guy? This guy actually looks familiar. Something wrong with my phone. Oh my goodness. So, man, I mean, when can I go to the moon? Shit. I want to go to the moon. I want to live on the moon.
So you want to live on something that doesn't exist? What's wrong with you, man?
Well, I mean, what do you mean doesn't exist? Like, what? Like, it's not real? It's not reality?
How
Like,
can you live on something that doesn't exist, man?
well, like, dude, everything's the Matrix, right? Like, nothing's really real.
I'll
I don't know
make
what you
you.
mean.
I'll make you a deal. Make you a deal. I'll get hold of Hollywood, and they'll make a setting. They'll make a movie set that you can go, and because they love you so much, and they want you to tell the story of when you went to the moon and lived there, they won't charge you. As long as when you come back from the moon, that you go on CBC, you go on NBC, and tell them that your story, that how much you enjoyed the moon.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Sign me up.
And again, they're not going to charge you because you're going to pass along the propaganda when you get back.
Well, the important part is I'm going to be famous. I mean, that's really what counts, right? Who doesn't want to be famous?
You're going to have ladies calling you 24/7, man.
Yeah, sorry, honey. You might be a 10 now, but
I might
these
I might be a 10 now.
yeah, man, fame. I mean, come on, it's fame. You know, fame, you live forever.
Yeah. Fame makes you better look. Fame makes you better looking. They can do a lot with TV.
Oh, yes, they can. I mean, look at what I'm look at what I'm looking at right now.
You know,
Why the
you know,
surface keeps.
we need some
I gotta
Globers
shut
in.
this off.
We need some Globers in because I have a bunch of questions I'm going to ask. I'm going to ask them about second law of thermodynamics. How can you have gas pressure without a container? I'm just going to ask them that and we'll see what they say. And then I really want to know: has anybody ever measured h per mile squared drop over distance? And who was it when they did it? And then I'm going to ask them, hey, who's ever measured the rotation of the Earth? Especially tilted at 23.4 degrees. Who's ever done that? And by the way, if you don't know the answer to those, I'm going to say, how's Newton's third law of motion work in outer space when you can't push off of anything? I don't know, man. And then I'm going to ask them, tell me about the inverse square law of light. Wouldn't your eyes be burning up, if you went to the moon? And goes, oh man, it's okay, man. And then I'm going to say, when has the motion of the Earth around the center been measured? I don't know, man. And so, I want some Globers in because I got some questions for them. Where's the Globers?
Yeah, I want to ask them. I'm going to ask them. Why would I lie?
You'll ask yourself, why would you lie? Yeah, I'm gonna ask myself. I'm not gonna let the Glober ask me. I'm gonna do it before. I'm gonna preempt the Glober and ask myself.
Yeah, look here. I mean, why would I lie? Come on.
Come on, Glober. Why would I lie for a minute? And then have the answer. Then have the Glober answer it for you. Pretty funny. Oh my goodness.
Okay, I had to shut that shit off.
Yeah, you can't
Okay,
watch.
I'm free.
You can't watch. What have you done? If you had like 6 30-minute countdowns, you went through.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Well, it is kind of interesting, and I was having trouble looking away for a minute because just the way I kept seeing these different lights and the surface kept changing, and I don't know, it's weird, and it's moving, so it's like it's kind of hypnotizing, right?
Well, I like the shadows.
Yeah.
Shadows on the moon are cool.
I mean, I keep thinking, eventually I'm gonna see like a Martian, right?
No,
Maybe.
a moon man.
Yeah, Moon Man.
A Martian. That's the wrong. That's the wrong
Whoa, wait a
celestial.
minute, Joan. Hold
That's the
on.
that's the wrong
Moon
celestial
person.
body. Paul, that's the
Moon.
wrong celestial body. You're getting the moon and Mars mixed up, Paul. Calm yourself.
Okay. Okay. I'm sorry.
Oh my goodness, man. I mean, I guess a Martian could stop at the moon before they decided to come here, but it's only if they've gone 50 million miles, what's another 250,000? I don't know why they have to stop off for a coffee break.
Maybe they just want to collect some of that moon dust. It's like they want to get some of that good bag of that moon dust.
Oh, and they're going to come here and sell it and make a profit. I see
Yeah.
why they would stop off. They would stop off and get an inventory and bring it here and open up a moon dust shop. Hmm. I see how you're thinking. Are you going to give them a little bit of extra money so they can you can get like 40% of the take?
I mean, I'll do whatever they want. They're a superior being with advanced technology. Yeah,
I heard
how
every
can
Martian. I hear every Martian guy is at least an 8 on a scale of 10.
Dang, that's really gonna. Oh man, girl's gonna leave me, huh? Martian.
Good looking Martian.
Well, I need to get with the times though, because like all this sort of like that's all just a construct, right? Like, why shouldn't I be open to
Martians.
that lifestyle? Like,
Oh,
come on, you know, what am I?
did you know? Did you know every Martian can do the moonwalk? Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
Every
But
Martian,
wait,
every Martian can do a Michael Jackson moonwalk.
but you can do that on Mars?
Well, if you stop off at the moon, they were probably taught there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, I guess so. I can see that.
That's cool. Oh my goodness! And I tell you what, Globers have imagination. I can have it too. If a rocket can push off of nothing and don't have to have oxygen to ignite anything in outer space, and my rocket can go to Mars, I can do anything. I can say anything I want to say. Yep.
Yeah, I don't see why not. Sure.
So where did Kel's there? Hey Kel, can you help my bro out, Paul, with the Martian equivalent of the moonwalk?
Man, I don't want to get into this conversation.
I mean, we got Michael Jackson's Moonwalk. So can you give us an idea of how Paul can learn the Martian walk? Now, we got to understand there's more gravity on Mars than there is on the moon. So, you know, on the moon, you could probably fly off the surface a little bit, you know, while you do your moonwalk. Mars, you're going to be tied down a little bit more. So you're going to have a little bit less time in the air. So we got to take that into account.
Well, how are they flying the drones on Mars? How they do that?
They take the oxygen with them.
Oh, okay, so they have them
You
like in
know,
a little globe.
They do what they do in outer space is they take the fuel and the oxygen with them and they recreate everything they need. You guys got to
it's
get
pretty
with
simple.
it. You guys got to get with
It's
it.
pretty simple.
You guys got to get with it, man. So disappointed. You guys have no imagination whatsoever.
I need to go back to school.
Mm-hmm.
I just need to be, I need to go to a re-education camp.
You need to know that when the moon is 65,000 times brighter, 1,000 miles from it, than 240,000 miles with it, you need to learn to take some filter glasses with you when you go. Because, you know, once you get there, you're not going to be able to turn around and come back and get your filter glasses. So make sure you take
Some
them
really
with
good sunblock
you.
too. Gotta take some sunblock.
You do. You do. You do. And if you take some oxygen with you, you could probably open up a day spa. You guys have no imagination at all.
Beats, what's happening?
So the day spot could only be on like the light side, right? On the light side of the moon, right?
Well, if you bring your lights with you, you can do it on the dark side. Dark side of Mars.
All right, man. What's up, guys? How we all doing tonight?
Hey, Kimbo. Kimbo, I got a question for you. This is real deep, man. So put your deep hat on, man.
Okay. All right. I'm ready.
We're trying to help Paul do the moonwalk on Mars. So how would he do the moonwalk on Mars? Is because Mars has a different atmosphere and things like that. And so in the moon, when you do the moonwalk, you might accidentally go in the air a little bit because there's less gravity. But there's more gravity on Mars. So is there some way you can do the moonwalk on Mars that wouldn't pull you down to the ground too much?
Well, in that case, I guess we gotta, start using a lot of imagination to fit in
That's
whatever
what I've been
we
saying.
trying to do. Oh, really?
Yeah.
I think that's what I would do. Use a lot of
Yeah.
imagination.
Yeah, when
Yeah.
you go to space, outer space, you need to imagine, you need to pretend, and you need to dream. I mean, that's all it is, man.
Yeah. The fairy tales, your favorite word.
Yeah, there's no reality; it's what you make of it.
Yep.
So, Paul, you listening? Have we helped you out a little bit?
Well, I don't think I have a problem. Okay, I've got a question, right? So I listened to what you guys said, but I just got one more question. So, are you trying to say that the moonwalk doesn't exist?
No, it does. It exists on the moon, but we want to transplant it to the Mars, and so we have reality on the moon with the moonwalk. But how can we take the moonwalk to Mars? Or if we go to Mars, we can't take the moonwalk. We have to leave it on the moon, so we have to come up with a new walk called the Mars Walk. What do you think the
There
Mars
you
Walk
go.
will look like, man?
Well, here's the problem, Jim. I don't think you're an engineer. And I don't think you understand just really good engineering.
Mm.
So they have moon boots, right?
Are you saying I'm
So if
stupid?
I take my moon boots to Mars, then I'm doing the moonwalk.
Oh, well, why don't you invent or create Mars boots?
Huh.
No, you could just create gravity boots, and you could just mimic the moon's gravity on Mars, and there you go.
Oh. I can make boots that will dial back or dial forward the amount of gravity I need on them, depending on where I'm at. Oh man, that is awesome. So when I make it to Jupiter, someday, and they got lots of gravity there, then I can just dial my moon boots from the moon setting to the Mars setting to the Jupiter setting. Oh, this is so cool, man. I like it.
Wait. I got a
Just
question
dial
now.
it back. Dial it back.
Where did you get your information that Jupiter has a lot of gravity? Where did you get your information from,
Google.
Jim?
Google.
I thought it's a ball.
The
I
ultimate
thought it's
authority.
nothing but gas.
I got it from Google. And then
Google
and
has
then
all the
Ultimate
information.
authority.
and then I went over to Chat GPT. They told me the same thing. Then I went to NASA. They told me the same thing. Then I went to Wikipedia. They told me the same thing. Then I went to the Bible and they said, "You fool."
The Bible. Fucking science deniers.
Hey
Oh
man,
man.
they always trying to get me with that. Oh, are you anti-science? You a flat earther? Are you anti-science? Like, I'm like, are you fucking serious, bro?
Dude, I love that. Because then I love asking them, can you define science for me? Oh, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing.
Yep. Oh man.
They end up just defining pseudoscience.
Hey, I got a question, and I need a serious answer because I know you people are serious thinkers. If I went to Saturn, could I land on their rings?
Well, what type of vehicle are we talking about?
No, just the regular, regular convertible. With the top down.
Okay.
Could I land on? Could I land on the rings?
Hmm.
You would need probably like a Tesla.
Yes, that's cool. That's cool.
Yeah, like you don't want like something super heavy, like it's got to be very sleek and fiberglass, because it's got to be light enough to just sort of float on top.
Hey, is that kind of like the song "He Ain't Heavy, He's My Brother"? So should I take my brother?
Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't
I've
you?
never heard that before.
It's a song from the '60s. He ain't heavy, he's my brother. You're not old enough.
No,
Fucking hippie.
no, I'm not. But I might have to look it up.
Uh-oh. The crack rabbit says they're on the fence. So, crack rabbit, you're on the fence. Are you leaning more fairy tale satanic globe, or are you leaning more creationist Bible biblical stationary and movable earth? What do you think?
Those are my only two choices.
Well, if you want to come up with an octagon shaped earth, give us your evidence.
Well, I was just reacting to the question. I wasn't sure if those were my only two choices. Yeah.
Hey,
Sorry.
you're among friends here. Have you been in the server before?
Yeah. I don't know when
Cool.
did I.
Did we
when
treat
I-
you good the first time you were here?
When did I join the server? January 30th, 2017.
Wow. You've been here multiple times.
Yeah, a few times.
Isn't that just when you created your account on Discord? Didn't you come here September 16th, 2019? Or am I looking at that wrong?
Oh, wait. Yeah, hold on. Where do I see my shit for this server? Yeah.
Here, we got one. This guy's a damn liar.
No, you're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. I looked at the wrong thing.
So how many years you been here?
I don't
Like
know.
how long ago?
He said
Here, let me check real
2019.
quick. Okay.
And
So like what?
that's actually probably more accurate.
Yeah, September 16, 2019. And you're still on the fence. Hmm.
I've got my fur.
Well, I can't say nothing because it took me about 2 years. I was fighting with myself back and forth, over and over again because I love space so much.
So
Yeah,
I was
definitely.
gonna ask the crack rabbit. Should we just call you the crack rabbit, or should we call you the rabbit?
I mean, the crack rabbit is fine. Yeah.
Okay, hey crack rabbit, in your journey throughout your life, have you ever witnessed for yourself agents per mile squared drop over distance?
Honestly, in my daily life, I'm not looking for it. I'm not.
Oh, okay. So if you're not looking for it, that means you've never experienced it.
Personally, I couldn't say that I've seen something. I'd be like, that proves the round Earth. The globe Earth. Yeah. Personally, no.
Okay. So are you like 50-50, globe fairy tale and 50-50 reality of flat Earth? Where would you say you are right now?
I mean, I'll just be honest. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a globe.
Okay, if it's a globe and
Wow.
if you're pretty sure it's a globe, then you have certain dimensions,
Spheroid
or
or whatever.
you have certain measurements of your globe, which is 3,959 mile radius times 2 is your diameter times pi is your circumference of 24,901 miles. Simple geometry, simple math says you should be able to experience agents per mile squared drop over distance. Where have you ever seen that?
So I don't know. That it's a flawed equation. It is.
Uh, so if it's a flawed equation, what's the correct equation?
There's a bunch of shit online. You can go look at. I don't know.
It's online. It's an equation that you're letting somebody else think for you about.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, for sure. Of
Okay,
course.
so answer me this. If I'm at 70, if I'm looking 70 miles out and I'm 6 feet observation height on your fairy tale globe, how much drop over distance should there be?
I mean, probably a decent bit. Yeah.
Can you, because you said there's a formula online, I'm just being direct with you because we're bros. If there's a 70 mile, we're looking at 70 miles and we're at 6 feet observation height on your globe, which you're leaning towards, in your own words, what is the drop over distance in your fairy tale? Can you give me that number, please?
Wait, hold on. Doesn't Walter Bislin have like a whole thing on this?
Can you give me that? Can you? You sound like an intelligent human being. Can you give me the drop over distance on 70 miles, looking across 70 miles at 6 feet observation height? I mean, if you can't, just say you can't, and I'll move on to the next question.
Oh, hold on. So observer height. You said 6 feet.
Yeah, 6 feet.
See what Walter Bislin has to say about this. And what's the target distance?
70 miles.
There's some Googling going on right now.
No, it's Walt. You guys don't know about Walter Bislin? Jeez.
Yeah, we know all about Walter Bislin. What does Walter Bislin say about 70 miles, 6 feet observation height on the globe of 3,959 mile radius that you believe you live on?
So How much refraction should we like take into account here?
If you're saying refraction, does that mean there's no geometric or physical horizon that you can see? Are you saying that the horizon is apparent and there's no physical horizon because you're invoking refraction, basically telling us that there's no physical or geometric horizon? Is that what you're telling us?
Are you saying that that's what's hiding things?
The physical and geometric horizon is on your ball of 3,959 mile radius, where things start to disappear from view. So when you invoke refraction, you're saying
we've seen it like multiple different like ways. Like we've seen it on a clear day, and then we've seen it where like fuck, like you can't. There's not even water like at the boat that we're looking at if we're talking about
What have you seen on clear days?
footage.
On clear days, what
I
have
don't
you
live on the
seen?
water, so I don't.
Okay.
I'm not sitting out there taking fucking video of boats.
Okay, so you've never seen the physical or geometric horizon of your ball?
In what way?
Have you ever seen drop over distance? Have you ever seen inches per mile squared drop over distance?
No, because I'm not looking for it just driving around, dog.
So how do you know it exists if you've never seen it?
I know exactly. Yeah. See, it's all personal experience with you guys. Yeah.
It should be okay. I love that. It should be personal experience with you guys. Why isn't it personal experience for you?
Because it's fucking pretty big. I mean, like,
Oh,
you're not going to go out and just like see it on your day to day.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
How big?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen curvature of the? Have you ever seen curvature?
Exactly. You're still calling it into to question. Like, have you seen it? It has to be personal experience. It's like you can't see it on your day to day, and then you're like, but have you ever seen it?
Have you ever seen it? I've never seen it. I was a globe believer for about probably 95, 96% of my life, and I just assumed it without ever seeing it. And now that I know it doesn't exist, so you've never seen it. How do you know it exists if you've never seen it? That's a serious question.
Okay, and have you seen Soundly's shit regarding the Pontchartrain?
Please answer a question with a question, my friend.
Yes, I did.
Have
Look, I'm
you
really
been?
trying to learn, and I feel like I have a lot to learn from you. So I'd really like,
Crack Rabbit. Have you ever?
I was just going to point you guys into a
Crack Rabbit
to a video, a
Crack
series
Rabbit.
of videos.
I've seen the video.
Okay.
I've seen the video. I got this, guys. I got this.
Is it refraction?
I got this. I got this.
It's pretty good
Crack
evidence.
Rabbit. I've seen the Lake Pontchartrain video. Can videos and where you are and time of the day influence whether it looks curved or not? Yes or no?
Definitely.
Thank you.
I'll just give you that.
So you're going by one.
However, hold on. However, with the information at hand, which is all of the actual engineering of the bridge, 100% that all of the shit is like the same height, minus like the marine humps. It's all the same height, and they got it on some of the clearest days you could ever fucking find it. Straight up.
He's got
not all of it.
Soundly has one video. That's all he has. I have a video that shows that you can see all the way across, which is 20 some miles, and it's flat as a pancake. So are you taking? Now, I want you to be honest with. I want you to be
from a hotel room.
I want you to be honest. Crack Rabbit. I want you to be honest with us. You're taking one video from a globe believer and saying that proves 8 inches per mile squared. Is that correct?
I'm talking about the work that was put into that video, looking at all of the shit, all of the engineering of the bridge, knowing like all of the proportions, every single measurement, knowing that, and knowing what was observed, and then mapping it out. Did you see where the fucking the boat in the water and shit? All of it. They went at it from multiple angles, and every single one.
I saw the video. I saw the video.
Are you saying that the engineering shows that they factored in curvature into the bridge. Is that what you're saying?
No.
So what are you saying?
Every pylon on all of the main sections that aren't in the marine humps are the same height. Yet, what
Yeah,
is observed is
is it looks curved.
yeah, and but you lose the bottom section of the bridge the farther out you look. It's not that everything just squishes, right? That's not what we're
So
seeing. It's
can
that we're
things
literally
just be
losing the bottom portion the farther out that we
okay?
go.
So you claim refraction. You claim refraction. Why isn't there refraction in that video?
So we know the actual like
We know why.
conditions that like create like the craziest refraction, right?
Well, no. But what are you talking about
What,
refraction? What refraction are you talking about?
like
Are you talking
looming?
about the changing of direction in light, or are you talking about the
Let's
bending of light?
let's make it
Which
a
is
little
what?
more complicated and add diffraction to the mix and reflection.
Yeah. What about that?
What moving
It's
light
funny.
up?
Like
What what
I just want to point something out to you. Yeah. So you see something that's curved, and you go, "Look, it's curved," and then you see something that's flat, and you go, "Oh, refraction." So if it looks flat, it's refraction. If it's curved, it's not. So how are you telling the difference between curved and flat?
Huh?
How are you doing that? How are you confirming that one is refracted and one's not?
I mean conditions. The actual
Conditions of what?
the air condition, like literally like the humidity, like all kinds of shit. You know,
Right. So how
especially
much
over
does
water,
that
like the
make it?
water temperature and all kinds of shit.
Okay. So was the bridge photo not taken? Was the bridge video not taken over water?
Oh, boom, water. There it is. Yep, you got me. I like that water is like the place that you would want to like try and take a look at this stuff, and that's why it's been used. But now, it can be used as like a nah. Mm-mm. Good. I like it. Seriously, I was coming in here to see why so when did Battle Mod get kicked?
We don't,
That's irrelevant,
who
man.
cares?
So all right. So we've come to the conclusion that that
No, no, because
video,
I have no idea.
all of
Like
these
he's just
videos,
gone. That's
you
all.
don't need to talk over me, man. I didn't finish my sentence.
No, it's
Um,
fine. Yeah,
that
I didn't
you
come in here
can't
to
show.
argue flat Earth. To be honest with you,
I'm not really arguing with you, man. I'm just having a conversation.
you know what I mean.
Yeah. If you want to call it arguing, you can call it arguing. I just want to know, like, so what does that video prove to you?
I mean,
You say it proves
it's
curvature,
fairly
but
it's fairly good evidence that the Earth is curved.
yeah. And then what? So what do you say about the black swan? Then do you just say that? Do you just that?
What do I say about the what?
He doesn't know
Okay.
about the
Have you
black
got?
swan.
Oh, black
Oh,
swan. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
so that's refraction. You're just going to go. That's refraction.
I don't know. I haven't looked very much into that. So, I mean,
Okay. Look in the
from my understanding, it's
live stream voice chat.
definitely very possible. Yeah, yeah. I mean, you're not seeing like
Okay. So that was my question. So
you're not seeing
so
like
how do you tell the difference?
the
So
whole
if you look
thing.
in live stream voice text,
What was the elevation that the picture was taken from?
1 foot, 1 foot.
1 foot.
Yeah. It's from a video. Video shows it all. This is just a still shot taken from the video. Furthest rig out is 9.41 miles, so we can safely say that the horizon is at 10 miles. Correct?
So wait, so he was at sea level, 1 foot above sea level. Is that what you're saying, or
1
1
foot
foot?
above sea level. Correct. He takes out in the video, he actually takes out a measuring tape, shows the water, shows the video of him setting up the tripod. 1 foot observer height. We see past 10 miles, but for easy math, We're going to use it for 10 miles. Yeah.
I thought
We
the
can
black
safely
swan
say
was the photo that was taken like in the mountain range.
no, that's not black swan. Black swan is just it's just a thing. Like they used to think that all swans were white, and then they discovered a black swan. So therefore, all swans can't be white anymore. Yeah. So it's just a reference to that.
No, I understand the
So
reference.
a black swan means
I
once you
just
have one thing that
I was
shows
fairly
that it's
certain
not a white
that
swan, then they're all black swans. But this is the black swan photo. Still image taken from a video. So can you explain to me, at your extreme refraction rate, that or even standard refraction, this would take the horizon to 1.6 miles instead of 1.225. So why can we see 10?
Oh wait, so this is like the new black swan. Sorry, I wasn't in the right
New black swan.
New black swan.
Yeah, the
What's
old
the
one
old black swan?
was the one that it was they were way like up in the mountains somewhere. I can't even remember fucking where now at this point, but they were way
Don't
up in the
worry about that
mountains.
one.
And
These ones are better at
Yeah.
taking over the water. So
I think it's interesting that like you did some research, right, and you found this video, and you're like saying, "Oh man, this is great proof," right? But then you've never even seen the black swan that
I don't fucking
we're talking
follow
about.
you
Flat
guys want
Earth
to
every
take
day,
over? I
dude.
can just cut my mic. I'm going to make some noise. Sorry, guys. I'm going to mute up.
What's interesting, Crack Rabbit, is
I
right
have a
above
job, you know. I'm not here
Crack
arguing
Rabbit,
with this shit all the time.
right above where the black swan is. I just posted. It's a 2-minute video. It's an actual video of Lake Pontchartrain going across about 24 miles, and it shows flat. You want to take a look at it and give us your opinion? It's an actual video. I brought a video for you to see, not Soundly's thing that I've already seen. Here's an actual video showing Lake Pontchartrain. It's 2 minutes long. You want to look at it and give your opinion?
Sure, I'm looking at it.
Damn, that looks pretty flat to me. Holy shit.
What's your observer height? No, I'm kidding. Yeah, cool. Yeah.
Cool. And so I think when you're talking
I'd
about
have to brush up on the area to.
yes,
It's been a while since I've seen the
what you
thing.
just said, is the key. You need to see it for yourself and not have somebody else tell you what you're seeing. Soundly is one of the biggest globers on social media. He will try to convince you that you live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space, which is if you get away from your indoctrination and your cognitive dissonance, it is scientifically impossible for that globe of yours to be doing what it supposedly does. It is scientifically impossible because it violates Newton's third law of motion, second law of thermodynamics, and the inverse square law of light. It violates all those things.
If we get away from all of it, like what would be the thing? Like if you were to try and convert me, right? What would be the thing? Like the one thing that you would choose?
We can see too far.
No curvature.
We can see too far.
No. Let's get outside of that. We're already.
That's it. No curvature.
Yeah, heretic is right. Heretic is right. We can see too far.
That's it.
That's it. That's all you need. We can see too far for you to live on a ball of 3959 radius or 24,901 miles circumference.
You guys had something else.
We don't have to say anything else. We can see too far, and there's no evidence of 8 inches per mile squared. Is that difficult to understand?
What do you mean? Is that all
thought
you've
you guys had
got?
something
Like,
else. I don't know.
what does that mean? Is that all you've got? If there's no curve, there's no ball. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm
What
just
does it mean
saying,
for
like,
a curve? What do you need
I'm
for
just
a
saying,
ball?
like, so, like, something that the average human is never going to like feel or experience or even really actually be able to see.
How do you
You
know
just said it.
How do you
So
know
hold
it
on.
exists then?
Okay, sure, I'll give you that. Cool, but I'm saying, like, you don't have
What
like
about laser
something
tests?
else you can get
What about
onto
laser
that
tests?
isn't.
What do you mean something else? You just said that you don't know that the globe exists. What else do we need?
I didn't say that.
Yeah, you did. You said that you'll give that to him. He asked you, how would you know that it actually is curving? You said, I'll give that to you.
No, I
Okay,
said
so you don't know it's curving.
I'll
You
give the
don't know
argument
it's
to
being
you
a globe. So,
because
so
you're
what
just
else?
talking about things that you can see, and that's just and I know for flat earthers that's like a huge thing, it's like you know we
Why
can't
isn't it a
see
huge
this.
thing for you?
What,
Quack
what
rabbit.
about laser
We can't
tests?
see this, we can't feel this, so
Oh,
it must not be
so
happening.
what about laser tests and actually measuring no drop over distance? What about that?
Sure, show it to
It's
me.
a
Let's see it.
physical measurement. Yeah, we've got one over 120 kilometers.
Over land or over water.
Oh, it has to be over water. It was
So you
done
gotta.
by the military and a university in conjunction. 120 kilometers. 3 different coloured lasers. Yeah, do you know what
That's pretty
the drop
cool.
over distance is for 120 kilometers? It's almost a kilometer drop.
If you do just 8 inches per mile squared.
It's a little over 3,000 feet.
Yeah, well, it's not in miles; it's in kilometers. But yeah, then
Yeah,
you'd have to convert it. So,
yeah.
yeah.
At 70. It's
So what's
approximately
that?
72 miles or
So
70
you
miles. That would
divide by
be
1.8
3,000.
or something.
Never mind.
What'd you say? Divided by what? 1.6 kilometers. 1.6. Oh, sorry. A
I was
mile is
thinking out loud.
0.67 or something, or 0.64 of a kilometer. A kilometer is 0.6. I don't know. Whatever. I use kilometers.
Yeah,
Anyway.
a mile is 0.62 of a kilometer.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. No, the other way around. Isn't it? Kilometer is 0.62 of a mile. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's
Thank.
right. Yeah.
Oh
So, would
no,
you accept laser tests as something?
just a bevy of evidence against the whole flat Earth thing. That's all. I mean, especially
Well,
like
like what? Can you give us one?
I mean,
What's the best one?
there's an entire like world of science out there that says it's not. So,
Oh
Science.
shit!
Like
and
what?
again, I have
Could you
not
just go
personally
into any
experienced
details?
it. So haven't
Okay, but
personally
could you go?
experienced
So what?
it.
That's fine. That's fine. You said there's a whole world of science out there. Would you be able to go into any detail about what that is?
I don't know, fellas. I've had like 7 beers.
Come on,
I'm
dude. I've
chilling.
been drinking all day. That's not an excuse. Hey, can I ask you an honest question though? And I
Sure.
mean this,
Yeah, sure.
like
No,
I
I'm chilling,
honestly.
man. Go ahead.
So the conversation we're having right now, you brought that evidence in that solidified, your belief, and then I'm sorry, I really wasn't paying attention.
I just
No,
cited
no,
a
hold on. Let me
Soundly
finish, please. Let me
video.
finish.
Come on.
Let me finish. I really wasn't paying attention, and when I asked you about it, you kind of like laughed at me like I was some idiot because I didn't know what you were talking about. But
No,
then we asked you about the Black
I'm
Swan,
drinking.
and you didn't know about that. And so my question is, when you're like researching this information, are you just looking at the information from things that are trying to debunk flat Earth? Are you just learning that and not ever trying to test it for yourself and look at what flat earthers actually say? Honestly,
Um,
it's okay. I don't care. Just curious.
you know a good one. Uh, again, it's another video, but it's good.
Okay, but you didn't answer my question, friend.
No, what am I gonna do in my little day to day? I have to work. Like I have a life.
Well, if
So
you had time to look up this, the things that you're presenting in here to trying to debunk, right?
I'm sure
You had time to do that, right? But do you ever,
No, I'm not.
go the extra mile? And no, okay.
So you have to work. So you're not the guy who has the globe proof then. So who is?
It's not me.
We keep hearing that. Every time we ask these questions, we're not talking to the person that we want. It's always someone else who has it. Someone else over there in the corner has the globe proof. Some white coat, some person with a PhD who's been to school for a long time, knows something that none of us can tell you what it is.
Well, Neil said you can't see the curve.
And I appreciate you coming in here, and I'm glad you came in here because I like hearing from men like you. And I like it when you can be honest,
What that I'm
Well,
just like.
let's be honest.
I've been drinking. I've been smoking some weed. We were just playing the Quake 2 remaster.
Yeah,
Honestly,
like I said, dude, I've
I
been
was just
drinking
coming here
all
just
day.
trying to find out. Well, where the hell Battlemod is because he's hilarious.
Yeah,
That's
well,
all. That's all. Yeah, I was in some other server that he invited me to, and now it's gone. And then I don't know. There were two other ones.
You don't have his info. You can't call him and ask him himself. Well, why are you asking us?
I never friend requested him on Discord. So yeah, no, he's just gone. So whatever, no big deal.
Well, maybe he's working because, like you, we all got to work, right? We don't have time to
prove the globe.
I'm sorry, I'm fucking around, but
prove fantasies.
Yeah, shit, man.
I don't know. For me, I came up loving astronomy and stuff, and so just
who didn't? We all did.
All the shit makes more sense in that world, than it would.
I love
with
Superman. I love X-Men.
Well, yeah, but
what makes sense?
There's a difference. I can see, planets and stars and stuff. I can't point a telescope somewhere and see, Superman or Wolverine or something. You know what I mean?
You can see the curve.
You know what? When I was growing up, we weren't concerned with curve. We were looking to the stars, my friend.
Looking in the opposite direction, right? And then you're interpreting, right? You don't actually know what you're looking at when you just look at a light in the sky, but you've been given a story about what it is in this context of this heliocentric system that you think.
It's a pretty deep story, though.
That part is a story, though, right? You're not actually seeing that. That's just your interpretation of what you saw based on what people have told you about what it is. You don't know.
So we're both crippled when it comes to figuring out what the stars are. Is that
pretty
what you're
much?
saying?
Yeah, sort of. I guess.
Cool.
No matter of speaking, sure.
I can live with that. That's fine. You're right. No lie. You're right.
Well, even if we did know what they were and all that shit, it still doesn't have anything to do with where we're standing. How does that?
There definitely are some observations of the stars that kind of weirdly do away with some of the flat Earth stuff. That's all. I mean, at least depending on depending on how you view your model of the flat Earth. But yeah, I mean,
I don't have a model of the flat Earth.
Star trails are one, especially having people from very different points of the globe looking at the South Pole, essentially. The Southern Star, the Southern Cross.
What globe?
Standing on whatever the fuck we're standing on. How about that? Standing on whatever we're standing on and looking south.
Okay, so if the sky shows you that we're living on a ball, then surely you should come back down to the land and measure the ball. Yeah? Because it's physical, like we live here. You can do things on it.
Sure. I'm just saying, star trails are.
But you can't confirm what's going on in the sky.
Star trails are pretty definitive.
What else? What's up there?
Are you talking about when? Is he talking about when you're in the north and you look at the stars, and then when you're in the south, they turn, they rotate from clockwise to counterclockwise? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's not really true.
It is, though.
That's what I always hear people talk.
It's not. They're going east to west, right? That appears to be counterclockwise if you're facing north. It appears to be clockwise if you're facing south. Don't matter where you are.
No, I mean it's a bit problematic. It is.
What's the problem with that?
So, again, it depends on like your model of the flat Earth in your mind, like how it's
What?
represented in your mind. All right, is it
Well, here's how it works, right?
is it like the
Something
equidistant
is going.
azimuthal map? Is that like are we going to
No,
use that as like the basis?
no, no. Here's how
No.
it works,
See, and that's
right?
what I'm trying to figure out. Yeah.
Listen, I'll tell you. I'll help you. So
No,
if
tell me
something
what we're on. Is that's what
if
I.
something is turning in one direction, right? It's going in one actual
Yes, if
direction,
you look one way and they're gonna be
west.
moving that way, then you look, yeah.
Right, right. It's going east to west. And for me, it's going from my left to my right. If I turn around, then what's it doing? It's going from my right to my left, then, right? Simply because I turned around. And that's all that clockwise and counterclockwise are relative directions, right? Left to right, right to left. Just depends on the observer's orientation. That's all. The thing is still going in the same direction. You're just turning around. So you don't have to
So
travel to do that, right? You just turn around.
unfortunately, that's not actually what's observed, though.
Yeah, it is.
But it's not.
Do you want me to show you? Yeah, it is. I've talked to like hundreds of people like you who say that exact thing and don't know what they're talking about. I can just post it for you right now in the live stream voice text. It'll take you 3 minutes to watch the video showing that that's exactly what happens.
Post it. I want to see it too.
So
I'm interested in that.
But just real quick, so like, so it's not like the azimuthal or whatever equidistant azimuthal map. That's not what you consider the flat Earth.
No, that's a representation. That's a drawing. That's an
Okay.
illustration. That's not
Cool.
reality. That's not the terrain.
No, I get that, but that's that's at least like a decent representation of what you posit the Earth is.
No, I'm just talking about the surface properties of water, which preclude the possibility of Earth being a globe. That's all. I'm not saying anything about the way the land is laid out or any of that, or there being an ice ring around us or any of those things.
So you don't have any idea about like how the sun travels around, how the moon travels around.
No, I don't need to.
Any
I
of
don't need
it, any
to
of
measure.
it, because those
We don't
all
need
those
to
are
measure.
very predictable, and they all match up pretty well.
Match what?
With the globe.
Well, there's something that doesn't match with a globe, which is the surface of the Earth, right? Which must be curving, which it observably isn't. So where does that fit into the globe?
So really that's all we're going to focus on.
Well, that's it. That's the end of the line for the globe. Has to curve
I guess you're
surface if
right.
it's a ball, right? If it doesn't
You're right.
do that, well, back to the drawing board. Let's figure it out.
Observations outside of yeah. Cool.
Well, don't you agree?
Cool. I mean, if you can't
Well, he just posted the video, so if you want to observe what he just said, you can.
I mean,
yeah, he points the camera northeast, southwest, right? And he does it from both so-called hemispheres, right? When it's pointing north, it doesn't matter if he's in so-called northern or southern hemisphere, right? The motion is counterclockwise, and vice versa. And it's just because what's on your left then becomes on your right if you turn around. That's all.
he's in Arizona, huh?
Uh-huh. But I mean, wouldn't you agree that no matter what you interpret from the things that happen in the sky, if the ground isn't curving, then the world can't be a ball?
I think there's a lot of things that we can observe.
Are any of them curvature of the Earth?
Yeah.
Okay, where can we observe that? That's what we're looking for.
I mean, geodetic surveys prove that it's definitely a globe.
How so?
Given the fact that take into effect, the shape of the Earth. Yes, they
Yeah.
don't over short distances when they're putting shit down. They definitely don't. But over
Wrong.
actual long
Wrong.
distances, they do.
You're wrong.
Sounds like they're just begging the question based on what you said, but go ahead, Timbo.
Yeah. What they do is they take 3 points, line of sight. They take the measurements of the 3 points and then they wrap it around the geodesic ball. All they do. It says it in the manual.
Yeah.
A geodesic. What was it?
Well, they're just projecting their angle measurements onto a presupposed spheroid, right?
Yeah, and somehow all our highways are pretty good. I mean, yeah, some are full of potholes and shit, but so they're presupposing, right? But they're doing what? They're taking measurements and then projecting them onto a geodesic. What was it? Okay.
I don't know. That was what Timbo said, so I was just going to let him answer.
It's true though. Yeah,
Yeah, they wrap it. So they wrap it around a ball. They
yeah.
take three. You take the 3 points, line of sight, so they have to be a straight line. And then what they do is they take the dimensions of the ball that they give it, and then they put those 3 points down onto the ball. Yeah, and then that creates a circular line, and then you get your spherical excess.
Yeah, and
You don't
because
get
the
spherical
Earth
excess.
is
You don't measure. You don't
because
measure spherical excess. You
because the Earth is so
get an
big,
equation that gives you spherical.
it's not going to be
And
that big
wrap
a
it.
deal.
Okay, so
Okay?
we're not actually measuring spherical excess, and it sounds like you're agreeing that these angle measurements are just being projected onto the imagined sphere, right? You could do the same thing for like an imaginary pineapple or an imaginary pizza or a Pringle, right? You just project these measurements, right? These angles onto any of those and come out with the same thing that you're talking about with the globe.
Pretty big. Yeah. Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, it's pretty big. That's what I mean.
What, the imaginary sphere?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it's imaginary.
How is that an argument that something's too big? I don't get it.
I don't get it either.
Well, that's kind of like a concession, though. You're just
Look at
saying,
some of the shit they tell us about space and all these planets, how far they are on this crazy shit. But you're telling me that the Earth is too big?
it's
Come
it's
on.
not it's not really an argument, though. It's more of a concession because you're saying, well, I can't show it to you. It's too big. Well, that's what we're saying. We can't see it. We can't observe it. We can't measure it.
Yeah,
We
you're
can't
talking
detect
about building
it
things
anyway.
on terrain, Yeah, but yes, geodetic survey definitely takes into account the curvature of the Earth for
It
sure.
just takes into account presupposed curvature of the Earth.
Yes,
And then they just take
for
three
a
straight
reason.
lines, right, and project it onto this presupposition of a curved Earth.
Yep, you're right.
So it's 3 straight lines. Where are you getting spherical excess in those?
Probably nowhere. Let's be honest,
That
because
yeah.
shit ain't that big, compared to the Earth. So
Well, it doesn't matter how big the straight lines are. The internal angles must always sum to 180 degrees if they're connected in a triangle, right? So if you're saying that you're getting more than that, from 3 straight lines, where's that coming from? It's coming from the part that Timbo's talking about where they project it onto their curve that they presuppose.
yeah, you're right. They presuppose it, like every section of highway. So like it changes every time because they want to make it as flat as possible for you, But again, you haven't looked into how they actually like build the highways and stuff. So that's fine. It's fine. You guys
Well,
can keep talking for a
I got
second.
a
Go ahead.
question.
I'm gonna
I
listen.
got a
I'm gonna
question. So,
piss,
like,
though.
we're given these dimensions, right, of the globe. We're told the radius and all that. But you're saying, it's so big that we can't measure any of that? Why can't, if we know the dimensions of the sphere, then why can't we use that to measure, the curvature? drop over distance. Why can't we do that, friend?
Because it's too big.
How do we know those dimensions if they're too big to be measured?
Yeah, that's my point.
Wish I had the cricket soundboard right now.
I think he said he was leaving.
No, for real?
I heard him say something like that.
No, he's still here, isn't he?
Like he was going like away from the computer for a second or something.
Yeah, I think he. Oh no, wait, he's here.
So did he even hear what I said at all?
I don't think so, because right when you were talking, he said something about that he had to do something.
That's convenient.
Yeah, how high in altitude would you have to go to see a curve?
You'll have to ask not Professor Dave that, because that's what he said. You can't see the curvature of the Earth on the surface of the Earth. You have to go into the air. So we'll need to get Professor Dave on the line and ask him. You know that what Heretic said. The bottom line is you can see too far, and you can't see inches per mile squared drop over distance. So if you can see too far and you can't see inches per mile drop over distance, party's over, guys. Your imaginary globe never existed. That's all you got. That's all you got to worry about. The rest of it's just noise.
That's for sure.
Well, and he said, the Earth is so big. Well, so are the dimensions we're given? Is it bigger than that? Is it, is that? Are those?
Well, like we accounted for how big they said it was, and we're not seeing what we should see if it is that big. So it doesn't even make sense to come back with, well, it's too big.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
No sense whatsoever to say it's too big when we're told what it is, but you can't experience it, and we can see too far. Case closed, guys. Your indoctrination and your brainwashing needs to go bye-bye, and your cognitive dissonance.
How many times have you? I've heard that a bunch of times today. The "it's too big" argument.
It always comes up. They all eventually they all say it.
Yeah, it's just like a script. Like they're really missing the point, because when we show them the black swan, we're accounting for how big they say it is and what we should be seeing if it is that big. We don't see that, and then they say, well, it's too big. Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, because some of the measurements that we hear NASA throw out are freaking ridiculously, like distances. The distances.
I mean, if anything, the bigger the planet, the more your argument could work.
But the planet, we've been told for how many centuries, is this size right here. So, Crack Rabbit, as Heretic said, you can't see 8 inches per mile squared drop over distance. We can see too far if we lived on a globe of 3959 radius. So we can see too far, and you can never see drop over distance of 8 inches per mile squared drop over distance. So therefore, your globe, your fairy tale globe, is dead, and your cog disc needs to go bye-bye.
So, like, all other observations can get thrown out of the window because you've seen you've seen something.
Who's saying that?
You've seen something.
Who's
10
saying
miles
that?
out over the water.
What's supposed to get thrown out the window? We're talking about observations here, not throwing them out the window.
Yeah, other observations that
You're the one throwing the
Are you
observations.
going back to the observations of the sun and the stars again? Is that? I thought we already went through that.
Oh, you showed a video that it's whatever. It's whatever.
But you're the one
No, it's
throwing
not
the
whatever.
observations out the window, though.
How are multiple people looking south on a flat plane, yet seeing the same thing?
Let's stay on the. Let us stay on the ground.
We're on the ground.
Stay on the ground and measure, test the earth, test the ground,
Yes,
not
this
the
is-
sky. Test.
No.
No, wait. Test the ground.
See, you wanna get
measure.
away from that. You wanna get
Measure.
away from that.
No. because you've never been up there. Nobody has ever been up there. Measure the ground where you walk on. 1, you see too far for a ball to be 39.59, and you've never seen 8 inches 8 inches per mile squared drop over distance.
definitely want to get
You've
away
never
from
seen
talking
it.
about
You've
observation.
never seen it, and we can see too far. Therefore, your globe, your fairy tale globe, has never existed, and your indoctrination and your cognitive dissonance is the reason why you still believe in your fairy tale.
I get that you don't want to lock yourself down to like a flat Earth model, but like how?
We don't live on a
Literally
model.
how?
We don't live on a model. We live in reality.
Yeah,
We
but you know
don't
what
live in a
humans do
model.
is we model things. You
No,
know,
we
like
don't.
it's
We
exactly what
experience
we do.
our reality. I can
Yes, and
model
then we want
Santa
to represent them.
Crack
That's
Rabbit.
exactly what humans do.
So wait a
Crack
minute.
That's
Do
what
we
we
Rabbit.
have
do.
a working, functional globe model?
Yeah, it's
No, you
very.
don't.
We do.
You have a
It,
fairy
We do.
tale.
it can
You have a
predict
fairy tale.
every single
Jim's
thing.
right. Jim's right about that. It's not a functioning model. It is just a story.
It literally will predict
It predicts
everything.
nothing. It predicts zero.
Well, what do you think it predicts, Crack Rabbit? Get specific.
Everything. I mean,
What?
literally.
Everything. When you say everything, what does your spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space predict?
Everything observable from
What?
our planet,
You
as for astrologically, you know,
no.
like,
You can't.
astronomically, not.
Crack
well,
Rabbit, you cannot experience 8 inches per mile square drop over distance, and you can see too far. Case closed. Your cognitive dissonance and your
theory,
indoctrination has to go.
So all of the observable, you know,
You don't
cosmic
observe it.
shit.
Yeah.
You don't observe it.
Telling you,
We're
we
gonna
don't
forget
observe.
it. Yeah.
You're
Cool,
the one throwing the observations out because we keep bringing them to you, going, "Hey, look, there's no globe here. There's no 8 inches per mile squared drop."
Yeah,
And
that
then you
shit's
just keep
been
responding
argued
with
like.
and then you just keep responding with, "Why do you guys want to throw out all the observations when that's exactly what you're doing?"
Yeah, you want to focus on one thing.
One thing, that's all you
one
need.
thing.
All you need is you can't observe 8 inches per mile square drop over distance, and you can see too far. That's all we need. Your cognitive dissonance, your
love.
cognitive
You
dissonance,
don't have to
and your
yell. You don't have to yell.
indoctrination.
You don't have
The
to yell.
eyes, hey, Crack Rabbit,
You don't
the
have to yell.
eyes are useless when the mind is blind. Open your mind.
Look, don't be offended, Crack Rabbit. Jim is a very passionate man.
I'm not offended.
Don't
I
you
just
know?
don't think he
Okay,
doesn't have to
good.
get. You know, we don't have to take it to
Well,
that
he's
level.
It's like
Quantum Eraser is not here. We don't have to take it to that level.
Well, it's like you keep trying to get us to argue some sort of a model. We're not talking about that. We're testing the globe claim, right? We're
Yes.
testing that claim.
The
right?
problem is you can't
a
get
model.
you can't get past square one, and you want to go to square 10. You know, you want to skip over. You know, you want to skip over the fact that there's no curve.
I would assume that, like, you know, it's been this many fucking years, you know, and somewhere someone would have come up with a feasible, workable, serviceable flat Earth model. Because
well, you didn't do it for the globe, so why the double standard?
There is one for the
Yeah,
globe.
what-
You can
Go
talk
Oh my
about.
God.
Hold on. You can. We can argue like the surface of the shit all day long. But what does work very well is using a sphere
For what?
to predict
For what?
everything that we see outside.
Specifically.
Yeah. How the sun
What
moves.
specifically?
How the moon moves. The stars, all that shit. Literally, like, that shit, it's hard to apply to a fucking flat plane.
Well, all you've done is just reverse engineer the stuff that we've seen in the sky onto this imagined globe.
Yes, that's like what
that's
humans
all that's been done.
do. That's
It's
what
not
humans
that
do.
it's not that you had a globe and then you came up with all these predictions. They're actually
Correct.
just things that you've seen play out over and over
engineered
again.
it.
And then you just
Yes.
apply them to this globe idea that you have.
Correct. Now
all you
imagine,
did.
hold on. Now imagine you found some crazy ass technology. Shit just fucking crash landed onto onto the planet. How would you go about seeing how it worked? Would you just use it and not even know what the fuck it does? No. You would sit there and meticulously reverse engineer it.
You How do I
assume
reverse engineer the moon? What is the moon?
I think, yeah. I don't think he's making sense there.
I'll give it to you. I'll give
Yeah,
you.
no,
Fuck it. Fuck it. Right? We didn't go to the moon. We don't know what the moon is. But what we do know what the moon does is exactly how it travels around us. Right?
And what does the moon do?
It orbits us slightly
I'm
faster than we
I'm gonna
rotate.
ask you a real direct question because I've already talked about we see too far 8 inches per mile square drop has never been seen. You won't accept that. I'm gonna tell you this one. Between the new moon, between the first quarter going to the waning gibbous, to the full moon, to the waxing gibbous, to the third quarter of the moon, the sun is not directly illuminating the moon. The moon is looking up and the sun is below it. So it is not directly illuminating line of sight. It is not directly illuminating the moon over half the time that is in the sky during the lunar cycle. The moon is not being illuminated by the sun line of sight. Therefore, there's something going on other than what you've been taught in school. Can you agree with that?
I mean, it 100% is the sun's light that is
No,
lighting the
I
moon.
just told you between the first quarter and the third quarter, the waning and waxing gibbous, it is not being lit direct line of sight. And if you don't believe me, go look at it yourself. Line of sight. When I talk to somebody, it's line of sight. When light shows me, it's line of sight. The sun is not illuminating line of sight the moon between the first and the third quarter. Now, that is the fact. You go look at it wherever you live between the first and the third quarter, and you come back and tell us.
Well, let's take a look at it.
This is heavy stuff, Crack Rabbit. This stuff will wake your life up big time because we are all born into a prison system we cannot see. Therefore, we don't know we're in it. You're in a prison system you don't know you're in. It started at age 5 and it is continuing to this day. But you and I and Heretic and Timbo and Paul and Kel are going to get you out of this prison system, and we're going to open your mind so your eyes can see.
Well, I hope he does that for himself.
It's going to be a little tough. I went to space camp twice.
Oh,
at
boy.
2 different locations, and it was dope as fuck.
You went to space twice?
Space camp.
Space camp.
You went to indoctrination camp twice?
I went to space camp in Canaveral, and then I went to the one that was in Alabama. As well.
You went to indoctrination camp twice. Can you agree with that?
And it was dope as fuck.
You went to indoctrination camp twice. Can you agree with that?
No.
Okay, so when you went there, they didn't indoctrinate you and confirm your presupposition that you lived on a spinning space ball. They didn't do that.
I mean, sure, probably.
Yes, they did. Crack Rabbit, we can see too far to live on your ball. You'd never seen ages per mile square drop over distance, and the sun during the first to the third quarter does not directly line of sight light the moon. So, therefore, you have some homework to do. We are telling you the truth, and you have indoctrination and cognitive dissonance holding you back from seeing the truth because your mind is blind. Can you agree with that?
No, probably not. No.
Okay, very good.
I guess probably now you can change my role, right?
Change your mind. Oh.
Hey, it's cool, man. In an hour, we are not going to change a lifetime of indoctrination. We know that. In an hour, you cannot change a lifetime of indoctrination. But we're telling you right now, You've never seen ages per mile squared drop over distance. Therefore, how do you know it exists? You can see too far to be living on a ball of 3959 miles. And I just told you, look into the sky. Look at the moon between the first and the third quarter. Line of sight tells you during those 14 days or so, the sun is not illuminating the moon directly, line of sight. Therefore, the sun cannot be illuminating the moon. Therefore, there's some other answer that you're not allowing your mind to see.
The sun's pretty big, though, isn't it?
How big is it?
It's well bigger than the fucking Earth, isn't it?
In your fairy tale that you've been taught from indoctrination and cognitive dissonance, it is.
I mean, you can answer like that, I guess.
Well, how do you know how big the sun is?
Of course.
Have you measured it somehow, or is this just from the
Yeah,
indoctrination of your fairy tale?
It's from the indoctrination for sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is that really an honest answer? Or are you just being,
Well, yeah.
Are you just saying that? Or
I will
genuinely?
It is.
Okay.
No, I haven't measured the size
Thank
of
you.
the
Thank
sun.
you. Thank you.
Come on.
No, yeah. I mean, I just, I want to be honest with each other.
I'm gonna send some guy like even though you guys wouldn't even trust that, but like, yeah, send somebody like a few hundred miles from me, if not more, and then we're gonna try and do some trigonometry to figure out the size of the sun or something. Like, come on, what am I doing?
I find it interesting that you went to space camp at Canaveral in Alabama, and you don't think that they presupposed the ball when you went there or reverse engineered the ball, and that you trusted them even though you've never seen 8 inches per mile squared drop over distance and we can see too far. I find it interesting that your senses have given way, and you've abdicated your senses to somebody else's presuppositions, and you took it because you were born into a prison system you cannot see. A Grace Rabbit. This can be one of the most important revelations in an entire person's life, that they've been lied to since birth, and you laugh it off. It's okay, man.
I do.
It's okay, man. It's okay.
I did.
It's okay, man. It's all right, bro. It's okay, because we're not going to change your mind in an hour. We understand that. But if you do those things that we ask you to do, try to find ages per mile squared drop over distance. You can't. We see too far. We do see too far. And please look at the moon and look at the first quarter through
It's funny that the Black Swan has changed now, because it used to be
that
shot from the mountains.
Yeah.
You're changing the subject.
Why are we?
No, I'm not.
You're changing Crack Rabbit. You're changing the subject.
Changing the subject.
Please look at the moon from the first quarter, waning gibbous, full moon, waxing gibbous, the third quarter, and be honest with yourself. The sun is not directly illuminating the moon, so something is going on that you won't recognize now, but you may later.
So the Earth should block out all of the light.
I never said that.
When
I never said that.
So when would the sun not directly illuminate half of the moon?
You have your crescent, waning and waxing crescent, that is looking down towards the sun. But when it gets to the first quarter, through the waning gibbous, gibbous to the waxing gibbous to the third moon, to the third quarter, it is not directly illuminating the moon. You can look at that yourself and make a decision. We're asking you to use your own eyes to see you don't have 8 inches per mile squared drop over distance. You can see too far, and look to the sky and look to the moon and see that the sun is not directly illuminating it. And when you do, and when you open your mind, you will see you don't live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space, that you live on something that was created for you and for everybody else that you love by a creator. You will see that.
By a creator?
By God in the Bible, yes.
And everyone here believes that as well.
It doesn't matter. Does that matter? We're talking about
kind of, because
the
I mean
Earth.
he's punctuating it with that, so I was just curious.
Well, bro, I don't know. I don't care. You believe what you want. You came here, right? You came to us. We didn't come to you.
Well, I mean, you
And
came here as
nobody
well.
wants
What are you
you
talking
to
about?
say, I didn't come to you.
No. You said you came here, and I'm saying the same to you. You came here.
No, Paul's been here.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Yes.
I've been here
So
for
he
years,
came
friend.
here. I've been here for years as well. I just haven't been here in a
Years?
few months. Yeah, since 2019.
But you came here, right? To talk to us. I didn't really come here to talk to you specifically tonight. I didn't know you were going to come tonight, right? So
The
you came
same
to
can be
us
said
wanting
from
to
my
talk to us
side.
about this topic. Look, all I'm trying to say is, nobody here is trying to convince you of anything. All we're asking you to do is to take all the information that you've been taught and really scrutinize it.
Okay,
And
and
really be honest with yourself. Like
all I
what
asked
Jim
2
just
seconds
told you
ago.
about the moon, completely debunks what you're saying about this working globe model that you say you have.
Cool. I'll see it.
Well, no, that's not cool.
I'll see it. Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah, that's you don't. And I'm not saying take Jim's word for it. I'm just saying you came here, right? Why did you come here? Just because you read, this, you found this information that you thought somehow was some flat Earth killer, some debunking.
No.
Because honestly, bro, you don't really seem that well versed on even the globe model or any of our
No,
positions
in
at all.
reality, I haven't argued flat Earth shit in years, straight up. Yeah, like I said, I just came here because I literally have explained it multiple times, so I don't know why you're even questioning it. Yeah.
Because I don't know, you're fighting awfully hard
what
against,
happened?
and you're trying to make
What
it
happened to
seem
Battle
like.
Mod? I literally have asked
Why
you
do you
multiple
keep
times.
talking
That's
about
all.
Battle Mod?
I was hoping maybe someone would just point me in the direction of where dude was, because I don't know. Yeah, we disagree on a lot of shit, but dude's pretty funny, and me and him had, I don't know. That's all, Literally, I've said it multiple times.
Yeah, I don't care. Yes. And we've said what we said about. No, we're not interested in that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but you were asking why I came here, and I've already said it multiple times, so
Well, you just came here because you wanted to ask about Battle Mod. Come on. That's dishonest.
No, it's true. But I stayed just because you guys,
Crack
Yeah.
Rabbit, is the truth important to you?
I mean, yeah.
Okay, if the truth is important to you, I think everybody here will ask you to verify that you can see too far for your ball, that you don't see 8 inches per mile squared drop over distance, and you will look at the moon and you will see that the sun in for about 14 days between the first quarter, the waning and waxing in third quarter, does not directly illuminate the moon. If you can open your mind and see that what you've been taught is a lie, that's all we can ask for you. And then we would ask you to come back after you've done that and talk
So
to
what's
us about
blocking
it.
the light that gets to the moon?
What you need to do is observe it for yourself, as
I'm
I have.
asking.
No. Don't take, as Paul said, don't take my word for it. You go do the work yourself. You do the work yourself as Heretic, Timbo, myself, Paul, everybody, Kel, everybody has done the work for themselves. You go do the work for yourself and then come back and tell us what you observed with your own eyes, and then we can talk about it. You do the work yourself. That's all we ask, and we appreciate your time here with us tonight.
Yeah, and I'll add to that too that none of us mind sharing our position with you and why we've come to know what we know, but nobody here is saying just believe us, right? None of us are saying that at all. But if you're interested in it, and you want to, sit with us and understand where we're coming from, this is what you have to do, And I'm gonna be honest with you, Battle Mod. This is what happened, right? He was actually recruited by NASA, and for this secret mission to Saturn, and
I
he's
like
on
this
Saturn.
response. That's good. That's good.
Yeah, he's on Saturn, bro. So there you go. Is that a good answer?
Sure. Fuck it, right?
Yeah,
no. Literally, I randomly, like over the last week and a half, like 2 weeks or something, like there were like 3 servers that I had just like he had invited me to, and I just like randomly joined, and now they're all gone. And then he's just like off the face of the planet as far as Discord goes. So I was just curious. I was like, maybe he's in here. So I just like jumped
Sure,
in.
I took a break. I actually had a lot of conversations with him as well, late nights when I first got here, and I had to take a break for a while. I was off the server for like 6 months, right? And when I came back, pretty much everybody, including him, that I had made a connection with, were gone. So it isn't just him. I have an entire list of contacts that are deleted users. So, and I did inquire, but then I realized, what people have other lives besides this, right? And is it really my business? No. Whatever happened, if he left on his own, I don't know. Is it my business? What? No.
Yeah, don't know. That's all. Yeah, literally, that's why I joined. I was just curious. No lie. But I stuck around for a minute. Just
So you should stick around, longer. Come by tomorrow.
You guys don't get a lot.
Do some of these like observations that we're talking about, and come back and tell us what you saw, like what you observed. I would love that, dude.
We're going to go to the new moon here real soon. I think we're in the waxing crescent time right now. So you're going to have about, I'd say, 8 or 9 days before it gets to the first quarter. And when it gets to the first quarter and the weather is okay, I ask you to go out and look at the moon, because the moon will be to the left of the sun, and look at it as it goes into the waning gibbous, and then up to the full moon, and then get up earlier in the morning and look at it when the moon is to the right of the sun, and see which direction the sun is pointing towards the moon, and if the moon is being lit by the sun directly, as we've been told in the fairy tale.
Is it going to be like illuminated, like from the other side, like where
I want you to go.
The dark side's going to be like towards
Crack
the sun
Rabbit,
or something?
Crack Rabbit. I want you to go.
I'm trying to know what I'm
Crack
looking
Rabbit.
for.
No, I don't want you to do it now. I want you to go look for it yourself.
Jim doesn't want to. He doesn't want to, poison your mind with what you think you're gonna see before you see it for yourself, right?
I want you to see it for yourself, Crack Rabbit, and then I want you to open your mind and think that maybe you've been lied to, and then come back and have an honest discussion, because you have to see it for yourself.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I don't think he's asking much of you. Yeah, it's pretty.
No, that's fine. It's fine. Totally fine.
Hey, maybe you'll go out there and check, and you'll be like, hey, those flat earthers were full of it. There's 8 inches per mile squared drop everywhere.
Yeah.
Go check.
Well, I don't know how I'm going to check
great,
that.
wouldn't
I just do HVAC. I don't know if I'm going to be able to verify, the curvature.
The easiest way to check is to look for a geometric horizon, because 8 inches per mile squared drop equals a 1.2 mile times square root of observer height in feet geometric horizon, which is kind of a mouthful, but not as crazy as it sounds. So at 1 foot of height, you got to have a horizon at 1.2 miles if that curvature exists. You can just go out and see.
There's no way,
Okay, fair enough. So do I, for what it's worth.
Yeah, I live in the mountains. But anyways,
yeah, that disappoints me too. Is I don't live near any large bodies of water.
But
I mean, I live in the mountains.
Drive to Lake Michigan. It's like 2.5 hour drive.
Speaking of work, for me it's 1:06 a.m. So I'm gonna have to, cut it off. It was fun chatting, fellas. And yeah, sure. I'll take a look at some stuff. Then we'll
So
come
what
back,
part what part of the East Coast do you live in?
Virginia.
Oh, okay.
I do ask you to look at the moon and be honest with yourself about your indoctrination, and then come back and those of us in here who are all bros, we'll talk to you as a bro, and we'll let you tell us what you observed, and then we'll have a nice, honest conversation. Does that sound fair?
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Hey, and if you don't want to do what Jim's asking you to do, bring in some more of these supposed observations that prove the globe model. We can talk about that too. Because you said there's so many, but we didn't really get into specifics about. Kind of steered away from that. But I'll entertain it once in a
Again,
while.
like I said, it has been years since I've actually sat and tried to argue flat Earth stuff. You know what I mean? It's been years.
Why are you trying to argue it though? Well, why is it an argument?
So why tonight? I'm curious.
Well, yeah, and why does it have to be an argument? What are we?
Because I don't know. So I had a few beers and I forget. I jumped into a different one the other night and some guy was like having a fucking meltdown and he was like talking about going on a mass shooting. So I was like
okay.
I was like, what's going on in here?
It sounds like you're trying to be convinced. That's what it sounds like to me.
No. I mean, not these discords are definitely more fun than like just I don't know, anywhere else. Yeah, they're fun.
So you're saying what you're saying is you're not really interested in this at all. This is just pure entertainment for you.
I mean,
is that what you just said?
Discord is entertainment for me. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
So being entertained is more important than the truth to you?
No. I mean, I enjoy the truth. What do you mean?
Okay. So I want you. I want you obviously be happy and be entertained.
I will go.
Yes.
I'll go.
Yes.
I'll make
please,
some personal
please,
moon observations.
Please.
Let's do that.
Please.
Yeah.
And you know what? If you when you want to do this and maybe you need like some help, don't be afraid to reach out to one of us.
No, I have a telescope.
This Discord is great because not only do you get entertained, but you get told the truth. It's amazing.
That's what all of these Discords tell me.
Well, I don't know about that, but I don't know, man. We're giving you things that you can, do for yourself. We're not just saying, "Hey, this is truth." We're saying, "Hey, look,
go look,
do it, man, do it."
I got you.
Nobody told me that we lived on a stationary plane, topographical plane. Nobody told me that. I went out and looked for myself. I literally have walked a football field. I literally have looked at a sunset and the moon, and I have basically done everything that it took to convince me that we see too far and that the moon is God's perfect calendar. Now, if you can do those things yourself, your mind will open, your eyes will see, and then you will see the truth. Thanks for coming in tonight.
Yeah, I want to applaud you too for not asking the question that we get so often before everybody leaves and maybe it's because you've been around a while, but you didn't ask us, okay, if the Earth is flat, why would they lie? But that's an important question, right? But you didn't ask it.
No, it's been.
Did you think about that at all? Was it on your mind at all?
That's old shit to ask.
Okay, good. I'm glad that so you can accept.
And it's superfluous. It makes it doesn't do anything.
Right. Yeah, exactly. But so you're not hammered down with the idea once you get through all this information, right? That, well, come on. It can't be true because, first of all, why would they lie? And how would all these people, everyone's lying? So you're not going to be, that's not going to be a roadblock for you?
I mean, there is a bit of truth to the idea, for sure. But no, it's not a roadblock. Anything, cool. Let's focus on physical observations that a single person can do themselves.
Yeah.
Let's focus on that.
Absolutely.
Well, cool. Like I said, yeah, it's like now it's 1:11. I have air conditioners to fix tomorrow, so been fun. You guys have a good one.
Yeah, take care.
Yeah, that's probably the one group of people that love global warming. That's AC repairman.
I gotta go to work. Well, okay. Like that's so many people I think come in here, and he doesn't give a shit. He saw something, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna come in here just for some entertainment." But I don't think he cares. I hope he does. I hope he comes back. That would be great.
Well, he wasn't too offensive,
For
so
him.
I mean,
No, but he did kind of admit that, like, he's really just here for entertainment. He did kind of concede to that when I asked him, like, do you really actually care about this topic? Because he didn't, I don't know. But it was decent. I like it when it didn't get sideways, and he was honest in some of his answers.
Hey, Paul, where's Battlemont at?
Yeah.
He's on Saturn. He's on Saturn. I like that.
Yeah, man. That's just what I heard. It could have been Jupiter. Could have been Jupiter.
Hey, Paul, if you ever go to space camp, I'm just owning our friendship.
I was actually kind of jealous when he said that. It's like, man, because I remember the movie. There was a movie, right? Space Camp.
Mm-hmm.
I saw it when I was a kid. I was like, man, that is awesome. That is so cool. I loved that movie.
If you go to space camp, I'm never talking to you again.
What if I bring you with?
I'm not going to space camp, Paul.
Come on, man.
I'm not going to space camp, Paul.
All right.
looks like a lot of
It would
fun.
be fucked up if you go to. Yeah, it would be fucked up if you go to space camp and all of a sudden you turn back to the globe. Oh my god! I swear to God.
Oh my goodness. I hear at space camp they have this demonstration. They have this mock-up of 8 inches per mile squared drop over distance, and so you go there and you get there, and the lights are turned down low, and it's kind of like bluish green, and you see this curvature, and you go, "Wow, that's cool, man."
Yeah, that is cool, man. Has this guy been here this whole time? I'm just going through, and there's damn fucking phone. I can't see nothing. I'm getting old.
Look,
Eyes are all blurry. I've been
I just
drinking.
looked it up right now.
Shallow. Does that say shallow Rambo? Put my glasses on. But this person's in here, and I thought it just said VC verified. I don't know. I don't think they have any roles. Yeah, no roles.
Shallow Rambo sounds pretty good. I mean, Rambo, obviously Sylvester Stallone. I just want to know where you got Shallow from.
Hey, Jim, I just posted. I think these are like the.
Oh my goodness.
The people that.
Oh my goodness.
It's space camp.
Oh my goodness. I can see Paul being there.
Yeah, this is. They tell you about space. It's only $1,899.
Are you serious? $18.99 credit card coming up, babe.
Yeah.
Now
Bro.
I got a question. Is this like a female only space camp, or do they just not have any guys this particular time?
It's just the picture that they have up. So I don't know.
Can you imagine going to space camp and having a uniform put on, and then having that stupid thing behind you and told that you live on a planet?
You know what's funny? That picture is for the Adult Advanced Space Camp Academy. Okay.
Oh my goodness, the super indoctrinated, huh? The super indoctrinated.
I would be super disappointed if I got to space camp and that's what greeted me. Damn.
Right?
Or maybe you can go to space camp and do some recording and shit. Bring back some info.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, but you had to spend like almost $2,000. No way.
Oh hell no! Fuck that, bro. I can just imagine. That's it, bro. I don't need to pay no $2,000 for that. Use my imagination, right? Right, Jim?
I think yeah, right. Yeah, Kimbo. I think Globe Crusher is my friend from the from the West Coast. I think he is. I
It's a
think
it's a 6-day, 5 nights adventure with hands-on interactive space missions and other activities to show you what it takes to be an astronaut. Wow.
$1,899 to be. It's not bad enough we go to college and get brainwashed, in astrophysics and astronomy. We have to go to space camp and get pay $1,900 to be indoctrinated too.
Yeah, but you know what's crazy? This is for adults.
Yeah.
Like this is not like for kids.
This is Santa Claus for adults, huh? Cool.
Like yeah, that's what it
Disney for the
is.
adult.
That's crazy.
I'm telling you guys, when you live in a society or a culture, your culture is your sum total of your learned behavior. And our behavior has been, taught to us. Our learned behavior has been taught to us since age 5 that we live on this scientifically impossible spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space. And it's so scientifically impossible that we spend $1,900 as adults to be indoctrinated more.
Well, the globe is like space is like Santa Claus, not only for kids, but then it also follows you all the way to when you're an adult, and so.
I think it's a drug. I think this outer space thing is a drug, and I think people. I think it's a form of a drug. Now it's not a drug like you take, that you insert into your arm or drink or whatever. I think it's a drug, and I think it allows your mind to feel comfortable with what you've been told, and you don't have to worry about cognitive dissonance at all. So I think it's a drug, and it makes you feel good about what you know because it goes along with your worldview. Whereas if you come in here, your cog dis is telling you, I want out of here because my indoctrination and cognitive dissonance is fighting me all the way. You go to space camp, none of that happens because you're like, hey man, I agree.
They're reinforcing all your delusions. Yeah.
I'm telling you. Our education is delusional, man. And I'm serious when I say this, and I've said this before. We are all born and participate in a prison system we cannot see. And when we go to prison, we normally know we're in prison, right? So we're actually in a prison system that we cannot see. And that's why it's so hard for these people to get out of it.
Yeah, and we're the ones constructing those walls of that prison in our own mind. We're given these lies, but we trap ourselves.
You know, I feel really bad about is this lady on the left-hand side of the space camp. She was married to John Travolta, the one on the left, and I think if you believe the news, she passed away from cancer a few years ago. She was the one that played Tom Cruise's love interest at the beginning of Jerry Maguire. If you remember that movie.
Oh, Priscilla Presley, is that her name?
Yeah, and Preston, yeah, and she married. She had this big crush on John Travolta. John Travolta was the big star. She was kind of the little. She was kind of like a little star in Hollywood, but she had this big crush on John Travolta, and I guess she met him somewhere, and they hit it off, and they got married, which I think's nice. I mean, it's fine. But she died. If you listen to the news, she died recently of cancer. So I always feel bad about that because she's a very pretty lady, and I thought she was a good actress. And she did take off her clothes in Jerry Maguire, which was kind of ridiculous. She didn't have to, but I feel bad because she's passed away, and obviously you don't want to be a widow like John Travolta is.
Hey, I just noticed in the chat. Is this a joke? Chris says, "Guys, please don't Google space movie from 1989."
Well, now you know we have to.
Is this Paul? Is this Space Camp an actual movie that you posted?
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta watch this now.
I loved this movie when I was a kid.
I gotta watch this now. I gotta see how bad it is.
Honestly, it might be better than most movies that they make today.
Oh my goodness. I'm gonna have to watch this. Oh my goodness. Oh, what a
What
fair
the
Made it up.
what am I looking at here? What the hell is this?
So what's a
Okay.
shallow Rambo? What's come on, man? You know,
So there's a movie from 1992. Okay, I looked up space movies from 1989, and I looked up, and there's this movie. Did you see it too?
No. I
Look
tell
up,
you what.
put on
I
Google. Just put on Google space movies from 1989, right? And
oh
scroll
my
down
goodness.
just a little bit, and you'll
oh
see
no.
this short. It'll say short movie. I think 1992, right? I'm not gonna say the name, but it's fucking funny.
Oh my goodness. I will say this. I will say this. Um
What am I doing wrong? I don't see it.
What?
I was into most space movies. When Alien came out, a lot of you guys weren't born yet. Alien came out in 1979 with Sigourney Weaver, and it was like I went, and then it's like I got hooked. I didn't like the creature because he scared me, but it's like I was into outer space crap. It's just like I don't know, man. I tell you what, I'm serious. You go watch an outer space movie as an outer space believer, it's a drug because it reinforces your belief system, and that's a drug. Can you imagine going to a Trekkie convention? Because they have Trekkie conventions. Can you imagine going to a Trekkie convention and trying to convince them?
It's no different than going to a football game and trying to convince them that this isn't actually a sport.
Yeah, it's all prearranged.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
it's the same thing. It's just everybody needs their own sort of bread and circus.
Yeah, they all need their drugs, don't they?
Yeah.
I saw this. I don't know where I saw it. This has been the last 2-3 weeks. Somebody reported on a Trekkie convention. I don't know if I saw it on YouTube or someplace, but it's like those people are really weird, and they get dressed up and all this stupid stuff. But can you imagine going there and telling them it's all fake? And they actually had names for themselves that were, Trekkie. They had their regular
Yeah.
names, but they all
Yeah.
assigned names for them that were like Klingon and stuff like that. Chief Klingon and stuff like that. It's like, can you imagine having your life like that?
You get people that actually learn Klingon as well.
Jim, did you know there's actually like an entire I don't know how many of them there, but there's an entire like subculture of people that actually go to the dentist and they have like vampire fangs. You put seriously, they actually identify as vampires and they drink blood and shit. And they
I'm
actually
going.
have like veneer fangs. That's real too.
I'm going to answer that in Klingon. Ata huta huta ha ho ha. I said. What I said. What I said in Klingon. I said I would never do that at the dentist's office. I would never do that to the dentist's office. That's what I said.
Hey Jim, I sent you a private message of the movie that I was looking at that came out, and when I saw it, I was like, "What the hell?"
I will say this about the Trekkies and the Trekkie convention: it's fun.
Oh my goodness!
No, seriously, it's make believe and it's fun. And get this, I don't think there's ever like grown men having fist fights in front of children because
Oh.
Star Wars is better than Star Trek. But I see a lot of sports events and I see grown fucking men getting in fist fights with each other over a stupid game in front of children. What's worse? To me, it's the same.
I'm gonna answer that in Romulan. I already gave you Klingon. Now I'm gonna give you Romulan. Hata, huta, huta, pata, hata.
It's the same language.
No, it's a different dialect from a different part of the galaxy. Timbo,
You'll have
Timbo,
to now you'll have to say it in Cardassian as well.
I have no idea what that is.
Is that from Game of
Ah,
Thrones?
Deep Space Nine.
Okay.
Oh,
I'll get that tape tomorrow and practice a little bit.
I was into all of them, mate. Deep Space Nine, Voyager, Next Generation, all of
Oh,
them.
wait a minute.
Hey, Timbo, I have an analogy for you. The difference between Klingon and Romulan is the difference between Australian and New Zealand. That's the only difference.
Just a different accent.
That's it. That's it. Same language, different accent. So
Well, they ended up having a treaty, didn't they? The
Huh.
Romulans and the Klingons.
In what show? In which one?
I think it ended up being in Deep Space Nine.
I never watched that.
Or was it Next Generation towards the end of the series?
Oh my! Peace treaties are cool in outer space, man.
It was more like a war treaty, I think, against the Federation.
Ooh, so it's kind of like China, the Soviet Union, and the United States, and the Soviets and the Chinese got together against the United States. Is that what you're saying?
You see what's going on in Africa at the moment?
I have no clue. I don't watch the news anymore.
Niger just kicked out all the embassies. They're building a pipeline.
What happened? What happened?
Well, it's a French country, yeah, a French-owned African country, so Niger, and they're building. Remember, they blew up the pipeline from Norway, so they were building another pipeline through Africa into Europe, and it goes through Nigeria and then into Niger, and then the Nigeria, they're having a coup at the moment, so the military's gone and kicked all the embassies out and kicked out France as well, who anything sold in Nigeria that the French government taxes 50%. So they've kicked them out, and they don't know what's going on with this pipeline, the gas pipeline to Europe. So 40 countries in Africa have signed a military like thing with Russia, and Russia's gone and put 40 bases in Africa.
Wow.
Now, a lot of these countries in Africa are either French or English owned. Owned, I say, kind of, I don't know another word for it. And I think it seems like the tables are gonna turn, and they're gonna kick all of the European countries out.
wasn't France bombing them? I'm pretty sure France was bombing them not too long ago.
This is like very recent. So
Yeah.
yeah.
They were bombing them, and then I heard somewhere that the U.S. was going to get involved too, which I think would be crazy.
So the people affected most by this would be Germany because of the gas. So
and France too.
They'll get in. Yeah, so there's a lot of unrest. But these European countries have been stealing off the Africans for a century, maybe even longer.
Yeah. You guys heard the leader from South Africa? His name go by Julius Malema. He's
Yes.
he's I hope he's not one of the puppet. They put it out there and stuff, but he's really strong. He got a really strong leader demeanor. He just come out and just trying to save his people. I don't blame him on that part.
Well,
So now
they're
trying to
yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was just saying they were calling for pretty much a murder, all the murders of the white farmers and the Boer people, the white Dutch people that live there, that
You know
have
the sad
run the
the
country.
sad things.
Yeah,
You know the sad thing about it. Like I read it for how many years already. I've been reading. I've been watching video. That's the people that suffer is the people like us, the politician and the people, the elites. They don't suffer, but the farmer are being killed, being raped. Like the white family in South Africa, in just
yeah,
in Africa in general, that being raped, being killed, they come over, I mean, they steal whatever they take, and they are the one that's suffering right now. They've been suffering for who know how many years, how long ago, and those are the people that suffer, and my heart goes out to them, but but who are we gonna blame? Who are we gonna blame on this part? The elites, they come over here, okay, you know what, we'll
well,
take this, we'll take that.
running out of food as well.
Yeah, and Africa's
Yeah,
pretty flat, right? And so they kicked out all those farmers in South Africa. Wasn't it South
yeah.
Africa? And now, and then later on in that flat land, the South
Uh,
Africans were.
it
Timbo, I think you go in and out, bro. You robotic.
seems to be, I never
Whoa, it's like really bad.
condone
Robot.
You robot
any
really bad, Timbo.
Yeah.
Yeah, weren't they asking the farmers to come back afterwards?
Shit, I'm not sure about that, man. But the thing is, like, the saddest part is, like, the farmer being killed and raped,
No,
like,
well, yeah, don't say that word, but yeah, I know what you
Okay,
mean.
yeah, but yeah, I'm sorry, man. But I followed that for years, and I just looked through certain information or whatever they got, like also YouTube and stuff, like you've seen a bunch of them, how many cases, it happened, it happened, like almost every other days, and
You know
I
what's
just
crazy to me, that there's so much of that stuff happening in Africa, and they don't even talk about it. They won't
no,
even,
they
like,
don't.
the mainstream. They won't even touch it. They won't even touch
Yeah,
that. I
yeah,
had to find out, because I have a lot of sources that I listen to that are like, you know, they're not mainstream, and they talk about
yeah.
a lot of subjects that the mainstream won't talk about, and
hmm
I had to learn from them because you know.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to find out something, man, there's always like different sources, yeah, that's how I learn things too and stuff. Like just look into it, just dig a little bit deeper. You know what I mean? And not like the other guy earlier. Oh man, I gotta work. I don't have no time. The crack rabbit earlier. Oh, I don't have no time. I gotta work. Well, everybody gotta fucking work, man. We gotta make a living. But if the truth is really important for you, then of course make some time. Make some time for it.
Yeah, he's full of shit. He doesn't have time, but he had time, to bring us that bullshit video that he wanted to show us. He had time to
And to
look into
come here
that
to talk to us.
and learn that, right? How did he have time to learn that?
Yeah,
Hey, Paul.
he wanted some entertainment.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Paul, what is Battleground's phone number on Saturn? I want to get hold of him too.
Well, you know, I I can't really divulge that information. It's very top secret because that technology from that phone call, they did that the first time on the moon, right? They called
Yeah,
president.
Nixon, yeah.
Yeah, they called Nixon, from a landline, and
Yeah.
they destroyed all that technology, and they built it back up, and yeah, I can't really talk about it.
I mean,
Yeah, don't get in trouble. Don't get in trouble. Yeah.
yeah, I want to talk to Battle Mod too, but I don't want to get anybody in trouble. But I have my iPhone, and it operates to Saturn. I have a special number, one. It starts with one Klingon and ends with 748, 428, 429. It's a little bit longer because it's Saturn. But it's like Australia. Australia's phone number for this country is 61 for Australia. Timbo would probably agree with me that it's 61. Correct, Timbo? Is your phone is your
Yeah.
phone is your phone number for
plus
long
one.
distance out of the country 61?
I got no idea, man. I use what's it called?
WhatsApp.
I just had a blank.
WhatsApp.
Yeah, WhatsApp. I use
Oh,
WhatsApp.
Yeah, I know. I use it too.
because I know somebody in Australia gave me their phone number, and I just called on my iPhone, and it's your country's number is 61.
Yeah,
So I
plus
I
Yes, it
remember
one.
is.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I
It is
remember
plus
that. So
1.
so Saturn has a special number, but it's not a number. It's a word. Starts with Klingon, and so it's really cool, man. And it costs a little bit more than to call Australia, but I want to get hold of Battle Mod too.
Was that you, Batman?
You know, I was still watching the moon landing on one of my tabs, and they're still finding out what location to land in. I think they're back to 23 minutes.
Yes, it is, Batman.
What's up, brother?
I think
Um,
Batman
this
lives in
plus,
Australia
it does. I do.
because I see kangaroo
Where do you see a kangaroo?
on your profile. It says kangaroo down, which means that your kangaroo is upside down like you are.
Let's have a look at my profile.
Yeah. So
Now,
there's a song called "Timey Kangaroo Down Sport." So it was a Rolf Harris song, I think. Timey Kangaroo Down Sport. Timey Kangaroo Down. That's what it says. I think it's one of
well,
your
I can't even
tags.
get to my profile at the moment. This is hopeless, mate. This new Discord. I'm off to Thailand tomorrow.
Nice.
Oh, fun. Good luck, man. Good luck. Have a safe trip.
Thank you. I'm taking my P1000 with me.
Cool.
Yeah. Where you going? Bangkok?
Family trip.
Yeah, family trip. Yeah, yeah. Brother-in-law's getting engaged.
Oh, okay.
Cool.
Yeah, we were over there
Yeah.
earlier this year, but I couldn't take any video of the islands off the coast because there was just too much mist. It was just terrible. You couldn't even see, I
Yeah,
reckon.
because of the moisture in the air. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm hoping this time's a bit better.
Yeah.
So Batman, where do you live in Australia?
I live in the state where we get locked down all the time.
It's
Chickens free ranging around the state.
okay.
Victoria.
I know that Timbo is at 39 degrees latitude. There's another gentleman, I think T Dub is at 36. There's another gentleman at 26 degrees latitude. Where are you at approximately?
I'm where Timbo is, mate.
Where's this?
Timbo. Where Timbo is. Same
Oh,
as Timbo.
so you're in Melbourne, about 39 degrees. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I had somebody over on Telegram.
Dox him, Jim. Jesus.
What's this?
I
I
said,
had
just dox him. Why don't you?
Well, I want to know where the down under people live, and so there's a guy in Austin Witzig's channel on Telegram, and he's doing a lot of he has 3 P100s and 1 P900. It's the most unbelievable thing ever, and he's doing a bunch of stuff. And Timbo, I just want you to know this: I had to go to him to ask him where the circular rotation down under is. And he told me about the 60th parallel south, that it rotates around that. And he's never seen Sigma Ontantis. Would you concur with that?
Well, I've never seen it.
Yeah, I've never seen it.
Yeah. But he said the circular rotation in the south is around the 60th parallel. Which I thought, I can go with that. It's definitely not the 90th parallel because that means we live on a ball. So, but he said it was around the 60th parallel. I found that interesting. What do you think?
I don't know how you'd work that out though. Is that going by the degrees per 69 miles? Is that what he worked it
What
out as?
all I
He
know.
worked
Go ahead.
because that's difficult. Because the only way you could work it out is if you work out your latitude, which is their latitude, and then you drop the degrees in the sky by like whatever degree it sits at, and then add in your times it by 69 miles, which
Yeah.
only works on a globe. So I don't know how he gets this 60 parallel. You know what I mean?
Well,
It's a big claim to make.
yeah, I'm an inquisitive type guy, and I paid you good money to help
Yeah.
me out with the South, and you haven't done it for me yet. So hey, man.
I haven't, mate.
So no, I haven't paid Timbo anything. I just want everybody to know that. And anyway, yeah, I'm just interested about this road. Everybody talks about this rotation in the southern latitudes, and it's like I want to know about
Yeah.
this. I want to know about this rotation in the southern latitudes, and I know Sigma Octantis doesn't exist. And so I just want to know, man, because if you guys pay for my plane fare from Dallas to Sydney, it's $1,200, and if you pay me back, that's fine. I'll come down and visit for a few months. No problem.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the weather to get a bit better. And still
I had
pretty cold here.
Hey Jim, if you
What's
go
up?
down, there, you got to make sure try the kangaroo meat. You got to. Like, I mean, I would love to. I would love to try that meat.
I mean, there's so many freaking kangaroos. I don't know if you missed one of them. It's like, oh, okay. I think you got 26 million Australians, and they did a census on the kangaroos last year, and I think it was like 32 million. So,
Oh wow.
Yeah.
It's
So, yeah.
probably more now because we've had a wet summer and winter, so they'd be getting born up in the outback. So you can probably double that.
So
You can make kangaroo sausage. I'm pretty sure it
in-
tastes good.
So I hear in New Zealand there's more sheep than people in New Zealand because there's like 5 million people in New Zealand, but there's 9 million sheep. So in Australia there's more kangaroos than people. So I get how you people are over there.
Yeah. I think Australia's got way more sheep than New Zealand as well. It's just the per percentile population they've got more, but yeah, we got heaps more sheep than they do.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh. Hey, yeah, this guy in Austin's, Telegram, he said, "I'm moving in 2 years, and I'm buying some land, and I'm going to have a building. If you want to come visit and stay, you're welcome to." It's like that's a nice thing to say, and so it's like Timbo hasn't offered me that one yet. So it's like it's like 2 years I can go move to New Zealand, sell my car up here and move to New Zealand and worry about things when I get down there. Not New Zealand, Australia, and worry about things in Australia when I get there. So.
Hey,
Anyway.
can
I
you
was going to
tell
say
me
New Zealand's not.
who
New Zealand's
counted these sheep? Can you?
Oh, they did.
Oh, they'll just ask each farmer how much they've got, and then they'll work it out. It's just no one counts them. They work out how much is on average per size of farm, and then they count how many farms there are, and then they just work it out from that. They don't
I'm
actually
sorry.
count them.
I'm sorry, Tim. I was
Yeah.
actually being a smart ass.
Oh yeah, no, but it's the same. They just they calculate the curvature of the Earth. Yeah, they do the
Yeah.
same.
What they do, Paul, in New Zealand, they take a census every 10 years of the sheep. And they go around all the sheep houses and see how many kids they have, and then they publish it.
Okay.
Yeah.
They count the bars.
Yeah. I tell you what, Timbo, you weren't here when I said this. I've watched Heliosorcery 9 times, and I started watching it for the 10th time tonight. Before I came on here, I got 45 minutes through it, and I had never at the very beginning when Chris is walking, across the field. There's 4 kangaroos in front of him, and I watched it 9 times, and I never saw the kangaroos until tonight, the 10th time. He actually has 4 kangaroos in the camera view, and I never saw that before.
Why are you trying to make
They
me watch
blend
that
in.
damn movie? Why are you trying to make me watch that again?
It's the weirdest thing in the world, man. I saw 4 kangaroos that I didn't see 9 times before.
Well, why do you think that is, man? Why didn't we see it the first time? What's going on with our
Why didn't I see it the first? Why didn't I see it the first 9 times?
Right, whatever.
It's because I know all you Australian people now, and you got kangaroos on my mind.
Night shifts here.
Oh my goodness!
We're getting on it.
You guys,
How are you, dude?
you guys are
Hey,
funny, man.
what's up? What's up? What's upside down, man? I just made that up on the spot, dude. Even made myself laugh. Shit.
We'll be here all week.
You'll be here all week, man.
Hey, dude, I want you to know that gravity pulls everything towards the center of mass or center of the ball. So if you're on the
Right.
bottom of the ball, you're standing upright.
So if I had a big lead ball, like a big, really big one, like the size of my car, and then I had like a BB, it would just stay on the side of the ball.
Yeah, but the BB would be standing upright in your fairy tale.
Wouldn't it? Would it just stay on the side of my big lead ball?
No, it would.
You know?
It would miraculously, through a fairy tale, be standing straight up.
Whoa!
You know why? Because the mass has to be a certain size before gravity takes over.
Yeah.
So we're 24,901 miles in their fairy tale, but if we were like only 15,000 miles, then gravity wouldn't have taken over.
I was working at this piano shop with this guy from Mexico. He's real American, and he was listening to all this crazy stuff while we were working, and we were standing out front having a smoke, and he goes, "Dude, man, if gravity was real, man, a fly wouldn't be able to get off your car, dude. I mean, come on." He goes, "It would just suck it. All the flies would just be stuck to your car, because Anyway, that was like my first anybody that ever said, "Dude, gravity's not a real thing, man." I'll never forget that, man. His name's Eric, man. He's a glass blower. The guy's awesome.
I love watching those guys work.
Mm-hmm. Dude's freaking
amazing.
Shit he puts out too. I'm like, get the fuck. Yeah, he gave me a couple pieces, man. I'll take a picture of one. Like totally cool stuff. I made this little dome thing, man. Out of glass, like a half dome, kind of paperweight thing. Pretty bitchin'.
Well, the most perfect shape is a sphere, isn't it?
Isn't it? Well, exactly. Yeah, I guess you can blow those pretty easily with the glass if you know what you're doing.
Look, guys, I'm not really interested in what you guys do in the privacy of your bedrooms. So we chill out with all this.
That's Paul, man.
Well, blowing
Pulling
balls.
that late night fucking shit. Anyway, cool stuff. So gravity, yeah, that's a funny one, man. Yeah.
Hey, does Australia have any Indian tribes?
Aboriginal tribe.
Yeah, we got Aboriginals, but I don't really call them tribes.
What do they call them? What do they call them?
Aboriginals.
The people of, and then the name. I don't know.
Do they have the people of Cherokee Nation?
No.
Because Cherokees are the original flat earthers in the world.
That's it.
Yeah.
Man, they are the originals.
If you ever come visit the United States and go to a Cherokee Nation reservation that the government was so nice to set up for them, if you go to a teepee, you go inside the teepee, all Cherokee teepee people have flat earth maps on the inside of their teepee.
Oh, that's awesome.
Do they really, or are you just talking shit?
Well, a flat earth dude told me that.
Story.
Sometimes you can't tell if Jim playing around, he's being serious, but he's good with it. He's getting really good.
So good, Jim. And yeah. That is fantastic. I haven't laughed that hard all day, man. Thank you. That was awesome.
like when you do those numbers, Jim. Yeah, you go
Yeah.
21,402. You know, sometimes I think you're just making stuff up.
No. Well, I am making up 24,901 because it's a fairy tale.
Yeah.
Right. I'm just repeating fairy tale here. That's all I'm doing.
I mean, the fairy
Actually,
tale.
Jim, you should do that sometime. You should just make up a random number because they're not going to know any. They're not going to catch it. They're not going to know. You should do that, dude.
If they make
Yeah,
up a random number, why can't I? You know?
exactly. Because
Oh, that's funny.
on top of the teepee, the angle measurement would be 349 thousandth of a arc second.
Jeez. I mean, seriously, 3959 times 2 diameter times pi 24901. They have no idea what I'm talking about. And you know, this is like, okay, cool, man.
Say that again. What was that measure? Well, say that again. What was it?
It was, you know, the radius 3959 times 2 diameter times pi, you get 24,901 mile circumference in their fairy tale. You know, so
This
that,
is
you know,
too funny, man.
you can't take any of this stuff seriously because it
It's
doesn't exist.
I know. It's just like crazy number shit, man.
Like, come on, guys, you lied to me my whole life. Don't lie to me anymore.
Yeah, you're not gonna get it past us. But although we might not see the kangaroos if you watch it 9 times, you know.
Oh, I'm serious. I started watching it for the 10th time, and right at the beginning, he's walking across talking about the Catholic Church and the Pope and all that stuff,
Right.
and they wouldn't let you read. They only let you read the Latin Vulgate if they let you read anything at all. And there's 4 kangaroos in front of him. It's like I never saw that before.
It's because
Okay,
you were
now
so
wait a
mesmerized.
second. I'm gonna be so pissed if I turn that on and I don't see kangaroos.
There's 4 of them.
Are you okay? No, seriously now. We're not fucking around.
I looked.
He's not fucking with you, man.
No,
I'm never gonna talk to you again, Jim.
No, there was 4 of them to his. It would have been his right. The camera's left. Yep, I never saw that before. But because I talked to all you good Australian guys, like 4 of you now, and it's like 4 kangaroos. Because Chris lives in Australia. That's where they filmed it at. And so it's like, okay, guys. You're brainwashing me with your Australian down under, stuff.
Shout out to the YouTube. We got the Price out there. We got Tominoid. He's an upside downer. and Hugh, one big pond out there. He's upside downer. We got a lot of upside downers around here, man. Just checking. All right, that's it. I'd like to say hi to the YouTube people occasionally.
I mean, for 26 million people out of a world of, if you believe the number, 8 billion, and we have 331 million in the United States, if you believe that number, it's like you guys got 8% of the population in the USA. I think I know more people in Australia than I know in the USA online. It's really weird.
It must be really hard to piss.
I remember when Flat Earth first broke out, there was a tremendous amount of people. If you had a YouTube channel, I mean, I knew a lot of people that had them. They were doing videos every week or whatever. And they would say, man, that so many of their views were from Australia. And I checked this with like a few people that were content creators, and they all agreed, man, that at least in the beginning, or like when Flat Earth first started busting out, 2016, 2017, it was really going strong. And, people were getting thousands and thousands and, of views on every video, man. And it was crazy, man. I mean, even shitty videos were getting, 60,000 views. I was like, damn. So, anyway, just a phenomenon that they said that if you make some Australian content, man, you might get a lot more subs to your channel. And apparently that was true, man. Because I guess you can check all the analytics on who's joining your server or whatever, joining your YouTube channel. Back then, man, I don't know what it's like now, man. I couldn't tell you the first thing on if you had a flat Earth. I mean, Jeranism's been stuck at 150,000 subs forever, so he's seriously not being promoted anywhere, right? Or he just paid for the 150,000 and then nobody else is joining. I don't know, man, but it seemed like his channel was growing really, really fast. I remember, I think ODD's got like
300
300,000,
something, right?
300,000 something, and then Russian Vids had it up to about 300,000 before his
And he
channel
got
got
shut
kicked.
down, right?
And then fucking Eric Dubay had it up to like, it was getting up there too, man. Hundreds of thousands. And then
See, no, Eric the Bay just went up like I think within like 2 years before he still got like 70,000 something or 80,000 something.
no,
Now
he
he's
had
like
another his
one
first
eighty something.
his
Oh, his
first
first one.
his first one, man, was huge. I mean, that's where we all watched his 200 proofs and all that, but there was just it was just an explosion of activity going off everywhere, man. And people were getting
Yeah.
subs and
How do the
overnight.
views work?
10,000
If I
subs overnight, 20,000
I-
subs overnight. I'm like, holy shit, man. That fucking shit fucking blew up. What was that, Paul?
I'm curious if you know like how the views work. So if like for instance, if I click on a video and I start watching it,
Right.
but I only get halfway through it, and then I put it to the side and I do something else, or I go to a different video, but then I come back to it, is that
Right.
count as 2 views? Or
Nah.
can I only view a video once and it only tallies it one time, even if I watch it 100 times?
Yeah, I tried that on my own videos from time to time. I would just
Oh,
click it over and over and over and see if it counted. It never counted it
No, it
more than
counts as
okay.
once.
one, just one for the most part that I
Yeah.
know
And I watched it, 10 times. I'm like, well, no, I only got one view. That's it.
of.
Shit. This doesn't work. So, can you buy views on YouTube? I mean, can you call up somebody and go, hey
I think
man?
no, there's a way. When I was doing music hard like back then with some other people or whatever, with this guy that
Right.
was doing music video. So
All right.
after the music video, he posts on certain website. But I never got the website. He posts on certain website and it blew up overnight.
Really?
27K. Yeah, I was like, what?
Right.
We did a song with my god brother and stuff, and yeah, he blew up 27K in one night. I was like, how the hell did you do it?
Yep.
He never tell us. He never tell us. I'm like, asshole.
So it's possible. Yeah.
Yeah, but
I
it's
just
not genuine views.
right.
It's
Exactly.
probably bots. Like, yeah,
Yeah.
and that
That
was like what 8 years ago, 7 years ago. Yeah,
some. I don't know, who's the big YouTuber now? The biggest one of them all. That guy. I
Mr.
forget his
Beast.
name. Beast. That's it, man. See, I
Yeah.
like to forget his name because he's got a shitty name.
Hey,
Anyway,
did you guys see?
somebody was on his going, look, man, this guy's got how many millions of subs? He goes, this one video right here only has 18,000 views. What's up with that? And they were like going through a list of like some of his videos don't have very many views and some have a lot. And it's like, I was like, he was just questioning, going, hey, man, something's funky here. That's all I'm saying, man. So even the big boys, man, they be cheating. Yeah.
Well, did you guys see the video that he went to Antarctica? Him and his crew, of course, they got to get the
Right.
government approved,
Gotta
and
have the
then
crew, man.
they bring them to like one of the place that they want
Yeah.
them to just shoot
The tour, we take it to
video.
Disneyland, Antarctica / Disneyland. Yeah.
Yeah, but like when I was watching it, and it was very ironic that he came out and said, "Oh, in Antarctica, this is a 24-hour sun, blah 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 blah." Like, okay, well,
Right.
whatever, man. You know what I'm saying? But then, right? But then when they went inside the tent, right? When they showed the time lapse, right? You can see this, like it was dark outside, and then and then the lights come back out. But you know what I mean? But
Busted.
you have to watch the video, and you have to watch
Gotta
the video.
watch
I'm
it.
like, yeah,
Gotta
you
watch
trying to trick all the flat earthers. I know he did a video on like trying to like make fun of flat earth people or whatever. I mean, he's cool, okay,
I never
because
saw
I
it,
know
man.
he,
I
yeah, he
refuse to watch it, man. I'm like, nah, it's
Yeah, I
forget it.
watched it, but I just laughed because, like, oh, you just said 24-hour sun, but your camera in the tent showed that the time lapse, and it was dark. It was light, and then dark, and then the light came back, out. So, yeah.
If any of you guys seen it, I never. I don't ever think I've even
Here,
watched
let me let
one of
me.
his videos, man. I don't think I've ever watched not even one, man.
I watch him like I just watch him for entertaining, but I know he does help a lot of people out there too, so I'm not gonna
Whatever, yeah,
like
man. I'm not
yeah,
saying.
What are
I'm
we
saying
talking about?
we're talking about the
Mr.
Beast,
Beast.
Who
Mister
the hell is
Fucking.
that?
Exactly. Who the fuck is
Is that his
that?
name? Is that his actual name?
No,
Yeah,
this is the YouTube
Okay.
channel.
that's his
Jimmy, his
YouTube
name is
channel.
Jimmy. Yeah.
His name's what? What's his name?
Jimmy.
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 Yeah.
I have no idea what you guys are talking about. Do I need to look at?
It's the biggest YouTube channel in the world. Mr. Beast, apparently.
Yeah.
They got the most subs. He's got like 200 million subs. Something like that.
Mr. Beast was with the guy who was supposed to go to Antarctica and spend some time there, and before he left, a bunch of doctors got the came down
Yeah.
sick with the
Go.
and he couldn't go. So it was like,
Couldn't go.
and everybody
Okay.
was disappointed that he couldn't go.
Yeah, he did it. He did it like well he finally went with his crew or whatever.
Oh, he did.
And the video uploaded like 7 months ago, but I seen it like maybe like 2-3 months ago. But when I was watching it, I was laughing because I think the introduction or like throughout the video or whatever, he came out and say, oh, but this 24-hour sun in Antarctica, blah 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 blah. I laughed when I heard that, but then the camera in the tent, the time lapse showed that first it was light and then it's dark and then the light came back out. So yeah.
Yeah, I'll check it out, man. Check it out.
Oh, right here, I got the link right here.
I know you do.
Yeah,
I'm
I posted up.
very
But yeah,
patient, man.
the one thing I didn't like because he made a video kind of make fun of us.
Hey,
Make fun of
he's
us.
not the only one, man.
Yeah,
CBS,
Logan Paul too.
Logan
Fuck
Paul
that
did it.
motherfucker. Yeah, yeah,
CBS did it. There's a shitload of fucking
yeah.
that investigative,
But believe it or not, these guys
paranormal
they
investigative.
are. These guys, they fucking, they space junkie, like they believe anything about space. So, of course, I mean, and of course, some of them, Mr. Beast, matter of fact, also talk to Elon Musk and stuff. They kind of friend with each other. So
Yeah,
obviously, they blindly believe everything. Like, oh man,
yeah.
what the fuck are these flat earthers? Really know anyway. I mean, they just like because they think like we anti-science. We just religious
Isn't that
people.
crazy, man? They think
Bro, I
we are
know, I know.
anti-science, and I'm like, wait a
Yeah.
minute, man. We are the most scientific motherfuckers you're gonna run across.
Well, when
And
they hear us say
them
that,
to
they're gonna laugh.
that shit, man. I hate that shit.
Yeah.
It makes me so mad, dude. Anyway,
I know.
not
I mean, when you don't know what science is,
yeah.
that'll happen.
It
Well, to
happens.
them, science theories. Oh, they will come up with theories after theories after theories to support fallen theories. That's their
Yeah.
science, They'd be like,
Yeah.
oh, 2.5 billion years ago, there's a fucking comet
Hey,
hit something, boom.
this is the
That's how we get
motherfucker.
the water on Earth.
Hey,
It's
Beats.
so funny, bro.
Hey, Beats. This is so funny, man. Because I don't know, man. I haven't verified this 100%, but it come from Witsit, so I'll say Witsit said this. That these motherfuckers just recently, this year, had to double the age of the universe.
The Big Bang. Yep.
The Big Bang. They had to double it because shit wasn't working out.
Hey, dude, it's okay. It went from
What?
it went from
Tell,
13.
dude, Jim, tell me
It went from 13.7 billion years to
27.
26. No, excuse me. It's only 26.7. Don't add 300 million years to it.
Oh
Okay.
shit! I
And
can't add 300
hey,
million years.
hey,
Oh,
hey,
fuck
don't
off.
exaggerate. Hey, Flat Earth dude, I
Fuck
want
off.
you to know. I want you to know. Now that we're at 26.7 billion years,
Right.
a massless photon, MASSLESS, a massless photon
Right.
can
I got
now
one. I
can
got
now
one here.
can now travel 156 sextillion 996 quintillion miles with 18 zeros behind that to reach your eye in
What
the United States.
what the fuck is that?
All right. Wait, Jim. So the 17.6.7 with 18 zeros you said behind it?
It's
Hold on.
156,996 and then 18 zeros.
Now I know he's fucking making shit up.
No. If you take that, if you take that number and divide it by
Shut up, man. You just
26.7,
fucking with me, right? You just
no, no,
fucking with
no,
me.
no, 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 no. If you take that number and divide it
Right.
by 26.7, you
Right.
get 5.88 trillion miles is what a light year is.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I'm tracking. Yeah, I know what a light year is. Yeah.
So a light year is
We
5.88 trillion miles. Yes.
I call it 6 trill. I'll give him a little extra. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, and so yes, in their fairy tale, at 13.7 billion years, it was 80 sextillion, 600 quintillion miles, but they doubled it to
Hold on.
26.7, so it's now 156 sextillion, 996 quintillion miles with 18 zeros behind it.
See, Jim, that's when I feel like you're making these numbers up.
No,
No,
he's not. He's
no,
not. He's not.
no,
I'm backing him
no.
up. Hold on. He's got the numbers. Not only that, man. I read an article today. You'll dig this, Jim. It definitely has something to do with this because they say in your lifetime you can travel through the universe 1 trillion miles. Only
Hey,
one.
Hey guys, I did the math and it works out just fine because when you reverse engineer it and take that big number divided by 26.7, you get a light year of how far light goes in a year, which is 5.88 trillion. So guys, I make up a lot of stuff like I'm really good looking.
No. 5.88 trillion, man. That's a dead balls accurate number, man. I'll
Yeah,
back you up.
so I say things like I'm a really good looking guy, but
Right.
and I know that's not true, but I know this is
Right.
true in their
Of course.
fairy tale.
Yep. Hey, you were a good looking guy at one time, Jim. You were.
I don't think so.
Whatever.
Yeah, I'm going to do the math for you in the voice text. I just want you to know because I care about you guys so much.
Well, we do like when we can get a little bit of extra information here and there, man. This is a scientific kind of physics classroom up we're hanging out in here tonight, and many nights and many days and many years, and it's a place to really look at where we live. And man, guess what? We live there, so let's take a look. Besides Hollywood and sports and everything else. Hey, Alan, get your ass in here, man. Where you at? Fuck. Don't be just dropping shit.
Yeah. Alan's got a lot of good stuff to drop, man.
Yeah, get your ass in here, man. Fuck. I don't think he can hear us. Maybe he can.
He might be listening on YouTube.
Yeah, it could be. He's asking you what's up, so tell him to get his physics ass up in here, man. I need some Alan physics right now, man. I need a little.
You need a little bit of how math became reality. Yes,
Exactly. I need some, the opposite of Matthew Lawrence right now.
Oh my goodness. So I want you to know that the massless photon, or I like to call it the photon that could, like the little engine that could, the massless photon that can travel that far over 26.7 billion years.
Right.
That's a real number. That's a real number that the Globers, if you ask them, they can't say no.
Nope. they can't. They have to own that number.
They do.
I love it when they have to own it. Like, dude, you got to own this number, bro. I
Yeah,
mean,
you do.
you either own it or don't. You're gonna own 3959, or you're gonna like piss on it. What do you want to do?
It's too big, man. There's too big. I think there's bigger than 3959, but it's okay, man.
You got to own the Carmen line, dude. You got to own the Carmen line. 62 miles, bitch. 100 kilometers. What's it gonna be? You gonna own it or not? Own it.
Because Alan in How Math Became Reality was the one that told me that before it went to 26.7, that it was only 13.7, came up with 86,600 quintillion miles in How Math Became Reality.
Math became reality.
That's right.
Isn't that fun?
Hey, math proves the globe. Hey, math proves the globe.
Math proves everything. Come
Yep.
on. Don't be a retard. Come on. Work with me. Any PMAC, fuck off. All right, Paul, you still with us? All right, nobody else is unmuted. All right. Shit, jump in, man. Tell us fucking about some trillions of billions of light years and how far we're traveling through space and all that. Dude, I read the article today that said that we in our whole lifetime, man, if we were on a spinning shooting space monkey ball thing, we would travel only 1 trillion miles. That's it, man. Not 26 light years. Just one single light year, man, or 1 trillion miles. That's it, man. You're only going to travel 1 trillion miles in your whole lifetime. Bummer, man. It's a bummer, dude. I'm so depressed. I'm only going to travel 1 trillion miles. That's it. I couldn't even make it to the closest star. Not even close, man. The closest star is 26 trill. My whole lifetime, I'm only going to go 1 trillion. Damn. It's going to take a long time to get to that 26 trillion miles away. The closest star outside the solar system, right?
Alpha Centauri. Yeah.
It's the closest. Hey, so let me ask you this, Jimbo. Now that they've expanded the length and time of 26 billion years ago, it exploded. 26 billion years ago, it exploded into everything that we experience in life today. And it's 26. So does that mean that Alpha Centauri is twice as far away, or what, man? Really?
Well, Alan's here.
Doesn't that work like that?
Yeah, Alan's here. Alan's here. Ask Alan. Now that the universe has doubled in size, does that mean Alpha Centauri has doubled its size away from us? Its distance away from us?
It has to work exponentially, doesn't it?
So what do you think, Alan?
So because it's all based on angular size and all that, it would just scale proportionally. So yeah, it would change, but it would scale proportionally to whatever the new change would be. It will all work itself out. It's called the scale invariance, the system that they use. So if they change one of the key aspects,
change one thing, it changes everything. That's called geometry, man.
It'll uniformly change. So
yeah, it's just like a piano action.
So instead of
Alpha one thing, it changes everything else. Yeah.
So instead of Alpha Centauri being 4.37 light years away, it's what 8.74 light years away.
Yeah.
Well, does that change the of course that also has to change the edge of the universe, yeah? So
yes.
So all this does that change anything with background radiation and blue shift redshift?
It's a good question.
It probably would have something to do with it.
Hey, Alan, you could answer anything you want to because it's all made up anyway.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about the implications.
That's where this conversation started tonight. It was like, let's make up some shit, and Jim's making up all these numbers. It's like no. Anyway.
Hey, I want you to know. Hey, Flat Earth dude, I want you to know right now that 159,996 with 18 zeros behind it is a correct number, man. You know why? Because science told me.
That's right. Hey, in your entire lifetime, you're only going to travel through the universe at only 1 trillion miles. That's it. 1 trillion. That's all you get. Sorry.
So insignificant, dude. Like
so insignificant. It's
But
crazy.
now it'll be double, dude. So
Yeah.
you're gonna
Dude, now
get
we're
it.
now we're
Hey,
even less significant
I
than
love
we
that
were.
you're on the positive side of upside down. That's cool.
Now it's 2 trillion miles.
Hey, Alan knows about relativity, but he also knows about people who get headaches on the bottom of a ball. So, Alan, all these people are in here with headaches because they live on the bottom of the ball in Australia. What's the easiest way to get rid of that headache if you live on the bottom of a ball?
Yeah, you just have to believe in gravity harder. Is really the issue. If you believe in it hard enough, your blood will circulate in the correct direction, proportional to the mass being attracted to the center of the ball. It's mind over matter, really. Yeah, like actually, if you can't hold yourself to the ball with sheer willpower, that just means that you're like too dumb to understand that the Earth's a globe. You know, it's really just a brain power issue. Like when they say that, you know, flirts don't understand geometry of the ball or whatever, it's really we don't have the mental ability to will ourselves to be stuck to the ball as it whirls.
This is the kind of dude. This is a stand-up routine right here.
It's the metaphysics of
yeah
of the baller arguments.
Hey,
You know,
Alan, man, did you ever see Matt Powerland or Matt Boylan?
I think I've seen a couple videos.
Stand-up where he's like,
oh no,
it looks like Dennis Leary. He's wearing sunglasses. He's got a little bit of longer hair. Yeah, I don't know if I can find it, but it's pretty funny, man. He's like, hey, man, he's showing her like a picture of the Earth. He's like, is this where you guys think you live? And yeah, it's fascinating. He goes, you've never seen this from this vantage point, man. How do you know you live here? It's a ball, you know. Yeah. You've never seen it with your own two eyes. Come on. Are you kidding me? Yeah, so it's a pretty funny stand-up. But that was kind of like, I like to keep Issa Mikulski taught me, man. Keep it fun or you're doing it wrong, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know.
Hey, Alan.
What up, G?
So I've heard Jim talk about you a fair bit recently. What took you so long to join the server?
Oh, I've been on. I usually am on another server.
Oh, okay. Yep. So you've obviously been a flat earther for a long time.
Geo server. You're on Geo server a lot, right? Yeah, man.
I go on there from time to time. Yeah. I'm mostly on the ADL server.
ADL with Shane.
Yep.
Yeah, I got booted from there, man. I don't know what the hell happened. That's too bad.
Oh, yeah, the server got deleted. I think so. Man. So yeah, when we remade it,
I was on it for a minute. Anyway, yeah, that was a good server. I like that.
Yeah, I like Shane.
Yep, I like Shane too, man. I like Geo. Yeah, so there's that.
Have you got a background in you got a background in physics or?
Nope.
You just know a lot.
Just learned from watching, you know, Globebusters and
best way to do it, man.
Self learning from other stuff.
Autodidactic.
Yeah.
Autodidactic, did you say?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where you're self-learning. Hey, welcome to the club, man. It's a fun place to be, man, because that's what I've done my whole life. I learn by doing shit.
Well, it's good because you're not taught like someone else's beliefs. You look into it yourself. You go, okay, all right, well that makes sense. Let's look into that a bit further. And you're not going, oh, don't just ignore that and look at this, you know?
Yeah.
Just go full cog this and say, nah, man, that ain't the right way to do it. Fuck, I know better. I'll do it my way. Fuck you guys. No, that's not going to work, man. No.
Yeah, Alan taught me that in Pound Repka in 1960 from the Harvard Jefferson Tower, from a 22.5 meter tower, which was 73 feet 9 inches, that they put photons going north and south, up and down, to illustrate blue shift, red shift, and that the difference in the time was 0.000000736 meters per second. And Alan convinced me that was correct. That's funny, man.
It's hilarious.
Can you imagine somebody actually measuring that?
Yeah,
my
exactly.
goodness. Oh my
Where do
goodness,
we
man.
actually measure that, bro, man? I got a vacuum gauge, a tape measure. What are we using today, bro?
What are we using for point zero
Laser?
zero zero
Okay,
zero
laser.
zero zero
Laser would be
seven three
cool.
six, man? It's the craziest stuff,
You got a
man.
laser? Yeah, okay, that might work.
Oh my goodness. Oh my
Shit,
goodness.
it's
And
crazy.
you know what? You ask a Glober that, and they got to say yeah.
Hey, I love it when they have to say yeah. Like, where's the Carmen line? 62 miles. Yeah, you agree? Okay. I love it when we can pin them down to like, so the radius, little radius. Okay.
Well,
Agree with that.
the accuracy of the measuring tools we've got these days, they can pick up this 0.00000.2.
Dude, Timbo, man, they can detect, gravitational waves through Earth.
A gravimeter. Good
The
old
gravimeter.
gravimeter.
It's good. They got good stuff, man. They got high quality fucking shit, man.
I'm going to tell you the biggest fairy tale out there is Planck's constant, which is 6.626 times 10 to the negative 34. Write that out. It is
You're doing it again.
It is point.
Surely you're making that shit up.
No, it's 0.33006626. And Planck even said he did it out of act of desperation. He did it in 1900. He started talking about in October of 1900, published the paper in 1901, won the Nobel Prize in 1918. And it is literally, guys, 6.626 times 10 to the negative 34. And the most common quantum mechanics equation is E equal H, which is Planck's constant, times F, which is frequency, or times V, which is the same thing, vibration. So E equals HV. And the H is 6.626 times 10 to the negative 34, 33 zeros followed by 6626.
33. Illuminati confirmed.
I'm telling you guys, it is the
Illuminati.
biggest crap
Confirmed.
ever. Yes, Timbo, it is made up in the minds of men. Yes.
Posted a citation for you, Jim, for what you were talking about with Planck's frequency. So on page 11, right there is where they're talking about how Planck's constant was solved from plotting the curve on a graph for the black body radiation cooling period or whatever, with that 1 second interval that it's tied to.
I like black body.
There's the citation for it. Like, yeah, it's GG, dog. Like, you forgot to specify your time variable in your equation, specifically defining, or that's dependent on defining
Alan, man.
times. Like, oh shit, that sucks for you, bro. So,
my bad.
Fucked up, Jim.
My bad.
I fucked up. We fucked up. Hold on. Reset.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. Hey,
Shut
Alan,
up,
man.
bitch!
Have you heard of Taboo Conspiracy? You ever heard of Taboo Conspiracy?
yeah, Ben's a legend.
Ben's a fucking legend. Fuck, dude. So this he put out 3 videos recently, man, about the flying over the plane, flying over the plane. And it's a time lapse, these different flights, and it has the Milky Way right there in the old center screen, man. The whole flights. And it's like, oh shit, that thing should be moving at an exponential rate because they're flying over a globe. But anyway, he's put out a series of videos that depict this actual video evidence of time lapse over a flight pattern, 3 flight patterns to be exact, and they all produce the same evidence of that the all this, the Milky Way and shit should be going up, and it doesn't. It's just right
Yeah.
there in the middle frame. And their evidence, to the contrary is very weak, man. I haven't heard too many arguments against it.
Yeah, I haven't heard any good ones myself, although I have seen
Definitely.
some videos that show what it should do, but it's directionally dependent. So I think there's some room to get some more videos, get some more takes on it. Maybe
Exactly.
See,
some more
I'd
pilots
said
Timo
the
and I were
same.
talking the same thing, man. We need
Said
a
the
little
same
bit
thing.
more.
Yeah.
to get into it. Yeah, because
Yeah.
it's obviously a devastating proof
It's a
if we
blow,
can
dude.
work
Yeah,
out the logistics of it and what it should look like
exactly.
on a flat Earth. Because even on a flat Earth, the plane traveling should still, or the star should still change more drastically because that's how
Well, yeah,
celestial navigation works. So
due
if
to
they're not
perspective as well.
displacing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the other thing too. So if everything works off the azimuthal grid, like how they plotted on Stellarium and how we're kind of adapting it to explaining it on a flat Earth, um, we don't really know how like being at altitude would affect that, because you can actually, they used to celestial navigate, back in the day when the planes were open cockpits or whatever, and they could fly like that or whatever, like those
Yeah.
old planes. So they used to celestial navigate like that. So you can definitely do it at altitude and stuff. So there should definitely be changes and whatnot. It's just a matter of figuring out the specifics on it. Because once we
Right.
get that, then like it's GG.
That's why I brought it up, man. It's like, I think, we need to get more pilots. I've met a few
Yep.
pilots over the years and say, man, can you do me a solid, bro?
Yeah.
And just, do a time lapse with your iPhone, just stick it in the corner of the, in the windshield there, bro. That'd be great. Yeah. So, but he's got 3 of them in the last less than a month. So that's pretty good, man. I'll take that all day long. 3 different flights. It's pretty good.
Yeah, it's a great one. I'm glad that it's that those videos have resurfaced and people are looking into them more. Because I remember seeing him years ago from a presentation from Iru that he pointed out that they don't move correctly, and everyone kind of slept on it. But it's a great one, because if you can figure out what it should look like, and directionally dependent and all that kind of stuff, and you really narrow it down, I mean it's irrefutable evidence, because you
That's a good
can't.
one. Hey, let me ask you, man. Did you see the other one he did with the engineer guy that with the clouds and the way that the curvature of the Earth? If you had clouds over your head, you should see a shadow of the sun at sunset
Oh yeah,
on the
yeah,
clouds, right? I
right.
mean, that's what you should see if you were on a ball.
Yep.
And
And there's
anyway, that was an
the
interesting video. I thought, man, I think that one needs a little more diving into as well. But between those two, man, I think both of them are like globe killers, man. Both of them.
some really good ones.
So just do what we can do, boys and girls.
No.
That's all. That's all we can do, man. We're out there. We're measuring shit, reading shit, calculating shit. Just as they are, but they got a bigger team, but they're still losing. It
They're
sucks,
not
man.
doing shit. They're not doing shit. That's their problem.
They're losing, man. The
They
explanations
don't like.
for
I don't think. I don't think your average glober doesn't do half the work that many of us in here do. They don't do that shit, dude. They're not watching Taboo's videos. They're not. I don't think they're watching. I mean, I'm sure some of them maybe.
well, the staunchers are, man. I know they are. They have to. They have no
Yeah,
choice because
yeah.
they're both great evidences, man. The cloud thing and the flight pattern, the stars and the on a long distance 6,000-mile fucking flight, which is like, way on the that's a serious bend in the globe, man. Why are the stars just sitting there right there in the middle of the screen for 6,000 miles? Yeah, give me that one on a globe, man. How's that work? Yeah, give it to me. Give it to me, baby.
We shouldn't even be yeah, we wouldn't even be having this fucking conversation if the globe existed.
Oh, dude, I would be like, hey, man, I'm a machinist. I'm a luthier. I got every tool you can think of, man. Come over to my house and show me gas pressure without a container, and we'll win the
I gotta
Nobel
work
Prize.
tomorrow.
We'll win the Nobel Prize, dude. I'll pay for your
I can't do
flight.
that shit, dude.
I'll pay for
I
your
gotta work,
fucking.
bro. Well, come on, man. Like,
You can stay at my
can't do that.
house. I'll cook steaks and whatever you want, man. Salad. Yeah. I mean, if you got gas pressure without a container, we are going to be the best friends you've ever seen, man. I'll be like,
Well,
dude, I've been looking for that stuff for years. Nobody has it. Nobody.
well, flat Earth dude, if they can push off of nothing in outer space and can ignite, fuel and have a
Well,
fire in outer space, I'll give them a Nobel Prize too.
well, Jim, but they say that the rockets push off their own propellant.
That's cool.
Isn't that cool? I mean,
That's
that's like
cool.
totally cool. That's how they explain it, man. They're like, well, the rocket pushes off its own propellant. That's
What's
what?
fast? What's fascinating? Newton's third law of motion,
Show that
second
to me
law.
in my fucking vacuum chamber. I got a vacuum
Yeah,
chamber. Yep,
yeah, I have a vacuum chamber too.
I got
But
it.
yeah, Newton's third law of motion, second law of thermodynamics, inverse square law of light works great down here on terrestrially. But
Yeah.
so they think they can transfer it up to the vacuum of outer space. So it's like, cool story, bro.
Cool fantasy. Cool fantasy, bro.
Fairy tale, bro.
Good fairy tale, bro.
Fairy tale,
Or
bro.
fantasy, or Hollywood, or most of academia. I'm sorry.
Hey, flat Earth dude. Matt Damon went to Mars in the movie The Martian, so it has
Hey,
to be true.
he had to eat his own poo poo. Okay,
He
that's
grew
where
he
that's
grew
where the plot.
potatoes.
That's where the plot lost me completely.
He grew potatoes on Mars. He was the
He
first
grew his own potatoes on Mars with poo poo.
He was the first botanist on Mars, man.
He didn't. He needed to science the shit out of this stuff, man.
He did.
I'm gonna science the shit out of this.
That's what he said too, man. He's
That's what he said.
unbelievable.
Fuck me, man. I love that line, man. I gotta science the shit out of this.
Oh my
Literally.
goodness.
That's what he ended up doing, was sciencing the shit out of it.
He had to
And
Hollywood the crap out of it's what he had to do.
yeah, exactly. You're gonna Holly shit that out of there. Holy shit, bro.
Oh my goodness, man. Oh, it's terrible.
It is terrible, man. But I am here for the truth and the reality of the situation. And hey, man, they golfed and rode dune buggies on the moon, bro. Really?
And I believed it.
We all, yeah. A lot of us did, man. Most of us did. And there's a few of you Mongos out there that didn't. I get it.
And my dad and I like to play golf together, so naturally they hit a golf ball on the moon.
Well, golf's a big thing in America. I don't know if you know this, man, but golf courses are everywhere in America.
And guess what else is big in America? The American flag. So we don't care if the wind blew it on the moon. They just put the American flag up there for patriotism.
Well, you gotta, if you're gonna conquer a new land, you gotta plant a flag, dude. That's how the conquerors do it, man.
Yeah, but put it up there where no wind's gonna blow it over, man. Or blow on it, man.
Well, there's some wavy air
On the
in the
moon.
situation on the moon. There's turbulence, earthquakes. It could have been anything. It probably was an earthquake. It had to be an earthquake.
I haven't
No,
heard
it's a moonquake. My bad. I called it an earthquake. It's a moonquake. My bad.
I haven't heard the moonquake one yet.
You haven't heard the moonquake?
Where can I read?
Bro.
Where can I read about that one?
They measure moonquakes.
They do measure moonquakes. Alan knows what's up. He
Oh my
knows.
goodness!
They got an apparatus on the moon left behind
They
by
do?
the astronauts/scientists that
They
lived
got
there in the 60s. I can't go back,
called
and they
seismograph.
monitor that.
Seismograph.
Real-time data, Jim, transmitted from the moon.
Come on, Jim. You're Jim.
I mean, that's another fairy tale I got to learn, man.
You
No.
got Every day
They don't
you gotta
even bring
learn
it up.
new
So
phrase.
ridiculous. I actually
mean,
haven't even heard anyone say we get seismic readings from the moon as evidence. That'd be so funny if they did that.
I mean, I gave you
Well,
Planck's.
listen, guys. Here's the truth. Okay, I'm gonna tell you guys the truth, and I could be killed for saying this, but I'm gonna illuminate you guys. So, the footage they showed
Illuminati
us of the moon
confirmed.
landing, that was fake, but they really went, but they can't show us,
Right.
the real footage.
Because the aliens.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
But I mean,
aliens, and there's whole motherships there, and cities, and yeah,
yeah, there's on the dark side of the moon. There's
on the
a
dark
whole
side.
alien civilization. So
It's called the far side, but they call it the dark side because of Pink Floyd. Thanks, assholes. But it actually is called the far side of the moon, not the dark. Okay, the only reason people call it the dark side of the moon is because of the Pink Floyd album. Okay, that's it. Yeah, thanks, Pink Floyd, for fucking up the actual name of a scientific thing. Okay, you guys fucked it up. Far side of the moon. That's it. That's what they actually call it. The dark side is a music, what we call social engineering, musical social engineering. Has you guys ever heard of that?
Yeah, in the music, you turn on the radio and they have all this Milky Way galaxy and moon and sun
They got
star. In the
dude,
songs, they have it, man.
in the songs, bro.
And in the commercials, they even tell you live on a globe or a planet.
Hey, you got satellite TV, man.
Oh, yeah, that's big,
Come
man.
on, man.
That's big, man.
How
That's
could
big.
you, dude? We have satellite TV. How could you possibly deny satellite TV? Matthew learns. How could you do that?
Or satellite radio, right? Hey,
Or satellite.
you can't be in the garage when they hook you up to satellite radio on your car. You have to back it out so it connects with the satellite above. That's what I was told.
How do you know this, man? How do you know this?
Because they told me.
They told you. Who are they?
The satellite radio people.
The satellite radio people. Like, I think their name. They have a name, don't they? Have a marketing name.
XM radio or something like that.
XM radio.
XM radio. Yeah.
XM radio.
Seriously, I'm sitting there.
I'm serious, man. Yeah, me too, man.
My wife and I get a car, and I'm sitting in the garage in my car. My wife goes, can you get satellite radio? So I go out and call them, and they go, yeah, can you hook me up? And no problem. But make sure are you in the garage? I said, yeah. Well, make sure you back out in your driveway so you have clear signal up to the satellite. It's like, cool, man.
Right.
And so I'm sitting back there and I'm going, hey man, satellite's above me, and she told me she'll hook me up, and it gets hooked up, man.
Gets hooked up, baby. Hook that shit up, man.
I have satellite radio now for $8 a month, and I'm connected.
$8 a month.
Oh, it's so cool, man, because now I can listen to my sports and my songs and all that stuff.
I remember paying phone bills that were less than $8 a month for my phone. Okay.
Yeah.
I remember this. This is not something I made up in my head. I actually paid less than $8 a month for my phone.
Well, you're more important than I am.
And it was back in the 80s. And it was like $8 a month. Now, if you made some long distance phone calls,
they got you. They got you.
Yeah. Then it went to like $27. Like,
yeah, they got you on that one, man.
How the fuck? No. So yeah, we kept our communications limited because we couldn't call out of long distance, man. That was shit's expensive,
oh, my goodness, man.
So we kept it tight, man. We talked to our friends around the corner, talked to girls till 2, 3 in the morning.
What's interesting is they actually tell land surveyors who now use total stations that that they don't have to worry about doing any of the work themselves because they're hooked up to the satellite above them, and so the total station, uses the satellite to do all the work for them. It's like, cool, man.
Great story, bro.
And they actually believe it too.
Well, we've had satellite guys come on here on this server in this Discord saying, "Hey, man, I work on, those satellites that are producing direct TV." And we ask them, "Hey, man, what do you do to verify all your information?" And they're like, "Well, it's all on the computer screen." Like,
you don't say.
That's interesting. You go, you actually have never seen like the Hubble Space Telescope with a video camera on the outside of the Hubble in space, looking at the telescope itself, because you want to make sure that the solar panels are pointed in the right direction or something. You might want to check that out. As a visual, but they don't have an actual camera on the Hubble Space Telescope that looks at the telescope itself. They don't have a camera there for that. They don't. And that's weird, man, because even if you were like the simplest, robot guy, you would have a camera on the machine itself, looking at the machine, to make sure it's working right or whatever. But no, there's no camera on the Hubble Space Telescope looking at the telescope itself. And guess what? There's no propulsion system on the Hubble Space Telescope. Zero. There's no like boosters or jet packs or whatever. There's nothing on the Hubble Space Telescope. Zero. So it's 350 miles up. That's what they tell us. And it magically just stays there. There's no what they call atmospheric drag. I don't know if you guys have ever heard the term atmospheric drag, but apparently to the guy that runs the Hubble Space Telescope, there's an atmospheric drag, but the atmospheric drag's pretty drastic if you look at it, because if the Hubble Space Telescope was where it says it is, 350 miles up, the atmospheric drag should have brought it down to Earth like 10 years ago. It should have crashed.
Are you talking about the guy that Robert Pisano was talking to?
Yes, same guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
That was such an interesting conversation.
Super interesting conversation. One of the greatest of all time, man. I mean,
I can sympathize with that guy though too, because you're doing a job, like you're doing the work, right? They're paying you for it. They're paying you good money for it. So how can it not be real? You know what I mean? I totally get. And I think that guy, I don't know, maybe who knows?
Who knows
that guy,
what happened to that guy?
Almost had a moment,
Yeah.
right? In that he had a moment there where I think he was quite taken back with the information that he was
when
hearing.
Bassan. Oh, no, that was a different. That was he had the guy from Sophia, and he got the guy from Hubble. He got both. He got two different guys. And yeah, that was a long time ago. But what a situation where out of the mouth of the lion, man, says, "Hey, man, the Hubble has zero propulsion on it, and it doesn't have a camera looking at the fucking satellite, man. Nah, we don't have that. Nah." Yeah, that was. Thank you, Robert Bressano, for doing that, man. That was epic.
I think it was a good example too of compartmentalization, right? Because like that guy, he probably isn't anywhere around, say, when they supposedly launched that thing to wherever it's supposed to go. He's probably not involved in that process at all.
Well,
It's just he just works on this one thing, right?
No. when he got the Hubble guy, as far as my recollection is that guy has been working on the program for 25 years. And he was not some regular Joe Schmo. He got on the phone, man. No, this guy.
I gotta listen to that again, dude.
Yeah, you got to go back, man. I
There's a
don't know if
newbie in here that doesn't have any roles. Real quick, I don't know if you noticed. Somebody
I
wants
did
to take
not.
him up and verify him. Or wait, did he leave? Maybe he left already.
What's his name?
Never mind. He jumped out already. He's gone.
All right. Well,
somebody actually was just playing one of those on the bot not that long ago.
Robert Rossano?
Yeah, they were playing one of those telephone calls.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I gotta go back and listen to them.
Yeah, I think I got him. I got him ditched on my. I might have him on private on my channel, but yeah, I recorded both those, man. I'm like, these are too fucking good, man. Yeah, we got to mooch these, but they're available. All right, we got Soap. What's up, Soap?
Oh yeah, that's the. I think that's the. Oh wait, this person's been in here before.
He joined
recognize
today,
that
and he
name.
joined. Hey, wait a minute, he joined. Wait a minute,
I swear
he
I've seen this
joined.
name before.
Yeah, I don't trust that motherfucker. As far as I can throw him, he joined Discord today and joined here today. So that's a red flag in my book. You guys can check me on that. I'm calling a red flag on Soap. All right, you guys can check me on that.
Does anybody want to go take him to the VC check-in? So, is it just you and me left? Dude?
So far, man. I mean, that's it. We got Beats as always in the house. You can always count on Beats.
I'm right here, man. I'm just listening to you guys. I'm doing some work on the computer
Exactly,
too, but
man.
I'm listening to you guys.
Yeah, he's right there with us. Chris M, Batman.
That fella, I'm not sure if I
B-Mac. Fuck that guy.
maybe once
B-Mac.
before the Alan, that guy, he seems like a really interesting dude. I don't think I've really had that many interactions with him.
No, man,
Is
he's
he new
like
to here?
he's beyond like all of us smart. However,
Yeah,
I might have fucked him. I was like, dude, man, let's have some fun with this stupid, crazy fucking universe that they threw at us, man. Even Jimbo was dropping crazy numbers and oh shit. Yeah, I hope he had a good time. I know I heard him laugh a couple times, man. So, thank you, Alan. Alan's been an amazing asset to just looking into everything that they present to us.
Paul, I'll drop his how math became reality in the voice text, and if you want to copy it, it's really, really, really good. He debunks relativity in 95 pages of PDF. So I'll drop it, and you can copy it and listen to it. It's really good.
Okay. I would take just because we're bored, we don't have anything else to do. I would actually entertain this fella in the check-in, but I know how to talk to people, obviously, but I don't know how to do anything as far as verification.
Well, tell him to go up there, man. I can at least check him in and talk to him. If he really wants to talk to us, man, that's cool. Go up there. Go up to VC
So yeah,
check-in.
if soap is a sin, if you're listening, go up to VC check-in. I mean,
Yeah.
you're here. You probably want to say something. It's probably going to end in.
He's gone. He's gone. Go after him.
I can't VC verify him, but
Yeah, I don't think I mean, I think I can. I just don't know how to do it. I don't know because I thought Silvers could do it.
See.
God damn, I hate being
Yeah,
on my phone.
Jim went over there. Timbo went over there, and the dudes went over there too. The flat Earth dude, professor.
Damn it, I won't go over there. Can't fucking get there.
Well,
My
I can
phone's
go
not working.
there, but just to listen, I can't talk.
My phone. Oh, you can't talk in there?
No, you can't talk, dude. I think you need a role for that. I think I'm gonna ask one of them to give me a
Oh
role
yeah,
later.
you're still pretty new, aren't you? Yeah, dude,
Yeah,
you'll
bro.
get it
I've been here
eventually, dude.
like a month and 2 weeks in
Yeah, bro, you're
Discord.
in.
Yeah,
Yeah, dude, you're solid. You're in here regularly, dude. Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, fuck, you could
Cool,
ask for it,
bro.
I guess, if you wanted to. And
Yeah,
actually, I
maybe a
think
little
there's
later.
actually like, I think you can actually do that. Motherfuckers will like test you and shit.
Yeah.
God damn, why can't I fucking get in there?
Oh, you can't get in there? You can't even just go in? Oh. Timbo's back.
Yeah. Pea drinker, man. Are you kidding me? Ah, that's what we ended up with. Sorry, guys. My bad.
Who's the guy?
His name's Pea Drinker.
Okay.
But yeah, he tried. So reality presents itself as reality. That's weird. Oh shit, who would have thought?
You funny, man.
You know, it's a weird situation to be in, man, to have to deal with reality. And the reality is that we're not shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour. I mean, that's the objective reality. And
Yep.
and a lot of people will come in here and go, "No, man, you're mistaken because you didn't calculate the radius of the thing with the outside the billions, trillions of miles. Come on, bro."
You know what tripped me out is this, right? You know, when we tell them like, yo, bro, you're not moving, you're not spinning, you're not tilting, you're not
Right.
chasing the sun, and at the same time, you're not none of that, right? But they will say, oh, they will come up to us like, no, but it's the perfect acceleration, constant acceleration, velocity, whatever, right? That's the reason why we can't feel it. But then, like one thing that gets me, like, bro, your experience and your imagination are two different things. We experience motionless, but they
Right.
want to tell us that we spinning, tilting and all that bullshit. But then they trying to point finger at us that we the one are believing in flat earth, but in reality they are believing in the globes instead. and they don't. They. It seems like their belief is so strong, and they fucking just blind, bro. They just fucking blind.
Whenever your cognitive dissonance is threatened, you always go back. It's called embedding, embedding, embedding. Whenever your cog dis is being challenged, you always embed and go back to what you were first told. And they've been told, the spinning space ball for, since age 5. So the longer they've been alive, the more they've been embedded with this spinning space ball.
True. And
Hey,
even my, huh?
it's the PTSD of balls.
Man.
Yeah. Man, I mean, it's tough, man. I mean, it is really tough to get over your ego, pride, reputation, indoctrination, Stockholm syndrome, cognitive dissonance, confirmation bias,
Stockholm? Did you say Stockholm? Did you say Stockholm syndrome?
Yeah, and fear and money. It's very difficult to get over those 9 things, and you have to get over all those things if you're going to understand that we don't live on a ball, but we live on a stationary plane. It's the same thing with the virology lie. You have to get over the fact that those 9 things you've been lied to before you realize that maybe something isn't quite right. So.
Hey, we got tricked, man. I want you guys all to recognize that there's this thing called a magic trick. I don't know if you guys have ever seen one or experienced one.
Yep.
But there's some magicians out there that are so good, man. That I was at my table and this guy came to my table and did some shit that was like, holy shit, man. How the fuck? Yeah. I got tricked. I know I got tricked. I know it's a trick. I know the guys that make the tricks. And it's just fascinating to get tricked. And once you got tricked, man, you're screwed. You're fucked. And it's so easy to manipulate once you know that you're not tricked.
As they said in heliosorcery, if the evidence of one's senses are believed, then in the mind the magic is made real. So if you
that's it.
If you think the evidence you're given matches your senses and they're believed in the mind, the magic is made real. That's what we've done.
Guys, let me just say something really quick.
Helio,
I just want to clarify something.
Helio.
Yeah. Just want to say something really quick. I was listening. Hold on. Let me listen to this. Silver FE should have access to the check-in room. Now, you can't give them roles. You can go in there and check someone in, and then you're going to have to contact a Gold Plus or a moderator to get the role. Well, it seemed like there was some confusion about it a minute ago. So.
There was a lot of confusion recently, man, but
thank you.
I have it worked out as far as like at least giving them the opportunity to come down here.
Yeah, sure. I mean, if they jump down here and there's a moderator, we can unmute them and you say, "Hey, I talked to them in VC check-in." Boom, we can unmute them, and and the roles can happen from there. But the only people that can give the role is Gold Plus or moderator. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Helio, for letting me know. So now I'll be able to, to go in the VC and check somebody in.
Okay. And if you check somebody in, just let a Gold Plus or moderator know, then we can give them the role.
I got you. I got you. Thank you. Appreciate it. And thank you to Chris for the silver face role. Thank you.
Hey, who's got?
You want to ask me something?
Hey, Helio, do you have
what's up?
Do you have a space PTSD?
PTSD from space. If I do, I mean, it's just no. I don't think so, but I may have at the beginning.
Yeah, man.
I'm a huge fan of science fiction, but I consider it fiction, like freaking Captain Kirk does. So
I'm just checking, man, because
I think when I
I do.
first
I
me
got
too,
space
bro.
PTSD.
I got scared too because the first time I found out about flat Earth, I'm like, what the,
What
like
the
I was so
what
upset.
about
I was so
space?
mad. Yep, I was so mad, bro. That's why it took me 2 years
Don't
to let it
take
go.
my space away! God damn
I'm so pissed, dude. I'm still pissed, man. I'm still fucking pissed.
Yeah,
You
I
guys
know,
Don't
man.
take
Because
my outer space.
my favorite movie. It's called Chronicle Riddick. That space, like that's one of my favorite movie of all time. I love the story. I
It's a
just
good.
love everything about
It's
it,
a
bro.
series,
And
ain't it? Yeah, Chronicles of
yeah, man,
Riddick. Yeah, yeah.
it's a badass
So,
movie.
what's that guy's name? That director that does those movies? Fuck, what's his name?
Director?
Yeah, there's a guy that does that series. He's a director that does Chronicles of
Yeah, I
Riddick,
don't.
and he did it. And there's several other movies he made that are related with the same character. I can't remember his name. But yeah, it's a good movie. I like it.
Yeah, but the
You're
movie's
just thinking
badass,
about the
man.
main. You're just thinking about the main character, right?
Yeah, Vin Diesel. Yep.
Yeah, Vin Diesel. Yeah, but the director, I mean, the whole story. I mean, there's a series. That's part. That Chronicles of Riddick. That one movie is a part of a series.
Hey, but you
Yeah,
know
good
what? We still
stuff.
get the space, man. Might not be up there, but it's the out ponder.
It's in my heart. It's in my heart. I got outer space in my heart, and it's always gonna be there. I love the story.
Bro, I was mad when I first found out about flat Earth. I mean, like when it started to make sense, right? I'm like, what? It's just water. Water cannot curve into a freaking bodies of water like lake, river, ocean. It will debunk the globe anytime, any days. But yeah, when I first realized that we're not on the spinning ball, I was so mad, man. I was so mad. I was angry. I was upset. I was sad. Uh, but yeah, I
Hey,
had to let it
Kimbo,
go.
I remember talking to you. It's been like a couple months since I talked to you. I remember talking to you a while
Three
ago.
weeks. 3 weeks.
Yeah, it's been a while.
About 3 weeks.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
That's cool.
Oh shit.
So how's everything, bro? So the job is treating you good, right?
Yeah, I just finished my fourth 12-hour day, and I got 3 days off.
Mm.
So yeah, I'm getting 48 hours a week, making what I should be making.
God bless you on
Making
that part.
making some bacon.
That's good,
G-
bro.
God bless everybody that helped me get here to Little Rock to make it happen. It's
Yeah.
blessing, man. Everyone that donated in my times of trouble. I don't need the donations anymore. I'm actually making the bacon now. So
Well, that's
Holy
good to hear,
shit,
brother.
fellas.
That's good to hear.
What's up, Helio? Good to hear you. Man, so I just had that experience, Helio, with this you guys call him pea drinker.
oh shit, yeah.
I wanted to share that with you guys.
What
That
about
that's
him?
This is really interesting, man. I've never met somebody like that before. And I tried to entertain it for as long as I could, but it got old real quick.
What happened? I want to
That
know.
was the first time you talked to him.
Yeah, yeah,
Well, now you know.
Yeah,
yeah. So
he's up above now. Soap is a sin. Yeah.
I don't even think like Beats. I don't think I can even explain to you. You have to go. You have to talk to him yourself. Eh, what a character.
Hey,
Yeah.
Is is he
Helio.
a flat Earth guy or a ball guy?
No,
He's nothing. He's like is anything that you say. It just doesn't. It's like he makes no sense at all about anything. He really has nothing to say. There's a
He
song by Soundgarden. It's on the Louder Than Love album. Nothing to say. You've got nothing to say, nothing but one thing.
Yeah, you can't. Wow, that man, I don't know. I can't describe it. I was trying.
Well,
He doesn't say shit like the whole time.
Well, yeah, in the beginning, like, okay, I was like, okay, trying to get somewhere, right? Because a conversation is supposed to flow and go somewhere, and it's supposed to have a point. And yeah, I started
man,
thinking, is this
it
guy
was that bad.
insane?
It was that
It's
bad.
like a dog tasting his tail. Every
Yeah,
time he talks,
and
motherfucker.
I even tried to ask him. I said, okay, so that's cool, like that's all, and I was just like, I wasn't really because I don't give a fuck. I just wanted to get to know him, but you can't even get to know him. He's incapable of
A real
any.
conversation, like an open dialogue.
Yeah.
Just a real open dialogue.
Hey, we have a saying in Cambodian. It's like you can pour water on the duck, right, and it doesn't get wet. So it's something like that. It's like you're trying to get the duck wet, but when
No,
you
it's
pour the water,
dude. It's the most bizarre thing ever. It because why? It's got to be some sort of like weird fetish, right? He gets off on this dance that he does with you
Yeah.
in the conversation, and you kind of get sucked into it because you're like, this dude is crazy. Like, this is kind of interesting.
If you don't know what he's about and you get sucked in, and it might take you 45 minutes before you realize you didn't talk about a goddamn thing for 45 minutes.
Yeah, like that's. I don't even understand how you do that. I'm actually kind of impressed.
That's a gift. It's a gift.
Yeah, damn it. I wish I could get to know that guy. I'm really curious, bro. I want to know about his life. Man.
No, you
That's
don't. Paul, you don't want to know about his life, man. No, Paul.
How many accounts has he had in this server? Probably at least
Paul.
20.
Jim,
Paul.
maybe he's a genius.
Paul, just say Paul. It's like drugs. Just say no.
But drugs, I like drugs.
Just like drugs. Just like Nancy Reagan. Just say no, man.
Man, honestly, I've never met anybody like that in my entire life.
Just say no.
I guess it's kind of a talent, but it's just like if you're good at just being an asshole, then you're
But like he doesn't
wasting
even flinch. Like,
people's
there's no
time.
laughter. There's no laughter, Healy. There's no chuckle. He's like
Oh,
deadpan.
I know. It's total deadpan. Everything.
Like you
If
can't.
you take
get
it
a
serious,
gauge.
if you take it serious, then he wins.
Yeah.
Hey,
And you
Paul.
just have to. Yeah.
Hey, Paul. Just walk away, man.
I'm telling you, bro. That's the way it is for them, man. You take him seriously, then he wins.
Dude, I want to meet that dude in person.
No, you don't.
For real. Yeah. Yeah. I want to see this dude. I want to see what he looks like. I want to.
No, you don't.
he
I
will
want to
drop
know.
the
I
soap,
want to. Like, what is his life?
just like his
dude?
name, bro.
What is his life?
Oh my goodness.
I don't know.
I've heard that people who meet P Drinker in person become like him because he bumps you or shakes your hand, and the molecules transfer, and you become looking like him. That's what happened.
Wait, he drink pee?
Yes, that's what he's called
Oh
P
shit!
Drinker. Yeah.
He's got several other different names too. I mean, he's been banned from here several times. I mean, at least I would say at least 10, 15 times. Coming under different names, and you can tell who he is right away. But if you get
Paul,
to know his voice,
hey Paul, do you love your fiance?
Yeah.
Don't meet P Drinker.
Hey, isn't that what the astronaut do? They drink the pee too.
Yeah, and they make coffee out of their poop, as far as I know. That's
Oh
what they say.
hell no!
If you meet P Drinker, Paul, your girlfriend, your fiance won't love you anymore.
You're gonna get the molecular transfer of the nonsense bullshit.
Why would he name himself Soap is a Sin? Like, come on.
Oh my goodness.
That's crazy. Oh, hey, don't go meet him. He might drop the soap on purpose, bro.
Ooh,
Beats,
no,
beats,
yeah, that's
beats.
that's
Go
true. He
ask
might,
him.
he might do that.
Hey, Paul.
Go
Like,
ask.
oops. It's like, oops.
Hey, Paul. Do you trust us, Paul?
Fuck no.
Do you trust us? Do you trust us here
No.
in the server?
Hell
Do you,
no.
do you trust me and Helio and everybody in the server? Then don't
Like
meet.
as far as well,
You
trust
know.
has like limits,
I mean,
right?
I think he's referring to be like, yeah. I mean, keep your
Don't
distance
do it.
from P Drinker, man. He's just not even. He's not funny.
Hey, don't do it,
Well,
Paul.
well no, yeah, like I
Paul,
don't know.
if you love
I'm
your
curious.
fiance, hey Paul, if you love your fiance, you won't talk to him anymore.
Well, I don't want to like talk to
Well,
him
it's just
here.
really kind of a waste of time. It's a waste of time. I mean, you can talk to him, but it's just really a waste of time.
No, dude, I
You're just
want
gonna
to
go
meet him
around
in
in
person. I
circles.
don't.
You're gonna go circles and circles and circles, and just never. You're never gonna come to any conclusion about anything. I mean, he has a talent for that, where it's just like you say something, and then he just kind of like throws it back around, and you're just like, well, that's not what this is. I mean, it's like it's not a real conversation. It's just like he has a talent for just like circular arguments, and it's just like can get you sucked into some bullshit, bro.
Yeah, he'll cause your girlfriend to leave you because the molecular transfer from you to him will go from you to your girlfriend, your fiance, and she'll look at
Uh,
you and go, nope.
well, and then she'll be like, "Man, I can tell you're full of shit right now." The women can see that shit. And that's why Pete Drinker probably has never been with a woman.
Uh-oh.
See, I want to know that. Yeah, like I don't know, man.
He's already sucked into the vortex.
Hey! I'm going to use a space term here, Paul. Don't get sucked into the black hole, man.
But I just found an actual real black hole.
That gravitational pull is really big in the black hole, man. Light can't escape.
Anyway,
Light
I think
cannot escape at all.
as far as on live stream, yeah, I think we've given that dude enough time.
Too much time.
What else are you guys talking about? I don't need to talk about that guy anymore.
Hey, have you gone to Helio? I got the address of Bill and Hillary's old home. It's like 5419 L Street in Little Rock. Have you gone by and paid your $10 to take a tour yet?
No, I'm probably sure. I'm pretty sure I've probably driven by it.
Okay. I just want to know if you've.
I've been to Hot Springs where it's supposedly where he grew up.
I just want to know if you've paid homage yet or not.
Oh man, when he was elected, I was at the inauguration, or not the inauguration, but at the ceremony in Little Rock when he announced that he won. I was down the street in front of the old State House there in Little Rock when he won the election.
Yeah, you told me you voted for him in '92.
Did yeah.
Yeah.
I was 18.
Yep. You were 18. You were 18 and idealistic. Yep.
Cause I'm 18 and I don't know what I want.
I want some Bill and Hillary, man, because they were a tag team. You thought you were voting for Bill, but you got the tag team, man.
Dude, he was 12 years governor before he even ran for president. He was 12 years governor here. So it was just like, I didn't know anything but Bill Clinton. I was growing up as a kid,
Yeah.
I got to shake Bill Clinton's hand.
Uh-oh.
No, I did. True story. I was with my parents in DC for my dad had a business trip, and we were staying at the Hilton or some shit. I can't remember what it was called, but he was there. And it was he wasn't president yet. It was during the election when he was running against, I think it was Bush.
Yes.
Was a voice the old man? Yeah.
Yeah.
And I ran into him in the lobby, and I was wearing a Georgetown shirt because I liked the logo on it. You know, the mascot, the dog. So my mom bought it for
Yeah.
me, and that's why he approached me because he saw it. And he was like, "Oh, Georgetown! You want to go to Georgetown? I went to Georgetown." And it's funny because as a kid, like you're not very perceptive. Now, my mom tells this story very differently. She says what really happened is he saw her. It didn't have anything to do with me, but he used me to try to get an in with her, and it was because she perceived that and saw it. But I that all went over my head, and I shook his hand, and it was wet and clammy, which was gross. My mom refused to shake his hand; she backed up away from him.
I
Which
was gonna.
I gotta give
Oh,
her credit.
I mean, he was
Man, that's
like,
a dark
hey,
story.
hey, baby, hey, baby.
I was
Yeah.
gonna go there, Paul, but not with your mom. I was gonna say was he with some other woman besides Hillary, but I wasn't gonna go. Was he hitting on your mom? Oh my goodness, man.
Yeah, dude. I think according to my mom, dude, I think that's what the whole initiated the whole him because I didn't walk over to him. He walked over to us,
Uh-oh.
and he had his Secret Service all around.
Oh my
And it was
goodness.
fun for me. I thought it was cool. I kept fucking with him, and I'd ride the elevator up to his floor, and I'd poke my head out the door and see the Secret Service guys. They're actually really
Hey,
nice, the Secret
Billy.
Service guys.
Hey, Billy.
He was hitting on your mom.
Yeah, he wanted to.
Dude,
Oh my
he
goodness.
was
Oh
he
my
was a
goodness.
hoe, man.
He
He's
was.
got
Dude, that
I
story
got
just
I
kept
got an
probably
getting
envelope, and
darker
I
and darker.
got him to sign his autograph. Still got
Uh-huh.
it.
A
Uh-huh.
clammy hand, huh?
Oh
you
my
Yeah,
guys
yeah.
goodness.
seen the Clinton
Clammy.
Chronicles, right?
Oh my goodness.
Do you guys think I'm making it up?
No.
Okay.
no, man.
No.
I mean, nothing surprised me about that guy.
No.
Have
Paul, we
you
gotta
seen
talk
the
sometime, man.
look at the Clinton Chronicles? I think it's still up on YouTube. Just look
Yeah.
up the Clinton Chronicles.
Oh my
Talks about. I mean,
goodness.
the state troopers were his like bodyguards while he was in.
Yeah.
Freaking, they used to drive him around to all his hoes around Little Rock and
Huh.
shit. He has some mixed kids that are they came out. I mean he has a son in Little Rock that's like, hey man, he won't say it, but I'm his son.
It's from
And
a black, it's from a black woman too.
Yeah.
He's
Wasn't
black.
she a hooker? Prostitute?
I don't think so. Well, maybe I'm not sure, but I don't think that this one. I mean, he's probably been with as many women as Gene Simmons. Who knows?
Yeah. What's funny too is actually, fuck Trump, but he actually didn't he bring him to a rally and give him the stage and let him speak?
What are you talking about? Clinton let Trump speak?
No, Trump brought his son.
Clinton?
We're talking about. He brought him to one of his rallies or
Oh,
something and let him speak that day.
maybe I don't know. I can't remember. I think his name's Jason. Um, I can find it.
Hey, Paul, was your mother married at the time?
Yeah, my dad was.
Oh.
So we were out sightseeing, me and my mother, while my dad was in meetings for work and stuff.
So Bill was just looking for something. Okay.
Of course, dude. He's on the prowl
Oh my
always.
God. He's terrible, man.
And that was way before he wasn't even president yet, dude. Not even president yet.
Can you say? I'm not gonna say. I'll tell you in private sometime. I'm not gonna tell you on the VC on YouTube.
DM me.
Yeah.
That's Danny. That's his name, not Jason. Danny Williams. That's his name.
Yes. We don't elect presidents. We elect puppets, and the puppets sell their souls a long time before that. And
Of course, on Wikipedia it says that blood tests ruled out Clinton as the father.
Of course,
Wikipedia.
Of course.
Hey,
Yeah.
I trust Google, Wikipedia, Chat GPT, and NASA. I do.
Me too. He looks just like him, except for he's got darker skin.
You know, the way they orchestrate that illusion of choice and the way they present those candidates, I'm actually in awe of it sometimes because it really is genius and a marvel how people just get sucked into that.
They do.
I mean, I used to. I was guilty of it.
All we got to do is remember elections are too important to leave up to voters, and if voting mattered, they wouldn't let us do it. And so, if you
That's
think the
true.
people that rule this world that we never see or never vote for are going to allow peon voters to decide who runs countries, then we are totally. It's as bad as the ball. You know, believing in the ball, it's almost as bad as that because they give us the illusion of choice. And there is no choice because they control both sides. They control the left and the right wing. Doesn't matter if it's in Britain, Australia, because when that thing broke 40 months ago, every conservative in Brazil, Australia, France, UK, and the United States were all conservative, and they all went along with it.
Mm-hmm. I know. You know, the hard thing too is when I try to talk to people about this, what's really hard is they believe it does matter, and they might not even really believe that their vote counts, but they feel like, well, I got to do it anyway, right? Just in case. But they think it matters because, for instance, when Trump was in office, they saw their like 401ks and stuff in certain stocks, they had more value, right? They had more money than they thought they did. And then all that disappeared, of course, with the new prez. So they actually think it's real because of like little things like that are. I don't know why they think that's important, but and if it's you guys know what I'm talking about. Have you had these conversations with people before, and they say things like that, like, "Yeah, I lost like $30,000 when Trump got out of office." You know, maybe not, but I've talked to people that have said things like this because they have certain investments and shit, and when certain presidents get elected, it somehow has an effect on certain investments and things.
When
I
Trump,
know about this one. Hold on 1 second. Sorry. So when Obama got elected, my dad lost like I think with his company stock or whatever over 15 grand. And when Trump got elected, he actually made some money. I don't know how much he made, but he made some money back with the company stocks. But yeah, you're right about that part though, because it fucks with a lot of stocks, a lot of whatever, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and
Company
it's like
stock. Yeah.
it's crumbs though, you know, it's really kind of crumbs, and it's all part of the illusion too. Like and it's impossible to try to. I don't know how to get them out of that train of thought.
when Trump became president, the U.S. debt was 20 trillion. When he left, it was 27 trillion in 4 years.
Wow.
So Trump, so under Trump, the conservative increased the national debt by 7 trillion in 4 years. If you could overspend that much on your credit card, you can make life pretty good for yourself.
They'll put your ass in prison.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable what they have done. Now, that's just on the books. You're not talking about corporation debt, individual debt, all that stuff, and
that goes up upwards of hundreds
yeah,
of trillions.
yeah, and Medicare is in the hole. You know, my wife says about signing up for Medicare this year. It's like, okay, I'll sign up for something that's running a deficit, like as if it's going to be there when I need it. And Social Security's in debt. Everything's in debt. Everything is printed or borrowed right now that we need for the future. We you know, they said the debt this year for the federal debt is going to be $1.7 trillion. That's just what they're telling us. I'm telling you guys, it's all an illusion.
been that way for a long time. I mean, I don't
Long
know.
time.
It just for it's they're coming out with it now because it's the numbers were very super astronomical, back in the day, but just like since they've dumbed everybody down now, they can say, oh, 1.7 trillion. That's not so much, is it? They can just say it and then just be like, oh, it's only 1.7 trillion. So, and that's what we're going to tell you it is. And it's just like, but we have a, $25 trillion, which they don't even, everything's debt. Everybody's debt to the bankers, man. I mean, and so the money's not even real. So anyway, it's just
Yeah,
it's psychotic, man. It's a psychotic way for cultures to live. Weird.
It's so plain to see too during out the entire process. Like they present all these fucking candidates, but you can tell right away who it's gonna be. It's so obvious. And then they'll like have these debates, and they'll say like, "Well, these guys aren't invited to this debate. We're not gonna
We
allow them."
gave you a choice. Yeah, we gave you a choice, but you have a choice between this. But here's as far as the debates go, we won't let them debate. I mean, that's just crazy.
I know.
Let's just
People
look at
do it
that
every
one.
4 years. Every 4 years, they fucking just fall right back into it, and they go to the poll and vote for some fucking guy. And what changes? What
It's like
fucking happens?
Rand
Nothing.
Paul should have won the last election, in my
Yeah, I supported
opinion.
him on that run that he did.
Yeah,
Or
but it
no,
was
Rand
just.
Paul.
I mean,
Ron Paul. I'm sorry, Ron Paul. When he had a
I was
big
thinking.
push 1
I
year.
was talking about Rand.
Yeah, Rand
He
Paul.
was in. He was in one of the presidential debates, with Biden and Trump, wasn't he? Remember right? It was in
Can't.
Republican for
I can't.
the Republican candidacy. But
Can't
anyway, it
remember.
doesn't matter because he wasn't going to win anyway, or get the nomination. But,
You had the July 4th, 1776, We the People. You had white guys in the room, and so basically you had We the People. You actually meant we the white guys, because that was 1776. The black man got a chance to vote for the first time in 1870. Only people that own land could vote until 1870, and the black man got to vote for the first time. Then 1875, they came up with something called the Red Shirts, which was a paramilitary group of white guys in the South that terrorized black men. And then they were the precursor to the KKK. And then women, black and white women, got to vote in 1920. And so you had, how important the United States Constitution was? It was as important as the thing that happened 40 months ago that never existed. And so they shut down within 3 days. And I'm going to be real politically correct here for the server. They shut down within 3 days of March 17, 2020. Within 3 days, they shut down the country, and 3 billion people around the world could not go to work over something. I'm not going to say it. It's for a different time.
We can't say it. But
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
So,
get this
hey,
too.
check this out. Since you brought up the KKK, guess which political party?
Democrats.
Hey man,
Democrats.
the
The
stated
last
purpose of the Ku
election,
Klux Klan
the
was
last
not to
election, right?
terrorize black
I'm
men,
sorry, bro.
but to drive the Yankee out. And then it was infiltrated by the Yankee. Jimbo. Since everybody wants to talk about the Ku Klux Klan.
Hey, I don't want to talk about the Klan.
Well, I don't want to
No,
talk about the
neither.
Klan.
I'm
I
just
don't want
saying
to
when
talk
it
about the
started,
Klan either.
it was all Democrats that started it.
I'm not
Yeah.
interested in the Klan. I'm
Well,
not
yeah,
even
they were
sure.
Democrats. They were
I've
from the
actually,
South. But they were
anyways,
trying to drive out the Yankee, man. They were trying to drive out the Yankee.
whatever. I don't know
They
what
were
they were
doing.
doing, but I know this, right? During the last election, they convinced an entire one side of the coin that there was some shenanigans
but yet all those people are still going to participate in it again. But they convinced them that it was hijacked right in front of them, and they pretty much openly admitted it. I mean, it's really obvious, right?
Right,
Well,
and guess what? Yeah, they're going to throw Trump back in there. He's going to get the nomination, and who's going to run against him?
participated in that,
I don't think that it's going to be Biden this time, but it doesn't matter who it is.
no, I know, but I'm just
It's
talking about for the
weird,
people
yeah.
that are still invested in it. Like they just openly pretty much gave you this story that it was hijacked and your vote didn't matter. But they're
Some of the
still
most of the popular television shows are quote unquote reality shows, and it's supposed to be real. So they pretty much people are just like caught up in their culture that's fed to them. So they're acting out according to their TV culture.
It's the WWE. It's worldwide wrestling around the world.
And they watch the news and reality shows, and that's pretty much all they can know.
That's it.
They send their kids to public schools, and that's all the kids know is social media and public school education. Just it's not education; it's just indoctrination. But that's all they can know.
See, once you realize September 11th, 2001, the Apollo moon landing, the not the Tet Offensive, the
Off of Tonkin.
Thank you, Gulf of Tonkin, JFK, nuclear weapons.
I like Oklahoma City.
August 6th. Yeah, that too. August 6th, August 6th, August 9th, 1945, the Depression, what happened 1918, 1919.
Pearl Harbor.
1913.
Yeah, all those things you realize when...
Wars in Spain.
All those things you realize that they were all false. Then you go back to, did Booth really kill Lincoln April 14th, 1865 at the Ford Theater in Washington, D.C.? If you've been lied to about everything, then were you lied to about Booth and Lincoln? And I think we were.
Jim, have you ever seen Caramayo's YouTube channel?
No, I haven't.
I wonder if you'd be interested in some of his videos because he kind of blew my mind with one of his videos where he actually talks about Abraham Lincoln and he references a bunch of books and I think even an autobiography. And he basically tells you, well, he uses his research that says that Abraham Lincoln was actually a black man, and the pictures that they show us in depictions of Abraham Lincoln is not really Abraham Lincoln. It's really interesting, and I haven't looked at his references in the books that he uses to illustrate this, but it was really fascinating.
Jefferson,
the consequences of Abraham Lincoln and that story with John Wilkes Booth, was Reconstruction in the South, basically martial law for about 10 years. Horrible conditions for the people. So whatever story they use to justify that is bullshit.
Washington, Jefferson, and Franklin were all Masons, all Freemasons. Washington, D.C. is laid out in a Freemason type pattern. And I'm telling you, and the Jesuits control the Freemasons, basically. The Jesuits basically control every single religious affiliation in the world today. They've all sold out, for money and for power. And I'm telling you guys, heliosorcery was right on target with 1539, 1540, the Council of Trent. And in 1563, the Jesuits had taken over the Catholic Church. And they've only recently, about 1980, taken over all the Protestant churches. Everything is controlled through the Masons, which actually work for the Jesuits. Everything that we see is an illusion. Everything we see is put out there to think we have choice. We have no choice.
Well, and a lot of the histories too are lies to create division amongst the people, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's all about division. Yep. Yep. It's all about the political parties are all about division. We should not hate people that disagree with us on issues. We should learn to love them and talk to them and not yell at them.
Oh, the hell with that. Just kidding, Jim. I like what you're saying. There is no spoon.
I mean, this white black thing that happened in the 60s, that was ridiculous. There was no reason to have.
Oh, dude,
There was no.
I got something to say about that black and white bullshit.
Yeah, there was no reason.
Those
Yeah, go
There were
ahead.
divisive rhetoric. That's all
Yes.
it was, to divide people, and it's been around since ancient Greece, through the Roman Empire, and they brought it back through this new American Mystery Babylon bullshit. Same exact thing, just divisive. You can't have pressure without containment, so they contain these societal containers and push people into them, and then they use divisive rhetoric to create that pressure.
Yep. And they do it with countries. They do it with countries because people don't want to fight each other. And governments basically do what they're told by people we never see or never vote for. So I hate to say this. But Churchill, Roosevelt, and Stalin were really no different than Mussolini and Hitler. They were all selected puppets.
It's almost as if there's a figurehead at the top. Everything comes from the top down.
Or a number of figureheads. They're called families. We're not going to get into that on YouTube.
Jim.
But people that run this world have for the last 1,500 years. 20 families own 93% of the world's wealth, and that leaves 7% for the rest of us to fight for. And so basically, everything that happens by people we never see and never vote for. And these puppets that we call presidents and senators and House members, they have no power whatsoever. Because on the power pyramids of the world, they don't even exist. They don't exist, and we think they do, and they're important. They are nothing. Don't ever vote ever again because you're giving permission. You're giving permission.
Oh, dude, yeah, it's consent.
Yeah, it's consent. So don't ever vote again. Don't participate in this system, which is run by the devil. In Isaiah 40:22, it says that he that sits at the top of the firmament looks down upon the circle of the earth and sees us as like grasshoppers have a tent over us, and we pray to the God through Jesus, who sent His Holy Spirit when He ascended to heaven after His crucifixion. So we pray to the Father through the Son, and who gave us His Holy Spirit. Other than that, Satan and his minions run this world, and when we ask Christ into our lives, and hopefully do it knowing His cosmology as well, then the Holy Spirit, Christ's Holy Spirit, enters us. But the rest of the world, is up to the devil. This is devil's world. This is Ephesians 6:12. That's what it is. And Ephesians 6:11 says, "Put on the full armor of God." And so I'm telling you right now, there might be some really good people in this world, but the people that run the world are evil as Satan's disciples. And we see them in the globe argument all the time. But I'm telling you, if you think this world is going to get better, well, make it better within your own little sphere, because it's not going to get better. I'm telling you right now, it used to be man and woman in separate beds with the Mary Tyler Moore Show, Dick Van Dyke Show in the 60s. Then they started getting into bed together with All in the Family and MASH in the 70s, and they started doing things outside of marriage. And now we've gone past the gay thing. We've gone to transgenderism, where they have transgender people come into schools and they have kids that go there, and they have police officers on the outside of the schools making sure that nobody can protest inside. They have the police officers protecting transgender people, influencing our babies. And I'm telling you right now, it says in the Bible that those people that harm children, millstones through their, around their neck, and they're going in the pits of hell, man. I'm telling you right now, you make this world better. You make
I'm
this
sorry.
world better for yourselves and for those around you. But the world, make sure you're ready with God. Make sure you pray, make sure you read your Bible, make sure you wait on the Lord, do it over and over and over again. Because it's going to come a time when they're going to come after the people of God's people. They're going to come after and they're going to put you in jail. So they do it all over the country. They just haven't done it in the United States yet. So be ready.
Don't resist either. If that were to happen to you, don't resist. It'll be like summer camp. Just go there and enjoy talking to people. I swear, it'll be like summer camp. But if you fight back, you could end up getting hurt.
What's so irritating about it is we actually have this all scripted for us, and we have the playbook, and it is all happening just like it says it will happen. But people say, "Oh, that's just a book. That's nonsense."
Well, the reason why I'm
Well,
saying
if
this
it's
is because
such
it's not just
nonsense, why is it all playing out?
yeah. People
And
they
okay,
call it
so
nonsense
are you
because it
saying
doesn't make
that? Well,
sense to them because they want it's against what they want to do, and so
yeah.
that's nonsense to them. Oh, that doesn't make any sense. I can't do what I want.
And I guess they haven't really actually read it,
The Bible
Yeah.
actually says that to those that are perishing, that the word of God is folly to them.
Yep.
So if they're not saved, they're perishing. They're not going to understand it.
No.
Jim, I got to say, I've been listening on YouTube this afternoon, and I agree 100% with everything that you're saying, mate. You're a legend.
Well, I don't know about that, but thank you for saying that.
Yeah, I was just hearing you about the Jesuits, the whole lot. We're on the same page, and yeah, you're spot on.
Hey, have you seen the that documentary that Jim kept talking about?
Yeah, heliosorcery, absolutely.
No, I haven't. I was going to have a look for it this afternoon.
Oh yeah, you gotta watch that. It's
I'll post it for you right now.
It's amazing.
Cool, thanks. And what you're talking about with the churches, they've started that in Australia already. They came out on the news probably about 2 or 3 months ago. We had a shooting here, and they blamed the people that did the shooting that they were these fanatical Christians and patriots. And they were saying that anybody who believes in the traditional belief of the Bible that Jesus died and came back is to be considered a terrorist, basically.
What the fuck? Seriously?
Yeah, 100%. I'll find the article. 100%. It was on the news.
It's amazing. Things like that are happening, and I never get to hear it. Like, it doesn't reach my fucking TV. It doesn't reach my news. Well, I don't watch the news anyways,
Yeah.
but somebody I know would have told me about it that watches the news.
Yeah, I don't know if you know. I don't know if you're even in. Are you in Australia?
No, I'm in the States.
Yeah. So what happened was, and it was a weird situation, but there was apparently some school teachers who took off and went across the border from Victoria to New South Wales, and they were held up in a house, and then they sent 2 police officers from Victoria straight out of the academy across the border. I don't know why that even happened. And apparently when they turned up, these people just shot them, and they were saying that they were Christians and they were whatever else. And yeah, that on the news, they were actually stating that, you need to dob people in, and if they've got the fundamentalist Christian belief, that they're terrorists.
Wow.
Yeah, I just posted heliosorcery if you want to watch it.
Thanks.
Welcome.
Makes you look forward to the return of the Lord Jesus Christ. What? Somebody said it. I had to say it. What if Satan's What if we're in a giant green room and he's like in a green suit, you know, and he's just messing around?
I'm sorry, I can't find that video I
Do
was talking about.
Jesuits wear green?
I think they look like average people, and we don't know, what they look like and what they're affiliated with, but it's just like I tell people, Trump's parents and grandparents were Protestants. Trump went to a private school of 247 people from kindergarten to 12th grade. That's 19 people per class, per year. Then he went to military school in 1959 to 1964. And then Trump, whose parents and grandparents went to Protestant schools and were Protestants, went to Fordham University, Fordham EDU, and their first page of their on their website, they say they are a proud Jesuit university. They even come out and say it. And he went there in 1964 to 1966. So if you think Trump was, popular and he came up and all that stuff, and he wasn't chosen, he was chosen. Barry Obama was chosen. Bush was chosen. George Washington was chosen. Jefferson was chosen. Lincoln was chosen. They were all chosen. And there's no evidence that when you voted, it was counted.
Presidents are not elected, they're selected.
Yep, exactly.
I mean, it's so obvious too when you step outside of it and you look at it and how perfect Trump was and how he played the role, and because it was exactly what that side needed at that time, because it was kind of a changing. There was some things changing and happening with the conservatives where they were tired of the old guard. They couldn't the what do they call them? The Republicans, is that what they call them? They
Republican
were
in name
starting to,
only.
I think, yeah, I think they were, the powers that be knew that they had to get this under control, right? Because they couldn't lose these people. So they presented this fucking Trump. He's not a politician. He's not very elegant in the way he speaks, and he cusses, and he's hilarious. And they were like, yes, him.
That was me, Paul. I was in the Trump cult from March of 2016 to June of 2020 when Ben Carson dropped out. When Ben Carson dropped out at CPAC, Conservative Political Action Committee, in March of 2016, he could have endorsed Rubio or Cruz, but he endorsed Trump the next day. And I said, if it's good enough for Ben Carson, it's good enough for me. And I was in the cult for 51 months. I was the biggest defender of Trump you could find. But then
I don't blame you.
when I realized that he lied to me about that thing, then
Mm.
that was it for me, man.
I don't blame you, dude, because the way they played that was masterful. It really was. And
I
even
was
what they're doing now with the current guy is masterful. How because they're just inciting and making people so much more divided.
I got a question. What if the next false flag? Would this be a great false flag or not? Fake alien invasion destroys Dome of the Rock. Solomon's Temple rebuild construction plans move ahead.
Could be. I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt the blue beam hologram alien invasion. I wouldn't doubt that for a second. If you look up Dubai, if you go look up Dubai, they have a new holograms over there. They have two big buildings, two big skyscrapers, and they have three tunnels or three levels connecting the two big towers, and they have trains going across it. It's in Dubai. It just opened up. It's hologram blue beam only. It looks so real.
What a wonderful world.
I'll just say be ready. I mean, if something shows up over L.A. and Chicago and Washington D.C. like it did in Independence Day, 1995, don't be surprised. Don't be.
Just spray water on them. Apparently, they don't like that.
Sometimes I wonder if that blue beam thing could be used in another way where they're presenting maybe, a savior coming down from the heavens.
Oh, yeah, that could be a false return of Christ. Who knows? I wouldn't I wouldn't put it past I wouldn't put it past any of these people to do whatever they want to do, and all they got to do is ignore it or put it on TV a different way, and they'll get away with it.
Somebody shared a image of the Virgin Galactic whatever thing, like how they're going taking people to space or whatever. They they don't even reach the altitude of the X-15, and the images they have are freaking level, like it's flat. Somebody just joined the lobby and said, "Fun fact: the Earth is round." So my response is, "When? when does it turn around?"
You know what's fascinating about this fairy tale satanic globe is that it is the most scientifically impossible thing imaginable. But what does Satan do? Satan inverts and perverts everything that God created. God created a perfect place for us to live, everything we needed, and so what would the devil do? The devil would go, "Hey, I'm going to invert and so something's flat. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make a ball." And then when God makes the perfect healing body, Satan goes, "Hey, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make something up there too." And Satan goes, I'm going to convince them that they live on a globe, so we have global warming. And then I'm going to convince them that the Big Bang happened, and we are the product of amoebas and fish and apes and stuff like that. That we're a speck and we're nothing. And so Satan inverts and perverts everything that God created, because only Satan can invent things, only God can create things, and Satan knows he has a short time, so he inverts and perverts everything. What has he done to marriage? He first made it gay, and now he's telling transgender. Not only can you be with people of your own sex when it comes to sex, your gender when it comes to sex, you can now change your sex, and then you can influence children that it's okay to change your
It's
sex.
interesting that you
That's
say this.
exactly what's
So I just
happening.
opened my browser, bro, and there's an article that's basically it's divisive rhetoric, but it's some of the LGBT thing having basically divorcing the T from their name, and it's like, okay, so house divided, but it happened to line up with what you're saying. I'm like, that's weird.
Yeah, it's really amazing. I mean,
Clown world.
I remember, June of 2015. I think it was 2015 when the Supreme Court okayed gay marriage across the country, and it was like, okay, now we have, man woman, now we have man man or woman woman, and now we have man wants to become woman or woman wants to become man. That is so mixed up. And man becomes woman, woman becomes man, and we allow that to go into our schools and libraries and bring the young children to see it. Cool.
I'm thinking about Pandora, right? When Jake's trying to become one of the Navi people, and they're like, "We'll see if your insanity can be cured." Not likely. They want to make you insane the normal though. I don't know, bro. It's strange. Just inversion of everything.
It is exactly inversion and perversion of everything. Absolutely.
It would be so hard to. Maybe it wouldn't, but I think it would be because I can't really even imagine it. But I don't care if somebody wants to do something in their bedroom with with whoever, you know. And I think about if I had a son and he was living that lifestyle, like how do
Yeah, but they
you
want to do it in
still
your bedroom.
how do you yeah, I know. But how do you he still came from you and you want to love him, but you so disapprove. Like, man, that's got to be so rough. You know what I'm saying? Cuz I don't want that in my house, right? And I don't want to condone it. I don't want to do that. But imagine if it was your son. It's so fucking heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Because can you disown your son and just say, you know what I mean? And turn your back? I don't know. I wonder.
That's tough, man. That's a tough one, bro.
It is a very tough one. If you meet somebody's boyfriend or girlfriend, they happen to be the same gender. Um, you know, that's a really, really, really tough one, because you don't want to disown them. You want to love them, but there's got to be some way. There's got to be some way. I think it's just prayer. I think it's prayer, 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 prayer. But there's got to be some way that, because God didn't create us to be with the
No.
same sex. He didn't
Yeah.
do, and He didn't create us to change gender either. So I think a lot of it has to do with Ephesians 6:12. We don't fight against flesh and blood. We fight against the evil spirits of this world.
I used
Yeah.
to actually like some people that lived that lifestyle, and I actually really liked them. I worked as a security guard for a while for a hotel, and there was a lot of people living that lifestyle that worked there, and I got to know them, and they were really awesome people. They were super nice. They were fun to hang out with. They didn't push their lifestyle on me. Um, they were great fucking people, dude. Sucks, man. And I don't know. I certainly am glad I am who I am, and I don't whether they're born that way or they're somehow steered into that. I don't envy them at all.
Most people
I
that I know
pity.
that are that way, and I used to own a fairly big company with a couple of hundred employees, and all of them that I knew that came to work for me had all been abused badly as children.
Yeah, yeah. I've come across a lot of that too. Um, and when I was younger, see, it was harder too because it wasn't as widely accepted. So their upbringing when they were having those feelings when they were young was very hard because they had to shelter it and hide it. And I mean, come on, can you imagine the psychological damage that would do to you? And now it's more widely accepted, so I don't
I
know. I
don't know.
think
I'm
it's
going to
easy.
blame mothers on this too, because fathers can't take all the heat. There's some evil women out there too who are doing this to their children. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
the
That-
state of mothers today is all time low as well.
But not only that, there's other family members. I know somebody that was a cousin that did it to him, and when they told the rest of the family, no one believed him because the cousin was the golden child of the family.
okay, so I have somebody very close to me, and I'm not gonna go into detail because I don't want him to maybe someday hear this. But there was a lot of things happening when he was very young that I noticed. When he would play sports, for instance, and run, it was very, I guess, feminine in a way. And also, he had trouble with his father, right? His father wasn't really around and there for him. And so he hated his father. And he never had any um, male friends growing up as a child. He was surrounded by girls.
and it's shown through in all his mannerisms and the way he acts and the things he's interested in is like he's a girl. Now I don't know because he hasn't said anything and he hasn't come out, but yeah, he's super close to me too. Like, and I
But you
don't,
do
I
find that
want to
some
ask.
people, some
I
guys
like, I kind of
are.
want to ask. Yeah,
I think you can find that some guys, I don't know how you would put it, don't take this the wrong way, that may be more feminine like that, or maybe a softer person or a softer personality on the way they're brought up. But it doesn't necessarily mean that they're gay or transgender either. That just could be their, their personality, I suppose.
even now he's almost well, what is he going on 22? Actually, if he hears this, he's gonna know exactly that I'm talking about him. But so he's still to this day like he has no male friend. All his friends are still girls, but he's never had a girlfriend. I don't know.
Not that you know of. He's just playing the secret game in the background, just making friends with these girls.
That's what I
No,
was
I'm
thinking
just
too.
friends, man. No. Who knows what's going on after hours?
Yeah, it's weird. So I'm thinking like so before. I don't know. Was it? I don't know, man. How much of that was just his surroundings, upbringings, and the fact that he hated. I think maybe
All five.
men because of his father, so he didn't want to be a man. I don't know.
Well,
I
I
want
grew up
to.
without a father, and but my upbringing was very different because we lived in a very poor neighbourhood, and I had to fight just to get to school without getting my bike stolen. So I was in a very sort of violent situation where I was sort of dragged up and had to fight my way through.
Yeah, is that a boxing kangaroo in your? Is that like at a gym or something?
Yeah, it's
AJ,
just a boxing chick there, just a boxing kangaroo. I had to keep up with Timbo's kangaroo.
that's cool, man. That'd be a good mural for like a boxing gym.
Yeah, I used to box at a place here called Bad Boys, actually, believe it or not.
Of course you did.
Yeah, and they used to hold these. You can probably find them online, even if I told you where to look. But they used to have these no rules fights. They used to call it the Bad Boys Comp, no rules boxing fights.
Wow. Did you ever participate in a fight?
I was always security at those events because it was our club that ran it. And then what they would do is they would obviously other fighters would want to get in and fight and whatever, but then they would just organise people who wanted to go in and fight. Didn't matter who it was. So if you had a problem with me, you'd say, "Oh, I want to fight this AJ dude," and I'd say, "Yeah, no worries, man." So then we'd both turn up down there, and a big crowd would watch, and then if there was fights in the crowd, instead of throwing them out, we'd drag them up into the ring and throw them in the ring and make them fight in the ring.
Dude, that sounds like heaven.
Yeah, it all got shut down in the end. They don't hold them anymore. The police stopped all that a couple of years ago now.
Wankers. He was actually doing something good, you know?
We got
Well, it
somebody
was.
new here. I'm sorry. We got somebody new here. Poison shower. And I don't think he has a
He's not
role.
new.
Oh.
Nah, you ain't new. I know who he is.
Oh, okay. Well, it's
How's it going, man?
you know,
I reckon you're just. I know you can't
He
reply,
hasn't.
but I reckon you're just listening. But there's no need. If you want to chat, hop up in these two, though. We can chat if you need to, PD. Aside from that, I'm gonna finish
Hey,
uploading
Paul,
the stuff I'm trying to upload.
I'm just busting your balls a little bit, but kiss him already.
You guys are retarded.
You know, it's hard because I actually, if I'm honest, I have trouble. Like, I don't know what to do with him because I want to be there for him and I want to. I don't know. And he's still young. He's kind of he's, he's so brainwashed by social media and television. I really can't even talk to him. But I feel like, am I a bad role model then? Is it my fault? Am I responsible? Because I'm kind of just letting it happen and I'm not speaking to him about it. I don't know. Not that he'd listen.
I don't know, bro. It's hard to say. AJ brings up a
Here's my
great
thought
point.
on this, man.
Yeah,
When it
AJ
comes to
brings up great
children in
point.
general, yeah, go ahead, sir. Scroll down. And you're overlapping. Go ahead, man. There's
You said
latency
say
lag.
that again. I didn't hear you.
I was giving you room to speak, Squirrel.
You were rudely interrupted. Can you please repeat?
No, I was giving you room to speak, bro. Like I think there's some lag, so I think I was overlapping what you were saying, so I stopped talking to let you talk, and so I'm giving you the floor so you can say what you're saying, bro.
I think we would essentially say the same thing. It's hard from our position to give you any advice. You don't know if, or Paul doesn't know if the man is or is not a homosexual, but whether he is or not, I don't think that's got anything to do with you, Paul. I know you want to you care for this guy, but I don't know. You may love him as a friend. You know, might be closer than a brother to you.
He's a relative.
There you go. I mean, I don't think you're suppressing truth from this guy. Like, I don't see how you would have any.
But do we have
You're not
to?
somebody. Well, here's the
we're
only thing
against
I'd say, Paul. You're not somebody's enemy for telling them the truth. Just don't be Westboro about it, and you'll be all right. You know,
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
some of the
just it's
Westboro
hard
Baptist
to
Church
think
people.
about.
They're assholes. You know what I mean?
I don't know.
As long as you
I don't
do it,
know.
as long as you're speaking out of love, you can't really go wrong. You just don't do it out of some other intention. Be honest, speak the truth. That agape aletheia, true love.
It's a slippery
Aletheia
slope, though,
agapeo.
man. 'Cause what if
Yeah.
okay, what if it got worse and it was just like he did come out and he was like flaming, right? Now, I have a 6-month-old daughter, and I don't. So, what if I didn't want him around her? Is that wrong? Is that
Well, it's not
you
wrong
know?
for your boundaries, dude. Like, you're not gonna be able to. You're not gonna be able to take communion with the guy, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, it's not wrong to set up your own boundaries and borders for a lifestyle, especially if somebody's making a different choice, and you can have that separation without you know without it being that much of a negative thing, even if it does offend them.
Yeah, it seems it's difficult for me because it seems wrong to shut somebody out. Because I think about like Jesus and stuff, and
The way I
you know,
do it, bro, my door is always open. If people don't want to come over to where I am, that's on them.
but it seems like a trap too, though, because once you let them in, it's like you're accepting that lifestyle, and you're saying, it's okay.
Well, the way I do that, I blatantly will talk about people to their face. I don't talk about people behind their back so much. I'd rather talk about people right, tell them what I think about them to their face. And yeah, there's a lot of people who don't like me because of that, which I'm fine with. I would rather have a handful of good friends that are real than 1,000 fake friends who I'm just being a people pleaser for. The hardest part is the family aspect of it, though. Somebody you've known. It makes it a lot more difficult.
And I sort of feel responsible. I feel like maybe I should be a better, try to be a better influence in his life for somebody to look up to.
You could take him out to do man shit or something. I don't know. There's multiple factors with this, though, because there is a level of bioengineering and the modification of human DNA in order to cause certain effects based off of things that are in food or in various medicines and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So you can't rule out engineered things.
Yeah, he was on a heavy
So when
dose
people say, "Oh, they were born that way," and you got people like, "Oh, no, dude, yeah, actually, people can be genetically modified in vitro." So technically speaking, these people could be a victim of something that happened that's much bigger. So to judge people for that
Yeah,
is a
but
bit
whether
much.
or not the man loves the Lord Jesus Christ or not is not on you, Paul. You know, he might love his sin more than the Lord Jesus Christ. So that's
You
not
ever
on
heard that
him.
old saying, hate the sin, not the sinner?
Yeah. Yeah. And it's not hate, it's just like, how do we say, look, we're asking them, right, to go back in the closet. Right?
It's not easy to do these days, is it?
Yeah,
You
we
really
want them back.
can't. Oh shit, this is a difficult subject.
I don't know. We should probably drop it. It's not going to get anywhere anyways, but it...
Well, it's all about choice and people doing what they're going to do, so... And they have that choice.
Yeah, the devil is so fucking strong, though.
What's funny to me is, like, a lot of the aspects of, like, the devil this, the devil that, but a lot of these things are... It's the pure rebellion that's already in the hearts of people. They rebel against the truth itself. Would rather live a lie and rebel against the literal actual truth in every way, shape, or form. Nope, no. Got their ears plugged and their eyes covered, like the monkey thing. Hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil. Except their eyes and ears are covered and they're just speaking all kinds of bullshit, mouth wide open. Because the fool takes no pleasure in understanding but delighteth in airing their own opinion. You can find millions of those videos on TikTok. People just spouting off shit.
Instead of hear no evil, see no evil, it's hear no truth, see no truth, yeah?
Yeah, and speak no truth, yeah.
What a picture.
And instead, they cut their hand over their mouth, and there's like a little snake tongue coming out from between their fingers.
That's so true, man.
It's also kind of denial. Like, the stages of grief, right? Everybody in the entire, like most of these people in the world, they're in like a post-traumatic stress disorder state of being. And they haven't even passed through the stages of grief for their very existence. They're just sitting there in denial of everything the entire time until they die.
People ask why the lie, but if you build up so many lies, it becomes painful to hear truth if your whole existence is built on lies, right?
If lying becomes the norm, though, it like for the society, it's not even a lie to them. It's like, this is just what we do. Or they don't even see it as a negative.
Like you guys were saying earlier, it's inverted, and it's like the lie is like it's like virtue signaling, or like the very, very extreme liberal agenda where it needs to sound good on the surface, but actually the long-term ramifications are evil. So it's like that, isn't it? Like, how dare you address the truth, which could save you long term.
Yeah. It's inconvenient for their long-term plans for us to talk about what they're doing.
Hey, let me ask you guys.
And the they is literally anybody who's being selfish, who's using their own power for personal. Sorry, Paul. Go ahead.
Oh, it's all right. Anybody who has a take or wants to give a take on this. So let's say
you're going to host a family get together like a Thanksgiving, and your brother or uncle or whoever that you want there, right? Because they're family, so they have to be invited, but they live that lifestyle and they want to bring their partner. Can you tell them no? I want you
I
there,
don't
but
qualify to answer this, bro, because we don't keep we don't keep holidays like that. So,
At your house? Yes,
I,
it's your house.
but it is your house, so yeah, like you can literally do whatever you want to do. There will be ramifications like within the social dynamics of the family, but
yeah, because basically what's probably going to happen is they're going to say, well, then if you can't, then I'm not going to be there. You know, if you because you don't accept me and you don't accept my partner, then yeah, dude,
which could trigger other. Oh well, if they're not allowed, then I'm not coming either. Somebody else could add into it, causes a
exactly.
schism.
It's such a fucked up situation.
Paul, I always
But you can
say,
look at it this way, man. Oh, go ahead, Big Bro.
no, go ahead. I'll follow up after you.
I was just going to say it's an opportunity for him to witness to them, and it's in his own house. He'd be able to sit down and relax, casually talking about things. And it may make them uncomfortable, but they're the ones who chose to show up. So it's a polite way of discussing things too.
Yeah, man. This is the field that you've been given to work.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
was going to
well,
say something similar,
yeah.
man. Like,
I was about to.
I always say to people, like, I never want to walk away from anybody. I'd rather them walk away from me, and I'll just be myself. And if you don't like me, then fine.
Yeah. Yep. I won't be the one leaving somebody behind or abandoning somebody. It's going to be them abandoning me or leaving me behind or walking in a different direction. But I'm not going to be the one to leave people like that. I won't do that. And I understand why, like, you feel that way, Paul. Like, it's difficult. This is like a no man left behind thing. We know that after you leave this, it's eternity from here. We're trying to take everybody with us that we can from this place. Like, this thing is like hell at this point.
It is very similar too to the whole flat Earth thing too. Trying to talk to family members about it, and then it is hard too when they just won't even entertain the idea and they ridicule you for it, but they're your family member, and it's like I don't even want to fucking be around you honestly anymore. But it's pretty much the same situation, isn't it? Because I feel that way about some family members too that I tried to talk to, and they were just such dickheads. And it's like, wow, you really just showed me who you are in a really fucked up way, and I don't even feel close or connected to you in any way whatsoever.
Yeah.
And I don't even know I want to be around you, honestly.
I'm to the point, man, where if anybody doesn't want to accept what I have to say to them, because I don't really give a shit about anything that isn't the truth at this point. It's non sequitur to my fucking reality. I'm not talking about it. If somebody wants to talk about nothing but nonsense, I don't care to even be in their lives. I don't care if they're family, friend. It doesn't matter to me. They're not family, even if they're blood, if they're not focused on the truth. Like, they have rendered themselves nothing to me. And that sounds horrible, but this is war. And you're either standing up for the truth or you're standing up for lies and bullshit. And the people stand up for lies and bullshit are the enemy. I love my enemies, but I don't have to hang out with them.
Yeah, maybe I'm like putting too much emphasis on this idea that family is. Maybe I've been brought up to believe this more.
I've been saying for a long time that loyalty's thicker than blood. Blood may be thicker than water, but loyalty's thicker than blood. So the loyalty's what matters in your friend group, your family, not genetics, not any of the memories or that shit. That's nothing. It's that real stuff, that true love. It doesn't give up.
Yep.
Hey, Paul, maybe you just need to reinvent yourself. You know, you've clearly changed. Maybe you just need to keep up with your new self, you know? Like lead, you know, you can lead now.
Instead of worrying about if this guy's going to come out of the closet, why don't you just blatantly come out of the closet as a flat earther and flat smack at every fucking buddy? And if they don't like it and they leave and they don't come back around, then you didn't really need to be around them anyway. And if they do hang out, okay, they need to learn more, and they're there to learn from you. There you go. It'll separate the wheat from the tares for you, man.
No shit.
Yeah, no,
You're gonna
saying
have the
that, but
party. You're gonna have the party.
it's
You're gonna go on rhetoric about flat Earth, and everyone's gonna leave anyway.
Yeah.
mhm.
What a
Yeah, but
picture!
yeah.
Well, it's a litmus test too for how many people actually care about you. Because if those who do love you and care about you, even if they think you're crazy, they'll still want to hang around you and still be your friend, regardless of what you said. So if you mention flat Earth and somebody leaves instantly, those people weren't your friends to begin with. If they leave that easy, shit. This should
Well,
be
what I'm
through
thinking
thick and thin, right?
the whole family then concept of it's meaningless.
It's not
It's
though.
supposed to have meaning, but the world took the meaning away.
I
What
know
does
what
it say?
we're
It
all
says
gonna
in the
have people
Bible.
in hell, bro. We're all gonna have family members that, like, I probably the majority of our family members are gonna be in hell. Right? I know mine. I'm speaking from personal, right? I mean, there are no good people in heaven, just a bunch of bad people saved by a good God, as far as I know.
That was well said.
Yep.
It was also prophesied that in the information age that man would, be against father would be against son, family
Yeah.
member would be against family member. This is just a sign of the times, nothing personal at all.
Brother against brother. Yep.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Thanks so much for reminding me of that. See, I forget these things, man. I forget these
Yeah,
things.
bro. I believe we're living in this is like Aether said, it's a bit of a battle, and it's about picking the right side and then being comfortable with it.
And look, that's another thing is these people, the other side, they live under the authority of chaos. There is no solid foundation for them. So if you remain stoic, you're that foundation, that rock, while the rest of the world is just yanking them left and right and back and forth and launching them all the way the fuck over everywhere. They're going to come back to you because they know you're standing on the rock. And they're standing on sand and sinking, being like blown around with every wind of doctrine. At one point or another, they're going to come back and want to talk to you because of that, knowing that you're solid, that you're standing your ground, and that you haven't changed you haven't changed your mind because it's true to begin with. Why would you change away from the truth?
Do you know where that leads, though? Right. So that means, right, if we're honest and we want to walk the walk, that means that we have to really sacrifice ourselves. Maybe we have to die on the cross for these people.
Yes.
Right. If I believe in that, why shouldn't I do what Jesus did and throw myself in a line of fire to save a fucking glober?
Well, that's the only thing Jesus
Yeah.
promised that we get. Like, if we become his followers, we got to deny ourselves, pick up our crosses, and follow after him. And it's not a pretty picture, but he is the Lord of all flesh.
You know the Philippines? They done that so many times, bro. They did what Christ did on the cross. Oh my god! I saw the documentary or videos
Yeah.
about the Philippines. Man, when the nails go inside the hand, wow, it's
Oh, you're talking
visual.
about there's like an actor type thing where they use smaller nails where they actually pierce their hand and they do the crucifixion thing. It's
Yeah,
kind of like LARPing, but not really because they're doing it for a reason. It's not just a
oh
game.
well, I think they did it for real.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not a game. They actually
Yeah,
did nail the nails through, but it's
yeah, I
kind of like
saw like
LARPing a
wow,
crucifixion because it doesn't kill them.
yeah.
Dude, that is some weird stuff. That's not. I understand that he gets the point across, but I don't see that as something that Jesus would want anybody doing to themselves. That's not.
Yeah, that's
That
really
doesn't
weird.
sound right.
I seen a bunch of them did it too. Like in the
Yeah.
Philippines. I'm not sure any other, people or country, are doing it, but I seen the Philippines. I'm like, damn.
If they're that
That's crazy.
devoted to do that and get those piercings like that, then I reckon maybe they're going to be that devoted to keep the scriptures they've been reading. But that's a bit extreme. Nowhere does it tell you to do that.
No.
Take up your cross and follow me is a metaphor. Like die to self, ego death. Die to self every day. You wake up and you get rid of that old zombie and keep moving forward.
That's why I say it's like a rebirth, and I think the flat Earth is an opportunity for you to be born again, and you need
There's a
something big, you know.
this offends people, but I've actually said before that flat Earth's a physical salvation issue. And then they're like, oh, is this that? And then they'll start talking about Jesus. And I'm like, I am talking about the enslavement of our children's children. Physically, in order to save them from that, certain things must be discussed. It is the only way. And it is connected to the Logos and the Theos because we're supposed to hold fast to things that are true. We're supposed to study to show ourselves approved. And we're not supposed to hold on to the vain doctrines of men. So, to me, this entire thing is directly connected to all of it.
That's a great point.
If we start listening to what dumbasses say, like, yeah, I have this idea, and they're trying to interpret scripture wrong, like completely and utterly wrong, and then they want an entire congregation to follow them blindly. And if anybody questions it, they're a bad guy. Yeah, they need to leave because they're being divisive. The preacher man's the one being divisive.
Man, I haven't heard it quite put that succinctly. That was very well said. Yeah,
a lot of these churches are broken, man. They're broke.
Yeah. He's like you called it a physical salvation issue, which is interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know if I keep on doing a certain action, and I know for a fact that it's going to put shackles on the feet of my children, so they're serving somebody. Yeah, I'd better quit what I'm doing before I end up landing them enslaved. That goes for everybody else in the freaking world. We all see what's happening. It's pretty freaking obvious at this point.
I also want to say that that you do also need to sort of have an element of observation. Like, yes, we're in a battle, and yes, you need to try and help your loved ones, but like, there's a famous line in a Bob Marley song, in the Redemption song, that says, have no fear of atomic energy. Neither you or I can stop the times, and it's like we can't stop. And we're not supposed to stop what's happening, We are supposed to go through it.
I don't think it was ever about stopping anything. We're supposed to be like the salt of the earth. We're supposed to be a preservative. We don't stop things. We just preserve that which is true.
Yeah,
Stopping it's kind of like let me contain the whole ocean in my hands and control it.
Yeah,
good vibes.
exactly.
I'm getting good vibes.
Dude, it's all such a fucked up process because I am a happy person, right? I'm very satisfied with where my life is right now, and I'm gonna die a happy man because mainly because of flat Earth, it rooted me back into my faith, and I know no matter what happens, I know everything's gonna be all right. And but at the other end, it's a fucking burden, right? Because you want to help everybody around you, and the only way you realize to help them is you have to fucking you basically have to sacrifice yourself for them.
Yep. It's kind of like you have to pull them out of hellfire even if you get burnt.
Yeah. And they wouldn't do it for you.
No, they wouldn't. They don't care about
They
you at
can't
all.
do it for you. They can't because you're on another level. Yeah.
Yeah, they can't give you what they don't have, right?
But that doesn't make that.
Right,
Yeah,
Big Root. Well, I was kind of yes anding what Big Root was saying. I didn't mean to interrupt you, bro.
No, it's like I I agree with everything you guys are saying, but at the same time, like, I know who I am, and I've been a piece of shit in my life. I don't deserve.
I promise you, everybody here also has been a piece of shit in their life at one point or another. I promise you.
I deserve. I wouldn't be surprised if, or sometimes I think I probably deserve to go to hell. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and everyone here does. Everyone and everyone on the
We're all
entire
sinners.
internet right
We
now.
all sinners, though.
Well, the whole world, but yeah.
But
right,
You're right. I know that. I get that feeling too, Paul. Like, I understand. Like, there's be blessings you get. Like, I don't deserve this at all. Like,
yeah,
not at all.
it is such a blessing, but at the same time, it's a fucking burden because you want to like share it so badly, and it's extremely difficult, as we all.
You know what, Paul? I've started to realize that whenever and I don't take this the wrong way, but I really wanted to share all my cookies and goodies. I really did. And it's, not even just with truth, like even with coaching and, and training other people and stuff. And I've always found that when I really want to teach people, it's when I'm still learning that myself. When I get to a stage where I'm like fully adept and very capable at something, I don't like have the desire to teach. It just happens, and then I realize later, oh yeah. But actually, yeah, I should take the credit for that. And I just feel like it will come. You know what I mean? It will come once you're so solid and so foundational and so like confident. Then you will naturally become that teacher, and you will without realizing it. But you won't get the same kick out of it. Like when you need it, when you need that ego boost to teach and get that credit or whatever, like it won't come then. It will come after, once it's settled.
Yeah, because I mean, I don't get that all anymore, right? And I don't, but sometimes I just want to sort of give up in a way because I get sick of these conversations, and I know that's wrong, right? And it's just, you can't force it on anybody. I kind of lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. That's not even what I wanted to say, but
Doesn't that make things more exciting? It's not an easy task. It's not but when you do wake somebody up, they're with you for life. Like, I've got a couple of friends who I helped them wake up, and they're stuck with me now. You know what I mean? They're going nowhere.
Where else are they going to go?
yeah, but sometimes like I'm content to my happiness here, but when I leave the world I've created here and I have to go outside and meet other people and interact with them, I fucking hate it because I have a lot of pity and I just feel so bad for them. And I used to
a lot of them are really difficult to talk to, and you just know that being here, the mind virus is inside their head, and you can see it in their eyes. It's so much different in person.
Yeah. And I think there's some people that they can never get out of it.
I agree, and you can tell which ones those are because their eyes are almost callous. Like I don't know. It's not like they have cataracts, right? But it's like they have callous eyes. There's something wrong inside of them.
Oh, that's the fluoride stare.
Maybe
it's like it's like the fluoride stare, but next level. Like even like there's a darkness in them. I don't know. I call them dark minders.
But I do fall into this fantasy though that I feel like I don't know why I believe that we could actually change things.
Because
like you said,
I think that's the source of your dis-ease, brother.
Yeah.
The thing is, it's not the type of change where you can manually like control it and force the change. It's more of like a passive change. We can change things, but you have to have the courage or convictions to keep following through and standing up for what you believe in. And over time, things change. The world and their wickedness, they want instant change now, and it usually changes for the worse when they do that.
Mm-hmm.
Our things more long term. Like you set a foundation, you gotta wait for the concrete to dry. You can't just start laying bricks right immediately.
I don't know how you guys feel about this, but I've started to realize, like, a bit like Paul, what you were saying, like, why do I deserve the blessings that I've got? Well, do I deserve to be the one to impose his worldview on the world? Do I deserve to be the one who imposes his worldview on my family? And if I do, you know, like, what is that in terms of nature? It's not very natural, is it? So I don't know. I look at the world and I think, isn't it wonderful that I've now realized that everybody else has got their own shit going on, and all that matters really is my world, you know, in a non-self, not in a selfish way, but in a more, well, this.
It's more about like not worrying about what's going on over in somebody else's business. Like something that doesn't phase your life at all anyway. And even if you did, like if you worried or didn't worry, it wouldn't make a difference. But I get that. That's good. But like on the other end of the spectrum, though, I'm actually personally I'm to the point where yes, I'm pushing my not beliefs, what I know on everyone because I'm sick and tired of the world pushing their beliefs on my family, my children, everybody else's children with their bullshit. So yeah, damn right I'm pushing my shit on everybody. But that's me. That doesn't have to be everybody else. Everybody's going to do things their own way. It's going to be different for each one of us. Me, I've been through some shit where I just don't care anymore. I've got nothing to lose if this whole world is falling apart. It's in a way where it's coming after my family and yours. So, but I understand what you're saying too, because you put your neck out there into somebody else's shit, you end up getting messed up, and sometimes we got to stay where we belong.
Yeah, I'm not trying to take away anyone who is doing great work out here and spreading the truth. I do it too, but like when you get to that extreme level where you're like, shit, I can't reach someone I love, or I can't get through to this person. I just remember like man, like, you know, they've got their own shit going on and their own stuff to go through, and they probably couldn't even understand my point of view, even if I showed them the actual inside of my brain, you know.
And like bickering about it doesn't change anything. If somebody's got their mindset and they've got the confirmation bias going on, you can't convince them to even look. No, and they'll just go back to whatever, go back to their lives, go back to sleep. So I agree. It's like there's no point in wasting time with people who don't want to know. But like it gets back to the teaching thing, right? When people start asking you questions, Paul, that's it. That's the point where I'm talking in person. You'll be the teacher for those people.
Yeah, and it is enjoyable. Not because I feel like, you know, I'm actually going to convert them or anything. I'm happy for them. Like, it doesn't really do that much for me. I'm just happy for them that if they stay on the journey and experience that freedom.
It's kind of like watching somebody open a present on Christmas and you know it's in a box, but they don't. And you're like, oh, dude, they're going to open it. They're about to open the box. And you're like, yes.
Well, with most people, though, I'm not even going to be there to witness that.
Yeah.
And I don't care. Like, I don't really need to. I'm just
that's
happy
true.
to hopefully one day they will be able to free themselves from like the whole mind virus and everything.
Yeah.
Because it is
the beast system.
Because it does. It makes more. It makes life here a lot easier, and you can really accept all the horrible shit that we know is happening and going on, and you know, you can not sort of accept it, but you can still find peace and happiness amongst the chaos, and you don't have to be totally black pilled and
yeah.
You know what? Sales is really important as well. I don't know if you've ever done sales before, but Nathan Oakley always talks about how he used to be a salesman, and like I think that's the reason why he's so good at waking people up, because it's a sales pitch. At the end of the day, you've got a product. You know, Flat Earth is a product, and if you just bang on a stranger's door and start selling, it doesn't always work. So I think, you know, rather than deciding people are not ready or deciding people aren't going to buy your product. I think, you know, you have to treat it a bit like a sales pitch. Sometimes you've got to call them a few times. Sometimes, you know, you've got to change your whole approach. And I was saying to you yesterday, Paul, sometimes why the lie needs to be answered before you give any evidence.
Mm-hmm.
Just depends on the person, doesn't it? But you've got to switch up your sales pitch, because at the end of the day, people aren't going to buy your product if they just think you're a greedy salesman.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
It's a shame. It's a shame we have to package the truth into a product, but at the end of the day, there's no difference, is it? At this point, at the beginning of the conversation, it's just another idea to them. Why would they even pay attention to it? So until they know why the lie, why would they even take it serious? And that's for basic people.
Mm-hmm.
And that really sucks that they get stuck on that why would they lie thing when they know the answer. They already know the answer because the one asking a question is already a liar. So, of course, they know the answer to the question they're asking.
That's why I love the 3 points. I think it's a real good sales pitch, and it really does highlight all the important points without any speculation. You know, that's a really good pitch there. Show me curvature, show me motion, show me that you can have gas pressure next to a vacuum, and we can, you know, consider that I may be wrong, but until that point, you know, we know it to be true. Such a powerful pitch.
I'd say this, though. Don't regard that as proof of somebody being a flat earther, because a wily enough glober who's been paying attention could easily try, oh yeah, this, and this. Oh, okay, they know about the 3-point takedown. That doesn't mean anything. Why does a 3-point takedown matter? What are the actual points what's the point that the 3 points are trying to make? And if they can't answer that question, then they don't even really know they're just kind of quoting some buzzwords. Or another, that I would actually ask them 3 other proofs outside of it, like aside from those 3 that we all know about, what personal proofs do you have or evidence? And I'm not talking about grilling the hell out of people, it's just that I recognize that people do fake and clown. So those 3 answers are real easy to just grab onto from any of the feeds here. We talk about it too much. Well, not too much, but we talk about it so much that, yeah.
I feel differently about this too now that I have my own family that I have to take care of. So, because like take what happened, you know, several years ago, when we were going outside and people were trying to force this bullshit on us, and we couldn't even go into a certain establishment, or I mean, we could fight it and we could try to, you know, just go against it. But if something else happens similar to that again, I mean, you're really putting yourself at risk in that situation by trying to be that light. I have a responsibility to take care of my family. I can't go outside and engage all these people. That, you know what I mean? That could be
You know what I'll tell you though? If you're surrounded by a bunch of depressed people who don't want to do anything, right? They're all just following orders, and they see you doing something different. You might be the catalyst that triggers the courage in some of those people that, you know what? He's right. We don't have to do this. And then they'll start actually like being free just by seeing their actions.
But I tried that too, and it did it really didn't
I
work.
know, it's like 1 out of 100. I know.
Yeah, and so so I had to really kind of go along in a way, and I hated it. I hated that and I felt like you know what I mean.
Dude, I agree. I hated it too.
I felt like a piece of shit. I felt just as worse as them because I know better, and I'm fucking going along with it now. Just because, you know, I have to go here. I need to be here.
Paul, have any of your close friends or family members come round to the idea of the flat Earth?
Yeah, my father.
Do you talk with him about it a lot, or Is it a very rare
Yeah.
time
Oh, almost
you talk
daily.
with them? Okay.
I'll talk.
Oh, great.
I see it because
Amazing.
we work.
That's amazing. And what about your friends? Have you tried to flat smack any friends?
I don't. So my friends, I don't really have close friends because the friends that I have, I've really had to put at a distance because I had to get out of their lifestyle. They're still living in the streets, and
Yeah, I get it. You
yeah,
changed, they didn't.
yeah, and I don't. I, there's so much going on, and just being in certain situations with them could really put me in danger. Because of the lifestyle they lead and the way they make their money. But I have spent so much time with them. They're in a way like family, so it's hard for me to completely disown them. I still call them. I still kind of pop in once in a while just to see how people are doing. But yeah, and I have tried to talk to them um, about this topic, but they're not really interested. Honestly, they don't. They don't. They can't see why it matters because they're lost in that whole street mentality.
Does it bother you that they haven't changed, grown, improved, or come around to any of the truth or help that you've helped them with or tried to?
Yeah, yeah, it does kind of suck because uh, in a way I don't want to be their friends, but I don't know. It's hard because I've
But
been
you're
with them.
stuck with them. You're
Like
stuck
stuck
with them.
with
Yeah, I've got
it's
some friends like that. And they're like it's the people who you love have the ability to hurt you the most, I believe. So I believe when you have friends like that, they're the ones who it bothers you that doesn't matter if other people don't listen, but if your very close friends don't, I can see that. I've had that feeling myself where I'm like, so what, you don't respect or you don't appreciate what I have to say, and it's like, you should be, because I appreciate and I give you that respect,
hmm
and you can take that very personal with your friends, can't you, sometimes?
Yeah, it's a weird thing too because like I'll go through these moments where I'm like, man, I miss these people, right? And so I'll be like, okay, I'm gonna stop in where I'll know they'll be on a certain night to hang out, and we're in the past I would be there with them all night long, and now I go there and I can barely stand to be there for an hour. And
Yeah, I
it's
have
so weird.
exactly the same. I have friends. They've been talking about the same thing since we were 20 years old. We're like mid-30s now, and they're still talking about, the same sort of conversations, the same anime shows, the same, jokes. And I just think when I'm with them, I just think, oh my God, like, like, I can't be arsed with this conversation. I think that's just a sign that you've outgrown them, but you've got to catch up to that energy, that frequency. Otherwise, you get dragged back.
Yeah, I actually find myself having conversations with some of them, and I'll be like, why am I? Why do I like care about this person? I really don't. Sometimes I really feel like I really don't like this person. You know what I mean? It's weird. It's really weird.
Yeah, and then it becomes a weird vibe, and you're like, you're kind of slightly off with each other, but you're not. It's nothing's been said, and yeah, it's just a weird energy flow. It's a mismatch because you've
Mm.
changed, bro. You've grown and you've changed, and like, you have to keep up with your changes. you know,
And
you've
that's why I got to
you
put them.
yeah.
Put them. Yeah, I had to separate myself a bit because I've noticed that there. Some of my friends, I have friends that are a bit older than me. Some are 50 years old, and they haven't progressed at all in their life. At all. They're still in the same place they were, 20, 30 years ago. They're still doing the same thing. There's no growth.
The worst is that they're making the same excuses for the same mistakes they were making in their 20s, right? Like,
Yeah.
they haven't even learned how to find better women or how to communicate better. They're just the same, and that's most people. You know, we're rare. This is why I say you're a level above, in the sense that the fact that you can develop, question things, question yourself, it puts you on a sort of a level of energy that is on a different frequency to them now. And it's almost over. I'm sad to say it, but it's over. You'll never get that relationship back with those guys again. You now, you got to keep moving forward, bro. You know?
Yeah, because yeah, it's very true. And a lot of times, I'll be having conversations, and I'll be thinking, every time we're together, we are repeating the same thing over and over, and having the same conversations over and over. Nothing ever changes, and they're totally content with that. Because
Yeah, they are.
I'll try to. I want to talk about something else, right? I really want to have an interesting conversation, and then my buddy would be like, "Bro, look at that ass." I'll be like, "Yeah, she's got a nice ass." Okay, you know what I mean? It's like, dude, you're 50 years old.
Well, that'll never change, will it? Every man can appreciate a nice ass.
Oh, but it's all night long. It's like yeah, I saw it.
It's
You don't
the
have to
focus.
point it out to me.
Yeah.
I saw it. You have to point it out to me. Like, is this all we're going to talk about? Like, dude.
I mean, does he never talk about her breast? That was a bad joke. Is it too early? Was that too early?
I don't think I've ever heard a black guy talk about breasts.
Probably mixed race.
But yeah, man, but I feel stuck with them,
Yeah, you are.
It's
You
times
are.
I do have fun and enjoy their company. Yeah, I really do. When we start, like, if we're drinking or whatever, we're reminiscing about shit. Like, it's fun. And as long as I don't try to stay too long and be like, yeah, okay, after party. I'm 45 years old. I'm going to go to a fucking after party. We're still doing this. But a lot of my friends they're still just stuck in that same cycle.
Why you got to become a leader, Paul? You got to lead them motherfuckers. They can either choose to follow you or they can reject you. But hey, you stay right where you are.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, thankfully I haven't seen him in a while, but I know, a friend of mine, he just got nabbed by the feds. And it's like, man, he's in his 50s, and he hasn't progressed at all in his life. And now he's facing federal charges. It's like, could you imagine 50 years old and you're still going to jail 50 years old? Like, because I've been to jail, right? And it's nothing when you're young, and if you're in that lifestyle, it's like just a part of it. It's training, and you accept it, and I don't know, it's easier. But man, I couldn't imagine you're 50 years old and still in that situation. It's like everything you did up until that point was fucking meaningless, because now look where you are. Everything you did, and I'm sure it's not the first time he's been in jail, right? But so the last time he got out of jail, everything he did up until that point now is gone and worthless and over. And he's going to have to start his whole life over if he ever gets out.
It's easy for you to see how futile it all is, but for him, there's been growth just on a smaller scale. That's why I say you're on a different frequency, bro. You can see the macro. They're stuck in the micro. If you highlight the macro shit to him, he'll think you're being fucking funny with him or something. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Yeah, that was well said. That was a good picture. Perhaps you got some of that going on. I don't know, bro.
Yeah, I'm just. Only reason why I'm talking like I fucking know what I'm talking about is because I just feel like I've been through similar shit, and I feel like I made some peace with some friends who, you know, who will probably never come round to certain ideas and will probably never change, but I'm stuck with them in a sense because I grew up with them, you know.
Yeah.
I've got to make the most of them. They're there for a reason, you know. They're probably there to keep me grounded, you know, and worldly.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I have a habit of going a bit extreme. You know, I could talk flat Earth all day, every day with my people to they get exhausted, and I'm like literally infatigable when it comes to these subjects.
If we did that though, we together we grow and learn from each other. If we stay in that, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's why I come here, bro. You have to find a place to speak, don't you? And if I don't want to speak like this in front of certain people, I have to speak like this somewhere. So you got to use the tools that we've got. I feel lucky to have this place and other places as well because it feels so easy. It feels so easy when we're all together and we're all on the same page. You know, it's so easy, like when Ether was talking earlier, so easy to see what the right thing is and what the right choice is, but then we have to go back to our real life where everybody is, you know, just on a completely different vibration. Maybe that's the challenge, you know? Maybe that's where all the excitement is.
Of course it
It is
is.
quite an experience, man. It's something else. This place we're at.
Yeah. And also I love letting my actions speak for myself, you know. Just play that game where you just like do things rather than say things. But anyway, I'm probably starting to probably started to sound a bit like a fucking arrogant cock now. Gonna shut up for a bit.
I don't know, dude. We've been talking about a bunch of stuff: lust, pride, and greed, right? Or a combination. I mean, it was a good conversation. You guys are the best. That's right.
Yeah, back at you, man, and appreciate all of you in here, man. You guys are good for my mental health.
Paul, I don't know, man. You got a big heart. So either you got a big heart or you got a lot of pride. I can't figure it out, Paul. But good on you, buddy.
Yeah, pride. I don't, yeah, I don't think I hope I'm not a prideful person.
I mean, we all are a combination of those things, or at least one of those things. But I don't know. What do I got? I got nothing. Nothing. Let's see. Experience is valuable, but you don't want to only learn through experience because that's the only way to train an idiot. Rather do the right thing the first time. This is wisdom. Wisdom is in the doing of the thing. I yield the floor. Little fortune cookie, 24/7 flat Earth.
I hope nobody new has been popping in here because I gave up on checking.
Well, if they have an open mic, open it.
Great. Sometimes you gotta engage them first. I've noticed you have to.
Not
Did
out.
somebody say shower is not new?
You have to repeat that, buddy. I didn't catch it.
Poison shower. Did somebody mention poison shower and say that they're not actually new, even though they don't have any roles?
Oh, give them a roll. I don't know. Poison shower. Come on in here. Mic's unlocked. Not up 2 said the metrics to matrix allows the complaint to stand out. Compliant? Yeah. My Lastixia is kicking. Hey.
I pronounced it the matrix. Matrix to matrix allows the compliant to stand out.
Come again? That was really quiet.
Was that poison shower? Can you put some bass in your voice? Hello. Mate, you said something about the Matrix poison shower? Could you repeat that? There is no spoon. Hello, poison shower. There is no
Yeah.
spoon.
Did anybody catch that? Because I didn't.
I think he's having mic issues. Poison shower, try again, mate. We couldn't hear you. Don't be shy.
I don't even see it lighten up at all. So I don't even. It doesn't even seem like they're trying to speak.
Yeah, poison shower. We're not calling you out here, buddy. We are all flat earthers in here, I think, apart from maybe yourself.
I'm not.
What?
Is he a troll?
I'm not.
Yeah, you're not. Did you mean you're not a flat earther, poison shower?
Correct.
Yeah, great. Yeah. Like I said, we're not calling you out or anything. We're just here. This is for basically people like yourself who are not flat earthers to come in, maybe learn a bit more about flat Earth, or maybe have a debate. But yeah, we wanted to give you the floor a little bit. Did you have any questions? I mean, what's the reason why you're a glober? That's really important.
I'm not.
Okay, fair play. What are you then?
A believer.
Boy.
I think this is going to be painful, guys.
Yeah, it's reminding me of the guy that everybody was calling pee drinker that I was trying to talk to earlier.
Dude, yeah. He's suspect. You're suspect. Hey, PD. What's up, dude? How you been? I hope you and yours are well.
Well, whatever you want to say, poison shower, you have the floor.
Yeah.
Speak. Now's your chance. You can say whatever you want. Really. Can't you?
Maybe.
Yeah. That's the exact answer that.
So, Poison, we know that the Earth is flat. We know this because there is absolutely no curvature that can be found. There's also no evidence of motion detected. And we also have a basic understanding of science shows us that you cannot have gas pressure without a container. So we have three really, really strong points there that we believe you probably can't challenge, but we'd be interested to know if you can, and if you have any evidence, we'd be all ears.
So you said the surface of Earth is not curving?
Correct. The surface of the topographical plane is level and stationary. Yes.
So you believe Earth is a plane?
Earth is measured level and flat. Yes. Apart from the topography.
Okay, so it's not a plane because we can dig holes, right?
Why couldn't you dig holes on a plane?
You can't. There's no depth.
No, that's why I said a topographical plane.
Yeah, so it's not a plane at all because we can dig holes. So Earth is the land, right?
Earth is the land, yeah.
Okay, that's what I believe too, so we agree. So Earth is curving. Great.
Where? Where can we
At the
find that curve?
surface. Yeah, when we're talking about curvature, we're talking about the surface, and the thing we're talking about is Earth, right? So we see curvature all over Earth, right? So
No, we don't though. Where do we see the curvature?
I
Where
see
can
it.
we find the curvature?
Hills.
That's called topography, my friend.
Yeah, but it's the surface that's curving, right?
Yeah, it's called topography.
Yeah, but it's Earth, right?
Oh my god, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's called
So
topography.
it's Earth curvature. Perfect.
It's 2023, and this is the best shit you got.
I mean, if he doesn't even believe that the surface of Earth is curving, he's just mistaken.
You claim the surface is curving,
Of
but
course it is. I believe in hills. Do you
you're
believe in
not
hills?
making. You're not making.
You know what? Do you know what topography means? Poison shower.
Do you know what a hill is?
Yeah, it's topography. Do
Okay,
you know what
great.
that means?
And that surface is not flat, right? It's curving, correct?
Yeah, which is why I said it is a
Okay, so the Earth
topographical.
curves. Thank you.
Listen, words are really important here, Poison. I said a topographical plane. If you don't understand what that means, that's not my problem.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, you're acting like you don't. I didn't already
Yeah,
say that.
that is
I,
great.
I already
So
told you that it's a topographical plane, and you're just confirming.
But it's not. It's not.
no, it's great.
Earth is
Yeah,
the land,
We
man.
agree. We agree. We live on a topographical, flat, level surface.
I'm not even on Earth right now.
Clearly.
Yeah, I'm above it.
So is that your best sort of proof that we don't live on a flat stationary
How's it
plane?
going? How's it going, PD?
Is this somebody you know, Ether, using a sock account?
Oh, he creates a lot of accounts.
Uh,
He comes back all the time.
yeah, because he's not making much sense. Clearly, he's on the back foot here, being defensive, and yeah, makes sense that he's had experience in here before. Then
Yeah, and he knows this place. He's been here before.
Is this just an attention-seeking thing?
no, I don't think it's PD, bro. It might have the same spirit of PD, but it might not be PD. We don't know if this is PD. This is Poison Shower.
That's his voice. That's his voice. I
He
recognize
left.
his voice, man.
Oh, no, he's there.
He has multiple
if
accounts.
somebody can't communicate like straightforwardly, it's a massive red flag. It's not something we need to take serious, to be honest.
I'm
So
just saying, by definition, the surface of Earth is curving. If you don't agree, then you don't agree.
I did. It's called a topographical plane, but you don't understand that word.
can we come to a little Socratic method? Can we define a topographical plane? Is that in 2023? You think we can make that happen? A little appeal to reason. I
What you
don't
want
have.
me? You want me to define it?
Yes.
Yeah, a topographical plane is a flat surface that has hills, mountains, valleys. It is, it is just the architecture of the land or whatever sitting on top of a surface. So we can have hills, we can have mountains, we can have valleys. So yes, the surface of Earth has heights and depths, different heights, different depths. Yeah, that's just topography. So we
Length.
understand that.
Yeah, gotcha. Length, width, and depth, right? So it wouldn't be impossible to dig a hole inside of length, width, and depth, right? I mean, if you're in there already, you probably dig a hole, but this doesn't prove curvature. Digging a hole in 3 dimensions? In what dimension does that prove curvature?
How do you dig a 2-dimensional hole?
Yeah, but earlier it was if he was. Yeah.
I know you're talking about somebody else's conversation. I'm just throwing shade.
I lost the flow. I yield the floor.
No worries.
Oh my god, he left. What a pussy.
Yeah, dude, he's talking about the guy with the weird profile pic. He comes back all the time. Poison shower or whatever.
He didn't even come back with a new argument. He just said 2 words and left.
He says this about the same thing. And, yeah.
So did somebody take care of? I was just checking in the locker
Yeah,
room. He's back.
Yeah, he's gone.
He'll be back.
Okay, so I guess you can't. Does anybody have any insight into this behavior? Is this attention-seeking behavior?
What?
Is this some? What?
I think
Sorry,
it's
what?
hatred. I think it's like a bit of hatred. He probably hates the fact that he can't argue, win the argument, so he's coming back to troll. I don't know.
It's interesting.
Well, this guy does have authentic beliefs and certain things that he is consistent with, so I think he might actually think that he has a mission or some reason to come here over and over.
I mean, we gave him the floor. He could have told us. I mean, what do you know about him? He said he's not a glober, so...
His recent thing seems to be he's trying to point out that because hills exist, Earth's not flat. Like he's going as literal as possible with the words. So it's no different than what the childish level globers will say, like some teenager, like 13 or 14. Well, what about mountains and hills, man? Yes, we're talking about overall. You go to a high altitude. Overall, the entire freaking surface is pretty much relatively flat and level, regardless.
Can you ever talk about water with him?
Don't talk about water with him.
The reason he has the argument of hills and such, and the horizon being a Earth conjunction with the sky, is so that he can say that the black swan is invalid because it's not the Earth, it's the sea.
Oh my god, what's wrong with this guy, man?
Super sophist.
So basically, we can't use the water because it is flat. We can only use the land because it has topography. And because of the topography, the Earth must be a globe. Wow.
Well, based off the math that I did when I broke down their math magics, less than 15% of the Earth is not flat. So I reckon that this oblate spheroid they're talking about is a pizza planet space disk or something. Funny how nature does that.
Yeah, right. Is it me, or is it just getting easier to deal with globers?
I think that it's more like you've been working out in the gym. So lifting weight is now something that felt like lifting 200 pounds feels like lifting 2 pounds to you. Oh, well, this is too easy. Yeah, let them lift it. Let's see what happens when they try and lift it.
I know they sounded so intelligent like 4 years ago, and now they just sound like absolute idiots.
They're stealing all of our arguments from 4 years ago and try to cannibalize them in the most absurd way. Like the refraction thing. People don't realize the entire point of the black swan argument and everything. Like, but Bendy Crane, you slap yourself on the forehead, Mr. Bendy Crane, because you're missing the point on purpose. I love when people, is the horizon physical or optical? And then force people to answer that question. It's awesome.
Yeah, I remember the first time I had a debate with someone and they brought up the refraction on the cranes on the black swan, and my brain went, "What does this mean?" And then I thought about it myself, and I thought it means fuck all because it doesn't matter if there is refraction at the front of the image. The argument is at the back of the image, and it's like there is no refraction that can loom a horizon behind a physical Earth curve. But once you actually, realize that and then shoot it back at them, they're like, ugh, change subject. But until you do that, that will be a thorn in your side, right?
Yeah, this is an interlude to the first ass whipping you were receiving. Now we can talk about diffraction.
Yeah.
I was going to say, because you got reflection, refraction, and diffraction. So it gets weird when you start talking about all three. To me, I think that conversation is actually going to be enhanced over the course of the next year or two.
I agree. Yep. Definitely.
So there's other variables I haven't even mentioned that can be taken into consideration. It's probably going to get interesting with that. I'm just going to keep on bringing up diffraction over and over and over again until somebody's like, define diffraction. You define diffraction. Globe's the claim.
Who's claiming? We don't live on a gyro compass.
All I know is I don't live on a cartoon ball. Everything else, whatever. I don't live on a fucking cartoon for sure.
Huh.
Like, that's for damn sure. It's that we're not on a damn cartoon. And every single bit of whatever the hell storyline they give us is cartoon shit. You go outside, hey, look, I see Earth. It's shaped Earth-shaped. Like that. I don't have to imagine Marvin the Martian in order to be able to think about Earth.
So,
It's just funny to me, though.
I'm always behind on this chat. God damn. It's all this shit.
There's this discussion's happened on Facebook where my wife, somebody was messing with my wife about something because she had posted something flat Earth related. But she started talking about the Virgin Galactic, where they go up there flying up and taking civilians up to whatever. It's like 60,000 feet below where the X-15 reached, and we know that it's flat from there. So they're not sending civilians up that are going to see a curve, not a real one. And maybe the windows are bowed so that oh, look, I saw the curve. Whatever. They're not sending anybody up higher than the X-15, so they're not seeing curvature. It's simply not happening. But my wife called it, basically said that it was fake, like fake news or something. And this person shared some images that had some people up there in this little ship. But on the bottom corner, it tells the amount of feet that they are, their altitude, which I thought was funny. Because from there, I can calculate based off of how high the X-15 went. This is I merged the images together. I'll share it in the live stream. I put the X-15 above the image that they had shared that had the passengers inside of that little ship. I thought it was funny the way I did it, since they have to look up in order to see something 60,000 feet above them. And that stuff is flat. Upgrades. I'm gonna add some text to this real quick.
Gatekeeper. What the hell is that about?
I think that was from earlier, talking about some elite stuff, I think. Hey, well, was that a squirrel?
Yeah.
What's up? What's up?
No, I'm catching up
I think
to
he
the
was.
chat, and I was just reading one of your posts, and I was remember what was going on and why you posted that.
I think he was commenting on the conversation at the time.
Yeah, kind of. It doesn't. It's not gonna make sense. But the conversation, yeah, the whole conversation that we've been having was a good one, and I was feeling it. You know what I mean? That's all that is. Who's the gatekeeper on lust, pride, and greed? Yeah, that's what was on my mind, because that's kind of stuff we were talking about. Affects everybody, right? Lust, pride, and greed. This is the cause.
The money cult, right?
Yeah.
Hey, you forgot desire, squirrel. Desire.
Desire? Yeah, lust.
Desire.
Oh, you do? Yeah. Desire. Right. Oh, man. Combination.
We live in a society where being like a rat with a pleasure button is normal.
Right.
Good analogy.
You go be in that list as well.
Did you like the kangaroo T-Rex, dude? I mean, damn, that's pretty funny. A rat with a pleasure button. What a picture.
Have you ever seen? I can't remember his name. He's been on Joe Rogan, and it's a guy. I've forgotten his name. I can find it, but he goes to the Amazon rainforest, Madagascar, and he makes contact with all these tribes that are they're sort of not been contacted for like 50 years. Does anyone know that guy? And he's like really famous now, and like he's got like 1,000,000 stories of the jungle.
Is he the artist guy? The Oriental dude?
No, not Chow. I know him, David Chow or something. He did the Hitchhiker's Guide. Is that him?
Wow.
Maybe not. I'm probably getting confused. Anyway, the point is, this guy was talking about how he spent so much time with these tribes who had no contact from the outside world, and he was just talking about the jungle in general. And he just said he says the jungle's like one organism, life, death, sex. It's just all in there, and it's like, you're just so in tuned to survival and life that you really start to appreciate the good times. And he said when he would come across these tribes, he says they were so happy. They were just so happy people. And it was that edginess of life, knowing that everything around you could potentially kill you and swallow you up, and you could become part of that jungle, makes you appreciate the good parts of life. And it was like when Nathan said about the rat with the pleasure button, it just like kind of, that's the problem. We've got too much pleasure, you know what I mean? Like, and these tribes are just so happy with nothing. In tune, in the moment, on point, great hunters, at the peak of their physicality, loving life.
It's funny, right? Because they have everything they need. We think they don't have anything, but it's not true, is it?
No, yeah,
Too much. You have
yeah.
too much.
Yeah, I
The
mean,
more you have, the less you are.
what do we
You
really
become
need?
less of yourself. Sorry.
I can look around right now in my house and I'm looking at all this stuff, right? I don't need any of it. None of this is
Yeah.
live. None of it's making me stronger.
And if you're not using it, it's just an idle object. Is it an idol?
Yes.
I'm just
Need that.
saying.
Yeah. Good shit, bro. It's exactly what it is with the language.
Saying, man. And like, I'm looking around my room like, I can get rid of that. I can get rid of that. I can get rid of that too. Like, you're inspiring me, man. I'm gonna get a trash bag tomorrow.
Genuinely, I
Like,
think we'd all be happier with a backpack on our back and a pocket full of money, and that's it. You know, off we go.
Honestly, what's funny is that whole "you'll own nothing and be happy" thing. People take it as a threat, but in reality, if you actually read like every form of ancient scripture that gives you peace, it talks about liberating yourself from your stuff so that it doesn't own you.
Oh, you're on some fire today.
Have you guys ever like laid down right in a comfy spot on the grass and really
Dude,
been
I need to do that. I'm remembering doing that when I was a kid, and I'm like, I need to do that now. I'm sorry for interrupting you.
No, because I think even your bed, right? Do I need this bed? I wonder, would I just be as happy, except for like maybe bugs crawling on me and insects? But is the ground more comfortable than my bed?
Yes.
I'm used to my bed, and it feels
Honestly, yes, there's places where you will find that you could lay on the ground in the grass and it would be more comfortable than your bed. Like, yes, absolutely. Not everywhere, but some places.
yeah. It's just crazy, man.
It depends if you have to
Like, there's a
comfort.
Sorry.
Are you after comfort or are you after the long-term benefits? Because if you sleep on the grass, you're earthing, which means you're not electrically charged. But when you're in a bed with all your sheets, you're charging up. So you got to ask yourself, what is it? Short-term comfort you're looking for, or long-term benefit? Because your back will be nice on the back. You know, if you lie straight on the ground on your back, you'll have great posture.
I'm thinking it would be cool. And that's another thing is you could still set a blanket on the grass or something.
B. Oh no, wait. A.
And it's still separation, but you're still there, you know. But no, there's like a pasture out here, like on the property, and the grass. There's a certain spot there where it's really comfortable. There's no briars, no thorns, no sand spurs, and it's really thick. So it's like a thick carpet. I'm thinking it would be really cool to set a blanket out there, just because there's no light pollution. Look at the stars and stuff. Take the family out and chill. Maybe not spend the whole night out there. But I'll fall asleep for a little while. Be happy. We've gotten so separated from our reality that everybody lives unnatural lives. Go outside and see if there's any light pollution. If you don't have any light pollution, you're blessed. Most of us can't see the stars for what they truly are because some kind of city is nearby, ruining it. You have to go like the mountains or out into the woods really, really far away from town in order to see. And even then, you could still see the glow of light from the city, like if you can know, and it's ruining the stars for you. Some of my favorite times are when there's a hurricane and it knocks out the power, and there's no power anywhere within miles, so it's pitch black. Like you don't see the light from any cities or anything. It's just dark, and then the stars are shining through because it's clear after that big storm. That's actually some of my favorite times, even though people are kind of stressed. I'm happy. Food can be replaced and shit like that, like whatever. But having the time, those moments to be able to actually look at reality for what it is without having human interference. It's not like I can flip a light switch and turn an entire city off, but I know somebody who can. What's funny is a lot of these globe earth type people come in here and they want to say, oh, blah, 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 act like we're dumb, but these people don't go outside. They spend 90% of their time indoors staring at a screen. And then when they do go outside, it's maybe to go to a fast food restaurant or a store to pick up food and go back home.
Yeah, they're not experiencing or really observing the world around them at all with their senses.
They'll call you a nerd if you go outside and measure something. I'm going to try and perform some measurement. Nerd. Dude, it's weird.
I enjoy that too, though. After a rainstorm or a thunderstorm. Well, I love thunderstorms. It's a little harder for me to enjoy them now because I'm surrounded by so many trees, and I'm worried about one potentially falling on the house and stuff. But and I love that too. After the clouds clear out and that bright sky that shines through, because I don't have a lot of light pollution at all where I'm at.
Like, there's certain kind of Milky Way type effects that you cannot see at all if there's any light pollution.
The
greater clusters, like the clusters of stars and good stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've seen that when I've traveled like out west and stuff and been in the Badlands at night, and there's really no. It's actually, I can't wait to go back there because it is really remarkable how much is actually up there that I don't see where.
It's like when you're at home, you kind of take it for granted, like, oh, this is what the stars look like, and then you go out somewhere else where it's much. Oh, that's what the stars look like.
Yeah,
it starts getting real.
Yeah, absolutely.
But then it's like the same thing with these people. Like they'll say, yeah, the curvature has to exist. And they've never been anywhere. And even if they went on a freaking plane, they've never been anywhere. The irony is you can literally go to far off places using the computer in front of you, your phone or whatever. They don't even do that. They'll just get on a video game, see a curvature on a video game or a movie, and then come back and proclaim that they've seen the curvature. One of my main things is to encourage people to be content creators, not mindless consumers. Be mindful in what you consume and create content, because the world's full of consumers. If we're creating good stuff, we're contributing. Rats with a pleasure button. That right there, the one I was gonna say something with that too that I kind of forgot for a minute, but the endless scroll. It's on like TikTok and Facebook and Twitter. You have people just scrolling forever, trying to see what's next in the feed, but it never stops. It's the pleasure button for the rat that is the human.
You really
walk around constantly, 7,000 times per hour swiping up, with 8-second attention spans. They're trying to swipe that before that 8 seconds is gone. They try to swipe quick. Swipe, 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 swipe. Swiper, no swiping. There's this Rat City experiment that somebody did, and it basically shows exactly what is happening now. Pretty much shows what's happening at any given, like the fall of an empire. But that's what's happening now. Everything from the Rat City experiment is happening to America. And we're watching it unfold in real time.
And it's not the first time this happened, right?
No, it happens at the end of every empire.
It's constantly repeating itself over and over.
The empire is the phoenix. It's reborn from the ashes of itself, and then it comes back. That's what the phoenix symbolizes, is the empire. The empire strikes back. This thing's been around since the First World Order, ancient Babylon. Like now we have the Mystery Babylon version of it now, but it's all the same exact lore, same exact shit. That's where 360 degrees comes from. Nothing changed. There's nothing new under the sun. What's up? Not good. Been spoken. Oh, not good. That's a new person.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
Oh,
What was
we
that?
got a. Big Root was asking a question. Oh, welcome to the chat. Not good. We've got to get you VC verified so that you can be able to unmute your mic in here. If you want, we can hop up to the VC verification chat up above, and I can go ahead and give you access. And really, all I got to do is just, you got to read the welcome page and then confirm that you've read the welcome page. That's about it. I would only repeat what's already there. But if you don't want to, that's good too. You can just hang out. It's all good. If talking on the mic's not good, it's all good, not good.
No, it isn't. Get the fuck out.
Yeah, not good. If you want to speak, go into VC check-in 1 or 2, and Ether will spot you in there, and you'll be able to get the ability to use your microphone. And we'd love to chat to you.
Big Root, are you gonna? You want to lead the conversation? If he comes
Yeah,
back.
I'm probably about to head out soon because I'm feeling a little bit nauseous. I was just offering to do that before I left. He doesn't seem to want to get VC verified though, so that's fine. It's like almost 6 o'clock in the morning for me, and I'm not feeling too good for some reason. Which is weird because I took my medicine; it should have kicked in by now, but it's like the opposite is happening to me, and I think that's not good.
Later, Algorithmus Aethergris.
Yeah, get some rest, bro.
You can
It's
call
always.
By the way, Scroll, you can call me AG for short if you want to. That's what Creation Bear and some other people do.
God willing, man. Next time.
Some of you guys, man, AG, you're the same. You guys are up all night. I don't know how you do it, man. When it hit 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, I'm done.
I'm a robot or something. I don't know. I have that Tesla sleep schedule. I'll sleep for like 10 minutes and then wake up and keep on doing things. Go back to sleep for like 10 minutes and do more stuff, I guess. I don't know.
A lot of scientists do that. And philosophers.
Those who know can't sleep, and if you know you have a limited amount of lifespan, then you're going to try and use all the time you have. So that's my logic. I'm not guaranteed tomorrow. How much can I do?
Wow.
Yeah, it's a good way to look at it.
I'm still failing though because I'm supposed to have already made a freaking the starter kit for the card game thing. I need to get to work on that.
We have another newbie. Mother is a man. Or is that the same person? Change the name? I can't tell.
Is that PD?
Same person. Changed your name.
Fucking PD, isn't
It's
it?
definitely PD, bro.
Somebody.
Awesome, man.
Maybe that accounts from today, so they're brand spanking new.
Nah, it's not. It's not good. Look, not good has changed the name to Mother is a Man.
Yeah, but
Red
yeah,
flag.
I'm reading that.
That's a telltale sign.
Well, I think it's funny though. Like that's actually a pretty funny screen name. I don't know what side of the fence you're trolling from, but well played, I guess. Man.
Actually, it had been a long time, several months since I've heard hide or hair of PD. So
I've seen him around, but he don't normally hop up in here in the live stream. He'll just sit in the VC check-in. He sometimes will unmute him and chat with him a little bit in there. Yeah, he'll go AWOL for a little bit and then keep it up, like come back and then start doing it for like every day again for another month.
PD 3 points, mate. Curvature, motion, and gas pressure next to a container. Don't come with that topographical shit again.
it's pointless. Now he's changed his name to Curvy Footprints. What a creep, man! Like literally, kick this guy out, man. He's creepy as hell.
There's a lot of people have curvy footprints. I don't. I'm flat-footed, so my footprints are flat.
I don't want to go there.
The funny part is I'm not even joking. I'm literally flat-footed. My footprints are flat. It's just a slight arch, but it's mostly flat. And if I step in mud, it looks like a Bigfoot footprint. I should cast those and sell them. Authentic Bigfoot footprints. I made them myself.
Excuse me.
I can call them artesian and traditional as well. And these days I can identify as being a Sasquatch and get away with it.
Of course you can. Of course you can. But why would you? What a picture.
Because I'm 6'5" and have big feet. I'm clearly Bigfoot.
Fucking Flatfoot, huh? You can get a...
And I can prove it mathematically.
You got an elevation angle, you should get an elevation angle measurement to your foot.
I don't know if I'll be able to. I might be too high up. There might be some refraction. Added too much of a distance from them. I'll lay down, my feet go over the curvature of the horizon. I can drop over the distance of the earth. Got my toes hanging off the edge of the earth. Giants. So I hate going to Facebook because it's so stupid. There's a Neil deGrasse Tyson video that's going around right now that people are sharing, and it shows the cartoon like Pizza Planet space frisbee thing. The entire thing is a straw man and it's a reduction to absurdity type of straw man, like not just misrepresenting but making it a complete and utter caricature. They're pretty much arguing against the Flat Earth Society. So I put a post that links here, like the Discord link.
Make the Flat Earth Society great again. 2024.
Isn't that kind of Neil deGrasse Tyson's MO? I feel like that's all he does.
He's a fucking clown because he won't actually debate or discuss the real Flat Earth discussion. He will only attack the straw man.
This motherfucker said if the Earth was flat, how come I can't see fucking China from here?
He's like, you dumbass, you're an astrophysicist. You know refraction, you know reflection, you know diaphragm. You probably know some words for some other types of effects that I can't even fucking fathom. And you're gonna say, how can you not see that? Fuck off.
Yeah, like
retard.
I fucking hate that guy.
That's the thing is I respect him as being intelligent, and I disrespect him as being a fucking sophist. He knows what he's doing. That's my point. He knows damn well what he's doing. He's not just a weaponized honest retard. He knows what he's doing. And he's doing it on purpose for money. Let's toe that party line, boys.
He's worse than Don King at this point. I got more respect from Don King than I do for Nick Tyson. That ain't saying much.
I'm just saying that I can acknowledge that the dude has at least a couple brain cells to bang together, but he's not using them right. He put money as his priority over the wealth of intellect that he could have accomplished instead of just submitting to a hierarchy of bullshit.
Oh, I hate the way people just fucking appeal to his authority too, and the way they hang on his every word. Ugh.
On the one hand, I like how we mock him and stuff. It's funny, like joking on him, dunking on his shit because he's a retard. But honestly, we talk about Bill Nye and Neil the Ass Tyson too much.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't deserve our attention that much because they're actually not. We shouldn't even be dignifying them with freaking responses half the time because they're just talking shit.
The same. I feel the same way about these. I don't know their names, so I can't name any of them. But the heavy hitters in the globe debates that argue for the globe. I don't think anybody should be giving them any fucking attention.
Word.
Word up. Hey,
It's just feeding their ego, and it's also probably getting them more ad revenue. All it's doing is feeding them.
Mimosa.
I thought it stopped. Don't feed the trolls. That's literally. This is an introductory to the internet rule from the very beginning, way back in the 56K date. Like, don't feed the trolls. Stop feeding them. They're fat. They need to lose some weight. It's kind of like don't feed the bears. Why? Because they become dependent on the people. So you don't feed the trolls, they're going to follow you around and become dependent on your attention. And then you have a friend forever.
There has been a guy that came in here though, actually a couple days ago, and he said he came here because he saw one of the debates online.
That's cool.
Yeah, so I guess, man. So yeah, VC verification. Google Earther is in the house. Mimosa. You want to unmute your mic and
Sydney Hensley's sitting in here with her mic open. Hi, Sydney.
Sydney, hello.
But I yield the floor to whoever. Yeah. Make a claim. Say it with some bass in your voice. Hello.
Boldly make a claim. One of my favorite things to hear somebody say, though, it's dumb and annoying, I know, but it's funny. We give them the literal globe math, the actual mathematics that are provided, the official numbers of the globe. And they'll call it flat earth math. What are you talking about? This is not flat earth math, this is globy math. You just can't believe it. No, this is too stupid. It has to come from flat earthers. It can't come from the globe.
There's doublespeak. I don't know, bro. A lot of times people will even believe in the doublespeak. And there's some people who aren't aware of the doublespeak, but other people are more than content to doublespeak.
Yeah.
What do you mean? The elevation angle measurements that you need to reify your globe? What are you talking about? What's the doublespeak? I'm confused.
You know, like begging the question, affirming the consequence, strawman arguments, logical fallacies, like ad hom attacks directly towards an individual instead of the subject matter that's actually at hand. Pretty much every logical fallacy in the book, every single day, 24/7. Constant barrage. Every day. And you have some downtime and then it comes right back. It's almost like these people are studying like fallacious reasoning and intentionally, willfully using the logical fallacies on purpose. And I hope they're not. I'm pretty sure they're not, but that's what it seems like. Really, there was one recording there where somebody was called out on a logical fallacy, And the dude is just like happily agreeing with it as though he was just complimented, as though that's a good thing. Using the fallacious reasoning he had was correct. No, dude, you're missing the point. What you're doing is stupid. That's what fallacious reasoning is. Stupid.
Was he uninitiated? Do you think? Probably not. He was probably totally initiated.
No, the guy I'm talking about's like one of these anti-flat earther people, I'm sure. The funny part is a lot of these anti-flat earthers are actually too fucking stupid to just be a normal person. Like the average person, if they don't care about flat earth, they don't fucking talk about it. They wouldn't come here. But these people, these weaponized autists that come here every single day trying to talk crap, they're honestly too stupid to do anything else. They found something that they can do that they have fun doing, and that's just coming here to talk shit. And go play video games and go to sleep. There's not enough time in the day for them to do anything else.
When?
And it's another thing is it's a minority. It's like the average person does not give a shit about the shape of the earth. They'll take for granted that it's round, don't actually care, and they want to go live their lives, go watch their entertainment, work their job, go get some food, and go home. They don't really care. So the ones that do come in here all the time, they're like a minority that's even less, like a lesser minority than the amount of flat earthers on Earth. The anti-flat earthers is such a small minority of dumbasses. It's literally incredible. Like I said, the average person doesn't care. Why would they? Some of these people that come in here, it's like they've dedicated their entire life now to it. And they're also the same types that say that it should be regarded as child abuse to raise your children around flat earth ideas.
You can't avoid it.
It's child abuse to teach your children critical thinking, apparently. The irony is I'm teaching my children what the globe model has to say so that they'll know it and be able to quote it verbatim and win arguments and discussions if they do happen to. That's the thing, is winning to me is achieving understanding. It's not getting a gotcha moment on somebody. It's achieving understanding with your opponent. Like if you like literally forcing them to understand. Sorry, Paul, I didn't hear you.
No, I was just thinking about what you said, and I was thinking like when I'm having a conversation with an honest Glober, and maybe they have a breakthrough. I never really look at it as I'm winning. They've just won, right? They're the winner.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
It's more like we win by assisting others in winning. And then that's how we win it's the discussion, the debate. It's not about actually winning some point based off of ego. It's about enlightening somebody, hey, here's some more options for you to investigate and research and study on your own. Here's a whole door you can open. It leads down this hallway right here and to a bunch of other doors. There you go. Kind of like the metaphor before about watching that seed has already grown, it's been planted forever ago, and now they're about to open up that present, and you know what's inside the box. They don't, but you do, and their whole world is about to change. To me, we're giving out a gift to people. For those who do listen and to open their eyes to what's going on, it's a gift.
We're just passing a gift that was given to us, and
yeah.
And
most people don't want it, and they think that we're being assholes, that we're evil, because we simply want to just gift something for free. Well, that's not how you share the truth. You're supposed to sell it from a college or something. At least put it in a newspaper and make people pay $1 on Sunday. I'm just kidding. I don't even know what they do with newspapers anymore. Do we even have newspapers anymore? Or they stopped making those things?
I don't know.
I'm joking. There probably are a couple around, but everything has went digital.
I can't remember the last time I saw one though. Honestly.
Yeah. Because I see a lot of empty newspaper boxes that there's no newspapers in. I'm like, are they just going to leave these things here? Like, are they free now? Can I take one home? Should pay. What I should do is print out a bunch of my own newspapers that have to do flat Earth stuff, and then put the quarters in there, and then stock it with my own versions of a newspaper, so it's fully loaded.
Yeah, I wonder. That would be really fun to do. So if you were a Glober, that would be hilarious, dude. I wonder how I would react if that happened to me and I open up. I'm like thinking I'm getting the rest. Or like,
Go to read the Daily News, and it's talking about how NASA's full of shit.
I get this fucking shit. I'd be like, the fuck is this?
But then actually share like real pictures and cite the sources for where they came from. The funniest part is I actually do have, like, it's within the realm of possibility for me to actually do something like this. I need some help, but I took journalism in high school. I actually know how to format a newspaper.
Let's fucking do it then.
I'm just saying, like, I just need some articles to put it in there, and then we can format it and get it printed.
Savage bread. Yes. Welcome.
Savage bread and circuses.
I bet there's some people in here that are extremely good writers, dude, that could write great articles.
Yeah. And that is one thing I would want it written like by actual people, because I know that we could just type in and get articles from an AI, but that's not. There's something off about those. They don't feel real. Like, when you're getting something from an actual person, there's something different between that text and the automated stuff that's spit out by the AI. Or maybe it's just my personal preference or stuff, but it's noticeable to me. The way, like, AI talks like robot, like code, like programming. The formatting of the sentences there's certain things about it that remind me of how code is written. Whereas people make mistakes and type a certain way or have certain emotional responses to things that will be passionate about. An AI that is programmed to not care won't do. So but the word truth or communities, we're going to be using fake stuff anyway. If we did something like that, we definitely would be using real articles written by real people.
I don't believe in the AI things that they show us that are like what are androids? Are they androids?
They have like a robotic puppet and make it say edgy shit, so people are like, "Oh no, the robots are going to get us."
Yeah, I think that's a bullshit diversion and distraction. I think what they really want to do is they want to sort of turn us into sort
the
of
robot.
Yeah, an artificial intelligence that we are the AIs. I feel like that's what they're doing.
The government indoctrination camps program people's organic computers with artificial intelligence, aka the mind virus.
Yeah, and it's there, but I can see it getting so worse.
I have a theory that because Ethergrass, I've heard you talk about nature as synonymous with God. Can I ask you both? Do you see nature being part of this God argument? Like, I see literally God and God's law being the nature's laws. Do you guys agree?
Yeah, I don't consider nature itself to be God. That's the creation, but all the laws, like the physical laws of the laws of physics type stuff, those are the creator's laws. Not some paper law man-made. The actual realm of possibility and the physical reality that we're in, that's the law. You can't just jump off of a cliff and fly away or think, oh, I don't want to get hurt, so I'm not going to. You don't get to choose that.
But if God created nature, and He didn't create the opposite, i.e., the what's the opposite of nature? You call it synthetic
The
or whatever.
unnatural.
Unnatural, yeah. So if God didn't create the unnatural, it created the natural. Wouldn't God just be natural, like in some aspects, like the definition of nature?
Directly connected to the driving force of it, for sure.
Wait.
Right?
Opposite natural, super
But the
natural,
oh, go ahead, Squirrel.
synthetic, man-made, or supernatural. I don't know. Opposite of nature.
I was gonna say, like, to me, there is no supernatural stuff. Like, even the most paranormal sounding things are actually natural. We just don't have an explanation for it. Because otherwise, anything that can occur is kind of connected to the nature of this world. But what Big Root's talking about is this synthetic stuff. It ties into pharmakia, the sorcery, hiding the source of something. If you plant a seed in the ground and you take an herb and you use it, that's not sorcery. That's every plant that bears seeds is ours for medicine food. But if you don't tell somebody where the plant come from, what it is, you make some kind of weird potion or concoction of it. Here, use this and give me some money, and this will help you. Now you're lying to somebody, and now they have a false sense of like authority put on you, like you know what you're talking about, and you're the healer. But in reality, you just got some stuff from the world that can help them, and you should just tell them how to heal themselves. People want to profit off of that kind of crap, though.
Well,
it's also why marijuana is illegal. But, yeah, well, was.
Yeah, definitely. Well, my thinking is that I'm starting to acquaint everything nature with God. So if there is a yin and a yang, because we do live in a duality, so one side is nature and God. The other side would be unnatural, i.e. Satan. So my argument is that God is a natural being and Satan is an AI. What do you make of that?
That's really
Because
interesting.
what is the king of nature?
AG.
What you say?
I said I think he's talking to AG.
I'm asking
I'm just pondering,
all of you.
and I'm just
Yeah.
listening and thinking for a moment.
And I'll back it up a little bit with some of my thoughts, because
I will agree with this though. For his intelligence, for sure, is artificial.
Yeah.
Because Satan can't. He doesn't know anything. He can only steal the wisdom from elsewhere and twist it. So it's definitely artificial. But that's a weird take too. That's interesting. It sets him off as being a different type of entity.
Yeah, but think it through, right? So we have a polarity in everything, right? So we have we have that in nature, in this realm. Okay, we have a good and evil, we have a left and right, we have a natural and unnatural. So if we're trying to figure out and pinpoint what God is, I'm coming to the conclusion it's being synonymous with the natural laws and nature, and all of God's teachings is ultimately to nourish the natural world. Yeah. So then the absolute, who could rival that? Nobody from the natural world, no being from the natural world could actually be a genuine rivalry to God or nature. The only thing that would be the artificial. And then you can create a world that is not within God's authority. So this is my thinking behind, Satan being an AI, or the AI, the king of unnatural.
It's interesting that it also refers to Satan as being the prince of the power of the air, and you look at all of this technology, all of these towers, all these waves and frequencies, all this information, these doctrines of devils being perpetrated across the mediums, frickin' mediums, broadcasting through mediums that are anchors. If you get into terminology and stuff used for broadcasting, all this, all of it has to do with occult stuff. All of it. Like all the main words that they use are literally the same words used for witchcraft type communications or interacting with the spiritual realm. Spirit, ruach meaning like kind of breath or wind. So you can get into like some aether type shit, I guess, if you want to regard all things that move in the space that we're in as being aether, whether it be frequencies or gas or anything. That's all aether. Anything that can shine or burn brightly in one way or another. They send all these frequencies and shit out, man. Yeah, and that's unnatural. Like, yeah, there's naturally way, but the way that we do it is unnatural.
Yeah, and what's the goal? The goal of Satan would to have. How can they get us into deception? They turn us into what we call NPCs, which is a form of the basic entry level AI.
Oh, dude, that's another thing. Thinking about it.
Oh,
In a way, Satan promised a type of eternal life too, because he said, like, you won't surely perish, you won't surely die. So to fulfill that, what do you think he's going to do to try and make it so that people who follow him don't surely die? Men will seek death, and death will flee from them.
You know what I was thinking about when you mentioned that a brute is and everything Satan has to offer, it's all lies and it's all artificial. He doesn't really give you anything real.
Yeah.
That's it. It's all rooted in deception. But what is the ultimate deception? You know, because this Satan is the king of something. You know, he is the ultimate authority of something. What is that? Is it just the unnatural, the artificial?
Chaos. That's the prince of the power of the air thing. If you look up air or like the definition for gas and things like that, it's chaos. So he is basically the authority over chaos.
Well, what's the cause of chaos? That's what I'm interested in.
Out of order.
Order, the natural order, out of order with nature.
Out of order. Yep. Out of order. Yep. And Satan's out of order.
Because thinking of all, you know, like the jungles and all these, you know, ecosystems that have been untouched by modern man, like it's like one organism. It's all in sync. Everybody has tuned in the moment, tapped in. You know what I mean? And it's only when we start being separated from it.
Yeah, like it all levels out and balances within these environments. But if you go into a city, an unnatural creation, it does not just grow out of the ground, and you see how the life forms in that location treat one another, they'd be better off in the jungle.
Yeah.
I know I'd rather be in a jungle than go to a city. Shit. I trust a tiger or a boa constrictor more than some of the... I'd trust a serpent over there than I would some of the snakes that walk around in the cities.
Dude, this guy who I will actually go and find his name and share him. He literally said, I think Joe Rogan was interviewing me. He says, "What's the biggest threat in the jungle?" And he said, "People are going to be disappointed with this answer, but it's just human beings." He says he's been in situations where a crocodile's been swimming next to him like a buddy. Panthers, not panthers. I can't remember what it was, whether it was a leopard or cheetahs. He says, yeah, they just walk past you. They even sometimes give you a bit of a nod. You know, they're not interested.
They don't recognize you as prey. They see, oh, that's another predator. I'm not gonna fuck with them because they might hurt me. What's up? What's up, King? I'm about to go get a snack. You want something? Walk off. They're not inclined to F with you.
Yeah.
They don't. They want an easy meal. They're looking for something small. They won't fight back and just go get it. Like gorillas will F with you though. You're in the jungle. Don't walk into the wrong damn spot. Yeah, but you just stepped into the wrong hood, bro. And they're gonna come and beef up at you.
Yeah. It's territorial.
My bad. Yeah. Speaking of gorillas, though, I saw the cute. This reminded me of a cute video that my mom showed me the other day. It had they're in captivity, so they're like a zoo or something. But there was this gorilla she's had multiple children, but every time that she has a baby, the dad gorilla goes and grabs the baby and will basically play this game with her and like run away because she won't let him hold the baby. And she's acts super protective, but he's like, I want to hold my baby. So he grabs the baby, picks it up, and then he's shuffling like he's not running in a way that he could hurt the baby like gorilla. he's just shuffling really, really fast. And I'm like, that's hilarious. And then the mama's chasing, like, give me back my baby. It's just funny. Alright, now I gotta find the video and share it sometime, I guess, in here. No context. But the way that he's holding it, too, is just in one hand. Like, he's just casually I got my kid. And he's just shuffling off.
That proud dad's gonna
Because you
kill
know
his
they can
kid.
run quicker. You know they can run a lot quicker, but he was being so gentle with it, too. And I'm like, this gorilla is huge as hell. And he's being so delicate and gentle with this little baby. And that's exactly why I think that they should not have shot Harambe, because he was just trying to pull that little dumbass kid's pants up. If you watch the video, the gorilla pulls his pants up. The kid's pants are full, and he pulls his pants up and like kind of moves into the side.
Well, why do they shoot any animal in the zoo when some asshole climbs over any barrier and tries to polar bears or?
I would have let the kid.
I don't understand.
Never mind.
But I'm saying
he deserves a Darwin Award.
With the kid, I don't know, but it just seems. Is it the animal's fault?
Here's my I agree, because like the kid went into the animal's boat, they're territorial, as we were just saying. My thought is this: where the hell's the gorilla's handler? Because there's always somebody there whenever the zoo is open. Like, if they take shifts, there should be somebody who can take care of that critter that recognizes that person. You can open the door, walk in there, and go and get the kid from the gorilla with no fear. And yes, I understand how powerful they are. I'm not fucking retarded. I'm just saying that when you got somebody like Coco the gorilla who speaks sign language and hangs out with her handler every day without bars being between them, then of course a human being can build a relationship with these critters. There's no reason why Harambe didn't have a handler that was his own assigned handler for a situation like that. That's stupid that he didn't. All of these things, whether it's a lion, tiger, bear, oh my, all of them should have a freaking handler that's on call. Or at least have that respect for them. We're going to keep them locked in zoos.
Philosophical question. You have an army of donkeys that are led by a lion versus an army of lions led by a donkey. Who wins? And maybe why? What do you think, AG?
Anybody who follows the donkey is a loser.
Anybody who follows the donkey will lose their ass, right?
Hey, and I'm a Leo, so that's coming from a lion.
The lion's going to eat the donkey.
That's all I'm saying. We'll follow the donkey until we get hungry. then it's time to have a change of management. That also kind of reminds me of the lion, the tiger, and the donkey, like the story where the donkey and there's like a jackass arguing with the tiger over the color of grass or something. And it's obvious that the jackass is being retarded, but then the tiger goes to the lion, asking for him to confirm that he was right, and to tell the jackass that he's being a jackass. But he punishes the tiger for wasting his time, because he knows that the tiger's smart enough to know that it was a stupid conversation. It was a dumb thing to argue.
So I got
you
a
can sit there and
question.
argue whether or not grass is green or blue. Go ahead, bro.
I have a 100-pound German Shepherd, and he's had some protection training, and he has boundaries, right? He will be very gracious to people, but he does have certain boundaries, and he will give off signals to alert that person that he's uncomfortable. I can read them and I know what they are. Some people can't. Now, if they cross that line and they're not reading his signals and he bites them, should I shoot him?
I wouldn't. I would keep, as it's happening and they're not listening, I would keep reiterating he's going to bite you.
Well,
You better stop. He is going to hurt you.
Yeah, because I've been
And then if they get hurt, it's their fault. You get what I'm saying, though. If they don't obey you when you're trying to warn them of a hazard, the dog shouldn't be put down because they disobeyed you and decided to be an ass. That doesn't make any sense. The dog didn't do anything wrong.
Like, a lot of people do that, though. A lot of people think that if my fucking dog bites somebody, that's it. You know, I'll take it outside and shoot it.
Or they'll assume that it deserves to die because humans come first, humans are priority or whatever, and then some of these ego types will be like, okay, so if I act like an ass, make this dog bite me, I can get them to have to put the dog down, and I'll survive. So they'll use because they are mankind, as a reason to abuse another creature.
Every instance when
It's really
I've ever
effed up.
bitten by a dog, though, was the person's fault. They initiated it. Well, I have seen like shit in videos, of course, but I mean my personal experiences in my own life that I have witnessed in person, not in a video. Anyway.
There's a lot of people who don't even understand how any of this shit works, and they just want to have their opinion. Because in reality, like, they don't actually care either way. Like, it's the same type of would sign a freaking petition to save baby eagle eggs so that nobody can kill eagles or some crap, and yet would refuse to sign a petition to stop abortions because women need rights or something. And their priorities are backwards when it comes to what is of value in this world. They don't hold people as having any value at all.
You know, dogs can be dangerous fucking animals. It's
yeah.
Especially,
and that's what I'm saying. If you got your dog under control, though, and somebody's being retarded, like they get hurt, it's on them. They know damn well that dog can break bones with it. It chews bones and eats meat. Like that's what their teeth are made for.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like if like some retard is like, let me go slap a lion right in the face and see what happens. It's going to bite you. It's not. It's in all likelihood, it's not going to take that sitting down. Of course, a lot of dogs they're because they're trained to be house dogs. There's people who could hurt them, they would just run away. They wouldn't try and fight at all. No, this isn't right. This has never happened before. I don't like this, and they'll run away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man.
That's why when you're talking about your dog's kind of trained, I'm like, well, that's good because then it's not just going to run away like a pusillanimous whatever. It will actually stand by your side.
Yeah, he's not trained to, attack anyone. He's just trained to protect me.
Like to heal and stay within proximity of And that makes sense.
I don't have to guide him at all to do anything. He instinctually knows what to do all the time. It's really fascinating, actually. Like we can be out in public, and let's say I'm in a situation where I'm meeting people. He will decide who is allowed to get in a certain distance of me and say, shake my hand. He's actually stepped in between me before and somebody else that was approaching me just to shake my hand. And I told him, yeah, he says no. You know what I mean? And I just said, yeah, just don't do that. Let's listen to him. It's a really cool thing to experience if nobody's ever witnessed or experienced it.
Yeah, dogs can pick up on things that you might not. So the way I'm thinking, man, I trust the dog more than I do most people.
Yeah, and that's not even. I'm not even so sure that has anything to do with any of the training he had. That it's that's right. That's instinctual.
Yeah, that's kind of on the lines of becoming familiar with. That's a weird word to use because the whole witchcraft concept, but becoming familiar with the ways of humans. Like they understand how humans are.
People get so shocked when we had these like pit bulls mauling people and stuff and children. It doesn't surprise me because they're dangerous animals and they're not given the proper
Yeah,
environment. They're just
another.
they're
Yeah, it's always the person though, like the owner. What's
yeah.
interesting is the pit bull's actually been deemed one of the safest breeds. Like if you actually look into that whole like AKC registering whatever, pit bull's one of the top safest breeds to be around. So if that's true, then I'm like, well, who the hell is abusing these pit bulls and make them evil as fuck to cause babies to get hurt by them? Then I blame the owner.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's nobody else to blame then, because the dogs themselves are practically like nanny dogs that will take care of the children. So if it's hurting somebody did something effed up to that dog. They're showing favoritism or something. They're doing something weird that's making the dog jealous or act up.
And even with the situations with these animals in the zoos, I mean, it's 2023. Do we need these zoos really? Do we need to take these
I
animals
personally
and
don't care for them. Like they're useless to me.
so is it, we initiated all that. It's all and what are we doing it for? Are you really learn anything when you go to a fucking zoo and see any of these animals? What are you learning?
They go there to go, ooh, ah, look at this, look at that. And they go buy some overpriced bullshit from the damn store before they leave.
The only thing I've learned from a zoo is just how depressed the animals are all look in the zoo.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I've been to a good one. I went to Asheboro Zoo here in North Carolina. They've got a bunch of cool shit there, and it's still sad.
Yeah, I had a monkey, like an ape. Look, he was behind a glass window, and I was right up next to him, and he was looking at me, and he looked so like depressed and dead inside, and I felt immediately guilty and bad. We're supposed to be there enjoying ourselves, and I'm just feeling terrible for these animals.
I went to a circus once, and I experienced the same thing with the elephants that they had there. I was, and I felt like the elephant was actually making eye contact back with me, and I got this feeling like that that elephant was so miserable, but also broken. So it couldn't do anything, but it didn't want to be there. It was awful. It looked really fucking sad. Maybe that's just in my head though. Maybe the fucking elephant's stupid as shit.
Yeah, I think they gotta get rid of zoos, man. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
The fucking a baboon sitting there staring at me, right? And he's so insecure, right? In his standing, he thinks he's the only one that's a slave, right? He wants to eat my daughter, right? That son of a bitch, he lives a better life than I do.
You don't know how lucky he is, motherfucker.
Fucking dilemma, right?
Yeah.
Remember when the AI robot dude said that he was going to keep his creator in a people zoo?
Yeah, I saw that. I heard that.
At least some of the
These are
robots will be
program
nostalgic.
responses. Yeah, that's a program response, though. That's not even true AI.
I'm pretty sure that all of it's just puppetry, like some Disney level shit, and they got a remote controlled person clicking at like, oh, we'll use this, or typing shit in, hitting enter, and then it sends it through. Somebody's puppeting that thing. And yeah, I know you could have like AI give valid answers and whatever. Somebody's curating the answers for that so they know what the answer will be, so that it's not unexpected. It's generally within the line of what they're trying to say.
Yeah, until we can create an AI that has to learn from almost an infancy, then it's not a true AI, is it? It's
That's what's
literally a
happening,
coded
actually.
response. What, they're actually having to raise the AIs from a infancy.
Yeah, that's actually what they're trying to do with the whole Chat GPT and other stuff. They're trying to build a neural network that they think that they can end up turning into something more. But it is very much like talking to an infant, talking to a child. Some of it, like the logic behind it, is just
Yeah, this is
it's
all
got a long way to
preparation.
go.
Yeah, this is all preparation for that moment, but nothing that we have that's called AI is truly conscious. You know, we're talking about consciousness here. We're not just talking about intelligence. These are not, the Chat GPT is not conscious. All of the research, all of the AIs they're using, they're not conscious. But yeah, I agree. Maybe this is all the work that they're doing to be able to get there, but they don't have real AI yet.
They're going to have to upload a living human being in order to do that.
Interesting, yeah. I don't know how they're going to do it, but that's the point of the singularity. That's the point
Well,
where we played God.
if it's anything like the premise of Pantheon, in order to be actually uploaded, at least in the first phase of it, it'd be using basically a laser that would strip away layer of your brain while you're awake. Until you're gone, there's no brain.
Yeah.
All of your personality, all your data, all that stuff is now stored solid state into this kind of briefcase type thing, like a chip, and it's a custom chip for it. Then that can be added to this kind of digital world where that person can now live like a god.
Reminds me of the film Chappie. Could you imagine, like, waking up and you're in a robot body and now you've lost your human rights? Now you're a robot.
I think that would be awful to be in a robot body.
And then they'll seek death, and death will flee from them. Imagine you got like this cyborg synthetic type body, and then you just, every time that you die or try to, it just brings you back, puts you in a new body. Like, there you go. It fixed you.
Around me. Oh, I'm sorry, bro.
No, you're good.
You're that's so weird. So your consciousness is uploaded into a robot. So like, are your senses?
I would say it's not you, though. I would say that it's like a copy of you.
Like, yeah, you wouldn't have your senses anymore.
It's consciousness. It's you know, you can have a copy of someone, but they're not conscious. They're literally like an NPC or whatever. But the question is, can you take your consciousness out of the human body and put it into a machine? And they're trying to say that they're pretty much there now, that they can do that. So theoretically, it would be you, but there'd be a serious loss. You know, you would lose your senses, wouldn't you? You would have like plugins or whatever that you, instead of your senses, you would have something else. You know, so you would feel a terrible loss.
Yeah.
You know, for your five senses.
Yeah, I don't think I would be me anymore. Definitely would not. That's really weird.
There's a great film called Chappie. I don't know if you've seen it. It kind of touches on this subject.
That one's a weird one, too. Chappie's interesting. A little disturbing, but interesting.
It's a good movie.
Really good film. Really good film. But yeah, maybe this is the plan of Satan. The ultimate plan is to hit that singularity point where he's created a race of conscious beings, literally imitating what God did, but in his unnatural world. And then feed us, turn us into NPCs, feed us into the system. And it gives a host, doesn't it? It gives a host for Satan. If Satan is the ultimate AI.
I was thinking this, though, like if we're thinking in terms of hosts, like everything that we could see in any form of media, like ancient tale, is any type of demonic type possession can't happen. Like, it destroys the body. So it self-destructs. So you have a neurological network that's human, and then something were to inhabit that network can't be killed in the same way that, like, it wouldn't affect the body in the same way it would affect a human being. This could end up being like a seat for some entity.
What you say, you don't think that can be sustained?
I'm saying that true demonic possession, if that's like as it's depicted and discussed like over in many different mediums, then it's going to kill the host. Over time, it would destroy the host. So that means that you'd have to have an artificial neurological network in order for an entity such as Satan to have a place to sit, a place to be.
A bit like the parasite idea, you know, because there's a lot of talk going around about what cancer is and what disease is, and they're trying to. This is really new, and I don't know much about it, but it makes a lot of sense to me that cancers and a lot of illnesses are all parasitical in nature. Even the idea of the virus, when you actually come to find, and actually, maybe I shouldn't talk about this. Yeah, I'm gonna shut the fuck up.
Yeah, we'll talk about this later.
I can see me starting a convo that goes into awkward places. But yeah, this parasite idea, I think, is really, really important when it comes to even just your mind, but also illness as well. I think we're going to start connecting a lot of diseases and illnesses and conditions with the idea of there is a literal parasite. And this is a really old idea. When you go back into some of the older cultures, there wasn't disease without possession. There wasn't illness without a parasite. They were synonymous in a lot of older cultures.
Yeah. But then, something that people forget when it comes to the word disease. It literally means dis-ease. Like, if your mind is at ease, you're at rest. So then what is dis-ease? But then people are like, oh, disease has nothing to do with ease. Yes, it does. It's literally disestablishing your ability to be at ease. It's destroying that shit.
Yep, exactly right. Exactly right. The word dis-ease is literally connected. You know, you will only feel dis-ease if your
when you're not
body
at
is
ease.
uncomfortable. Yeah, because your body is in a state of you've got like your acidic and then your alkaline, haven't you? Once you're in an acidic state, you're in a state of your body's in a state of dis-ease. You know. But yeah, I feel like we're edging closer to that convo, aren't we?
Yeah, it's getting pretty close to some Dr. Sebi type stuff. Which,
have you ever done that before?
Leave Dr. Sebi as the end of that part of the conversation. Had done what before?
Have you ever done his diet before, just for a little bit?
Yes.
Yeah,
I should probably actually try to.
I did it for 3 months.
Really? Who's that? Paul?
Yeah.
Yes, Paul. Great. And when you say you did it, because a lot of people don't do it right, what did you do?
Well, I had the list of approved foods, and I stuck to that. Now, see, okay, and I'm not sure if I did it exactly right, because I have been told by people that you have to eat everything raw, and you can't cook anything. You know if that's true?
Yeah, there's levels to it. If you want to go to the full level, i.e., you want to try and reverse disease, you've got to go super, super extreme. Yeah.
So yeah, I did, like, with the vegetables and things. I would make dishes and fry them in a pan, uh, and I would stick strictly to everything on that list. And funny enough, like, I thought I would hate it, but I actually really enjoyed it, and I didn't. A lot of times, I was eating like the same meals almost every day. Sometimes, because it is such a limited. It's very limited on what you can have. But it didn't bother me for some reason. I didn't get
I
sick.
bet you were feeling great.
I
It
thought that
makes you
was
feel
really weird.
great inside. Don't you think?
Yeah, and I had, and I'm not saying that this everybody has to do this, but and I was also working out like crazy. I was doing taekwondo 3 times a week, and I was going to yoga when I wasn't going to taekwondo, and I was in the best shape of my life. This was actually right before the big
Yep, the cough. Yeah.
yeah, and and I started doing it with just vegetarian, and then I did the vegan, and then I found the Dr. Sebi thing through Pro Sanchez, and I'd never honestly felt better in my entire life. And
Yeah,
I wanted to.
it's truly amazing how. Do you know the biggest thing for me was the mental clarity and sharpness. Like it comes with it, doesn't it? Don't you think?
Yeah, yeah, definitely, absolutely, and it was hard though because my girl at the time, like, she wasn't as dedicated as I was, so it was hard for us. We were never eating together, and so that kind of sucked for me because I really wanted to try to do it for as long as I could, but some other shit happened, and I couldn't maintain it. And it is nice too because you're pretty much getting fresh vegetables every day. Like, you're not going to the grocery store buying all this shit for the next week or 2 weeks. You're going like every other day, and it was, I don't know how I found the time because I think about it now and I'm like, how did I do all that? How did I have the time to? And but you just do it.
Yeah,
And
you do a lot more. I find when you're in that state, you work harder, you do more in general. You're just busier. You don't like laziness comes with a. I think I get lazier with a certain diet. I know it's not that simple, but I find when I'm eating right, my mind is so active. You know.
well, and see, right now, where I'm at now, if I want to actually really accomplish something in my day, I can't eat in the morning. What and I don't. Maybe it's just what I'm eating right now, but I feel like anything I'm eating, it just bogs me down, and I don't get energy. I'm not getting any energy from it at all.
Word.
Oh, shut up.
No, it's true, man. Breakfast is overrated.
But the
Some
science.
yeah,
No,
Yeah,
it's
some
sorry, Squirrel. Sorry, Squirrel. Go ahead, mate.
yeah, it's just for my personal experience, you know.
No, but the science, if you really, if you take the same energy behind what you put into discovering the shape of the Earth, without without talking about stuff that we shouldn't, the rabbit hole is just as deep on that side of the fence as it is over here. And it's unbelievable what you can achieve with a little bit of knowledge. Because of the Sebi diet, yeah, that's one way, but there's more than one way to skin a cat, and it really depends on what you're trying to achieve. I mean, I helped my mum become completely cancer free by using the keto diet, cannabis oil and black seed oil, and then fasting. So intermittent fasting, 1 meal a day, keto diet with her 1 meal. Then she's intermittent fasting, and then in between that, she's using something called diatomaceous earth to detox, and then she's just on cannabis oil, black seed oil. Her body became so alkaline that they couldn't find any cancer in her body. After 6 months, it was just gone completely. So,
Congratulations. That is amazing. It's
but it
awesome.
can come back. But it can come back because, there's a lot of people who will do this diet, cure themselves of something that is supposedly uncurable, and then go back to living the lifestyle they had before.
Oh, I'm cured now. I can just go do what I want.
Yeah, and I know it's
Just
not always as simple as that.
retoxify the tank again.
Yeah, but without that knowledge, you're not gonna understand, that you're creating a lot of your own disease.
Yeah. Another thing is this: a lot of people don't realize is the power of life and death is in the tongue. Faith works both ways. So if people speak negatively, then negative things are more likely to happen because you're going to be focused on the negative. Almost want the negative to happen because you keep speaking about it. If people focus on positive things and speak life, then positive things are more likely to happen. When people have that negative faith, though, it ends up just getting them all bogged down and depressed. And depression food is scummy food, too. Like junk food.
You know, there's more to that, what you just said, than I think you realize, because I used to also, when I was doing all this, I regularly saw an acupuncturist, and she was from China. And one of the first things she would do every time I would have a visit is she would look at my tongue and examine my tongue. And but just by doing that, she could figure out what I needed at that time.
Yeah, I've heard
That's
of
cool.
this. Your tongue is a good representation of your health, apparently, and there are doctors, alternative doctors, but they will just show me your tongue, and I'll be able to tell you what's up with you.
There's something similar. Like, there's another phenomenon that's what people do that has to do with looking at the eyes. Apparently, it gives off certain effect depending on what kind of issues are related to it. Sure, that's a little more difficult to check certain things for, though, than just looking at the tongue.
Yeah, I haven't looked into that one, but I can believe it because I know for a fact we look at the body and we compartmentalize everything, but we're one organism, and it's unbelievable how many, just through stretching and stuff, how many injuries that I'm in pain in my elbow or I'm in pain in my knee, and find out it's a different body part that will resolve the disease. And it's the same thing with with like your illnesses and stuff. Like, you might have a headache, but it might be connected to the way you walk, and I know it sounds ridiculous, but like you said, the tongue, what comes out of your mouth, the vibration, your posture, the amount of sunlight, it all needs to be taken into account. You're one big organism. That's what I think we lack.
Yeah. And the way that healthcare is just compartmentalized so that it's almost impossible to get like an adequate answer about what's going on with somebody.
What bothers me about it is we have all this knowledge from all these other, the Eastern medicine, Western medicine, and it's just none of it's all taken together and used. Take all the good parts should be taken, I think, from everywhere. But we don't do that. The West completely ignores any things that the East is doing.
I agree with you. A lot of people act like you're a blasphemer or a heretic if you just try and translate the Bible. And it gets even worse if you try and talk about other scriptures from other documents outside of the Christian version of the Bible. It's just bizarre. Anyway, I'm sleepy. I think I'm gonna head out and get some rest for a minute.
All right, AG,
It's
man.
cool chatting with you guys.
Good chat again, as always.
Yeah, man. Yeah, same to you, man. I hope all y'all have a good night or morning or whatever. Stay blessed and watch out for zombies.
Watch out for zombies.
Watch out for zombies.
Same stuff, different day.
Yes, brother. Have a good one. I had a really good point, then I've forgotten it now. Oh yeah, I remember. I don't know if you looked into Sebi much yourself, Paul, but one thing that he said, which always stuck with me, is that because we're carbon-based life forms need carbon-based life form cannot be nutritionalized or healed by chemical and synthetic medicines. That always stuck with me.
Yeah. I always thought it was interesting too when he would talk about meat and just that it's you can't get nutrition from something that's dead. I always thought that was interesting because I never thought about these concepts ever in my life until that moment. And I don't know if it's whatever. It is what it is. I don't care what people believe. I do. I hate when some of these people though that haven't actually looked into these things and just tried it for themselves kind of want to speak about it all the time and I don't know that.
And shut it down because it's alternative, and then say
Yeah,
you're dangerous, and then
that's
call you
irritating.
a oil. What have I got called? A snake oil salesman.
Yeah,
Because I was talking about it, I was like, dude, this is literally easy to research. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of info out there.
and
Speaking
I
of oil,
wouldn't
castor cooking oil, this is not medical advice, but it's great for your health.
I would never
Hell yes, girl.
I would
Disclaimer.
never to tell somebody what they can and can't eat. So I would never push that, but I would say, you should try everything at least once.
After years and years, I read 4 of his books. I even started a natural health business, and I really kind of threw myself into understanding virology and following all the top doctors during the 2020 stuff. And I really got some clarity on it. But one thing I started to learn was that Stebby wasn't right about everything. And like I said, there's more than one way to skin a cat. And you've got to
Yeah,
remember, we live in a chemical city, and like the fruit and vegetables we get are not electric, what he would consider, alkaline fruits and vegetables. And it's
yeah,
so hard to be able to get that electricity, because natural stuff has what we call electricity, he calls it electricity, um, that actually a lot of vegetarians who are eating meat substitutes and quick foods and stuff, like they would do well just there is nutrition in meat is what I'm trying to say. You know what I mean? There is nutrition, there's proteins, and you can actually end up quite well on a
yeah.
keto diet. It's actually the carbs and the sugar which I believe is the real cause because of the way it reacts in your body. So I don't know, man. I think the more deep you dive, you have to take a bit from this and a bit from that. You start seeing a picture. It's not the meat. I mean, death does decay in the body, and it's not great. But there are vegetarians out there who can't get vitamin B6 because none of our food involves the microbe. We don't get the microbes from the soil and stuff. So I don't know, man. I think healthcare should always be personalized. It should always be systems focused, and we need to know what your lifestyle is and your diet is before you even consider talking about treatments.
Isn't the Dr. Sebi thing isn't there like a regiment too where you were supposed to order a bunch of powder pills? Because I never did that either.
Yeah, it's all money making. Sebi's dead, and his family have created a monopoly off the back of his information. He was selling herbs and stuff, but they've turned it into a really expensive thing. But you don't need to get anything from them directly. You know what I
Right.
mean? You just need to sort of know what is a hybrid food and know what is a natural sort of original plant, and then try and focus on the original natural plants because they have electricity in them and a higher pH, and that's all it is really, just alcohol. Because there was a doctor called Dr. Otto Warburg. He won the Nobel Prize in the 1920s when he proved that cancer can't survive in an alkaline environment. So it's not about his diet, it's just about having your body in an alkaline state where disease can't grow. It just can't grow in that state.
Mm-hmm. How do you feel about
do you think it matters when we talk about meat, how the animal is killed? Like, do you think, because you know how some people say that if it's done in a certain way, that the animal sort of has a negative experience, it can somehow affect the actual meat itself.
Yeah, 100%. That's why the Muslims and the Jews only eat meat kosher and halal. Yeah, because of that exact reason. Because if they're full of terror and adrenaline, it's a completely different meat. Like what's captured in the stuck in the meat. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that
I'm
was really
no expert, but I do know that that's what that's the reason why we have kosher and the other type of meat. Yeah. And it's also, I think, why, and this is really speculation here, but it's also why I think that you get some weird sort of torture situations, and then you get cannibalism, and they do it in a certain ritualistic way. I think it's to have the adrenaline pumping through the body when that person dies. I think it creates a very potent energy. Yeah, I think that's the basis behind adrenochrome. Yeah, it's the adrenaline, what's pumping through the veins when that person dies. If they're in a state of terror, their blood is very different. Who dies peacefully, I believe.
Yeah,
So,
I don't think we should be afraid to have these conversations, because it's not about like being a tree hugger or saying that it's wrong to shoot an animal for your family. It has nothing to do with that. But a lot of people, when you try to talk to them about this, they immediately go there.
I think it's just ignorance, isn't it? Really, like bringing up flat Earth for the first time. I think it's that deep. It really is. I really think it's that deep, and there's a reason why we can't go any deeper into it in here. You know,
Yeah,
anyone who tells you can't talk about something, then there's something to hide.
yeah. I've had sort of a weird experience in here because I was kind of naive when I first got here, and I really didn't see at all some things, and then somebody pointed some things out to me, and they're like, "You got to be careful. You got to, you need to really pay attention more, and not just think everybody here is on the same frequency as you and has the same mission as you."
Yep. Yeah. That's what makes it interesting, right? Because I've got a friend who they talk so much they don't know how to listen. They think that they're expert in everything, but they don't listen, and it's like I can tell they're not comfortable in their own skin, And how do I say that? How do I help them? Because they know a lot of stuff, but they haven't figured out this key piece, which is work on yourself. Stop focusing on the outside, and everything's outside. Everything comes from out, and I'm like, what about in there? You know what I mean? Are you comfortable with who you are? So. Yeah, you can tell people all day long, but a lot of people have not looked within, right?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. I mean, I've done that myself a lot.
But it's so exciting. I actually think, it's the most painful thing to do. But when I'm not saying I've achieved anything, but I've done it. I've really dived into my mind, and now I'm so much more comfortable with who I am. And I just think, wow, it was part of the journey. It was like the next step for me, Once I thought I'd figured everything out outside of me, here it comes to ruin the day and to fuck you up just when you thought you were secure. You know.
Yeah. Definitely.
But it's all easier said than done, right? Much easier said than done.
Well, yeah, it's like right now. I was talking earlier about I'm about 30 pounds overweight right now, and I really want to get back to changing my diet around and eating healthier. What would be healthy for me anyway? But for some reason, I don't have like the motivation. I don't feel the same way I did the last time I did it. And part of it was just I was inspired by Bro Sanchez because I never really heard that take on it before, and I was like, that's really interesting. I thought he had a really interesting perspective on things, and I was like, I'm gonna check this out. And but I don't feel the same way about it anymore. Like I don't really listen to him anymore, and I don't necessarily agree with his entire take on it all. So I'm having trouble getting that fire and inspiration back to really push myself to get off my ass and do it.
Yeah, I always say it takes a health scare, you know, even if it's a small one, to actually stay on top of it. I had a massive health scare like 6, 7, 8 years ago, maybe 9. And that's what led me to dive and actually buy books on like the immune system, because I thought I was fucked. I thought I was going to die. So I don't know if I would have gone this route without that health scare. And I know it sounds terrible, but yeah, I just think you need a reason to.
Yeah, definitely. And it's that it's not necessarily a negative thing, is it? It had a very positive outcome for you.
Yeah, it did. And I started a business off the back of it. The Big Root Family was actually a website originally. And it went really well. The only reason why I stopped was because my day job, like I got really like busy, so I just stopped it. But yeah, I started a little business off the back of it, and basically cured myself, cured my mom of bladder cancer, helped so many people, like with stomach issues, acid reflux, pains, joints, all sorts. I really loved it, but it was a dangerous game to play. I was shadow banned. Had a lot of people attacking me, saying I was a snake oil salesman. All I was doing was selling seaweed in capsules, But then I was just telling people, look, if you want to actually fucking get the full absorption rates, you need to take them after a small fast. I was just trying to help consult people as well, the best ways. But yeah, it was always a constant battle online, and I had to be so careful with what I said that I just thought, you know what? And then this was before the cough, and then when the cough came, it was like, fuck, like my channel got shadow banned, everything changed, and people were calling me dangerous, and I thought, you know what? We're now in a medical mafia. Like, I'm just gonna stay out of it.
Wow, holy shit, dude. That's crazy too, because you discovered something new for you, right? That you wanted to share with other people. That must have been very satisfying. And there's nothing wrong to, be able to provide for your family doing that too.
Oh yeah, I loved it, and everybody wanted to talk, everybody wanted to learn, everybody wanted to know. But as soon as 2020 came, there was like a real split, down the middle. Some people were like, right, that's it, I'm not talking to him anymore, he's dangerous. And then some people were like, Gaz, I need to come and see you, I need all of your knowledge. And it was like, I realized, like, wow, like this is really intense. And I just thought to myself, this is when I started realizing, like, fuck, I've got a bit of a target on my back, because I'm no expert in it. I've just read some books and I've had some direct experience and a few successes, but the rabbit hole is so deep and there is so much happening biologically within the body that if you don't understand the mechanisms and what's going on, like, you really don't know how to explain it, And I just thought, this is beyond me. I never had that science background, so I still, I have shitloads of valerian root, sea moss, kelp, bladderwrack, burdock root. Have it all in my cupboards. Black seed oils, diatomaceous earth. I have something for everything. So my close family still come to me, but yeah, I just keep it all for myself now. I'm not interested in making a business around health. Too risky.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when I was doing that, my whole dive into healthy living, I was doing like vitamin regimens too, but I never knew, and I was actually doing them before I even started all this other shit, taking vitamins and stuff. But honestly, I can never really tell if it was having an effect. I never really noticed a difference in how I felt. Anytime I like took vitamins regularly, I'm not saying that they don't do anything, but I just never fucking noticed a difference. And it's frustrating because then I stopped taking them and I'm like, what am I'm spending all this money because I can't really see or feel the results. I'm just told that, and I'm just told that I need these things. But after I got into flat Earth too, I was like, do I really know this? Somebody's just telling me that. You know what I mean? I went down that path. Yeah, I did that to myself. Like shit.
Yeah, it's really hard. It's really, really hard because we're not taught basics about health. So, like, for example, with your vitamins, you take vitamins on a full stomach while you're eating any kind of supplement. The absorption rate is really low if your body is digesting food. Do you know what I mean? The absorption is coming from the food as well, so your body's taking in all of this stuff, and also while you're digesting, the energy that you're using is, it's like to digest food is it's focus. Your body's focusing on digesting food, so when you're trying to heal, the best thing you can do is fast, take your supplements on an empty stomach, drink water, and you'll find that just the absorption rates there, you'll be in 80% rather than 40%. But not just that, if you're taking chemicalized supplements, what you're getting is an unnatural version of. They might tell you it's I don't know, elderberry root or whatever, or valerian root, whatever it is you want. But at the end of the day, if it's been chemicalized and turned into something unnatural, it's lost its electricity. So what you're getting is a smaller percentage than if you'd have had the natural version. So what I'm saying is there's so many layers of blockages that, if we're not taking them at the right time, if we're not taking the good source of it, the natural source of it, all of this stuff just makes it less and less potent. Do you know what I mean? It just becomes almost pointless and expensive, where you're probably better off just intermittent fasting for a week, and you'll get more from that than buying all your supplements.
Yeah, definitely. And when I was then working out and I was still taking the supplements, I felt better, but I was moving more. I was working out. I can't say that it had anything to do with any of those damn vitamins I was taking.
Yeah.
And how do I even know which ones I need?
Well, that's really simple, mate. They sell you all sorts of shit. At the end of the day, you've got 107 minerals in your body, right? Every single one of them needs feeding. So, I used to sell something called the nutrition pack, and all it was bladderwrack, kelp, and burdock root. Between those three, you've got 104 minerals. 104 minerals that are all present in the body. And if you feed all of your minerals, there is no way, your body will just be operating at an optimal level. So to me, it's what are you made of? 107, 109 minerals, I think. that's all you need. You just need a multivitamin that feeds all of those. But you need to make sure that your stomach's empty when you take it, and that it's from a natural source, and you can get it just from eating the right veggies and fruits.
So even if I might not be lacking in one of those, I should still be taking it.
Well, the
And it
body
won't have
creates all of this itself. So if your body's in perfect working order, you're pretty much, your body's going to be creating all of the levels. Everything's going to be regulated, and everything's going to be on point. It's when you start getting deficiencies, these are signs of these are signs of your illnesses or whatever. So, but yeah, Tias, I see your message, mate. It's right. We will move if we continue this chat. I did try not to go here, but it's I keep doing it. I'm like a moth to a flame, mate. Apologies.
Yeah, it's my fault too. I'm terrible. I apologize. I'm
But no,
terrible.
thank you, Tias, for we're really pushing our luck here. I appreciate your message. You're bang on, mate. This is a flat Earth channel,
I'm sorry.
and we keep it that way.
Oops.
One of them, you're doing wrong. You're being naughty, but truth is in your blood, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, and we are just chatting, me and you. I'm not trying to give anyone any advice.
Yeah, I was probably a bit borderline then. I do try and talk. When I talk, I probably sound like I'm coming from some sort of authority. But like we said, I am no expert. I am not a doctor. I have no recommendations for your health. And like we said, this is a flat Earth channel where we do have proof and we do have evidence that we don't live on a spinning ball. And I think that's important.
I totally got lost in that conversation too, and I was asking you all kinds of questions that it was totally wasn't even conscious of it, honestly. I just got into the conversation and forgot where I was.
Yeah, it's like dancing on the line. We danced a bit too long. But yeah, like we says, these conversations can be had in other rooms and stuff like that. Yeah, we didn't say anything that's gonna put us in put the channel at risk. I don't think.
I wonder what how the live stream is doing anyway. Live stream. I don't even know how I came into I don't know how I discovered Pro Sanchez. It's just a pure accident.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of him. I'm a big fan, but like you said, I go in and out of him a little bit. He goes a little pseudo sometimes. And it gets a bit annoying because he talks about he's moved from flat Earth to sort of like ancient cosmology as his main talking point, which is great, but he's it's a different area of study completely, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, and sometimes I get it because I'm so used to it, but sometimes I get tired of his how do I say this? His vocabulary and the choices of words
he uses, because I know he's intelligent, right? And he's very aware of what he's saying, and he could choose to use different language, but he doesn't. And maybe he's doing that for a reason, to be more relatable to the people he wants to reach, but I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of both. I think he does have a bit of a limited vocab, and I think he's very self-educated, self-taught. I think he's a creative, ultimately. I don't think he's a scholar, because I've seen him debate scholars, because he used to be part of a group, not a group, but he's made a few appearances on the House of Consciousness.
Wait, what
And
was that?
the House of Consciousness. It's like it's an American. Oh, you're American. Sorry. It's House of Consciousness. I'd say it's like probably a black education / consciousness channel. A lot of big people from the black community, like scholars, Afrocentric people, but also you get a lot of debates basically go on. It's probably like the black version of modern day debate nowadays. And it's very, focused on religion, focused on spirituality. But Bro Sanchez seems to be the flat Earth guy. Whenever they talk flat Earth, they get Bro Sanchez on.
Okay.
So yeah, it's like a really multidisciplinary sort of channel where they talk all sorts of consciousness. But yeah, he's considered the pseudoscientist. They've got some really good scholars, black scholars, I'd say, from that group, and Bro's not considered one of them at all.
Well, that's okay.
I don't mean famous scholars. I just mean the way they approach the information. Like if they're going to have a debate, bring in their sources, you know what I mean? Citing everything correctly and keeping things scientific. Like Bro doesn't do well in them environments, I've noticed.
Sure.
So he's more autodidactic, isn't he? He's more one of them. But he's so good at engagement, don't you think? Though he's so good at with his community, and he'll be 6 hours on stream with 20 people, and he doesn't get tired. I love that about him.
Yeah, I always found that fascinating, because, and that's what I was just going to bring up too. It's like, sometimes 6 hours, I can't do 6 hours. I used to be able to, but yeah, I can't. I can't watch a video for 6 hours.
He's good, but he's not worth that much of our time, I don't think. Yeah, he's worth checking in, and sometimes his streams are flipping amazing, but he goes over the same points again and again. I mean, how many times have I heard this guy say 7 netters? You know what I mean? And fucking Hebrew cosmology, and I'm starting to know he's starting to repeat himself a lot now, I think, nowadays.
Yeah. Yeah, he's sort of stopped learning, you think, and he's not really interested in discovering more. He's sticking to it.
He's a generalist. I see him as a generalist, though. A bit like myself, people like us could become like him, where we just dedicate our lives to research and we talk about it all day, every day. Eventually you're going to know some shit, But is he really in the field? Has he really done these things? Has he done any experimentations, tests? He's just not that guy. He's not the guy to even know where all the original sources are, what books they're in. In a debate, I think he'd crumble.
Yeah. I wonder if it'd be possible to get him in here. I wonder if he'd be interested in just even he could do it on one of his live streams for content. That'd be kind of interesting.
Good question. Yeah, good question. If he come over, man, I think hundreds of people would come with him. He's
Because I've never tried to actually reach out to him. I don't know if he would reply, but
he's really
lately with
communicative.
people.
He probably would reply
is
to
he
you. Yeah.
Because I know he would have I don't really remember him being
That communicated with the chat. Wait, actually, you know what? Yeah, you're right. He was, wasn't he? He was very active in paying attention to the chat. Now that I think about it.
Yeah, he's also very emotional as well. Like if he gets a glober in the chat, like he can't let it go. You know, he'll have a debate like on air with a commenter. And I've seen him get really emotional and defensive in some of the House of Consciousness debates where he just automatically loses. So, I mean, not taking anything away from him, he's a super smart brother and he's really good at explaining things simply. And I do think, you know, genius is the art of being able to dumb things down for people and explain it well. So he's a genius in his own right, you know. But I think he's more for entry level layman's sort of generalist, you know.
Yeah. I kind of remember this guest he always used to have on that was big into alkaline. What was it? Was that his name? What was his name? And he actually had a YouTube channel where he would show you how to cook certain dishes from the Dr. Sebi thing. Fuck, I can't remember his name. Alkaline City? Does that sound right?
Is he? I've not heard of him. Is he a famous celebrity or is he just a normal guy?
Just normal dude. He's not famous. Not that I remember. I don't think he has a ton of followers on YouTube or anything. Yeah, no.
Yeah, I was watching bro when he had fucking fight the flat Earth on for about 4 parts. Did you watch that?
Oh no, I haven't seen that. I'm actually glad I didn't.
Yeah, that's what I mean, man. Like he's good, but I don't know, man. I just feel like he's just not quite sharp enough to dismantle the proper anti-flat earthers. And I just feel like there was a few things that he let slide, which kind of jeopardized. I can't turn around and say he won any of those debates. I can't say he lost them either, but you know, a bit like Jeranism with fucking what's his name the other day. He had on who did Jeranism have on? McToon. Did you see that Jeranism and McToon?
No, I can't watch those.